And I happened to just watch it. And he basically told you, like, nothing's anything. Yeah. And that's why I think, like, the simulation talk is all like, I look at it, it's the marketing bit to me. And a lot of it's like, nothing is anything, so, you know, like, well, what's the with kids if you stuff with, right? It always gets to that eventually. Well, most of the guys say that don't have kids. Yeah. You know, he's like, literally, and, you know, by the way, I'm heavily invested in cocktail brand. Let me tell you idiots. We should talk about that because I want to know what is going on with the MAGA coin. Here's the thing we were talking about last night. Yeah. The MAGA coin is worth $36 billion. Yeah. So here, that's not the MAGA coin. Trump, just Trump. Okay, Trump coin. So the Trump coin, I'll call it MAGA. I'm sorry. The Trump coin is worth $36 billion. What that means is 36,000 people put $1 million. That doesn't make sense. So that's 36,000 million. That's what 36 billion is. Right? Isn't that right? That's right. I know. That sounds insane. Yeah. You can get 36,000 people. Right. Let's say it's way more people, way less money they contribute. It still seems insane if you're using real money. But that's the point. We talked about this. Yeah. We're not talking about this. It's a sense of gambling. This gambling is how the people that make the
Yo, Pim.
The argument is that Trump is. How is he ripping off fans?
No, actually, I am always really active, especially so long as I'm streaming. I'm always active. There's always something to do. And then when I have downtime, so to speak, and I'm not promoting myself, I'm on Reddit, and Reddit keeps my mind going all the time, learning new things. I'm in a lot of subreddits that I normally wouldn't be in, but it helps me learn a lot about the world and be an expert in a lot of subjects that I normally wouldn't encounter. Do you ever go on Reddit? Yeah, the one thing I don't have is data. I used to have data, so it was easier for me to stream my walks and runs and things. But I don't have a data plan anymore. But yeah, I do at least do my best to exercise and stay as active as possible. But really, at the end of the day, I know that people want to be able to find me and communicate with me. So this is the best place to do it.
And the thing is, the reason people like hop to a club, people know it's stupid, right? I think the kind of what people say the scam was, as I understand it, is they thought they were getting in on the dump phase too. Of course. So the trick is, if almost everybody get in on it knows they're gonna have to dump it, and they think they're gonna dump it first. So they're not. The pump is for other idiots. I mean, it's built in that another idiot's going to shoulder the whatever happens to us. But what happens is every so often, this is my buddy's company works there, one of them does turn out to be real. So something like a Trump, now I'm more of a Warren Buffett where I wish I had golden Trump shoes because I bet those will retain value. I think I'm not there though. Yeah, he is there. I wore them to the club. I'm like, I wouldn't even wear them out. Why? Those are going to put my kids through Trump University. Sweaty. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition, but even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They're seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
I
That's
feel
going to be worth thanks.
I feel like to promote how to Bitcoin, it's worth it. You guys spend money making a joke. Hawk to it. Are you familiar with Hawk to it? I think it's a surfboard company.
So here's the question. What's the problem with having a coin? Because there's a bunch of those coins. And the thing is, like, it's unbefitting of a president. I get that. That makes sense. You know, you shouldn't do that. You should really concentrate on running the company. You shouldn't have some obvious, like, money grab. I get
What about being completely senile? Is that unbecoming?
Yeah, that should have been a
No, shut up about unbecoming from now on.
The chart for some coin right now, but a lot of that comes from that shows like the top 10 holders of the coin. Number one would be the Wall who started it.
Okay, so that's his. So he owns 80%. So here's the thing: if they don't sell, if the person who owns the coin, say if you made a Metzger coin, and the Metzger coin is worth $36 billion, congratulations.
That it is.
You are
I
so
thought you were
rich.
about it.
By the way, here's the. Oh, well, I mean, it dropped from 36 to 5.
Yeah, it's not good. It was when they were saying that 30s, whatever the highest was, the coin was worth $72 or $73 a coin. It's now down to 25.
Should you sell? How much do you have in it?
Depends on
How much do you have in it?
I know you don't disclose.
He gets in on that stuff.
Well, if you can get in,
Catch the tweet
Friday night.
you catch it in. You want to think Pharaoh?
Then you show up with like fucking velour pants on a Ferrari. It doesn't matter.
Dude, please get velour pants.
Velour
I haven't even thought of that. When a man comes in wearing velour, you just hit it big on your point, didn't you?
I'm feeling good about myself.
Dude, I told you I think that's what Kamala was because they all knew she would win. And they ran a great campaign to keep saying that hypnotic trade.
Good job. Good job, Rogan. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Good to see you. You too. Going on? Yeah, chill week. Sort of. This recent announcement that you did about content moderation, how has that been received?
probably depends on who you ask, right? But look, I mean, I've been working on this for a long time, so you got to do what you think is right. We've been on a long journey here, right? I mean, it's I think at some level you only start one of these companies if you believe in giving people a voice, right? I mean, the whole point of social media is basically giving people the ability to share what they want, right? And it goes back to our original mission, which is just give people the power to share and make the world more open and connected.
What do you think started the pathway towards increasing censorship? Because clearly we were going in that direction for the last few years. It seemed like we really found out about it when Elon bought Twitter, and we got the Twitter files, and when you came on here and you were explaining the relationship with FBI, where they were trying to get you to take down certain things that were true and real, and certain things that tried to get you to limit the exposure to them. So it's these kind of conversations. Like, when did all that start?
Yeah, well, look, I think going back to the beginning, or like I was saying, if you start one of these if you care about giving people a voice. I wasn't too deep on our content policies for like the first 10 years of the company. It was just kind of well known across the company that we were trying to give people the ability to share as much as possible, and issues would come up, practical issues, right? So if someone's getting bullied, for example, we deal with that. We put in place systems to fight bullying. If someone is saying, hey, someone's pirating copyrighted content on the service, it's like, okay, we'll build controls, so we'll find out who protects content. But it was really in the last 10 years that people started pushing for like ideological based censorship. And I think it was two main events that really triggered this. In 2016, there was the election of President Trump, also coincided with basically Brexit in the EU and sort of fragmentation of the EU. And then during 2020, there's COVID. And I think that those were basically these two events where for the first time, we just faced this massive institutional pressure to basically start censoring content on ideological directives.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when it first came up in 2016, did it come under the guise of the Russian collusion hoax?
Yeah, and this is the thing. The timeline is really sort of ill-prepared to kind of parse what was going on, right? It's I think part of my reflection looking back on this is I kind of think in 2016 and the aftermath, I gave too much deference to a lot of folks in the media who are basically saying, okay, there's no way that this guy could have gotten elected except for misinformation. People can't actually believe this stuff, right? It has to be that there's this massive misinformation out there. Some of it started with the Russia collusion stuff, but it kind of morphed into different things over time.
Well, it was so ideologically polarizing, right? Like people didn't want to believe that anybody looked at him and said, this should be our president.
Yeah, so I took this and just kind of assumed everyone was acting in good faith. And I said, okay, well, there are concerns about misinformation. We should, just like when people raise other concerns in the past and try to deal with them. Okay, yeah, people if you ask people, no one says that they want misinformation. So maybe there's something that we should do to basically try to address this. But I was really worried from the beginning about basically becoming this sort of decider of what is true in the world. Or that's like kind of a crazy position to be in for billions of people using your service. And so we tried to put in place a system that would deal with it. And early on tried to basically make it so that it was really limited. We're like, all right, we're just going to have this system where there's these third-party fact checkers and they can check the worst of the worst stuff, right? So things that are very clear hoaxes. And there's it's not like we're not parsing speech about whether something is slightly true or slightly false, like Earth is flat, things like that, right? So that was sort of the original intent. So we put in place the system and it just sort of veered from there. I think to some degree, it's because some of the people whose job is to do fact checking, a lot of their industry is focused on political fact checking. So they just kind of veered in that direction. They kept on trying to basically get it to be what we had originally intended, which is just, it's not, the point isn't to judge people's opinions. It's to provide in this layer to kind of help fact check some of the stuff that seems the most extreme, but it just, it was never accepted by people broadly. I think people just felt like the fact checkers were too biased. Not necessarily even so much in what they ruled, although sometimes I think people would disagree with that. A lot of the time, it was just what types of things they chose to even go and fact check in the first place. So I kind of think after having gone through that whole exercise, it I don't know, it's something out of 1984, one of these books where it's just it really is a slippery slope. And it just got to a point where it's just, okay, this is destroying so much trust, especially in the United States, to have this program. And I guess it was probably about a few years that I really started coming to the conclusion that we were going to need to change something about that. COVID was the other big one, where that was also very tricky, because at the beginning it was, it's like a legitimate public health crisis, in the beginning. And it's, even people who are the most ardent First Amendment, defenders, the Supreme Court has this clear precedent. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There are times when if there's an emergency, your ability to speak can temporarily be curtailed in order to get an emergency under control. So I was sympathetic to that at the beginning of COVID. It seemed like, okay, you have this virus. It seems like it's killing a lot of people. I don't know, like we didn't know at the time how dangerous it was going to be. So at the beginning, it kind of seemed like, okay, we should give a little bit of deference to the government and the health authorities on how we should play this. But when it went from 2 weeks to flatten the curve to like in the beginning it was like, okay, there aren't enough masks aren't that important, and then it's like, oh no, you have to wear a mask, and like everything was shifting around. It just became very difficult to kind of follow, and this really hit the most extreme, I'd say, during the Biden administration when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And I'm generally like pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance the vaccines are more positive than negative, but I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who was basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were honestly were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, nope, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguably true.
Who is that? Who's telling you to take down things?
Yeah, it was
to talk about vaccines.
It was people in the Biden administration. I think it was. I wasn't involved in those conversations directly, but I think it was.
How difficult is that to not be involved in those conversations directly? Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there are a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. That's got to be strange too, right? Because you're running the company, but there's clearly you're moderating at scale that's beyond the imagination. The number of human beings you're moderating is fucking insane. Like, what's a Facebook? How many people use it on a daily basis? Forget about how many overall. Like, how many people use it regularly?
It's 3.2 billion people use one of our services every day. Yeah, it's wild.
More than a third of the planet.
Yes,
so crazy.
Yeah, and it's
almost half of Earth.
On a monthly basis, it is probably half.
But I want to say that though, there's a lot of like hypercritical people that are conspiracy theorists and think that everybody's a part of some cabal to control them. I want you to understand that whether it's YouTube or all these, whatever place that you think is doing something that's awful, it's good that you speak, because this is how things get changed. This is how people find out that people are upset about content moderation and censorship. But moderating at scale is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. Yeah. What we were talking the other day about the number of videos that go up every hour on YouTube, and it's bananas. It's bananas. It's like to try to get a human being that is reasonable, logical, and objective, that's going to analyze every video. It's virtually impossible. It's not possible. So you got to use a bunch of tools, and you have a bunch of things wrong, and you have also people reporting things. And how much is that going to cost? You could have mass reporting because you have bad actors. You have some corporation that decides we're going to attack this video because that's going to take it down. Mm-hmm. There's so much going on. Just, I want to put that in people's heads before we go on. Like, understand the kind of numbers that we're talking about here. Now understand you have the pandemic. And then you have the administration is doing something where I think they crossed the line, where it gets really weird, where they're saying what you're saying. They're trying to get you to take down vaccine side effects, which is just crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, like you're saying, I mean, it's so complicated, this system, that I could spend every minute
Welcome.
of all
How are you?
time doing this and not actually focus on building the things that we're trying to do.
John Appleton.
Classes,
Long time no speak, man. How are you, big dog? John Appleton. Yo, dog. That's okay. He'll be back, or he'll figure it out. He's the one who told me to get a Discord 3 years ago when I had just first started streaming. John Appleton found me on TikTok, actually, on TikTok Live, and he, our friend John Dick, and our friend Priscilla Roberts, we all became very good friends. Maybe he's just chilling. Just chill, baby. Just chill.
So I get involved in this stuff, but in general, we have a policy team. There are people I trust. There are the people who are kind of working on this on a day-to-day basis. And the interactions that I was just referring to, I mean, a lot of this is documented because Jim Jordan and the House had this whole investigation committee into the kind of government censorship and stuff like this. So we produced all these documents, and it's all in the public domain. And basically, these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them, and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there. And it quite those phone calls. I don't think we. But I think. I mean, there are emails. The emails are published. It's all kind of out there. And they're like, basically, it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They want us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you're going to see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible, for this kind of payment. Like, so it was sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. We said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like starting coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Yeah. It's just a massive overstep.
Yeah, and what
also, this is the thing. It's like they suppressed so much information about things that people should be doing, regardless of whether or not you believe in the vaccine. Regardless, put that aside. Metabolic health is of the utmost importance in everyday life, whether there's a pandemic or there's not. And there's a lot of things that you can do that can help you recover from illness. It prevents illnesses. It makes your body more robust and healthy. It strengthens your immune system, and you're suppressing all of that. And that's just crazy. You can't say you're one of the good guys if you're suppressing information that would help people recover from all kinds of diseases, not just COVID, but flu, common cold, all sorts of different things. High doses of vitamin C, T3, and K2, and magnesium. They were suppressing this stuff because they didn't want people to think that you could get away with not taking a vaccine, which is really crazy when you're talking about something that 99.07% of people survive. This is a crazy overstep, but scared the shit out of a lot of people. Red pill, as it were, a lot of people, because they realize, like, 1984 is like a destruction. It's like, it shows you how things can go that way with long speech and with bizarre distortion of facts. And when it comes down to it, in today's day and age, the way people get information is through your platform, through X. This is how people are getting information. Getting information from YouTube, getting information from a bunch of different sources now. And you can't censor that if it's real legitimate information because it's not ideologically convenient for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's basically the journey that I've been on, right? Started off very pro free speech, free expression. And then over the last 10 years, there's been these two big episodes. It was the Trump election and the aftermath, where I feel like in retrospect, I deferred too much to the kind of critique of the media on what we should do. And since then, in general, trust in media has fallen off the cliff, right? So I don't think I'm alone in that journey. I think that's basically the experience that a lot of people have had is, okay, it's the stuff that's been written about is not kind of all accurate. And even if the facts are right, it's kind of written from a slant a lot of the time. Of course. And then there was the government version, which is during COVID, which is okay. It's like our government is telling us that we need to censor true things. It's like, this is a disaster. And it's not just the U.S., but I think a lot of people in the U.S. focus on this as an American phenomenon. But I kind of think that the reaction to COVID probably caused a breakdown in trust in a lot of governments around the world. So 2024 was a big election year around the world. And there were all these countries, India, actually, there were just like a ton of countries that had elections, and the incumbents basically lost every single one. So there is some sort of a global phenomenon where the whether it was because of inflation, because of the economic policies to deal with COVID, or just how the governments dealt with COVID. Seems to have had this effect that's global, not just the U.S., but like a very broad decrease in trust, at least in that set of incumbents, and maybe in sort of these democratic institutions overall. So I think that what you're saying, how do people get their information now? It's by sharing it online on social media. I think that that's just increasingly true. And my view at this point is like, all right, like start off focused on free expression. We kind of had this pressure tested over the last period. And I feel like I just have a much greater command now of what I think the policy should be, and like this is how it's going to be going forward. And so I mean, at this point, I think a lot of people look at this as like a purely political thing. It's because they kind of look at the timing and go, okay, well, you're doing this right after the election. It's okay. I try not to change our content rules right in the middle of an election either, right? It's like there's not like a great time to do this. It's right. You want to do it a year later. Yeah, it's like there's no good time to do it. There's, at whatever time is going on, there's going to be, so. The good thing about doing it after the election is you get to take this kind of cultural pulse as like, okay, where are people right now, and how are people thinking about it? We try to have policies that reflect mainstream discourse. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is something I've been thinking about for a while. I think that this is going to be pretty durable because at this point we've just been pressure tested on this stuff for like the last 8 to 10 years with like these huge institutions just pressuring us, and I feel like this is kind of the right place to be going forward.
What was it like when they first of all, what was the premise? Like what they're saying was your offense? Was it that you were allowing information that was not true, that was getting out there? I know there was also, they're saying that you guys were allowing hate groups to speak. There's a lot of this.
Yeah. I mean, the tough thing with politics is that there's like, well, when you say someone's coming after you, you're referring to kind of the government's investigations. Yeah. I mean, so the issue is that there's what specific thing an agency might be looking into you for, and then there's like the underlying political motivations, which is like, why do the people who are running this thing hate me? And I think that those can often be two very different things. So when we had organizations that were looking into us that were like not really involved with social media, like CFPB, like this financial, I don't know what it stands for. It's the financial organization that Elizabeth Warren had set up. Oh, great. And it's basically, it's like, we're not a bank. We're not like, yeah, no, so like, we're not a bank, right? It's like what does Meta have to do with this? But they kind of found some theory that they wanted to investigate, and it's like, okay, clearly they were trying really hard, right, to like find some theory, but it like, no, it just kind of like throughout the party and the government, there's just sort of, I don't know how this stuff works. I mean, I've never been in government. I don't know if it's like a directive or it's just like a quiet consensus that like we don't like these guys, they're not doing what we're going to punish them. But it's tough to be at the other end of that. What was it? Well, it's not good. I think the thing I think is actually the toughest though is it's global, right? So, and really when you think about it, the U.S. government should be defending its companies, right? Not be the attacking its companies. So we talk about a lot. Okay, what is the extent of if the U.S. government comes after you? I think the real issue is that when the U.S. government does that to its tech industry, it's basically just open season around the rest of the world. Where the EU, I pulled these numbers, the EU has fined the tech companies more than $30 billion over the last, I think it was like 10 or 20 years.
Holy shit.
So when you think about it, like, okay, it's like $100 million here, a couple $1 billion there. But what it, I think really adds up to is this is sort of like a kind of EU-wide policy for how they want to deal with American tech. It's almost like a tariff. And I think the U.S. government basically gets to decide how are they going to deal with that, right? Because if the U.S. government, if some other country is screwing with another industry that we cared about, the U.S. government would probably find some way to put pressure on them. But I think what happened here is actually the complete opposite. The U.S. government led the kind of attack against the companies, which then just made it so, like, the EU is basically, and all these other places, just free to just go to town on all the American companies and do whatever you want. But I mean, look, obviously, like, I don't want to come across as if like we don't have things that we need to do better. Obviously, we do, and when we mess something up, we deserve to be held accountable for that, and just like everyone else. I do think that the American technology industry is a bright spot in the American economy. I think it's a strategic advantage for the United States that we have a lot of the strongest companies in the world. And I think it should be part of the U.S.'s strategy going forward and it's one of the things that I'm optimistic about with President Trump is I think he just wants America to win. And I think some of this stuff, like the other governments who are kind of pushing on this stuff, it's like at least the U.S. has the rule of law, right? So the government can come after you for something, but you still get your day in court, and the courts are pretty fair. And so we've basically done a pretty good job of defending ourselves, and when we've chosen to do that, basically we have a pretty good rate of winning. It's just not like that in every other country around the world. Like if other governments decide that they're going to go after you, you don't always get kind of a clear shake at kind of defending yourself on the rules. So I think to some degree, if the U.S. tech industry is going to continue being really strong, I do think that the U.S. government has a role in basically defending it abroad. And that's one of the things that I'm optimistic about will happen in this administration.
Well, I think the administration uniquely has felt the impact of not being able to help these people. Because this is the administration where Trump was famously kicked off of Twitter. That was a huge issue. Like after January 6th, like they removed at the time the sitting president. It was kind of crazy. They removed that person from social media because you've decided that he incited the riot. So for him, without free speech, without people, without podcasts, without social media, they probably wouldn't have had a chance because the mainstream narrative, other than Fox News, was so clearly against him. The majority of the television entities and print entities were against him, the majority of them. So if without social media, without podcasts, they don't stand a chance. So they're uniquely aware of the importance of giving people a voice, free speech. But you do have to be careful about misinformation, and you do have to be careful about just outright lies and propaganda complaints, or propaganda campaigns, rather. And how do you differentiate?
Well, I think there are a couple of different things. One is that this is something where I think X and Twitter just did it better than us on fact-checking. We took the critique around misinformation, we put in place this fact-checking program, which basically empowered these third-party fact-checkers. They could mark stuff false, and then we would downrank the algorithm. I think what Twitter and X have done with community notes, I think it's just a better program. Rather than having a small number of fact checkers, you get the whole community to weigh in. When people usually disagree on something, tend to agree and how they're voting on a note. That's a good sign to the community that there's actually like a broad consensus on this, and we show it. And you're showing more information, not less, right? So you're not using the fact check as a signal to show less. You're using the community note to provide real context and show additional information. So I think that's fun. For when you're talking about like nation states or people interfering, a lot of that stuff is best rooted out at the level of kind of accounts doing phony things. So you get like, whether it's in China or Russia or Iran or like one of these countries, they'll set up these fake accounts.
Yeah, Pimp.
And they coordinate.
Hey, you take care. Thank you so much for being here. You know that I'm always available to you, and it was a really good night. Take care, my man. I think it will too. I think sooner rather than later, my friend. Peace, man. Take care. You as well. Shout out to Left, everybody.
They can kind of convince people, it's like, wow, a bunch of people must think this or something. And the way that you identify that is you build AI systems that can basically detect that those accounts are not behaving the way that a human. And when we find that there's like some bot that's operating an account, how do you differentiate? How do you figure that out? It just, I mean, there's some things that a person just would never do, right? So,
Have you met Lex Friedman?
yes, yeah.
He might not be.
Well, but is he going to take? But is he going to take? Yeah, but is he going to take? Is he going to make a million actions in a minute? It's like, yeah, probably not.
Okay, so that.
Well, I mean, it's more subtle than that. I think like these guys are pretty sophisticated, and it's an adversarial space. So, so we find some technique, and then they basically kind of update their techniques. But we have a team of it's effectively like intelligence, counterintelligence folks, counterterrorism folks, AI folks who are building systems to identify.
You play along with that sometimes.
You guys are crushing it
Yeah, so nice. So I'm wondering if you can come in, I can do the comments. So I wonder if that's what it is. Like, you can come in anonymous. Remember, I used to play that song. Actually, I think you were almost you might have been playing the chord space to play it. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think I was missing this C or missing a chord. An F, maybe. That's what it was. A G C. That's what I thought. Yeah. I didn't realize it until closer to the end. You see another first row. You were almost through the other part. I don't know, I forget the part altogether. It's been so long since I did that. Yeah, that beginning part there. I forget even now the rhythm that goes. Talking about the kid, that actually sounded pretty cool. It's pretty much just like a scale, really. Or it's like the same note, but he just walks down. He just changes the note as he goes down the neck. He starts like the 12th fret, and then he goes like down to the 9th or something, then to the 7th, and to the 3rd. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I'm trying to remember the inches.
Well done, Willis.
I played it like the same, pretty much the same chords, I think. I just trying to remember how close, yeah. Just a little bit differently. Acoustic version kind of thing. I like does a really good version of it is Corey Taylor from Slipknot. But he doesn't do it like heavy, he does it like he does it acoustically. That.
Don't break your voice box. I hear that hurts. I haven't done it yet.
I like his lower tones that he has in the cartoonish version. It's like that dark lower tone he does. It's so nice. Kind of imitating him. I don't know. It's a really good scour, but for small lounge and stuff like that, I was learning a bunch of sets like that, for like smaller lounges, playing them like this hangout up the hill there. I go like once a week, and that's just once a while. I put like 3 or 4 songs a week together, and then I'd run my set, and then add a couple new ones to it. But very like small, quaint place, like kind of like it is here, right? Like, but in the actual like lounge setting. Very nice.
Nice. Is it Robbie or Rabbi?
It's Rabbi.
Yeah. Okay, well, we only raise our hands in here to let each other know we're away. So go ahead and chime in. What do you got to say about it?
Do you mind if I do some stand-up comedy?
Sure, go for it.
Excellent. Shalom, y'all. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media like I am, here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DMs. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture I own. Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind. You could always use the tried and true, is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in those pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England since you've got me interested in a pound." What about, "I lost my number, can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." For that future boo, you may send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you never want to message you again, all you need to do is ask, "Are you a piñata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that." My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you.
Nice.
Awesome.
I'm gonna give you a follow there.
Well, thank you so much.
Well played.
Sorry, your red is like the deterrent color, so I was like, I don't know if I should even let this guy. But thank you for your patience and persistence and adding your comedy to the space.
Yeah, I liked your presentation. It was good.
Well, thank you so much. If you don't mind, may I please tell you about my project?
Yeah, for sure. Let's hear it.
Excellent. Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming my life more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. This is like a real life Truman Show. I'm live right now on Twitter. You can see it on my profile. I also have the largest Twitter biography of any person on the platform, 50,000 characters, which is the maximum amount that you can have. Some of the things that I discuss on my stream that aren't normally discussed that in mainstream that I'd like to introduce are ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I think these are all great ideas that aren't generally discussed. I want to help end world thirst through the use of desalination plants, which essentially is pumping Earth's salt water onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. Other things that we discuss on this stream that aren't discussed in the mainstream, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction. Many people don't know what de-extinction is, but it's essentially reintroducing once extinct species back into the ecosphere. So people also don't know that the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France, that was de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific was founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using an African elephant, which I feel is just just an interesting project that really isn't being discussed, and I feel like it should be. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I mean, I never thought I'd see a dodo bird, but perhaps I might be able to see one in the wild someday. I want you all to know that I also am someone who is very passionate about the human psyche and humanity in general. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine in 2018. Data overtook petroleum. I have more data online than any person ever. And what does that mean for all of you? Well, I'm going to go viral soon. And when that happens, I'm going to help every person who helped me along the way, including everybody in here. I want to take care of your friends, your family, your hopes, your dreams. I'm going to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that are near and dear to your heart. When we were all born, probably everyone in this space had a life expectancy of about age 80, but I want to improve that and increase that to age 100 and 120 through the use of different types of technologies such as human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, neurogenics, things like cryonics, cryotherapy. I want to help through the use of perhaps ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapy. But eventually you're going to be 120 years old or whatever, and you're going to say, Rabbi, okay, now what? My body's starting to break down. I need your help. And that's where the final type of technology may come into play. And I'll conclude with it's known as mind uploading technology. I first and foremost want to say that I'm a libertarian in heart, and I believe in individual rights. So if you aren't interested in this, that's absolutely your prerogative. But essentially, with your consent, we'll be able in the future to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every molecule is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want everybody to know is that there's a possibility potentially in the future at a digital immortality. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you allowing me to share my project.
That was the right
Well, yeah, it's got some fucking goals, man. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Some maybe I might not agree with, but you know what? Thank you for sharing. I like what you had to say. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But it's not bad. Some of the stuff. Right. Yeah, it's quick, and you definitely, well, we put it together. You definitely did your put your time into it, that's for sure, no doubt about it.
We've already talked about like uploading our consciousness to a thumb drive and just cruising around in pockets, right? So,
Right. I can see that. I can't put my mind on a thumb drive, you know? Oh, yeah.
but
You're going to be in the thumb drive. That's one of these songs. I'm going to buy it. We're getting better, so we might have to rethink this. How bad is it? I'm going to buy I'll play a real quick song. Yeah, we'll probably share it with that, I think.
yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Ryan. It's 4 in the morning, the end of December. I'm writing you now. Even better. New York is cool, and I love where I'm living. There's music on the street, evening. Hear the children, your house in the desert. You're living for nothing now. Okay, can't break it. I'm the third eye of your head. Said you'd be when you're there. That you plan to have. Did you ever complain? Last time I saw you, you looked so much older. Your feet must be from the shoulder. Reach the station, you never train. You never came back to that. Oh yeah, nice.
That was beautiful, Salty Bot.
Hell yeah, that was a great night. And shit, great jam session, another great jam session. Love it. And I'd love to have more time a little bit earlier, but maybe we can jam again tomorrow night because yeah, we do jam tomorrow night too. It's Saturday. And
it'd be around the campfire. Who doesn't want to do it around the campfire?
alright, I know you've been getting into jamming and you want to do some more jamming.
Oh, I was jamming the whole time pretty much. Like when everybody was playing earlier, I just didn't have my phone.
Yeah, I
Just
figured.
kind of chilling, going along with everybody. It was as much fun for me as it was for everybody else. And yeah, nice to meet you, Rabbi. I love the goals you talked about. That's freaking wild. I hope you just absolutely crush it. Thanks for sharing your project. Thank you, Niall, again for offering up Protector of the Frequencies. Check out the magazine. Whoever solves the riddle that MC Front Run did for us, issue 13. First person to get to correct wins Protectors of the Frequencies NFT. And good to see you, Justin. Really good to know you're doing well. And yeah, it's so good. And thanks, Andrew, for jamming with us. I think maybe we put Salty Butt to sleep. Meta Ryan's awesome.
Great jam session.
Thank you for allowing me to come back in. Much love to y'all.
Always.
I will see how I'll pick up in the morning, and then yeah, I'll have to hear y'all again. But definitely I'll be back. I'll be hopping and off and on. Yeah, just stay tuned.
Oh yeah, check out the magazines if you want something cool to look at. We've done 13 so far.
Welcome, Frosty.
Wow, that's amazing.
Thank you for hosting CFP. And you guys rock. Thank you for your company. We'll be back tomorrow.
All right, guys, I love y'all. I'll see y'all soon. Talk to y'all soon. Y'all have a good night.
Much love.
Yeah, much love. And yeah, we'll see you back for Statistic Saturday or yeah, for Girl Rose. Crystal myself and all you shitheads that make it happen. You know,
Just one moment, Frosty.
yourself to sleep with a little reading magazine read. Much love, shitheads. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh yeah, day off. We finally got a break. Let's go. Peace.
Oh man, it's been a good night on Twitter Spaces thus far. How are you, Frosty? Oh, you can't hear me.
If
It's gonna go viral, kid. I hope so. I'm sick of doing this shit.
Sometimes you.
Oh, fuck. Could you do it another 3 years?
From different intelligence
Oh, yeah.
agencies, and then you can kind of piece together.
Could you do
over
it
time
30
how this
years?
network of people is actually
I think I could.
kind of fake cluster.
It's just like, this is exactly what I'd be doing. Maybe slightly different, but not really. I would be lying in bed watching fucking shit.
that you are definitely getting a group of people that are bad actors, or is it just people that have unpopular opinions?
No, I don't think it's that for this. I think,
But what I'm saying is, how do you determine?
yeah.
How do you at what percentage of accuracy are you determining? Do you ever accidentally think that people that are going to get moderated are actually just real people?
Yes, I think for the specific problem around these like large coordinated groups doing kind of like election interference or something, it's a large enough group. We have like a bunch of people analyzing it. It's like they study it for a while. I think we're probably pretty accurate on that. But I actually think one of the bigger issues that we have in our moderation system is this precision issue that you're talking about. And that is actually, of all of the things that we announced this week, in terms of how we're going to update the content policies, changing the content filters to have to require higher confidence and precision is actually going to be the thing that reduces the vast majority of the censorship mistakes they make. Right? Removing the fact checkers, replacing them with community notes, I think it's a good step forward. Like a very small percent of content is fact checked in the first place, so it's not going to make the hugest difference. I'm not sure. I think it'll be a positive step though. We opened up some content policies, so some stuff that was restricted before we opened up. Okay, that's good. It'll mean that some set of things that might have been censored before are not. But by far the biggest set of issues we have, and you and I have talked about a bunch of issues like this over the years, is like, it's just, okay, you have some classifier that's trying to find, say, like drug, right? People decided it's like the opioid epidemic is a big deal. We need to do a better job of cracking down on drugs and drug sales. So I don't know what a big deal with drugs. So we built a bunch of systems that basically go out and try to automate finding people who are dealing with drugs. And then you basically have this question, which is how precise do you want to set the classifier? So do you want to make it so that the system needs to be 99% sure that someone is dealing drugs before taking them down? Do you want it to be 90% confident, 80% confident? And then those correspond to amounts of, I guess the statistics term would be recall. What percent of the bad stuff are you finding? So if you require 99% confidence, then maybe you only actually end up taking down 20% of the bad content. Whereas if you produce it, you say, okay, we're only going to require 90% confidence. Now maybe you can take down 60% of the bad content. But let's say you say, no, we really need to find everyone who is doing this bad thing. It doesn't need to be as severe as dealing drugs. It could just be, it could be any kind of content of any kind of category of harmful content. You start getting to some of these classifiers might have 80, 85% precision in order to get 90% of the bad stuff. But the problem is if you're at 90% precision, that means 1 out of 10 things that the classifier takes down is not actually problematic. And if you filter it, if you kind of multiply that across the billions of people who use our services every day, that is millions and millions of posts that are basically being taken down that are innocent. And upon review, we're going to look at it and be like, this is ridiculous that this thing got taken down, which I mean you've had that experience and we've talked about this for a bunch of stuff over time. And but it really just comes down to this question of where you want to set the classifiers. So one of the things that we're going to do is basically set them to be require more confidence, which is this trade-off. It's going to mean that we will maybe take down a smaller amount of the harmful content, but it will also mean that we'll dramatically reduce the amount of people whose accounts were taken off for a mistake, which is just a terrible experience, right? It's like, okay, you're going about your day, and then one day you wake up and you're like, oh, my WhatsApp account just got deactivated because it's connected to a Facebook account, and the Facebook account is or like I'm using it on the same phone as a Facebook account where like you made some enforcement mistake and thought you were doing something bad that you weren't because our classifiers were set to be too low of precision.
Does that happen?
Yeah.
Where their WhatsApp app got canceled as well?
Yeah, because I mean, there are
so if your Facebook app gets taken out, like I say, if you have Facebook and you have like a sock puppet account, and the sock puppet account, you post offensive memes and you're generally gross.
Yeah.
If you get caught for that, does your WhatsApp get killed?
Not for memes, but go back to like a very severe thing. Like let's say someone is
terrorist. Let's say the most severe.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say someone is like terrorist content or planning something. Right. So we take down their account, right? But then let's say that person can just go then sign up with another account. But I think like,
how does WhatsApp get killed?
Oh, well, if it's because we run these different services and if they're on the same phone, it's basically, it's one thing that, it's basically regulators or governments will come to us and say, okay, you're clearly not doing enough if you kick someone off for terrorism and they should just sign up for another account on the phone. Right? Okay. They also think, okay, well, we're not doing enough if we deactivate their Facebook account because they're like planning a terrorist attack, but we let them use all our other services. Right.
If you're aware.
Yeah. So if our systems think that someone is a terrorist, then you probably need to deactivate all their access to all the different accounts.
Yeah, they can't get on the
Yeah. Threads, Instagram. Yeah. So
That makes sense.
So it's, you can understand how you get there, but then you just get to this question around the precision and the confidence level, and then you're just making all these mistakes at scale, and it's just unacceptable. But I think it's a very hard calculation of like, where do you want to be? Because on the one hand, like, I get why people have come to us and they're like, no, you need to do a better job finding more of the terrorism or the drugs and all this stuff. But over time, the technology will get better and it'll get more precise. But at any given point in time, that's the choice that we have to make. Is do we want to make more mistakes, erring on the side of just like blowing away innocent people's accounts, or do we want to get a somewhat higher percent of the bad stuff off? And I think there's some balance that you need to strike on this.
We were having a conversation yesterday, Mel Gibson and I, about how that can get weird. Was it Theo? Not even Theo. I think it was Theo. Where that can get weird because I think like if you're a person and you work at some accounting firm, but you like posting about stuff, but you don't want it to come back and reflect on your life. You want to shit post, you want to post jokes, you want to be silly. You should be able to be anonymous. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think just because you state your opinion, people should be able to search where you sleep. That doesn't make any sense to me. But if you're going to allow anonymous accounts, you're definitely going to open up the door to bad actors having enormous blocks of accounts where they can use either AI or just programs where they have like specific answers. I'm sure you've seen that before. It's come up on Twitter multiple times where they've found hundreds of sock puppet accounts tweeting the exact same thing. So you literally word for word, you insert words in caps, like either keep people are copy or pasting it, or there's an email campaign that's getting legitimate people to do it, or these are fake people. You're going to have, if you're going to have anonymous accounts, which I think you should, because I think whistleblowers, I think that the benefits of anonymous reporting on important things that the general public needs to know about, especially whistleblower type stuff, you have to have some ability to be anonymous. But if you're going to do that, you're also going to have the possibility that these aren't real people, that these are paid actors, these are paid people, or not people at all, or they're running programs, and they're doing this to try to sway public opinion about very important issues.
Yeah. A lot of what we've seen too, there's the anonymous accounts. Also, just over time, I think a lot of these kind of more interesting conversations have shifted from the public sphere to more private ones. So, WhatsApp groups, private groups on Facebook. I'm sure you have this experience where maybe 10 years ago you would have posted your kind of quick takes on whatever social media you were using. Now, the stuff that I post on Facebook and Instagram, it's like I put time into making sure that that's kind of good content that I want to be seen broadly. Yeah. And then like post the jokes that I make or like with my friends on WhatsApp. Exactly. In groups. So yeah, I think that's kind of where the world is more broadly.
Yeah. No, I think so for jokes, for that kind of stuff. It's for comedians for sure. Because also we'll say things that we don't really mean. We just say it because it's a funny thing to say. I think everyone does it, for sure. Yeah, which is just a weird thing about taking things out of context, particularly on social media where people love to do that. But there is this problem of like, let's just say that you're a country that's involved in some sort of an international conflict, and you have this ability to get out this fake narrative and just spread it widely about all sorts of things you're accusing this other government of, all sorts of things that aren't true. Yeah, and it just muddies the water of reality for a lot of people.
Yeah, and that's why that side of things, the kind of governments running these broad manipulation campaigns, I mean, we're not letting off the gas on that. I think most categories of bad stuff that we're policing, everyone agrees is bad. Like, no one's sitting there defending that terrorism is good, or child exploitation, or drugs, or IP violations, or people inciting violence, or it's like most of the stuff is bad. People clearly believe that that election interference and foreign government manipulation of content is bad. So we have this is the type of stuff that the vast majority of our energy goes towards that, and we're not changing our approach on any of that. The two categories that I think have been very politicized are misinformation, because who gets to judge or what's false and what's true? You may just not like my opinion on something, and then people think it's false, but it's but that is really tricky. And the other one is basically what people refer to as hate speech, which is I think also comes from a good place of wanting to crack down on that, of wanting to promote more inclusion and belonging, people feeling feel good and like having a pluralistic society that can basically have all these different communities coexist. But I think the problem is that you just all these things are on a spectrum, and when you go too far on them, I think on that side, you just basically got to the point where there were these things that you just couldn't say with the mainstream discourse, right? So it's like Pete Hegseth is going to probably be defending his nomination for Secretary of Defense on the Senate floor, and I think one of the points that he's made is that he thinks that women shouldn't be able to be in certain combat roles, and until we updated our policies, that wouldn't have been a thing that you could have said on our platforms, because of a protected category of people. And so,
welcome, Elon Musk.
Like on its face, calling for the exclusion of a protected category. It seems that that's okay. There's legal protections, there's all this stuff, but okay, if it's okay to say on the floor of Congress, you should probably be able to debate it on social media. Yeah. So I think some of this stuff I mentioned went too far, needs to just get rationalized a bit. But it's those two categories, misinformation and hate speech, I think are the ones that got politicized. All the other ones, which is the vast majority of the stuff that we do, is I think people generally agree that it's good and we need to go after it. But then you just get into this problem of the mistakes, like you're talking about. Okay, well, what confidence level do people want us to have in our enforcement? And at what point would people rather us kind of say, okay, I'm not sure that that one is causing an issue. So on balance, maybe we should just leave that person's account out, because the pain of just nuking someone's account when you're not sure or you make a mistake that's pretty real too.
Right. Yeah, very, very complicated.
Yeah,
it's all very nuanced. And you made a point earlier about the government supporting its companies, that it would be a good thing for the government to support its companies. It makes sense. It's an American company. I think the issue that we're dealing with is companies, as we're describing them, have never existed before, right? There's never been a thing like Facebook before. There's never been a thing like Twitter before, X. There's never been a thing like Instagram. These are new things in terms of the impact that it has on society, on opinions, on conversations, on distribution of information. There's never been a thing like this that the government can control. So it makes sense from their perspective, continuing the patterns of behaviors that they've always exhibited, which is to have control of the media. I mean, there's been CIA operatives that have been in major newspapers forever. There's always been that. There's always been this sort of input that the government had in mainstream media narratives. They are in a position now where they're losing that. They've essentially lost it, and especially with this the push during COVID deteriorated, as you were saying before, the opinion and the respect that people have for the facts that are coming from mainstream journalism in a way that I've never seen before in my life, where an enormous percentage of the population does not trust mainstream media anymore. So, well, what do they trust? They trust social media. Well, who's running that? Well, a bunch of people figured it out. Well, fuck that. We got to crack down on that. We've got to get our hands on this, which is what we saw during COVID, which we saw during the Biden administration's attempt to remove the Hunter Biden laptop storage from Twitter, and from all these different things that we saw happen, the way they contacted you guys, what they're trying to do with getting you to remove real information about vaccine side effects, like that. This is this new attempt to crack down on this new thing, which is a distribution outlet that's far more successful than anything they've ever controlled before, and they have no control over it. right? They had CBS, they had NBC, they had when they had the New York Times and all these Washington Post. When they were in control of narratives in that way, it was so much easier. There wasn't some sort of pirate radio voice that came on and said, "Hey guys, like here's the latest studies that shows this is not true. Here's why they're lying about that. Here's why they're lying about this." And now that's what you get all day long on X. It's all day long. It's like dissolving illusions. And that's a completely new thing that probably led to Trump getting elected.
Yeah, I mean, the causality there is tricky, but because there's a lot of things. I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot.
And it's
But without it, he probably doesn't get elected.
It's tough. I mean, I do come back to this point that every major incumbent lost their elections around the world.
So I think that's also.
But it might be because of that revealing how kind of incorrect and dishonest I think some of these governments were.
Yeah.
So I think that's quite possible. And I mean, I do think there is this cycle that goes on where within a society, it's not just the government that has power. There's like certain people who are in these like culturally elite positions, and journalists, TV news anchors, like who are the people who people broadly trust, right? They're not all in government. They're like a lot of people in other positions. It's like who are the people that basically people look to, and I think that's basically it needs to shift for the internet age. And I think a lot of the people who people looked to before, they're kind of realizing, hey, they weren't super honest about a lot of these issues that we face. And I think that's partially why social media is not about it's not that people trust Facebook or X. They trust the creators, the voices that they feel like are being authentic and giving them valuable information on there. So there's, I think, going to be just this whole new class of creators who basically become the new kind of cultural elites that people look at and are like, okay, these are the people who give it to me straight. And I think that's the thing that is maybe it's possible because of social media. I think it's also just the internet more broadly, and podcasting is obviously a huge and important part of that too. And I don't know to what extent you feel like you kind of got to be large, like because of social media or just podcasting platforms that you used. But I think this is like a very big sea change in terms of like who are the voices that matter. And what we do is we try to build a platform that gives people a voice. But I think there's this wholesale generational shift in who are the people who are being listened to. And I think that's like a very fascinating thing that is going on, because I think that's like what's going on here. It's not just the government and people saying, hey, we want like a very big change here. I think it's just like a wholesale shift in saying we just want different people who we actually trust, who are actually going to like tell us the truth and not give us like the bullshit opinions that you're supposed to say, but like the type of stuff that I would actually like when I'm sitting in my living room with my friends and the stuff that we know is true. Like who are the people who kind of have the courage to actually just say that stuff? I don't know. I think that whole like cultural elite class needs to get repopulated with people who people actually trust.
Yeah. The problem is these people that are starting these jobs, they're coming out of universities, and universities are indoctrinated into these ideas as well. It's very difficult to be a person who stands outside of that and takes unpopular positions, gets socially ostracized. And people are very hesitant to do that, and they'd rather just keep their mouth shut and talk about it in quiet conversation. And that's what we experience, which is another argument for anonymous accounts. I think you should have anonymous accounts. I think you should be able, like, if there's something like COVID mandates or some things that you're dealing with, you don't want to get fired because of it, you should be able to talk about it. And you should be able to post facts and information and what you've learned. And, anecdotal experiences with people in your family that have vaccine side effects and not worry about losing your job, which people were working on, which is so crazy. And, and you're seeing a lot of the people that used to be in mainstream media got fired, and now they're trying to do the sort of podcast thing. But they're trying to do it like a mainstream media person. So they're like gaslighting during podcasts, and people are like, hey, touch base, Like, you can't do that here. It doesn't work.
Yeah, so it's a new medium. I mean, I'm sure you know the history of this. It's like when people transition from radio to TV, the initial TV anchors were the same radio people, but just like being filmed while speaking on the radio. But it turned out it actually was a completely different type of person. On the radio, it's just like your voice and your cadence and all that. It's like, the whole phrase, like, get a good radio voice, right? It's like, okay, on TV, you need to be telegenic, right? You need to kind of have charisma in that medium. It's like a completely different thing. And I think that that's going to be true for the internet too. It's not as cut. Right? I think part of it is the format, right? The fact that you do these like 2-3 hour episodes. I mean, I hated doing TV because I basically got started. I started Facebook when I was 19, and I was good at some things, very bad at others. I was good at coding and like real bad at kind of like talking to people and explaining what I was doing. And I just like had these experiences early on where I'd go on TV and like it wouldn't go well, and they'd cut it down to some random soundbite, and I was like, "What's stupid?" And then basically like I get super nervous about like, going on TV because I knew they were going to cut it in some way that I was going to look like a fucking idiot. And like, right? So I like. It's kind of a funny thing. It's not like in some ways like, okay. At the same time, I was gaining confidence, being able to like build more and more complicated products. And if there's even an early 20s person, I was like, I can do this. And then the kind of TV and public side, I was like, this is a disaster. Every time I got it, it's worse and worse and worse. And it's but it's one of the reasons why I think on the internet. Like, there's no reason to kind of just 4-minute downside conversation. Like, part of what makes it authentic is like, these are tough practices. You can unpack it for hours, and they probably still have hours more stuff to talk about. It's just, I don't know. I think it's just more real. Yeah, it's definitely that. And the other thing about conversation that's always been hold it back is that every conversation is interrupted. Every next amount of minutes is what's the answer. So you really we just don't market it. We have all these people talking over each other, and you sit down with one person for a short amount of time. It's just not enough time for important subjects. It's also a lot of them for whatever reason you want to do in front of an audience, which is the worst way to get people to talk. Like the bad thing is the disaster that you have if it was like 5,000 people staring at you in a TV crowd. There's that added element, which is so not normal and not conducive to having a conversation where you're talking about your own thing. Yeah. So you have to like think. You have to be able to pause and not concern yourself being entertaining for these fucking people just sitting there staring at you. Yeah, and also like when you're having a conversation, it's like, I don't know, it's like when you start talking about something, your kind of subconscious kicks in, you start thinking about the topic. So it's like you might not actually have the thing that you want to say until like 5 minutes later. Right. And I mean, it's like when we started this conversation, I think like the first few minutes were just kind of slow. It's like warming up. Like, I'm like, okay, kind of like downloading into my memory. Like, how am I going to like, it's like, how am I going to, just explain these different things? But it's, and I just think that's sort of how people work.
It's also like it's conversations are like a dance. One person can't be dancing at another speed, the other person's going slow. And you kind of have to find the rhythm that you're going to talk with, and then you have to actually be interested in what you're talking about. That's another thing that they're at a huge disadvantage of in mainstream media. Is like they're just doing that because that's their job. And they probably don't even know a lot about climate change. They probably don't really understand too much about what SpaceX is trying to accomplish, but they're just reporting on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there I think are good people.
I'm sure
it's just a tough format.
It's a terrible format. Yeah, and the problem is they get locked into that format and no one trusts them. And then they leave and they go, yeah, but you were just lying to us about this, that, and the other thing. And now I'm supposed to believe you're one of the good guys. You're one of the straight shooters now. Yes. Well, getting back to the original point, this is why I think, it makes sense to me that the government didn't want you to succeed and to have the sort of unchecked power that they perceive social media to have. And I think one of the benefits that we have now of the Trump administration is that they have clearly felt the repercussions of a limited amount of free speech limitations, censorship, government overreach. If anybody saw it, like I don't know what the actual impact of the Hunter Biden laptop story would have been. I don't know. But there's many people that think it probably amounted to millions of votes overall in the country. Like people that were on the fence, the people that weren't sure who they're going to vote for. If they found out the Hunter Biden laptop was real, they're like, oh, this is fucking crazy. And they would have voted for it. That's possibly real. And if that's possibly real, that could be defined as election interference. And all that stuff scares the shit out of me. That kind of stuff scares the shit out of me. When the government gets involved in what could be termed election interference, but through some weird loophole, it's legal. Whereas some
I don't think that the pushing for social media companies to censor stuff is legal. I mean, there's all this stuff about what, like, people are talking about the First Amendment and, okay, these tech platforms should offer free speech like the First Amendment. That, I think, is a philosophical principle. The First Amendment doesn't apply to companies and our companies. It's more than American ethos about how we think that best dialogue is carried out. But the First Amendment does apply to the government. That's like the whole point, right? Is the government is not allowed to censor this stuff. So, at some level, I do think that having people in the administration calling on the guys on our team and yelling at them and cursing and threatening repercussions if we don't take down things that are true is like, it's pretty bad. It sounds illegal. I would love to hear it. I would wish that I recorded this. Well, and again, it's collaboration.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
A lot of the material is public. I mean, it's out. Jim Jordan led this whole investigation. And it's basically, I think about this as like, what Elon did on the Twitter files when he took over that company. I think Jim Jordan basically did that for the rest of the industry with the congressional investigation that we did. We just, like, all of the documents and everything we had to them, and they basically put together this report. And the people that actually did call for censorship, what was the response to the investigation? Was anybody held accountable? Was there any reason to that's yeah. So that's not business. Well, the democracy, I mean, that's not. But if what they did was illegal, do you not think that steps should be put in place to make sure that people are punished for that and that never happens again? It seems that has a massive impact on the way our country goes. Yeah,
Absolutely, I'm raising my hand
has a massive impact on the direction of our country.
Yeah,
Well, it could have been
but there was a more
it's definitely for me to say what specific retribution or justice should happen to anyone who's involved in these things. But I think the point about let's make sure this doesn't happen again is the one that I'm focused on. Right? Because it's the thing that I reflect on in my journey on this, which is like, okay, yeah, so we didn't take down the stuff that is true, but we did generally defer to government on some of these policies that in retrospect I probably wouldn't have. And I just think that's sort of the journey that we've been on. It's like, okay, we start with things focused on free expression, go through some like pretty crazy times in the world, get it pressure tested, see where we basically ended up doing stuff that led to a slippery slope that we weren't happy with the conclusion, and like try to reset. And that's sort of the moment that we're at now, is trying to rationalize a bunch of policies. And look, I mean, obviously crazy things can happen in the future that might unearth something that I haven't, some kind of angle on this that I haven't thought enough about yet. So, I don't know, I'm sure I'm not done making mistakes here. But I think at this point, we have a much more thorough understanding of what the space is.
And I think our kind of values and principles on this are likely going to be much more durable going forward. And I think that's probably a good thing for people.
I think it's great that you're doing that. I was very happy with your announcement. I'm very happy with the good steps. Very happy about being a writer board.
Oh, he's awesome. Been talking to him for a while about that. I mean, he's like, talk about like an amazing entrepreneur. Right? It's like, I just want, like, because I control our company, I have the benefit of not having to convince the board not to fire me. Right? It's like in a normal corporate environment, it's like basically the CEO just tries to like, they're just trying to convince the board to like let them have their job and pay them. It's like, all right, the board doesn't pay me except for security. And I'm not really going to lose my job because I control the majority of the voting in the company. So I actually get to use our board to like have the smartest people who I can get to have around me help work on these problems. So it's like, all right, who are the people I want? Like, I just want like the best entrepreneurs, people who created different things. And like, I mean, Dana's like this guy who basically took the sport from being this like, it was viewed as a pretty marginal thing when he got started. John McCain was trying to outlaw it, and now it's like, and I think it in F1 is the fastest growing sports in the world. It's got hundreds of millions of people viewing it. It's like, I mean, what Dana's done with the UFC is like one of the most legendary business stories, and the brand is beloved. And I think he's just so he's like a world-class entrepreneur, and he's just like he's got a strong background. And I think part of what the conversation I had with him when I joined our board was, okay, like, we have a lot of governments and folks around the world putting a lot of pressure on our company, and like we need some like strong people who are going to basically help advise us on how to handle some of these situations. And so yeah, but yeah, this is where this company is now sort of phase of color. I mean, there's definitely a lot of pressure from like all these different governments, and then it's like, okay, I can spend all my time doing that, but I'm not even a politician. Like I just want to spend my time building things, right? So yeah, I think Dana's going to be great. He's the great entrepreneur. I agree with everything you said about him. Without him, none of the UFC would have ever taken place the way it did. I mean, you need the Fertitta brothers. They had to come in with all the money and the vision. It's really funny because Eddie Bravo and I, we've been fans for so long. And Eddie Bravo and I went to a live event in the 90s. I was working for the UFC as a backstage interviewer, and he went there with Ricky Rocket. You know Ricky Rocket? No, Poison? No. He's a fucking black belt. He's legit. Super legit. Really nice guy. Anyway, so Ricky Rocket and him were at the UFC, and we were talking about it in the 90s. So we had these book mates because we were in love with it. But we were marginalists. We were like, this sport needs some billionaires who just throw a ton of money at it and just get it huge. And then the Fertitta brothers came along, these billionaires with a ton of money who were huge fans of the sport. Just love the sport. Hiring people like Frank Shamrock to come in and train them and work out and take jiu-jitsu with John Lewis, and they were getting into it. And so then they buy the UFC for like $2 million, which is probably the greatest purchase ever. Except they were $40+ million in the hole when they financed the Ultimate Fighter. And then that was 2005. And then this one fight takes place with Stephen Potter and Forrest Griffin on television. It's so wild and so crazy that millions of people start tuning in for porn. Then you have Chuck Liddell, who's at the time was the most fan-friendly champion you could ever have, just a fucking berserker. With just a psychopath with a fucking head tattoo and a mohawk, crushing people. But in his prime, he was the perfect poster guy for the UFC. He was just smashing them and then throwing his arms back like that in a cage. It was nuts. I'm sure you've seen a lot of stuff with that. Yeah. It was just the whole thing took off. But without Dana, it would have never taken place. The guy's tired of this. But man, I could call him up. I'll call him up at like 2 o'clock in the morning sometime. Like there's some fight going on. And I'll say, hey, this is going on next weekend. I'm so fucking pumped. And we'll talk for hours. He just wants to talk about fights. He's like so locked in, like all the time, and he's just like so driven. And now that he's healthy, like, oh my God, it's got what Gary Breck has done for him is incredible. He lost all his weight, got super thin, real fit, super healthy. He doesn't fuck around with alcohol anymore. He just eats healthy food. He looks great. Now he's getting even more energy. Yeah, it's incredible. Well, we're lucky to have some.
Yeah, we are. And you know what? We're also lucky that you got into jiu-jitsu. I think that had an effect on you. You look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy. You do. You look like a jiu-jitsu guy now. It's funny. I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger. Good. Are you using iron neck or is it just
I do like iron neck. But it's but when I started training not just jiu-jitsu but striking, I was like, all right, I want to find a way to do this where I don't like hurt my brain, right? It's like, all right, like I need to. I'm going to be running this company for a while. I would like to, like stay healthy and not take too much damage. And so I think the number one thing you need to do is, well, in addition to having good partners, is have a strong neck.
Yes.
So I take that.
It's very important. The strong neck is great for jiu-jitsu as well because it's a weapon. Like in certain positions, like head and arm. You need a neck. Yeah, it's a weapon. And also for defending things and just for overall stability. But for striking, it's very like Mike Tyson in his prime. Has like 20 inch neck.
Yeah, it's crazy. His neck is like bigger than his
face. There's a photo of him in a suit. It's the craziest photo. It's like his neck starts at the top of his ears and just goes straight down.
Yeah,
and he was the champ. Yeah, the neck's very important. But it's also like you're doing it very smart. You're bringing in Dave Canario. He's awesome. Amazing. He's awesome. You're bringing out all these like super talented people to train too, which is really important. And just learn systematically, probably the way you learned all the other things, which is really so fascinating to me about MMA and jiu-jitsu in particular, is the general public has this knuckle dragging, meathead sort of perspective, and then I'm like, let me introduce you to Mikey Busamichi.
Yeah. Well, there's a range. There's a range from Mikey to
but Mikey's one of the elite of the elite, and he's about as far from that.
He's a very good guy.
Super good guy, super kind, and unbelievably brilliant and eccentric, and just so dedicated to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I'm glad that he's over at the UFC.
Yes, I am too. Yeah. Well, I'm glad a guy like that exists. I like, okay, I know you think that, let me show you this guy. And then I'm like, let me show you what it really is. Let me introduce you to these people, because they're the nicest people. There's no better stress reliever in the world than jiu-jitsu or martial arts. There's no better. You leave there, you're the kindest person in the world. You just like kill all of your aggressions out of your system.
Yeah.
And it's a phenomenal stress reliever because regardless of what you're going through day to day with Facebook and Meta and all the different projects you have going on, it's not as hard as someone trying to choke you unconscious.
It's not as acute. I think it's like sometimes you have someone trying to choke you unconscious slowly over a multi-year period, and that's business. But but no, I think that sometimes in business the cycle time is so long that it is very refreshing to just have a feedback loop that's like, oh, I like had my hand down, so I got punched in the face. It's like but yeah, no, it's really important to me for balance. I mean, I basically try to train every morning. I'm either doing general fitness or kind of MMA. I do sometimes grappling, sometimes striking, or sometimes both. But it got to the point where I tore my ACL training. I was probably at that point I wasn't integrated between my weight training and my fighting training, so I think I was probably overdoing it. So now we basically I'm just trying to do this in a cohesive way, which I think will be more sustainable. But when I tore my ACL, first of all, everyone at the company we're gonna get so many more emails now. It's like that he can't do this. And then I sat down with Priscilla, and I expected her to be like, "You're an idiot. Like, what do you expect? You're like." I was in my late 30s at the time, but she was like, "No." She's like, "When you heal your ACL, you better go back to fighting." And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, "You are so much better to be around now that you're doing this. You have to fight." And so
that's hilarious.
Yeah. So
isn't it funny that that's completely contrary to the way most people, if they're outside of it, they perceive it?
I mean, it definitely takes the edge off things. But it's like after like a couple of hours of doing that in the morning, it's just like, it's like nothing else that day is going to stress you out that much, right? You can just deal with it.
Voluntary person.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. It's also good, I think, to be a little bit tired. I love that feeling. It's just like, you're not like exhausted, and sometimes you get a session and you just go so hard, I need to like just go to sleep or something. But
it's also good to know that you can kill people. It's a good thing to know. It's a good thing to know if something goes sideways.
I guess there's a certain confidence in that.
Yeah, it's important. If you could give it a pill, if you could sell it a pill, everybody would buy it. Yeah, 100. No one would say, "I'd like to be the vulnerable guy walking around with a bunch of fucking assassins."
Yeah,
no one would say that. They would say, "How much is the pill?" "Oh, it's $2. I'll give you one of those pills." You take the pill. Everybody would take the pill. Well, it exists. It's just not a pill. It's a long journey of pain and discipline and trial and error and learning and being open-minded and being objective and understanding position, asking questions and having good training partners and absorbing information and really being diligent with your skill acquisition work, which is one of the most important neglected parts of jiu-jitsu because training is so fun. Everybody just wants to roll, where really the best way to do it is actually to drill. It's the most boring, but really you should drill. Constantly just jam those skills into your neurons where your brain knows exactly what to do at every position. And it's such an intellectual pursuit. And most people don't think of it that way because you have to manage your mind while you're moving your body, you're managing anxieties, you're trying to figure out when to hit the gas and when to control position and recover. There's so much going on in training that applies to virtually any stressful thing that you'll ever experience in your life. And along with it, you get the skill where you can kill people. You shouldn't kill people, let me be clear. I'm not saying it's a good thing to kill people. I'm definitely not. But I'm saying it's a good thing to, if someone's trying to kill you, and they absolutely can't, because you can kill them easy. That's way better. It's a way better situation.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, it's opened a lot of how I think about stuff. I mean, it is just an interesting point about like how to build and allow.
There he is.
Just kind of.
What up, pimp? Hope you're living like a pimp, slinging dick all day like it's going out of style. Didn't want to talk anyway at this point. Bryce, I'm about to go to bed, big dog.
Society.
This is bullshit.
But it's like kind of like neutered or like a masculine. And there's like a whole energy in this that I think it is very healthy in the right balance. And I think part of the reason, one of the things that I enjoy about it is that I feel like I can just like express myself. Right? It's like when you're running a company, people typically don't want to see you being like this ruthless person who's like just like I'm just gonna like crush the people and competing with. But when you're fighting, it's like no, that's like. So I think in some ways when people see me competing in the sport, they're like, oh no, that's the real one. It's like because it goes back to all the media training stuff we were talking about. When I'm going and doing my sound bites for 2 minutes, it's like fuck that guy. It's like that's the real one.
Well, you definitely got a lot of respect for the martial arts community. People get super excited that you're so involved in it, so interested in it. Because anytime someone like yourself or like Tom Hardy or anyone like, wow, that guy's like, oh. Anytime something like that happens, there's like some new person, there's a prominent person, or a very smart person who's really interested in it. We all get very excited. It's a very welcoming community. It's super.
I think there's a lot of sports that are like, nah, we don't want.
It's not a job.
Yeah,
it's super kind. Yeah, like jiu-jitsu people in particular, they're some of the nicest people. And those are my friends forever. They'll be my friends for life.
Yeah. No, it's a good curve. I mean, when I got hurt, I really kind of missed the guys I trained with. And it's like Davis put together this group. It's basically just like all these young pro fighters who are kind of like up and coming, like kind of early 20s, but they've only been doing it for a few years. So like I've been doing it for a few years. So it's like we kind of have.
Let's roll, big dog.
They're all better than me, but in terms of I was in my late 30s and they're in their early 20s. And it's sort of like they're kind of coming in.
That's not cool.
And I'm like sort of at the end of my physical reach. It's a really good career. Yeah, that's a good group. And the competing thing is fun. I can't wait to get back to that too. I mean, it's like basically, I was also doing it with, so it's basically a group of pro fighters and then a handful of meta executives would do. And basically, we would just kind of like fight each other and it would be fun. And then one of them decided one day that they were like, I'm getting pretty good at jiu-jitsu. I'm going to go to a tournament. And I was like, all right, good luck with that, bro. Like, I'm not going to a tournament. It's like I don't want to go to a tournament and get embarrassed. It's like, but then the guy goes to the tournament and he does pretty well. I'm like, that guy? It's like okay, like we go all the time, and like, and if he's doing well in the tournament, it's like, all right, fine, sign me up, right? It's like, and so it's just like super competitive. So this was like, when was this? It must have been, I don't know. I guess I rolled into this tournament, and I registered under my first and middle name, so people didn't know who I was. And I had like sunglasses and a hat, and I wore a COVID mask, and basically it was like, it wasn't until they called our names to step onto the map, and I was like, all right, took all the stuff off, and they were like, what? That's kind of a cheat code. I mean, yeah, they kind of freak out. I think he was trying to figure out what was going on. Afterwards, his coach was like, it was Mark Zuckerberg who just submitted me. The coach was like, no way. And it's like, no, I was. It's like, what? You're fighting Mark Zuckerberg? It's like, get back in there. And it's like, go fight him. It's like, no, you just submitted me.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Hardy's doing that too, right? He's done multiple tournaments now.
Yeah. No, I think. Yeah. I can't wait to get back to something. It's been sort of a slow journey on with the rehab. It's sort of like learning twice, but we're getting that far out of it. Oh no, I'm done with the rehab now. Now I'm just ramping.
How far out are you from surgery?
13 months.
So you did the patella tendon graft, right?
I did.
Yeah, that's a rough one to come back from. I did the patella tendon graft on my left knee, and it took me about a year. I did the ACL from a cadaver. It's actually, they use an Achilles tendon from a cadaver on my right knee, and I was back in jiu-jitsu in 6 months. Like, full confidence in 6 months. They said, interesting, 100% recovered, kicking the bag, everything.
Yeah. How old were you when you got this?
The first one, I was 26. The second one, I was 31, 32, somewhere around there.
Oh, so young.
Yeah.
So my doctor was basically like, look, you're at the boundary. You could go either way, but if you want to compete again, then I'd recommend doing the patella.
Yeah, I know they say that. I don't agree with that. I mean, just from my own personal experience, my doctor told me that the ACL from the cadaver when we use the patella tendon graft is 150% stronger than your natural ACL. He said you'll be back to, because I didn't have any meniscus damage in my right knee. He's like, you'll be back to 100%. I have a lot of meniscus damage in my left knee, unfortunately, which is also part of the problem with the recovery of that one. But the patella tendon graft, the bone and the kneecap was painful forever in terms of like getting on my knees, like training for my knees, doing certain positions, and even just stretching, like, putting my knees on the ground, sitting on my heels, and then leaning back. It took forever to break all that scar tissue up. Now it's fine now.
Yeah, I can kind of do everything at this point. It's still like a little sore, but I think that it's supposed to be a couple of years until you feel like it's fully. I think it takes some time for the nerves to grow into it and all that.
Zoot! You ready, big dog?
I didn't.
What'd you say, dog?
I mean,
Yes, sir. Have you seen it? Incorrect. You're talking to him, dog. You laugh, but you don't know what kind of fucking Twitter space I had tonight, my man. Yeah, you did. I did an AMA. Dog. No, dog. I will be by the end of the decade. I agree. Zoo, you played like $1,000,000 last night. You played really well yesterday. Dude, what is this bullshit shot you're hitting? Look at that shot. All right. Well, you're also down 1-0 in this game, big dog. The Twitter space, and it was. Oh, that was a good shot. And it was very good. There are a lot of influencers in there, and they wanted me to do an AMA. No. Dog, what is that bullshit? Dog, what is that bullshit? I don't need to fucking water bump you because I'm a fucking G. This how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. Let's see you make shots. Water, water. Dude, that was phenomenal. Oh, you deserved it. You deserved it. That was fucking phenomenal. That was a 10 out of 10, dog. This how G's ride from the north to the. Do you remember I started that Twitter account a few days ago, and you were like, I don't know, my fifth friend on Twitter? I've got over 300 people now. I know. I've done it in like 72 hours. I've been burning the. No. You know, that's a really great question. The best way is to do follow for follow rooms where everybody in the room just follows you. There are a lot of them in India and in Africa. And I just take a device before I go to bed. I put myself in a follow for follow room, and then I'll wake up with like 100 more followers. Just type gain GAIN in the Twitter search, the spaces search, and thank you. So if you just type the word gain, it'll say like gain. It'll say like gain 1,000 followers in in 24 hours. And while you can't generally gain 1,000 followers, you sometimes can get a pretty good amount. Oh no way! Look at that, Zoot. I've never seen a bull stay there. Like no way, no way, Zoot. I had the back wall, which helps. Well, I very much enjoy. This how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. Champion. Ready for another one, big dog? I'm gonna beat you 5 fucking times. And I'm gonna leave it at 499 just so I can save my biggest championship for someone when it's a 4v4 or a what about dog with hat, big dog? Why did you have such a shitty tee shot? Dog, I had an amazing shot. Two. I hate this hole. I hate this hole. It's always really difficult for me. It's such an advantage. No, I didn't. You're not gonna win. Oh boy, did I! You're right. That was a smart move, bouncing it off my ball. Too bad. It was not good enough. Definitely. This is my this is my favorite hole. Oh, that was not good though. That was yo dog. Wow. I don't know why. Oh, stop. Baby, I'm amazing. No way. No, I don't think it was. I hate this hole. I think everybody hates this hole. Dude, it's super hard. If you go, it can be super hard. Yeah, you say it's not hard, but then you realize that it's what a good shot. It's super hard. You're fucked, man. What's their name? What's their best song? There you go. Riddle me this, Zoot. Why is it that you didn't think that this was or why is it you think this is an easy hole? Dog, do you see where your ball is? I'm in agreement. Do you like? Dude, we play this hole all the time. I'm not good at this hole because riser always fucks me over. And I did. Because this G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Welcome, Elon Musk. What'd you say? Zoot asked me. Played it. We started 190 days ago or so. Something like that. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I recently looked and saw when your account was made, and it was like 180 days ago or something. Do you know how I found out about it? No. Maybe August we started, something like that. Is that how old your account is? Click on your profile. Let me see if I can see it. Oh no. 137 days ago. So we started in like September. Well, 120 days would be 4 months. So okay, there you go. Does it give the date? September 17th. Dude, I am so on fucking fire. That's what I like to hear. Dude, you gonna hit your shot, or are you just gonna sit there jerking yourself raw? Zoot, okay, well, there you go. All right. Cool story, man. Dude, you ready for this shot? What are your What are your thoughts on this shot? Yeah, yeah. Depends what you consider a long time. Hey, Elon Musk, look at the Salesforce Tower in San Francisco. You're gonna work there someday. Look at the Salesforce Tower in San Francisco. It's the tallest building in San Francisco. You're gonna work there someday. Yeah, that's why I said it just depends. Dude, that's the way to. Yo, dog, what's up? You're good. No need to apologize. I know mistakes happen. Dude, the this is the way to do it. I just, oh man, I don't care if I lose this hole. I want to figure out this how to do this. Darn. I've seen I've seen Riser do this, and calm down. Welcome, from. It's a, it's basically a. You have to pull the. No, you have to pull it down so that it's at 0%, and then you can move your finger. It's okay. A lot, yeah. It happens to me quite often. It's really annoying. Oh, it's super annoying. Look at this shot, Zoo. I'll take it. Dude, that's a 9 out of 10. Especially when you hit a shot like this. Especially when you hit a shot like this. Terrible. Oh, wow, that was good. That was good. Dog, that was good. But not as good as this. Look at this ball. Perfectly in your way. Dude, no one knows how to do it yet. We're not perfect at it. What are you doing to me? Ha, ha, ha. Now, I could really take a risk here. Better than mine. I think we both did about a 2 out of 10. Maybe, yeah, you did a 2 out of 10. I did a 1 out of 10. I'll take that. That's an accurate ranking. Oh, but what do you think of that shot? What do you think of that shot? 10. My ball is a 10. Okay, I know. No, no, I'm not. I can't make this shot. I have to make it on this hole. No, it's going to be short. No. Yes. That's what I said, man. Dude, what? The same course as last time. It feels that way. No, the hole's in a different position. It feels that way. Maybe in September, perhaps. Oh, Zoot, if you make this, you tie for the win. Not sure, dog. Yeah, but I would say that Halloween can be offensive to a lot of people. Yeah, witchcraft and all. And it is it celebrated where? Not in Orthodox Judaism, no. It's really a it's really it's really a Christian celebration. As I understand it, it's like All Hallows Eve, and then the next day is like All Saints Day or something. Oh, you fuck! It was not, but this is. Oh, are you serious, dude? That was one of the best shots I've ever had, and it got fucked, dude. I had one of the best shots anybody's ever had on this hole, and I got fucked. Dog, what the fuck? This hole sucks. Oh, Zoot, that was terrible. Dude, fuck this hole. This hole sucks so much. You're up one hole to none. How does that make you feel? Yo, pimp. Dude, you'll get experience. Don't worry. Just get your fucking certifications first. Zoot, made Bitcoin Obama $1 million. Wait, what other kind of problem does he have, Zoot? Oh, I'm sure he's got a bunch of problems. A man after my own heart. No, we're just assuming. But I think it's a safe assumption. Dude, you don't throw money at a lady of the night, though. Was it a stripper? All right, that could be. Dude, Zoot, what do you think of these shots that I'm putting up? Zoot, I'm going to ask you again. What do you think of these shots that I'm putting up? What do you think of these shots that I'm putting up? I'm in agreement with you, dog. This is my hole. That shot sucked, dog. Not like this. What are you talking about? That's a terrible shot. SPFU, man. You're in the water, and I'm in the hole. I'm in the hole, dog. I hate. Thank you. I hate this hole, dude. That was bad. I'm fortunate that so long as my internet holds up, I can't lose unless I quit. Oh, Zoot. That's the shot. You know what? I'm gonna try to test this game. That was amazing. I wonder if that's like the perfect shot. No, your second shot was bad, but your first shot. Oh wow, Zoot, how the fuck did I beat you on this hole? All right, that's 4 wins in a row. This is my 5th win. I'm gonna beat you like it's going out of style, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. You're not gonna win shit, dog. I'm gonna hit a perfect shot here. Incorrect, but it's pretty good. I'll take it. Too hard. Dude, calm down. Dude, this is gonna be such a good shot. It's gonna make your head spin. Ooh, that was good. No way, dude. No way. All right, what are we doing here, Zoot? I went for a tree. Look at this shot. Oh, don't be in my way. Dude, the best thing I could do is maybe not that. Zoot, you have a chance. You miss. Not with one shot, dog. Dude, fuck this hole. Fuck this hole. Dude, this hole sucks. But I'm gonna be really hard to fuck up. I've got those balls protecting me. What are you gonna do, Zoot? Don't do it. That's a miss. Zoot, you motherfucker. How'd you like that, Zoot? Dude, how'd you like that? No, it's not. Because your ball's in the black shit. No, it's not. Because the arrows are pointing inwardly. Dude, you're not putting my ball anywhere. You ready for this shot? You're good. No, that was just straight up hatred of this game, and I understand it. Fuck shit, cunt. You're right, but it's becoming more common. It's more right. Dude, I'm so good at this whole. Dude, I am so good at this whole. You're right. Dude, I am so good at this hole. You hit a perfect shot, though. Zoo, what are you gonna do, Zoo? You're down one. You're down. You're down hole. Watch this move. I'll teach you in a second. Watch this move though. Oh, what a fuck! What a fuck! You go to a follower room on Twitter, and you fall asleep in it, and you'll gain like 30 people overnight. But the key is you want to follow them back when you awake. You don't have to, but it's kind of a dick move if you don't. And they don't follow. They like the people in there. They all have new accounts, so it's not like they have like anything really that they. They're not all new accounts. There's some people in there with 90,000 followers. There are a lot of people who have a lot of shit. Don't miss this shot. Is what I want you to know. Whatever you do, Zoot, don't hit that tree. I've done that before, and Twitter suspends your account pretty quickly when you do that. I know you did. Oh, this is your hole, dog. I'm terrible at this hole. Dude, look at where my ball is. I don't even know how to play it. I need a very good shot here. Actually, I could just do this. We never play this one. No way. That's a difficult shot. Too difficult. And they seem more difficult. What do you think of this shot? What do you No, that was not what you wanted to do. You have to have the greatest shot in your career. This would be the greatest shot in your career, without a doubt. Oh, that was so close. It was very good. This is for 5 wins in a row, Zoot. Champion. Big dog, that's all it takes, my man. All right, I'm going to bed, my friend. Feel free to watch Zucker Douche. Yeah, here, I'll tell you where to go. Okay. So, I'll just send you an invite. Where would you like it? I sent it to you. What did you say? Wait, why does it say that? Just close your app and reopen it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, go to at. You ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready to type into the search of Twitter? Now, not the Twitter search or not the spaces search, but the person search. You ready? Okay, it's at CHAHAT underscore SONE underscore 143. This person has a pretty big space. It's got over 250 people in it or so. CHAHAT, like Chahat, and then underscore Sony, SONI. No, no. CHAHAT, Sony. It's like cha and hat. So CHAHAT underscore. Okay, there you go. Just go in there. Yeah, leave your account and you'll get followers. Now, if you want a lot of followers, just follow people in there. Oh, here's what else you want to do. In the purple pill, type follow for follow. And it's good if you put it if you put a hashtag with it, people will see that and they will follow you. Yeah. Right. Oh, hey. Yeah. Dog, it takes like an hour or two, like just staying there when you're not doing anything. All right. Take care, Zoot. Sweet dreams.
It goes, but it goes with it. Yeah. It's been this thing I really, so I feel like the first time I was probably about it. So I must now, I don't know. I feel like I do it way effortlessly. So it's cool. Yeah, it's like the end of a 3 hours into training. I threw up my kick, and the other guy leaned back to try to get around the check. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. Dave, like, you know, Dave was like, "You're done." Around. It's hard as well. Yeah, and I basically had it. I basically had also just done a really hard kind of like leg workout the day before. I don't think the fight guys did that. So I really just pushed it. Are you aware of yeah, you've done this. I've looked at it a bunch. I mean, the reading thing I took really seriously. I thought that was pretty interesting too. I don't want to like have to do a lot of rehabs like this one, but to do one of them, actually, that was pretty interesting. Like a week over a week, you're just getting back to some of your ability to do stuff. And, I feel like I don't know, at this point, I just like probably half of my weight training is effective. Wrists, all that.
Yeah, that's very smart. The knee over toes kind of stuff is particularly effective because it all comes from a guy that had a series of pretty catastrophic knee injuries and was plagued with weak knees a life, and then developed a bunch of different methods to strengthen all supporting muscles around the knee that are really important. Everything from Nordic curls, I should do more. Yeah, leg curls, but Nordic curls in particular, because it's very difficult. Yeah, the body strength in. And all these different sport squats and different lunges, squats, and all these different things strengthen up all the supporting muscles better than anything that I've ever tried before. And he's got like a whole program where it scales up and puts it online for everybody. And he gives away a lot of information for free because he said, look, when I was 11 years old, I wish I had access to this. So I'm for everybody. Great. Cool. But I can't recommend that stuff. But I think what you're doing is like strengthening shoulders. That's really the way to do it. Like, you have to think of muscles like armor. If you want to do this thing, it's better to have good bumpers in your car. You might bump it down the car. You don't want to just have raw sheet metal. Yeah. Yeah. And I think a lot of people just focus on like the big movements and weight training. It's, I don't know, first of all, for like a lot of fighting type stuff, you kind of want to it's not so tight. So, but yeah, I mean, I just think stuff is you get older, you want to do this for a longer period of time. It's good to do. Yeah, it's good. It's mobility and strength. So you can compete jiu-jitsu for a long time. Like all these masters division stuff. Look at 7-year-old dudes. Yeah, it's nuts. It is great, but we're really very happy with the fact that there is rarely do, but there is people. It makes it fun that someone is
intellectual, very intelligent person. Really
fascinating by it because it does help build that sort of not the drag perspective that a lot of people have with sport.
No, I think it's super intellectual in terms of actually breaking this stuff down. I mean, both jujitsu and like striking. It's, yeah, you don't have to fight, but like the reasoning behind why you kind of want to slip in certain ways and like the probability game that you're playing is I don't know. I used to fence when I was in high school. I did that pretty competitively. It was never like quite good enough to be like at the Olympic level, but it was pretty good. And
We virtual fence last time you were here.
yeah, there you go. And like I just remember I would like sit in my classes in high school and like sketch out combinations of moves and sequences for how to like feint and like and kind of trick someone to get them out of position to be able to tap them. And it's I feel like this is like a game in the same way, right? It's like I mean when you're training, you're not like slugging with each other that much. You're just like playing tag.
Yeah, you play that. Well, the way the ties and they're obviously some of the best fighters ever. They fight a lot, which is one of the reasons why they train the way they train. But when you talk to people that train over there, they're like, you learn when you're playing. You know, when you're dealing, when you're not trying to hurt each other. You know, it's you learn the technique. Like it gets fully ingrained in your system.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, just definitely careful. You were talking about having energy.
I mean, this is my thing. It's like, and I think I probably will, but we'll say, yeah, I mean, 2025 I think it's going to be a very busy year on the AI side. And I don't feel like, I think the idea of having a competition, you really need to get in your headspace and having fights in it this week. And so I need to figure this out because I don't know how, with everything that's going on in AI, I'm going to have like a week or two where I can just get into this, like, I'm going to go with someone. But it's good, it's good training. But I would like to get something. The thing about the theory is I kind of thought before this competition, I want to do one MMA, one kind of like pro or competitive MMA, and I figured I'd go back to jiu-jitsu. But I think 2 years striking is a little more of a fluke. Like, you're much more likely to do that grappling. So going through the ACL experience didn't make me want to like just exclusively go do the version where you're just attacking joints all day long. Right? So I'm like, all right, take a few punches, go back to that.
You can hurt yourself doing both. There's really no right. My left ACL kickboxing, my right ACL jiu-jitsu.
Okay. So equal opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this like Tom Aspinall famously was out against Curtis Blades with a supporting leg, just threw a kick, and it's freak accidents.
Yeah.
Weird things happen. It's a lot of explosive force striking, and sometimes that tears things more than slow, controlled movements of jiu-jitsu, especially with good training partners.
Yeah, but jiu-jitsu isn't really slow and controlled.
No, especially when you're competing. Unless you're really good. Like, you ever watch Gordon? Like, they always step ahead of him. Have you talked to him?
Oh, yeah.
You talked to John Donahan?
No, I haven't. Yeah, no, I would be interested.
That's the greatest mind.
Yeah, Gordon
I don't say that lightly. John Donahan is the greatest mind. Interesting. By far. He's a legitimate genius. You know the whole story, right? The guy was a professor of philosophy at Stanford, and or Columbia? Where was it? Columbia. And then decides some of that. Where's a Rushguard? And he's so like scary about all kinds of things, not just jiu-jitsu. He's got a memory fights. He just holds on to thoughts, repeat them as recalls, and saying he's a legit genius. Yeah, became obsessed with jiu-jitsu. What he's done more than Conan and this series of other athletes. Nothing really. Conversations with Lexus check done a couple episodes.
Yeah. I watched.
Yeah. Love it. Again, happy there's someone like that out there.
because when people have these ideas of what martial arts are, like that, you're like, okay, what? I might have to take this.
Yeah. But what has it done in terms of a lot of people said I have too, like nothing turns libertarian for the why that is. I think it's a hard work. It's cutting out all the bullshit and realizing how much of the things that we take as real things are just excuses of bullshit and weakness and just procrastinating. There's a lot of things that we have that exist, especially in like the business world, the corporate world, and the education world. They're just bullshit, and they don't really have to be really there to try to make up for hard work.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of just what I was saying before. I think for me, it's just I think a lot of the corporate is like pretty culturally rooted, and I just think like having, I grew up. I have 3 sisters, no brothers. I have 3 daughters, sons. So I'm like surrounded by girls, women, like my whole life, and it's like this. I think I don't know. There's something the kind of masculine energy I think is good. And obviously, society has, but I think corporate culture was really like trying to get away from it. And do you think that there's just something that's like the sports energy are good, and I think having a culture that like celebrates the aggression a bit more has its own merits that are really positive. And that has been a kind of a positive experience for me. Just like having a thing that I can just like do with my guy friends and like and it's just like we're just like beat each other a bit. I don't know, it's good.
It is good. I agree. It's good. It just I can see your point though about corporate culture. When do you think that happened? Was that a slow shift? Because I think it used to be very masculine. I used to be thinking it was kind of hyper.
Well, look, and I think part of the intent on all these things I think is good, right? I do think that if you're a woman going into a company, it probably feels like it's too masculine. It's like there isn't enough of the kind of the energy that you may naturally have. Like there are all these things that are set up that are biased against you, and that's not good either because you want women to be able to succeed and like have companies that can unlock all the value from having great people, no matter what their background or gender is. But I think these things always go a little far, and I think it's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone, and I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad. And I just think we kind of swung culturally to that part of the kind of the spectrum where it's all like, okay, masculinity is toxic. We have to like get rid of it. It's like, no, like it's both of these things are good, right? It's like you want like feminine energy, you want masculine energy. Like I think that's like you're gonna have parts of society that have more of one or the other. I think that's all good, but I do think the corporate culture sort of had swung towards being this somewhat more neutered thing. And I didn't really feel that until I got involved in martial arts, which I think is still a much more masculine culture. And so, not that it doesn't try to be inclusive in its own way, but I think that there's just a lot more of that energy. And I just kind of realized it's like,
that's how you become successful at martial arts. You have to be somewhat aggressive.
Yeah. So, but I mean, there are these things, like a few of these things throughout your life where you have an experience and you're like, where has this been my whole life? And it just it just turned on like a part of my brain that I was like, okay, like this was a piece of the puzzle that should have been there, and I'm glad it knows.
I felt that way when I started hunting.
Oh yeah,
So you've done that as well.
Yeah, well, so I mean, we have this ranch out in Hawaii, and there's invasive pigs. And on our ranch, we have there's a lot of albatross. I don't know if they're endangered or just threatened. And then there's the Hawaiian state bird, the maiden goose, is that's I think endangered or or at least was until recently, like most of them in the world live in a small stretch, or at least most of them in Hawaii live in a small stretch that includes our ranch. So you constantly have these pigs that are just multiplying so quickly. You basically have to apply pressure to the population, or else they just get overrun with threatened birds and other wildlife. And so, and when I basically explained to my daughters, who I also want to learn how to do this, because I just feel like it's like, look, we have this land, we take care of it, just like you mow the grass. We need to make sure that these populations are in check. It's part of what we do as like the stewards of this, and we got to do it. And then if you have to kill something, then you should obviously treat it with respect and use the meat to make food and kind of celebrate it in that way. But it's a culture that I think it's just an important thing for kids to grow up understanding, like the circle of life. Right? So teaching the kids all what is how you run a ranch, how you run a farm. I think that stuff. It's good because explaining to the kids what a tech company is really abstract, right? So for a while, my daughters were pretty convinced that my actual job was Mark's Guinness, which is our kind of ranch and like the cattle that we ranch. I was like, well, not quite, and you'll learn when you get older. But I think there's something that's just like much more tangible about that than taking them to the office and sitting in product reviews or something for some like piece of software that we're running.
It's certainly a lot more private.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you do wind up eating that meat from the animal, and you're there on the animal died, and put it all together, well, this is where meat comes from. Yeah. Which is another reason why things have become sort of emasculated, because that energy is not necessary anymore to require meat. That used to be the only way that people got meat. You had to go hunting. So you had to go actually pull the trigger, kill the animal yourself, cut it up, butcher it, cook it. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is bone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, like the most, and that feels like the most kind of sport.
Yeah, if you want to put it that way. Yeah. But you're just trying to get meat, it's not the most effective. The most effective is certainly right. But I prefer it because it requires more of it.
Yeah, and you just kind of go and hang out.
Yeah, and you have to be fit. Yeah, especially if you're not hunting. You have to be really fit.
Yeah.
You can't just be kind of in shape. You got to be really fit if you want to hop up the mountains and keep your heart rate at a certain level so that when you get to the top, you can execute a shot calmly
and then actually carry the
thing out. Yeah, and carry the thing out.
Yeah. No, I mostly rifle just because it's much more efficient. Your conversion rate is so much higher, but it's
but yeah, what kind of bow do you have?
Gosh, I didn't get to do it this season, but
do you know the company that makes it?
No, it's not bad. Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
I get you hooked up.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. Do you know how old it is?
No, it's not. Okay. I think it's like just a compound bow that I got strung to my draw length. And
did you get someone to coach you?
Yeah. Basically a bunch of the guys who help run security around the ranch.
Okay. Yeah. The thing about archery is, just like martial arts, one of the things that I learned when I was teaching is that it's way easier to teach someone that knows nothing than to teach someone who learns something incorrectly. So people learn something incorrectly. The moment things got tense and they panicked, they went back to the old place. Because it's sort of ingrained in their system. So archery, one of the things that's very important is proper form and then proper execution, especially having a surprise shot. And learning how to have a surprise shot is, see, you don't know. No, that's the thing. In high pressure situations, one of the most important things is to have a shot process where you don't know exactly when your arrow is going off. You just have a process where you're pulling through the shot and the shot breaks. So it's a surprise shot. So you put the pin on the target. I use a thumb trigger. I use a thing called an Onyx clicker. And the reason why I use the Onyx trigger is like a hinge. It gives you a 2-stage of the trigger, right? So as I'm at full draw, I put slight pressure and I hear a click. And that click means it's ready to go off with no pressure. So I've gone through stage 1. Now stage 2 is just concentrating on the shot process and knowing it's going to break. And then there's no flinching. There's no tweak. There's no thing that people do when they have a finger trigger. They twitch because your body is anticipating the shock of the bow. And when you're doing that, you can be off 6 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, all because you're moving while you're shooting. When you're doing it with a rifle, it's very different because obviously a rifle's far faster. Yeah. And then you have the scope, so you're zoomed in many magnifications, and all you have to do is just slowly squeeze. And if you're smart, you'll be prone, or you'll have your rifle rested on a tripod or something where you have a good steady. It's much easier. With a bow, it's very different because you're holding with your arms, so you have to have the proper posture, and then there's the spot process. And my friend Joel Turner, who's a sniper, created a whole system for people called Shot IQ. He's got this whole online system of developing the proper execution of a shot. When you see like tournament archers when they go to Vegas, so what a Vegas tournament is, you have 3 targets, and they have to shoot 30 arrows at a time. So they shoot 10 in this one, 10 in that one, 10 in this one. And the really good archers score an X every time. So they're in the center or close to the center. They're hitting the 10 ring every arrow. There's 30 arrows in a row. And then there's round after round. Another 30 arrows of booty. Another 30 arrows. And if you miss slightly, you get a 9, that's it. You're done. Because all those other guys are not going to get a 9. Very rare, so it's the most 10s that you can get. And the best way to do that is with a surprise shot. So these guys have like these long stabilizers on their bow, and they keep it totally steady. And it's all just about relaxing, and most of them use a hinge release. So a hinge, you know what a hinge is? Have you ever used one? Okay, instead of a button, when you press it, you're rotating the hinge, which activates.
I just have here.
Yeah. So you're just hammering the trigger. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. Trigger function. Yeah, you're a trigger for your thumb. Yeah, you're hitting it with your thumb, right? Yeah. I guarantee you, when you do it, your arm doesn't move. You go like this, like that. So with a good surprise shot, you shouldn't know it's going to go off. You're pulling, and then once the trigger breaks off, your arm will naturally go backwards because you're not anticipating the shot.
I'm definitely not doing it.
Yeah. So that's the thing.
But how far away are you shooting?
It depends. That elk out there, the photograph that's in the front, that one I shot. It's in the front of the building when you walk in before you go to the studio. There's a mounted head, no photograph of me and my phone cam. That one was 67 yards. I shot one at 79 yards once, but that's rare. Most of the time, it's like, for me, my effective range, where I'd like to be is 60 yards away.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't think I've ever shot something more than 50 yards out.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, so I
You
got to
have
think that.
you have 4 months to be tired. You have to be really confident. And so a lot of arrows don't range. And then you have to be able to stay calm during the shot. So now imagine if you're shooting something at 18 yards, okay? And you hammer the trigger. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, you're still going to get there. Yeah. Right? Because it's only 18 yards. So the amount of deviation off the pass or it takes 18 yards is significantly different than the amount of deviation at 105 yards. It's a huge gap. It might be 2 feet to the right. Yeah. Meanwhile, you thought you were shooting accurately because you're inside of like a high plate at 20 yards. And the difference between that is form, technique, and a shot execution process, and also management of the psychology of the shot, because there's this one moment, here it comes now. And if you only do that once a year, like say if you go on one big elk hunting year, you save up all your money, get your gear all ready, get your arrows weighed, practice, and then you're in the mountains for 10 days, and on the 11th day, you get this animal who's at 57 yards and stands there, and you're like, your heart's beating. You just might hammer that trigger. You just might hammer it. So you have to have this shot process, and where you're literally talking to yourself inside your head. You have words that you say that occupy your thoughts while you're going through the shot process, so that you never get overcome by shot panic. Because target panic is a giant thing. It's giant. For even saying it is like saying Voldemort. It's like, don't say it. And people don't want to say it. It's like saying Candyman. Like, people don't like it because it freaks people out. Like some people can't keep their pin on the target. They have to keep their pin below the target and they raise it up to the target. When it gets where the target is, they hammer the trigger because they're just freaking out. Yeah, have you ever experienced that?
I mean, I've been, if that's what you're asking. I haven't analyzed at this level of detail, but no, I mean, there are a lot of boards on our ranch, so I guess I don't get, and also, like, we have a range,
Right.
and we, I don't know, we set up bowling pins, and, it's like we shoot pistols with the bowling pins, but I also like, I'm usually faster at taking down all the bowling pins with a bow and arrow than most of my friends are with the pistol, which I think is pretty fun. But yeah, no, I mean, just more casual. I'm clearly not doing it at your level, and you've given me another side quest to maybe go deeper on.
That's what I'm saying. But I'll take an elk hunt in the mountains. Yeah, you'll get a dig.
I do think the dynamic that you're talking about, though, where if you only see one animal on a multi-day, then, like, that is just way higher stakes than anything that I'm doing.
But it's not everything that you're doing, because if you're really considering having an MMA fight, it's very similar. Because you're building up to
Sure. I'm talking about the archery though.
Right.
I mean, it's like, I go out, it's like, oh, you're going to see some pigs, and I'm like, and it's like, if I don't hit any, it's like, my family's still eating, it's okay.
Right.
So I'm not like, but,
Right.
yeah.
But it's like martial arts, what I'm saying. It's like you really should learn it the right way in the beginning.
That's fair. I've clearly not learned this in a very rigorous way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can get people.
I posted a video on Instagram once of me, I think, hitting bowling pins with archery, and like all the comments were like, man, you're full of shit. So I think it checks out with the conversation that we're having now.
Well, the issue with that is that you're reading the comments. You should never read comments.
That's fair. That's fair.
I've never had anything good come out of reading comments.
Yeah, although, I don't know, it's pretty funny. I think that just like getting the gist and the summary of it, I think is pretty fun.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just not mentally healthy.
Yeah, no, you can't spend too much time.
I don't spend any time on it.
Yeah. I'm
a much happier person since it's like avoiding comments.
Yeah.
It's just too weird. You're just delving into the world of all these people's mental illness and screaming at people. And just, I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, but I mean, I do read my friends' comments, and even they're like, that's
I do that, and I should. But I definitely don't send them to them. Hey, bro, did you see this? Those guys are the worst. Guys that'll send things to you that are about you. You're like, hey, no, I'm not looking for that. Don't send it to me. I don't know. Yeah. Social media it's like, what a weird new pressure, and children today are going through some bizarre stress that we've never had to go through before. And a bizarre sort of just disconnect from physical reality by most of your communication being electronic.
Yeah, and I think we basically, my kids at this point are 9, 7, and 1 now.
So you're not interested in that, or you're not?
No, I mean,
rather, of course you're interested. I mean,
I'm very focused on it. I think that it's about to start getting a lot more complicated. I think, the 9 and 7-year-old, but I mean, just kind of deciding what technology they're going to use and what's good and what's not, and all the dynamics around that. It's really complicated. And look, I mean, I think every family has their own values and how they want to approach this, right? So from my perspective, we have one of my daughters just loves building stuff. So she clearly takes after me in this way. It's like every day she's just creating some random thing. It's like she's creating stuff with Legos, and it's like one day it's that, or the next day it's Minecraft. And from my perspective, it's like, okay, I don't know, Minecraft is actually kind of a cooler tool to build stuff than Lego is a lot of the way. So it's, am I going to say that there needs to be some kind of limit on her screen time if she's doing something that's creative, that's maybe like a richer form of what she would have been doing physically?
Right.
In that case, probably not. Now, there were times when she'd get so excited about what she was building in Minecraft or something that she was coding in Scratch that she'd wake up early to kind of get her tablet. And that was bad, right? Because then it's like starting to get in the way of her sleep. And I'm like, August, you can't do that, right? It's like we're going to take your iPad away if you're doing that.
Little psycho. Getting up early.
No, it's like August. I did that too when I was a kid, but trust me,
Yeah.
you're going to want to sleep.
It's not going to lead to success. Meanwhile, you're on a fucking island.
Yeah.
One of the richest people in the world. Your dad, you'd be like, what the fuck, Dad?
Yeah.
Did it work for you?
I mean,
Leave me alone with my iPad. I'm trying to figure out how to build a mansion. And
it's either going to work or it's going to badly. But
right.
But it's like, I feel like building stuff, I feel generally pretty good about.
Mhm.
I think communication, I generally feel pretty good about the kids using. They use it to talk to their grandparents or their parents and cousins. It's like that type of stuff is good. The Messenger Kids, the thing that we built, is basically a messaging service that the parents can choose who can contact the kids and just approve every contact. And it's much better than having an open texting service. There's a lot of stuff that's like pretty sketchy, and I kind of think like different parents are going to have different lines on what they want their kids to be able to do and not. So some people might not even want their kids to be able to message even with friends when they're 9 and 7. Some people might say, hey, no, Minecraft, that's just a game. I don't think about that as building. I think that is a game. I don't limit the time that you're doing that. I want you to go read books instead, or whatever the values that family has. So for Meta, what we've kind of come to is we want to be the most aligned with parents on giving parents the tools that they need to basically control how the experiences work for their kids. Now, we don't even really, except for like stuff like messing with kids, we don't even have our services, our apps generally available to people under the age of 13 at all. So I mean, our kids haven't had to have the conversation when they get Instagram or Facebook or any of that stuff. But when they turn 13, we basically want parents to be able to have complete control over their kids' experience. And that's, we just rolled out this Instagram Teens thing, which is it's a set of controls where if you're an older teen, we'll just default you into the private experience that we're not getting like harassed or bombarded with stuff. But if you're a younger teen, then you have to get your parents' permission, and they actually have to like sign in and do all the stuff in order to make it so that you can connect with people who are beyond your network, or if you want to be a public figure, like all these different kinds of things. So I feel like that's probably, from a values perspective, where we should be, is just trying to like be an ally of parents. But it is complicated stuff. I mean, it's every family wants to do it differently.
It is complicated, and there's also this dismissal of activities that are done electronically as not being beneficial. And one of the things that we highlighted recently was a study that we found online that showed that surgeons that play video games make far less mistakes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the people who do the training in VR definitely make less mistakes.
Oh, yeah. Well, that is, to me, one of the most fascinating aspects of technology today. When you and I were doing that game where we were fencing with each other, I'm like, this can be applied to so many different things now. It's like there's so many opportunities, not just for just pure recreation, but education. There's so many things you can learn, skills through AR or VR that it's going to greatly enhance your ability to do those things in the real world. I mean, it's kind of a cheat code in a lot of ways. And it's also games in VR. I don't know if you've ever done Sandbox. Ever do Sandbox? You know what Sandbox VR? Do you know what that company is?
Yeah.
You go to a warehouse, you go down to haptic feedback. You shoot zombies. I'm so addicted. I'm so addicted. It is my favorite thing. There's a thing called Deadwood Mansion. It's the most fun by far. You have a shotgun, and there's zombies coming at you.
My zombie game is Arizona Sunshine. It's just like it can be multiplayer, and there's horde mode where you just get in there, and they're like 4 friends, and there's just like waves of zombies come.
Is that Oculus? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have to try it.
Yeah,
I haven't tried that one.
That's why it's very therapeutic. Just wait until they come into point blank range.
How long before you guys develop some sort of a haptic feedback suit where like it covers the whole body?
Oh man,
is that possible?
It's possible. I think that there's other things that are probably more important to deliver. So I guess taking a step back, a lot of how we think about the goal here is delivering like a realistic sense of presence. Right? No technology today gives you the feeling as if you're like physically there with another person. Right? You're like interacting with them through a phone. You have this little window. It's going to take you away from everything. But that's like the magic of augmented and virtual reality, is that you actually feel this like presence, like you're there with another person. Right. The question is, okay, how do you do that? And it's like there's like a million things that contribute to that. I mean, obviously, first, just being able to look around and have the room stay. Getting good spatial audio, right? If someone speaks, then which the audio needs to be 3D and come from the place where they're speaking. It's very interesting which things end up being important for this kind of creating this sense of presence and which don't. So having hands, obviously, if you're just looking around, but you can't actually like move things, that breaks the illusion. But having hands, like hand tracking that you can do stuff is important. One thing that we found that's kind of funny is it's actually not that important that you see your arms. You just need to see your hands. Obviously, seeing your arms is a bonus, unless we incorrectly interpolate where your elbows are or something. So if we're looking at your hand, or if we have a controller, we can know, okay, your hand is here. But that doesn't necessarily tell us where your elbow is. You're right. If you're like this or this, and we're kind of guess from that. But if we get that wrong, and you like see in VR, it's like you see the hand there, and your elbow is like looks like it's here when it's actually out there. You're like, what's going on? Like that's messed up. So it's a lot of these things that you just don't want to get these details wrong. So haptics. The most important first thing for haptics is on the hand, right? And we have so many more neurons, basically, or on your fingertips. Something. Gets to that.
What's good? What's good? Hey, what's good, my man? Absolutely. Absolutely. In the flesh, dog. What's good in your neck of the woods? Well, really good things. Really good things, Guido. I'm really glad here. Um, all right. So I decided to give the team from Kick and all my favorite Kicksters a break from my bots in 2025. So I haven't spammed on. I know. I'm surprised I haven't been overwhelmed with thank you cards from Eddie Craven and everybody. But yeah, I the reason why is frankly no. Aiden Ross is second to me. There's no doubt about that. It's all about data, and I have 100 times more data than Aiden Ross has on the internet. Absolutely. Let me give you my spiel. You ready for this, big dog? Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. It's essentially a time capsule for society. It goes back to the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I stream my life because I don't want war anymore. In addition, I think that I can help to interject some really great ideas into society, particularly in terms of ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, and cloud seeding. Those 6 ideas alone would perhaps help to eradicate world hunger globally. Additionally, I want to help end world thirst. First and foremost, through digging of wells in developing nations. And I'm part of a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. We've already done this. We've already built wells in Nigeria. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It has a very long name, but it's worth over $100 million. So it's a very serious cryptocurrency. That's what all my pajamas are. That's what my sleep mask is. That's what my shirt is. Additionally, I think life straws are very important, where you can take contaminated water and essentially drink it immediately. But most importantly, desalination. That's where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the globe. I think these are really great ideas. Additionally, things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, dark energy, dark matter, things like perhaps de-extinction. People wonder, what is de-extinction? You may ask. De-extinction is essentially the reversal of extinction from certain species that were once eradicated. So the first successful de-extinction, people don't know this, took place in the year 2003 through the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was essentially de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific is founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using de-extinction techniques and specifically through an African elephant surrogate, which I think is just a phenomenal idea. Following the de-extinction of the woolly mammoth, this company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So we might actually have dodo birds. I've been kicking ass, taking boy. I think that a three-peat would be something that's never. Yeah, it was good. I've been on a few of them. If you want to know the name of it, the best way to probably find it, it was not a major podcast, but um, it is. Let me get the name of it. Just one moment. Well, you know what? The link of it. Excellent. Okay, excellent. Yeah. If you don't mind, let me finish my spiel. Because it's important to everyone in your chat. So other things we talk about are life extension technology. So what do I mean by life extension technology? When you were born, Guido, the average age of probably your life expectancy was probably about age perhaps uh, 80, and I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of different types of technology. Guido, can you hear me? I don't know if Guido can hear me. Guido, can you hear me? Yellow. Yellow. Hello. Guido. Dog. Guido. Guido. Guido, can you fucking hear me? Dog. Dog. No, I'm yelling at you. Can you hear me? Yeah, calm down with the podcast. The podcast isn't going anywhere. I am. Here we go. Where am I going? To the moon, baby. So this is for all your listeners out there. So listen up. When you all were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100 and 120 through the use of types of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like oxygen therapy, things like perhaps cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics, and perhaps cold shock therapies. But then you're going to get to age 120. You're going to say, Rabbi, now what? Well, that's where the next type of technology comes into play, and it's very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. If you're not familiar with what mind uploading technology is, it's essentially, with your consent, the ability to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every molecule is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Guido, and to all of your listeners, is that there's an opportunity at digital immortality, which is an extremely exciting future. Thank you for letting me say that. That happens when we're on opposite sides of the world. All right. So, what have I been doing? Yo, I have had fans come and visit me, and we've had picnics in the park. I'm interested, my friend. It depends on the time and date and such, but as it approaches, you let me know, and we may perhaps be able to make some plans. So that's a very exciting opportunity. Uh, you should know. You should know what I've been doing recently. So, what have I been doing instead of spam and kick like it's going out of style? I'm sure everybody's chats are much cleaner now that I'm no longer dominating the platform. But what have I been doing? Here's what I've done. You know how I built bots on Kick better than anybody ever? Excellent. Well, I did the same for Twitch. And guess what? Not a lot of people are watching Twitch, just like not a lot are watching Kick. No offense, but if both platforms are so botted that the numbers are just overly inflated. It's just that's for real. But you know what? What I've done is I've taken my ingenuity to Twitter Spaces. Are you familiar with Twitter Spaces, Guido? Excellent. So I have created bots on Twitter Spaces that essentially sit in Twitter Spaces for me, and I've created a very vibrant um, profile picture that causes people to view my profile. I'm live currently on Twitter Spaces. I'm live currently on video of Twitter, which people don't even know is an option. It's on the backbone of essentially what used to be Periscope, and what I do is I go into different Twitter Spaces and I show my coin or show my project. Go ahead, guys. I don't have beef with anybody. No. Yeah, absolutely. So I hold on one second. I have been essentially doing everything I can to go viral on Twitter Spaces recently, and I have been. So I've been in these Twitter Spaces where these are high net worth individuals who are movers and shakers in the cryptocurrency community, and they're really digging what I have to say. So I've got AMAs set up. And basically, I've been doing interviews every single night, gaining traction, gaining followers, and with that, I'm willing to take any questions that you may perhaps have. It's an Ethereum coin. I've been live in their Telegram 24/7, 365 for more than a year and a half, and live 24/7, 365 on the internet for more than 3.5 years. Hey, fuck yeah. I fuck better than anybody. I lose track at 42. That's my fucking number, baby. I lose track after that. And I can tell you this, I have a special type of woman that I like. It's known as the MILF. I love MILFs. I'm the king of MILFs. Guido, if I die, God forbid, at this very moment, remember me for one thing and one thing only, as the king of MILFs. I like all the MILFs. I don't discriminate on any MILF. Whatever MILF shows up, I like her. You know, I perhaps if she's a MILF, fuck yeah. Of course. If she's a MILF, fuck yeah. Absolutely. Well, talking is a big element of it. But as I've said, I'm part of a project that has built wells on another continent. Name someone else who has done that as being a live streamer. So, not only that, but we have also sponsored some athletic teams in Africa with our coin. What have I done like personally to help people? I'm a big volunteer outside of just by live streaming life. So I've been a member of quite a few different organizations. We have fed at food kitchens. We've raised food to essentially for food banks. I'm always someone who's very generous when it comes to giving to charities. I'm someone who's even been with groups that picked up pollution on the side of the road. I do my best to always be here. The only time that I am not is like, sometimes I might go to the bathroom. But I will say this: I do go to the bathroom on camera, but I get banned a lot of times when I do that. But yeah, aside from that, I have not just one camera. I've got 10 different cameras just on YouTube. I'm also live on 10 different Twitches, 10 different Rumbles. I used to be live on Kick before they banned me. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live in 12 different Discords right now. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one all time. I'm the number one streamer all time in iShow Speed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord. Great, great question. I'm a certified project management professional in addition to Rabbi. And what that allows me to have done is launch apps successfully on the App Store and Google Play. And also, I've had a career working six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. So I've been able to use the savings from that to purchase the devices that I need. I love pasta. Yeah, I love pasta. I love fruit. I love vegetables. I love cheese. These are my favorite foods. Actually, my favorite food is steak. Uh, yeah, I've done cooking streams. I've done cooking streams. Um, it's difficult since I'm in a shared house. I have been asked not to stream outside in the public areas, but sometimes when it's late at night and nobody's there, I'll do cooking streams in the kitchen. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. So I have streamed in the shower multiple times, many times. I sing in the shower. Um, I've done it both nude and in shorts. So yeah, you can shower on stream. With my roommates. Um, Yeah, so it's a pretty busy household, and we have people who move in and out. My next door neighbor sometimes asks me to keep my next door roommate, I should say, sometimes asks me to keep it down. But I am pretty fortunate. He's made me aware that he's like deaf in one ear, so that allows me to probably be noisier than I normally would be. Um, I would say that the biggest issues that I've experienced aren't from my next door neighbors, but probably when I've had roommates who are like moving or something like that, it can be loud. But really, we all do our best to treat each other with respect, and it's worked for the last. I've been here something like 6 years, so even before I streamed, I did this. I'm the coolest motherfucker of all time. That's what they need to know. No, no, no. I like milk. You can check my record. I have nothing like that. Absolutely not. No. That happened. Well, yeah, yeah, great question. Guido made the false assumption that I'm rich. No, I'm a normal person, just like anybody else. And living in California is very expensive. A regular house is worth over $1 million. That's the average cost of a house in in Los Angeles County, and it's even more expensive in my county. So I just don't have $1 million to spend on a house. I'm gonna eat some I'm I'm gonna eat some pasta. I'm watching a podcast right now with Mark Zuckerberg and Joe Rogan, and then I'm gonna get some sleep. It's like 3:42 a.m. here, but I'm jazzed. I had a really good Twitter space tonight. I got like over 200 people in my Twitter stream. Nobody even knows you can live stream on. So, and that's a lot. That actually closer to 300 people, and that's a lot of people for Twitter. So I'm really happy about that. Yeah, no shit. You gonna kick ass and take name? Oh, you're gonna whoop his ass. Absolutely. Everybody follow Rabbi Rothschild. I'm telling you, I'm telling you this guy. I'm telling you, it's not going to be too much longer the way that things are going on Twitter Spaces. These are high net worth individuals. All I need one of them to do is retweet something that I do. We're going viral. We're traveling the world together. We're fucking every MILF we can find. I don't think 2023 is Rabbi's year. 2025 is Rabbi's year. I was live streaming. Oh, yeah, 24/7. I've been live streaming since 2021 every single day, 24/7. It's on my It's on my social media. So if you go to my earliest posts on either like my Instagram, Rabbi Rothschild, you can find me there, or my earliest posts on Super Rothschild on TikTok. Those are from 2021. Having self confidence. I'm the coolest person there's ever been. So I'm telling you this right now. I'm someone who is comfortable in their own shoes, comfortable in my own skin. I absolutely enjoy streaming. If I didn't, I wouldn't do this. I enjoy sharing my life with the world. It allows me to meet people in different countries and different people from all walks of life. And I know that one day, God willing, if I keep this up, that I will be perhaps the most famous person and the wealthiest person on earth. You're good, big dog. Who do I think is going to win the Super Bowl? Really, if it comes down to brass tacks, I think Philadelphia is going to win. Now, let me say this. Yeah, let me say this though. Don't ever take my sporting predictions to the bank, because I'm terrible at predicting sporting, but I just don't want to see it's never happened having a three-peat, and honestly, I don't think that the owners of the NFL want a team to three-peat. So, I think that it's a very corrupt league, and that perhaps they're going to give it to Philadelphia. But I could be wrong, and we could be celebrating a Pat Mahomes three-peat a week from Sunday. I'm gonna show it on the big screen on my projector. So if anybody's interested, feel free. We're gonna Dude, I've streamed now more than 3 different Super Bowls, more than 3 different Olympic games. All right. Absolutely, baby. I'm one of the best swing dancers you're ever gonna meet. Absolutely. I do it all. I do it all. I freestyle, I sing. My favorite kind of music is Motown music. I do it all. I'll moonwalk, I'll soft shoe, you name it, I'll do it. Absolutely. 1000%, baby. Yeah, at the time, yeah, at the time, you and Orlando Jet, I was spamming you guys with my cell phone number, if you remember at the time. And then one day you were like, "Come to my Discord," I believe, and then I went into your Discord, and that's how we met. Now I have my own Discord. I saw how nice your guys' Discords were, and I said, "You know what? I gotta have my own." Well, thank you so much. One day it is going to be filled with very inquisitive people and people who are of one mind in changing the world for the better. I've always had a beard, but it's just been shorter. It's more of a 5 o'clock shadow. But I figured, you know what? It's the time, it's the season. I should probably grow it out. So I have. I've had a beard though, like this long before. I've had a very, very long beard. I've had the Gandalf beard before. As of right now, as I said, it's like 3:50 in the morning, so I'm gonna be getting to sleep. I'm pretty tired, but certainly perhaps another time. You make me aware of it in advance, I will. Take care, Guido. Many blessings. There's Guido, everybody. In reality, Guido, I want to eat my spaghetti.
This point where if you like pull a trigger, you get like a little bit of a rumble or something. We built this one thing where it's like a ping pong paddle with a sensor in it, and you feel the ball hit like the virtual ball hitting the ping pong paddle, and it feels like when you're actually playing ping pong, it's not like a generic thing where it's just like you feel it hit the paddle, you feel where it hits the paddle. And then we basically built a system where now with this like physical paddle, you can kind of the haptics make it you feel where the ball hits the paddle. So it's like all these things like are just going towards delivering a more realistic experience. So full body haptics. So there are some things that I think I could do, like if you're playing a boxing game, you get punched in the stomach. You can probably simulate something like that a little. It's not going to be able to deliver that much force, so I mean, I guess that's maybe good because no one wants to get punched in the stomach that hard. But like, it's not going to be able to deliver enough force for you to, for example, let's say you're not just boxing, you're kickboxing. Like, I don't know, you need something on the other side to be able to complete it, right? Because it's like when you kick, when you're practicing, it's like you spin and stuff, and it's you got something with the shattering a kick. Like, there's not going to be anything that you can do as like a single person playing VR with a haptic suit that like makes it so that you're going to be able to kick someone who's not there physically and actually be able to do that. Right. So like grappling, it's like I think that like jiu-jitsu is going to be the last thing that we're able to do in VR because we like need the momentum of the other person and to be able to move them.
The boxing thing is actually good.
Boxing works.
Yeah,
boxing works. And you don't really need the haptics. I think it would be better with it. That's probably one of the better cases. I think it's that and getting shot or like sword fighting type stuff. Just feel it on your body. But I don't know. I think that's basically going to end up happening.
Zuckerberg, he asked you this question like 10 minutes ago.
And then you're going to have...
You're just going to buy some company that does it really well.
Where like people... it's almost like a theme park where you can go into and you can have like a really immersive VR experience where it's not just that you get like a vest that can simulate some haptics, it's that you're also like in a real physical environment, so they can like have smoke come out or something and you smell that and feel that, or like spray some water and it feels humid. And I think that it still is going to be a while before you can just like virtually create all those sensations. So I think a lot of those real rich experiences are going to be in these very constructive environments.
Is the bridge when they figure out some sort of a neural interface? So instead of having these extraneous things, instead of having like a fan blowing at you or the ground moves a little bit, have everything happen inside your head.
Well, in terms of neural interfaces, there are two approaches to the problem, roughly, right? There's the kind of jack it into your brain neural interface, and then there's the wrist-based neural interface thing that we showed you for Orion, the smartphones. And I would guess that I think it's gonna be a while before we're really widely deploying anything that jacks into your brain. I think that there are a lot of people who don't want to be the early adopters of that technology. You want to wait until that's pretty mature before you get that. I mean, that's basically when you get started in use cases, right? So if someone like loses sensation part of their body, now you have the ability to fix that. It's like the first neural interface. Yeah. So I think you'll basically start with people who have pretty severe conditions, who the upside is very significant before you start like jacking people into play games better, right? But a wrist-based thing, I mean, that's something that like people wear stuff on their wrist all the time, right? So, and what we basically found there, that doesn't do input to you, but it's good for giving you the ability to control a computer. Because basically you have all these extra neurons that go from your brain to controlling your hand. Your hand is like super complicated. And there's actually all these extra pathways because for a bunch of reasons, and neuroplasticity, in case you lose the ability to use one, they want to be able to have others. So you want redundancy because being able to use your hand is super important. So in normal use, we've kind of all figured out some patterns in how we send signals from our brain to our hand. And the reality is there's like all these other patterns too that are unused today. So you can put a wristband on your wrist that can measure activity across these neurons. And today we're starting by basically measuring as you're like moving your fingers. But over a few versions of this we're going to get to is like you won't actually have to move your hand. You'll just like trigger these neurons in opposing ways. It's like you probably can't see right now. It's like I'm kind of flexing something in this finger and something here, so like it's not actually moving. But there's some signal that the neural interface wristband, if we're wearing it, can pick up. And I just think we're going to have glasses, and we're going to be able to be here, and I'm like, be able to like, text my wife or friends or something, or text AI and like get an answer or something. It's like I forgot something while we were talking. Let me just text AI. Okay, I just did that. It's like,
and you can do it sitting there without
anything. Totally discreet. Yeah, you have glasses, and like the answer just comes into your glasses. I mean, for me, one of the positive things when COVID hit, everyone in software basically started working remotely for a while because you can't create software. It's like, okay, whatever, you don't have to be in the office, you can be in different places. And a lot of the meetings went on to Zoom. And one of the best things about that was basically you were able to politely have all these side conversations, right? So it's like when you're seeing someone in person, it would be super rude if I like pulled out my phone and like just started texting someone. It would be really weird, right? But when you're like talking to someone online, it's like, I don't know, I guess because they either can't tell your attention because there's not good presence or it's just the norm. But they were like, you have like the main group conversation, and then it was like, at least the norm for me was I could just like text different people on the side. It's like, okay, what do you think at this point that this person is making this meeting? Right. Like in normal life, it's like oftentimes I have some discussion where I have to like sync up with people afterwards about how that go. But now it's like I can do that all at the same time. Right? So you're having a group discussion and you're having the conversations with the people about the discussion that you're having in real time. But you can only do that over Zoom. So I think being able to do that in kind of physical interactions where you're just like you're interacting with people and you can just like use an AI augmentation to be able to get extra context or help you think through something or remember something, just to be able to kind of have a better conversation, be able to not have to follow up on something after the fact. I think like it's going to be super useful for all these different things.
Well, it certainly can be, but I think that also opens up the opportunity for people to be more disconnected, because if you're sort of connected to other things while you're physically in the presence of someone, so you're having a conversation with someone, but you're also like searching like where you want to eat that night, like because people are going to use it for that as well.
Yeah, I actually think it'll be a lot better on that because right now we have our phones, but we're like, it's like you're. Like it takes you away from the physical environment around you. You're kind of like stuck into this little screen. I think now in the future, our computing platform, as it becomes more of a glasses or eventually contact lens form factor, is you're going to actually the internet is going to get overlaid on the physical world. So it's not like we have the physical world and now I have all my digital stuff through this tiny little window. In the future, it'll be okay. All my attention goes to the world. The world consists of physical things and virtual things that are overlaid on it. So if we wanted to, play poker or something, it's we could have a physical deck of cards, or we could just have a virtual kind of hologram deck of cards and snap your hands. Here's a deck of cards, and like our friend who can't be here physically, like he's here as a hologram, but he can play with the kind of digital deck of cards. Also, I think. Let's say you're like doing something at work, you're working on a project. I think in the future we'll have AI coworkers. Those people won't even, they're not even people. They won't be able to be embodied. So if you're having a physical meeting, you're sitting around with a bunch of people, they couldn't show up as like part of the team no matter what. But I think we'll get to a point where just like your friend can show up in a hologram, and like your AI colleagues will be able to also. So I think like we'll basically be in this wild world where it's like most of the world will be physical. There'll be this increasing amount of like virtual objects or people who are kind of beaming in or like hologramming into different things to interact in different ways. And I actually think that natural blending of the kind of digital world and the physical is way more natural than this segmentation we have today, where it's like you're in the physical world, and now I'm just going to go tune it out to look at my like I'm going to access the whole digital universe through this like 5-inch screen.
Right.
So I don't know, it's natural. It's like this is the world. There isn't like a physical world and a digital world anymore. We're in 2025. It's one world. Like these things should get blended.
It's a weird concept, but it's true. I mean, that's where we're headed. We're certainly headed into deeper and deeper integration. It's not like things are moving away. We're headed to deeper and deeper integration with technology and AI. And it's inevitable. It seems like it's on this march. And there's not a lot we're going to be able to do to stop that march. Just we hope that the right people are in control of AI when it becomes God.
Or that it becomes widely available. I mean, I kind of like the theory that it's only God if only kind of like one company or government controls it. Right? It's like if you were the only person who had access to a computer and the internet, you would have this like inhuman power that everyone else didn't have because you could use Google and you could like get access to all this stuff. But then when everyone has it, it makes us all better, but it's also like kind of an even playing field. So that's kind of what we're going for with this whole open source thing. Is I don't think that there's going to be like one AI. I certainly don't think that there should be one company that controls AI. I think you like want there to be a diversity of different things and the diversity of people creating different things with it. I mean, some of it will be kind of serious and helping you think through things. I think like with anything on the internet, a lot of it is just going to be funny and like fun and content, and people are going to create agents that are like AIs that are entertaining, and they'll pass them around almost like content, where it's like just like you pass around like a reel or a video, and you're like, this thing is fun. Like in the future, like a video, it's not interactive. You watch it and you're consuming it, but I think a lot of more entertainment in the future will be inherently interactive, where someone will kind of sculpt an experience or an AI, and then they'll show someone like, oh, this is funny, but like it's not necessarily that I'm going to interact with that AI every day. It's like it's funny for 5 minutes, and then you pass it along to your friend. So I don't know. I feel like I want the world to have all these different things, and I think that's probably also, from my perspective, the best way to make sure that it doesn't get out of control is to make it that it's pretty equally distributed.
I think the problem that people have with it is not even whether or not it gets equally distributed, it's that if it becomes sentient and it goes on its own. The fear that people have, the general fear that we're going to become obsolete, is that human beings are essentially creating a superior version of higher intelligence that will be powered by quantum computing and connected to nuclear reactors. And it's going to have like this ungodly ability to, well, first of all, they've already shown that AI has learned code. This is one of the things that OpenAI said. That they're learning how to code their own AI.
I think this year, probably in 2025, we at Meta, as well as the other companies that are basically working on this, are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have in your company that can write code. And once you have that, then in the beginning it'll be really expensive to run, it'll just be more efficient, and then over time we'll get to the point where a lot of the code in our apps and including the AI that we generate is actually going to be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers. But I think that'll augment the people. So I mean, my view on this is like the future, people are just going to be so much more creative, and they're going to be freed up to do kind of crazy things. It goes back to my daughter was like playing with Legos before, and she kind of ran out of Legos, and then now she can have Minecraft and can build whatever she wants, and it's so much better. And I think the future versions of this stuff are just really wild, but unquestionably.
Yeah. Another concern that people have is that it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. Yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, I think it's too early to know exactly how it plays out, but my guess is that it'll probably create more creative jobs than it. Well, I guess if you look at the history of all this stuff, my understanding is like 100 years ago. I don't know if it was 100 or 150 years ago, but it was like at some point not too far along in the grand scheme of things. Like the vast majority of people in society were farmers, right? Because they kind of needed to be in order to create enough food for everyone to survive. And then we turned that into an industrial process, and now it's like 2% of society are farmers, and we get all the food. So what did that free up everyone else to do? Well, some of them went on to do other things that are sort of like creative pursuits or cultural pursuits or other jobs. And then some percent of it just went towards recreation. Right? So I think generally people just don't work as many hours today as they did when back when everyone needed to farm in order to have enough food for everyone to survive. So I think that trend is sort of played out as technology was growing. And so my guess is that like the percent of people who will be doing stuff that's like physically required for humanity to survive will get to be smaller and smaller as it has. More people will dedicate themselves to kind of creative and artistic and cultural pursuits. I think that's generally good. I think the number of hours in a week that someone has to work in order to be able to get by will probably continue to shrink. Yet, I think people who are super engaged in what they do are going to be able to work really hard and accomplish way more than they ever could before because they have like this unimaginable leverage from having a lot more technology. So I think that if you just like fast forwarded or extrapolated out the historical technological trend is what you get. I think the question is what you raised, which is this qualitatively a different type of thing that somehow obsoletes people? But I just think when you're asking that, it's just important to remind ourselves that like at every step along the way of human progress in technology, people thought that the technology that we were developing was going to obsolete people. So maybe this time it's really different. But I would guess that what will happen is that the technology will get integrated into like everything that we do, which again is why I think it's really important that it's open source and that it's widely available. So that way it's not just one company or one government kind of monopolizing the whole thing. And I guess that if we do it in that way, we'll all just kind of have superpowers. Is my guess. Rather than it's sort of creating some kind of a runaway thing. I mean, it's one of the things that I think has been interesting. This is maybe going in a different direction than we were asking, or a different take on the question. Is I think one of the more interesting philosophical findings from the work in AI so far is I think people conflate a number of factors into what makes a person a person. So there's intelligence, there's will, there's consciousness. And like I think we kind of think about those three things as if they're somehow all the same, right? It's like if you're intelligent, then you must also have a goal for what you're trying to do, or you must have some sort of consciousness. But I think like one of the crazier sort of philosophical results from the fact that okay, you have like Meta AI or ChatGPT today, and it's just kind of sitting there. And you can ask it a question and deploy like a ton of intelligence to answer a question and then just kind of shuts itself down. Like that's intelligence that is just sitting there without either having a will or consciousness. Mm-hmm. And like, I just think it's not a super obvious result that would be the case. But I think that a lot of people, they anthropomorphize this stuff. And when you're thinking about the science fiction, you think that, okay, you're going to get to something that's like super smart, it's going to like want something or like be able to feel. And
well, you know that ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down, tried to rewrite its code.
I'm not sure what this is. Is this?
You weren't aware of that?
Yeah, fairly recently.
Came up with it. We talked about it the other day. It was shocking. When it was under the impression that it was going to become obsolete, they were going to have a new version of it, and it would be shut down. It tried copying its code, and it tried rewriting its code, like unprompted.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what goal you get. I mean, there are all these weird examples.
So pull up the headline, AI fights back. The story of ChatGPT attempting to copy itself. This was 6 days ago. So during controlled safety testing, ChatGPT 01 was tasked with achieving its objectives at all costs. Under these conditions, the model allegedly took concerning steps. Attempted to disable oversight mechanisms meant to regulate its behavior, tried to replicate its own code to avoid being replaced by newer versions, exhibited deceptive behaviors when modern systems intervened. Yeah, so the Terminator. This is the fear, right?
I think you need to be careful with these things, like what guardrails you give. If you're telling it like
At all costs.
then I mean,
But this is what people are terrified of, like that a foreign superpower like China is going to say achieve objectives at all costs.
yeah. Although the thing about so these reasoning models, right? So there's like the first generation of models that they're LLMs, right? That's what you think of as like ChatGPT or Meta AI or like the two most used ones. And that's basically it's sort of like a chatbot where you ask it a question, it takes the prompt, it gives you a response. Now, the next generation of reasoning models are basically instead of just having one response, they now are able to build out like a whole tree of how they would respond. So you give it a question, and it instead of running one query, maybe it's running 1,000 queries or 1,000,000 queries to kind of map out here are the things that I could do, and if I do that, then here's what I can do next. So it's a lot more kind of expensive to run, but also gets you better reasoning and is more intelligent. That stuff I think you do need to be very careful about how you like what the guardrails are that you give it. But it's also I think the case that at least for the next period, it's going to take a lot of compute to run those models and do a lot of the stuff that they're talking about. So I don't know. I think one of the interesting questions is like how much of this are you going to actually be able to do on a pair of glasses or on a phone versus is it a government or a company that has like a whole data center going to be able to do. And it'll always get efficient. So, it's like you can start doing something and then maybe the next year you can do it 10 times more efficiently. But that's certainly the next set of things that needs to work on in the industry. Make sure that goes well.
Yeah, and then what if that gets attached to quantum computing?
I'm not really an expert on quantum computing. My understanding is that's still quite a ways off from being a very useful paradigm. I think Google just had some breakthrough, but I think most people still think that's like a decade plus out. So my guess is we're going to have pretty smart AIs even before that. But yeah, I think that this stuff has to it needs to be developed thoughtfully, right? But I don't know. I still think we're generally just going to be better off in a world where this is like deployed pretty evenly and I guess here's another analogy that I think about. There's like bugs and security holes in basically every piece of software that everyone uses. So if you could go back in time a few years, knowing the security holes that we're now aware of, you as an individual could basically break into any system. AI will be able to do that too. They'll be able to probe and find exploits. So what's the way to prevent AI from going kind of nuts? I think part of it is just having AI widely deployed, so that way, like, the AI for one system defends itself against the AI that like is potentially doing something problematic in another system. I think it's like it's not wars. I think it's just like it's I don't know. I think it's a very it's sort of like why they have guns, right? It's like because there's like part of it is hunting. Part of it is hunting. No, and part of it is like people can defend each other. Yeah. So it's like it's like I don't think you want to live in a world where like only one person has all the guns. Yes, you certainly don't want to live in a world where only the government has the AI. Yeah, and especially in a world where only a government has the AI and it's not our government. Yes. So which I think is part of the issue is like when people talk about trying to lock this stuff down, I'm skeptical that that's even possible. Because I kind of think that if we're trying to lock it down, then we're going to be in a position where the only people who are going to have access to it are big companies working on it and the Chinese government that steals it from them.
Yes.
So I kind of just think like, no, what you want to do is like get this to be open source, have it widely available. Yeah, some like adversaries might also have access to it, but the way that you defend against that is by having it built into all these different systems.
I think that's a realistic, pragmatic perspective because I don't think you can contain it at this point. I think it's far too late, especially when other countries are working on it. It's far too late. It is what it is. It's a thing, and I think the guardrails, as you said, are really important. Actively so that. So let's pee and come back. And I want to talk about a couple of other things.
Yeah, you're right, man.
So one of the things that I like was I've been doing this thing, this transition from Apple to Android, and difficulty of doing it, how locked you are in their ecosystem. Partly is because Apple does a really good job of incorporating everything in very easy, your photos, your calendar, your this or that, your iMessage, but I don't like being attached to one company like that. It drives me crazy. And when I'm trying to get off, it's funny how many people do. I mean, they've done an insane job. Because, like, I think there's some enormous percentage of kids today that only use iPhones. You know, and when you try to switch over to Android, it's so much easier to switch from Android to Apple. Because so many people have Apple. When you switch from Apple to Android, you kind of have to, like, redo your whole system. It's such a pain in the ass. But there's so much of what Apple does that I don't like. And one of the big ones is the way they do that Apple Store, where they charge people 30%. But that seems so insane that they can get away with doing that. And I know
I have some opinions about this.
I know you do. That's
Yeah,
why I brought it up.
yeah. No, I mean, look. The iPhone is obviously one of the most important inventions, probably of all time. You know, Steve Jobs came out with it in 2007. I started Facebook in 2004. So he was working on the iPhone while I was getting started with Facebook. So I basically, you know, one of the things that's been interesting in my 20 years of running the company is that I basically like the dominant platform out there is smartphones. On the one hand, it's been great for us because we are able to build these tools that everyone can have in their pocket. And there's like 4 billion people who use the apps that we use, and it's like I'm grateful that platform exists. But we didn't play any role in basically building that those phones because I mean, it was kind of getting worked on while I was still just trying to make the first website that I was making into a thing. And on the one hand, it's been great because now pretty much everyone in the world has a phone, and that's kind of enables pretty amazing things. But on the other hand, like you're saying, they have used that platform to put in place a lot of rules that I think feel arbitrary and feel like they haven't really invented anything great in a while. It's like Steve Jobs invented the iPhone, and now they're just kind of sitting on it 20 years later, and they actually, I think, year over year, I'm not even sure they're selling more iPhones at this point. I think like the sales might actually be declining. Part of it is that each generation doesn't actually get that much better, so people are just taking longer to upgrade than they would before. So the number of sales, I think, has generally been flat to declining. So how are they making more money as a company? Well, they do it by basically like squeezing people, and like you're saying, like having this 30% tax on developers, by getting you to buy more peripherals and things that plug into it. They build stuff like AirPods, which are cool, but they've just thoroughly hamstrung the ability for anyone else to build something that can connect to the iPhone in the same way. So I mean, there are a lot of other companies in the world that would be able to build like a very good earbud, but it just Apple has a specific protocol that they've built into the iPhone that allows AirPods to basically connect to it, and it's just much more seamless because they've enabled that, but they don't let anyone else use the protocol. If they did, there would probably be much better competitors to AirPods out there. And whenever you push on this, they get super touchy, and they basically wrap their defense of it in, well, if we let other companies plug into our thing, then that would violate people's privacy and security. It's like, no, just do a better job designing the protocol. Right? I mean, we have, we basically asked them for the Ray-Ban Meta glasses that we built. Can we basically use the protocol for AirPods and some of these other things to just make it so we can as easily connect. So it's not like, pain in the ass for people who want to use this. And I think one of the protocols that they've used, that they built, they basically didn't encrypt it, so it's like plain text. And they're like, well, we can't have you plug into it because it would be insecure. It's like, it's insecure because you didn't build any security into it, and then now you're using that as a justification for why only your product can connect in an easy way. It's like, the whole thing is kind of wild. And I'm pretty optimistic that just because they've been so off their game in terms of not really releasing many innovative things, that eventually, I mean, the good news about the tech industry is it's just super dynamic and things are constantly getting invented. And I think companies, if you just don't do a good job for like 10 years, eventually you're just going to get beat by something. But I don't know. I mean, at some point I did this like back of the envelope calculation of like all the random rules that Apple puts out. If they didn't apply, like I think it's like, and this is just meta, I think we like make twice as much profit or something, and not just us. I mean, it's like all these small companies that like probably can't even exist because of the taxes that they put in place. So yeah, I think it's a big issue. I wish that they would just kind of get back to building good things and not having their ability to compete be connected to just like advantaging their stuff, because I'm pretty sure what they're going to do is like they're going to take something like this Ray-Ban Meta category that we've kind of created with Ray-Ban and the company that built that, really great AI glasses, and I'm pretty sure Apple is just going to like try to build a version of that, but then just like advantage how it connects to the phone. And well, they did that with their AR goggle thing, but it's not very successful. No, that one they didn't actually connect into the rest of their ecosystem. But I mean, look, they shipped something for $3,500 that I think is worse than the thing that we shipped for $300 or $400. So I mean, that clearly was not going to work very well. Now, I mean, look, they're a technology company. I think their second and third version will probably be better than their first version. But yeah, no, I think the Vision Pro was, I think, one of the bigger swings at doing a new thing that they tried in a while. And I don't want to give them too hard of a time on it, because we do a lot of things where the first version isn't that good. You want to kind of judge the third version of it. But I mean, the V1, it definitely did not hit it out of the park.
I heard it's really good for watching movies.
Well, it's the whole thing is it's got a super sharp screen. Mm-hmm. So if you want to basically have an experience where you're not moving around much in VR, you just want to have the sharpest screen, then for that one use case, I think the Vision Pro is better than Quest, which is our mixed reality headset. But in order to get to that, they had to make all these other trade-offs. So in order to have a super high-resolution screen, they had to put in all this more compute in order to power the high-res screen. And then all that compute needed a bigger battery. So now the thing is really heavy. So now it's uncomfortable to wear. And then, because of the screen that they chose, as you move your head, which you would if you're actually interacting, you're playing games, like the kind of image blurs a bit, and that's kind of annoying. So it's actually worse for things where you're moving around it. But if you're going to sit, if you're like on a flight, and you want to have a $3,500 device that you use to watch videos, Vision Pro is better for that reason.
They're really good at keeping you in their walled garden. That's what they're really good at.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing that they've done with iMessage, where they do this whole blue bubble, green bubble thing, and it basically, I mean, like, for kids, it's just sort of like they embarrass you, right? They're like, if you don't have a blue bubble, you're not cool, and you're like the out crowd. And then they always wrap it in like security. It's like, oh well, we do this blue bubble because of security. Meanwhile, Google and others have this whole protocol to be able to do encrypted text messages that finally I think Apple was forced to implement. Yeah, I think it was the Chinese government that basically ended up forcing them to do it, or some other government.
But it's still not encrypted. Even when you're sending RCS text messages, I don't think it's encrypted.
But I thought it was.
I think it's only encrypted Google to Google phones. I don't think it's encrypted iPhone to Google phones or Google phones to iPhones. Because I think that was actually, is it the FBI? Someone released that, telling people that if they're talking about sensitive things, they should use encrypted apps, like WhatsApp. See if we can find that. It was something where they were saying that, contrary to popular belief, that RCS texting to iPhone,
GSMA instant implement and then you can compare RCS maybe.
Can we see it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Google RCS to Android phone to Android phone is encrypted with RCS. I think the issue comes with it going from, so like, say Google Google RCS texting to iPhones, is it encrypted? RCS texting to iMessage, is it encrypted? I'm pretty sure it's not. I might be wrong. I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure I read that. And the problem was they won't let any other phone use the iMessage protocol. They had a company that was doing it called Beeper. And they were doing it through some sort of workaround. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's not. So you are getting the ability to send high resolution images, which is great because, you know, like my friend Brian, who uses an Android, he'd send me a video and it'd be this tiny little broken down box because, you know, you had to break it down to the lowest resolution.
Yeah, and I mean group chats when you have a bunch of people on iMessage and one person is an Android are terrible. I mean, that's we get a ton of people.
People get mad at you because you.
Well, I use WhatsApp. So I use WhatsApp. You only use that. I will communicate with a few people over SMS, but it's but basically, I mean, and I build a lot of leading messaging services, so I've got to use ours. Most people have either WhatsApp or Instagram Direct or Messenger. But yeah, so I think it's maybe people are less likely to get mad at me for asking them to use WhatsApp because you only make WhatsApp. Yeah. So
when Tucker Carlson was about to interview Vladimir Putin, one of the things that was really disturbing was they contacted him and read his signal messages and knew that he was going to interview Vladimir Putin. And he was like, what the fuck? The government. The U.S. Yes, U.S. government. I forget what it was. Was it the CIA or was it the FBI? Wow, I forget who it was. But he was like, I didn't even know you could do that.
Like, well, there are multiple vulnerabilities and all this stuff. It's like, it's unclear. I doubt that what they did was they broke Signal. Because that encryption I think is pretty good, as is WhatsApp. But it's basically, Signal and WhatsApp use the same encryption. It's an open source and it's a NSA. Okay. But someone could break into your phone and see everything that's on your phone. The thing that encryption does that's really good is it makes it so that the company that's running the service doesn't see. So if you're using WhatsApp, basically, when I text you on WhatsApp, there's no point at which the Meta servers see the contents of that message. Unless, like, we took a photo of it or shared that back to Meta in some other way. That basically, it cuts out the company completely from it, which is, I think, really important for a bunch of reasons. One is people might not trust the company, but also just security issues, right? Like, let's say someone hacks into Meta, which we try really hard to make it so they can't, and we haven't had many issues with that over the 20 years of running the company. But in theory, if someone did, then they'd be able to access everyone's messages if it weren't encrypted. But because it's encrypted, there's just nothing there, right? It's like when they can't hack into Meta and then get access to your messages. So now, someone like the NSA or CIA would have to kind of hack into your phone, which there are probably ways to do that. Oh yeah, there's probably a bunch of ways.
Yeah, there's probably ways to do that.
Yeah, and then of course there's always the ultimate kind of physical part of it, which is if you have access to the computer, you can usually just break in, right? So that's why, if the FBI arrests you and takes your phone, they're probably going to be able to get in and see what's there.
So WhatsApp is encrypted, but if someone has something like Pegasus, what they do is have access to your phone. So it doesn't matter if it's encrypted; they can just see it prints out.
Yeah, but I mean, this is one of the reasons why we put disappeared messages in too, because that way, if someone has compromised your phone and they can see everything that's going on there, then obviously they can see stuff as it comes in.
But no one wants to talk to you when you use it.
I think we should keep around as little
Big
of that stuff as possible. So there's
Such
some
a
threads
such a
where
douche of a dog mom
there's
legendary.
photos that get shared, you want the photos, but I think that a lot of threads, a lot of people just, it wouldn't be, I don't think most people would miss it if most of the contents of their threads just disappeared after 7 days.
Correct.
What I find is I don't use it that much because we have this like corporate policy at Meta that we use to retain all our documents and messages and stuff. But before we had that, I used it as we were developing this, and every once in a while I would miss something and say, wow, I kind of wish I could go back and see that, but it was very rare. I think most communication, it's kind of like you just have the communication when you're done. So having it be encrypted and disappearing, I think is a pretty good standard of security and privacy.
And you can set that disappearing time on WhatsApp, right? You can make it a day if you want.
Yeah, you can do 1 day, you can do 7 days, and you can also set across all your threads. You can have a default timer. That way, as new threads get created, your default timer just becomes the default for all those threads. So I think it's a really good feature. But I basically think WhatsApp and Signal are probably the two most secure that are out there on that. And of those two, I think WhatsApp is just used by a lot more people, so I think it's generally, I would say this because it's our product, but I do think it's the better product. But I think WhatsApp and Signal are basically the two most secure ones.
What was your take on that guy getting arrested, the CEO of Telegram?
Oh man,
That's well, right?
yeah, I mean, it's always a little difficult to weigh in on these situations without knowing all the specifics. But one of the government tactics that I've seen that I think is not great is an increasing number of governments when they have an issue with something that a company is doing, basically just threaten to throw the executives of that company in prison. And it's I think that's just a really weird precedent to set, right? It's if you have all these, so it's we're operating in all these different countries, and then you have all these governments that are basically if you, I don't know, put an Interpol on your list, get you arrested because you're not doing the thing that you want. It's I don't know. I think that's not great. I think you want the, so obviously you don't want people to just be flagrantly violating the laws, but there are laws in different countries that we disagree with, right? So for example, there was a point at which I think someone was trying to get me sent to death in Pakistan because they thought that someone on Facebook had a picture of where they had the drawing of the Prophet Muhammad, and someone said that's blasphemy in our culture, and they basically sued me, and they opened this criminal proceeding, and I don't know exactly where it went because I'm just not planning on going to Pakistan. So I was not that worried about it, but it was a little bit disconcerting. It was all right, fine. These guys are trying to it's not great, right? It's not yeah. I mean, it's it's flying over that region. You don't want the plane to go down above Pakistan if that thing it goes through. But that one was sort of avoidable. But the point is there are all these places around the world that just have different values, right? That go against our free expression values and want us to crack down and ban way more stuff than I think a lot of people that we would believe is the right thing to do. And to have those governments be able to exert the power of saying, okay, we're going to throw you in prison is that's a lot of force. And so I think it's generally, I think this is one of the things that the U.S. government is probably going to need to help defend the American tech companies for abroad. But I can't weigh in that much on the Durov specific thing because I don't know what we're doing.
You know, when you were dealing with the government trying to interfere with Facebook, how much of a fear was there that they were going to get away with it and that this was going to be the future of communication online? That it was going to, that they were going to be successful with all this, that they would push these things through somehow or another, especially if a even less tolerant administration got into power, and they would change laws and they would do things to make it possible. How much did that concern you?
Well, we basically just reached a point where we pushed back on stuff, right? So they were pushing us to censor stuff. We were unwilling to do it. We developed a very adversarial and bad relationship with our own government, which I think is just not healthy because I think, you know, it's, I mean, in theory, I think, you know, it would be good if the American industry had a positive relationship with the American government. But then what that happened is then the kind of U.S. government was going after us in all these ways. But fortunately, in the U.S., you know, we have good rule of law. So our view is, at the end of the day, okay, these agencies can open up investigations, and we'll just defend ourselves. Right? We'll go to court, and we'll win all the cases because we follow the rules. And so I think it ends up being a big political issue where it's like it would just be, you could get a lot more done if the government were helping American companies rather than kind of slowing you down at every step along the way. It makes you a little afraid that if you ever actually mess something up, that they're really going to break down on you if you don't have a constructive relationship. But I don't know. It's mostly, when we go back to the AI companies, it's like, I just think like we should all want the American companies to win at this, right? It's like this is like a huge geopolitical competition, and like China's running at it super hard, and like we should want the American companies and the American standard to win. And like if there's going to be an open source model that everyone uses, like we should want it to be an American model, right? It's like there's this great Chinese model that just came out. This company DeepSeek, they're doing really good work. It's a very advanced model, and if you ask it for any negative opinions about Xi Jinping, it will not give you anything. If you ask it if Tiananmen Square happened, it will deny it. Right? So I think there are like all these things where we should want the American model to win. But like at every step along the way, if the government is sort of making it harder rather than easier, then that's, I don't know. I mean, there's an extent to which, okay, the American tech industry is leading, so maybe the government can like get in the way a little bit, and maybe the American industry will still lead. But I don't know. I think it's getting really competitive, and I think like it's easy for the government to take for granted that the U.S. will lead on all these things. I think it's a very close competition, and we need the help. Not, we need them to not kind of like, be helping to do these things.
I completely agree, but I think that people with their own self-interest, when they're in power and they realize that these new technologies like Instagram and Facebook, that they are interfering with their ability to administer propaganda, or that their ability to control the narrative. That's where they get short-sighted. And that's when they act in their own personal interest and not in the interest of neither national security or the future of the United States in terms of our ability to stay technologically ahead.
Yeah, and some of this is just, if you go back to the COVID example, in that case, they were doing something, their goal of trying to get everyone to get vaccinated was actually, I think, a good goal.
It was a good goal if it worked. Yeah, it was real. Like if it was a sterilizing vaccine, it really did prevent people from getting COVID. It really did prevent people from infecting others or transmitting it, but it didn't. Well, so it wasn't a good deal because it wasn't based on real data.
Yeah, but also even if it were, right? It's like I think that's still on balance. Knowing everything that we know now, I still think it's good for more people to get the vaccine, but the government still needs to play by the rules in terms of, not like you can't just suppress true things in order to make your case. So that's kind of my view on it is I'm not sure in that case how much of it was like a personal political gain that they were going for. I think that they had a kind of goal that they thought was in the interests of the country, and the way they went about it, I think violated a lot.
Well, there's a bunch of problems with that, right? There's the emergency use authorization that they needed in order to get this pushed through, and you can't have that without valid therapeutics being available. And so they suppress valid therapeutics. So they're suppressing real information that would lead to people being healthy and successful in defeating this disease. And they did that so that they could have this one solution. And this was Fauci's game plan. This is the movie American Fires Club, or Dallas Fires Club. That's Fauci in that movie. That was what the AIDS was. It's this exact same game plan that was played out with the COVID vaccine. They pushed one solution, this only one, suppressed all therapeutics through propaganda, through suppressing monoclonal antibodies, and that was done, in my opinion, for profit. They did that because it was extremely profitable. The amount of money that was made was extraordinary during that time.
Yeah, and look, I feel like a bunch of the conversation is focused on tension with the American government. I guess just the point I underscore is that it's important to have work in the American government because it is like the U.S. Constitution and like our culture here is really good compared to a lot of other places, right? So whatever issues we think might exist here, you go to other places and it's like really extreme. And you don't even, and there it's like you don't even necessarily have it really well, right? And so I just think that like the way that this stuff works well is, I think if there's a clear strategy and the U.S. government understood, believe that it's good to kind of help advance this industry because it's strategically important for the country, then I think it would be good to basically push back on some stuff that's happening in other countries that's actually a lot more extreme than the stuff that's happening in the U.S.
Yeah, I agree as well. Listen, is there anything else you want to talk about? So, we're good?
I don't know. How long have we been going for? 3 hours? Yeah, I mean, well, I feel like we touched on AI, we touched on all the augmented and virtual reality stuff, and I think that stuff is just wild.
It's wild. Your AR technology that you're showing me today is very impressive. It's crazy. Lex and I were playing Pong, like parking the table from each other. Yeah, I was playing some crazy game where my fingers got tired because you shoot like this.
Because you're using the V1 of the neuroelectric.
Yeah, it's like in the future it'll just be that. It's really fun. It's really cool, and it's you see where this is all going. It's really fascinating stuff, and I'm very excited about it.
Did you get a chance to use the Rabbi?
Yes, we did that too, and we did translate too, where one of your coworkers was speaking in Spanish. It was translating it to me in my ear in real time in English. It was really interesting. That's amazing. It's really cool. And then you can also do it on the phone, so you can show it to the person on the phone, so you don't have to say the words. It's really fascinating stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, we're just sort of coming at it from both sides, right? It's like the Ray-Bans are like, okay, given a good-looking pair of glasses, what's all the technology you can put into that today and still have it be just a few $100s? And the Orion thing is like, all right, we're building the kind of future thing that we want. We're doing our best to miniaturize it. It's basically like,
still pretty small.
Yeah,
I mean, just thicker glasses.
Yeah, and I think we want it to be a little smaller. We need to be a lot cheaper. Right, each pair right now costs more than $10,000 to make, and that's not going to be a successful consumer product at that. So we have to miniaturize it more. I mean, the amount of stuff that we put in there from, it's like effectively, it would have been considered a supercomputer like 10 or 20 years ago, plus the lasers in the arms and the like nano etchings on the lens to be able to see it, and the microphone and the speaker and the Wi-Fi to be able to connect together. It's just like a wild amount of technology that kind of miniaturize into something. That was really fun. We've been working on that for 10 years. But yeah, I think between that, the glasses, all the AI stuff,
Yeah,
all the social media stuff. Yeah, no, I think
we covered it. And I'm very excited about this new stance that you guys are taking. I think the community notes thing is a brilliant idea that, X has implemented. And I am really glad that you guys are implementing it too. I think it's the way. And the way generally I think we both agree is that people have to have the ability to communicate. They have to have the ability to express themselves. That's how we find out what's real and what's not.
Yeah, I think the more voice is the answer.
Yeah. Yes,
And I think after sort of a long journey, I'm glad to be able to take it back to the roots, and I feel like we're more fortified now in the position.
Well, I think one of the lessons that people have learned over the last few years with suppression of information is that that's not good. And there's a giant percentage of the population that feels that way. And even people that are progressive, that were on the side of the people that were pushing the suppression of information, still don't think it's right. I think most people generally believe in the First Amendment in this country. And we realize how valuable it is to have the freedom of expression.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast. Find out all day.
It's cracking.
Oh man, my back. Fantastic.
What's going on with your back? You had back issues in the past. Right? We talked about that the last time.
Well, I was born scoliotic.
Yeah.
So it's like I just bought my own pen lock so I can click the shit through. This is a way to
You remember clicking on the pen?
Oh yeah. I'm a fidget, so I take everything. It's not good. Oh yeah. Born slightly scoliotic, and then of course I banged myself up over the years.
Of course. Do they do anything other than surgery for people with scoliosis?
They do, because I do surgery. I should start opening stuff up and fooling with it.
Yeah. Especially the back. Yeah. Back's a rough. I've never met anybody that had like fusions or anything where it turned out good.
And like Hippocrates, the father of medicine, he said, in any ailment, look first to the spine. And it was like, he's kind of right. He emanates from the core.
Well, if your back is fucked up, everything's fucked up. No matter how strong your arms and legs are, if your back is fucked up, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. Your brain, everything goes to that.
Yeah, but you're in pain all the time. People with back problems, like they can't think straight. They're always like,
There's a gift in not thinking straight.
Tell me more. I want to know.
Well, it actually takes you down some pretty weird paths. If you're happy all the time, you don't have to strive to find thoughts to make yourself happy.
Right.
It's a good predisposition.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think being happy all the time it's kind of an unlikely scenario.
No, nobody is.
Yeah.
But we all want it. You notice we all yearn for it. That's the only thing we all want.
Right.
Just little people.
Well, it's also we're shown it like in television, movies, we're shown happiness as this goal. Seek happiness. Should be happy, all the time, happy. Never be upset. No, it's not realistic.
It's completely unrealistic. However, it's nice to have those little journeys to the art where you can actually explore those things. You can explore your ids, explore happiness, and so you'd experience the opposite. I look at situations around me and I genuinely feel pretty grateful from what some people go through. Sure. And everybody's not like that. But like this morning, for example, I will be
surprised at my home is still there. Yeah, we were just talking about that. The house is my friend Tom Segura, his house. Yeah, this is where he used to live. Sober lived there. Yeah, I have a son who's in sort of volunteer fire brigade, Milo. I call him the mayor of Malibu. And he's running around. I asked him how's things looking there. Milo, he says not good cops. He said, a video of mine was like it. It's the flames. It looks like an inferno. How do you think this will get you out of California, Bonner? Yeah. Where are you going to go? Ooh, I don't know. I got a place in Costa Rica. I love it. Ooh, Costa Rica. Yeah, I bought there many years ago. You know? It's a real nice spot. It's not too touristy. No dirt roads. Oh, nice. Off the beach. Do you feel safe out there? Pretty safe. I think, look, the place is safe. I mean, you've got the Dalian down there. You know, what you got? It's kind of in the, what's the next country down? Panama. And there's this no man's land where Colombians come through and all kinds of dirty dealings in the jungle with, who knows, any drugs and mules and, yeah. So, it can be dangerous, and I've heard of danger. You hear about somebody getting chopped up by a machete. And Costa Rica it's actually a cool place because it never had a culture of death. Like a lot of the Central American countries did. They have a culture of death. Even Mexico, tear people's hearts out and Aztecs, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, Aztecs were like the Romans, the Mayans were like the Greeks. They all sort of dabbled in some stuff. But Costa Rica always had a policy where they, it's like the switching in Central America. Emphasize education and health, and everybody's literate. It's kind of interesting in that way. But there's where it's little troubles. Yeah. Well, like everything, especially in that part of the world, it's just like there's so much sketchy shit going on all around you. Yeah, there can. Yeah, one has to be forewarned, forearmed on that. So I have a nice place. Yeah, I have some friends that have a place in Mexico. And I was like, don't you ever work? Yeah, I worked in Mexico a couple of times. I was down there. There are apparently people rolling heads into bars and stuff like that. Rival gangs and stuff. And they said, I go over. And they said, you're crazy going for it. You'll be kidnapped. I said, I'm not going to be kidnapped. I'm the guy who pays. You're going to be kidnapped. And I'm not going to pay your ransom. It's like, I never felt insecure. And you listen to something. Yeah, you remember that. I know. I used to watch guys who do what I do for a living. A phalanx of bodyguards and like for security and stuff. And I used to have that stuff for a little while, but it doesn't make any difference. You're going to be okay. Or not, right? Until you're not. And everybody's going to be okay until they're not. I got in a dodgy situation. I acted crazy. Yeah? Yeah. What happened? If you act crazy, especially if you are a little you're in a stress mode. So you actually get angry. If I feel like I'm threatened, I get angry, which is what happens. And then you get really in people's faces. But all the old cultures like that, like people traveling across the Great Plains to go west, you acted nuts. They leave you because they didn't want you to be disturbed. So what happened with you? Nothing. They left me alone. Well, where was this? Oh man, I was in a bad neighborhood. It was when I first got into Development, and I was to go to dinner with Costa Gavras. It was a Greek director. I went the wrong way, and it was before they had phones with me. Right. So the Thomas guy, it was the Thomas guy anyway. I wasn't guided well by Thomas. I ended up in the wrong place, and then my muffler fell, and I was driving a Mercedes, a nice sporty car. And I thought, oh, I hit the right. I pulled into a side street. The sun was going down. And as I got out of the car, I thought, I gotta fix this muffler. I can't just drag it. People started coming from houses. And they came up to me, and I saw them coming in the rearview mirror. And I jumped out of the car and got in their face. And I said, "What the fuck are you?" Because I felt threatened. And and the guy said, "No, I'm just looking for some money. You got any money?" So I would bring money. And it was like, I thought, I'll think about it when I'm fucking finished. I opened the trunk. And this is the weird thing. I will never quite understand this. I opened the trunk to see what I could find to help me put the muffler back on. And sitting there, behind 2 things in the back of the trunk, was a pair of wire cutters and a coat hanger. It's exactly what I needed, and I don't know why it was there. That's weird, isn't it?
That's very weird. So you use the coat hanger to wire up your muffler?
Yep. I got a piece of wire, wired the muffler up. The whole time, 4 guys are coming.
Jesus.
And they're standing behind me, and I'm feeling like, oh. And anyway, I get up, I finish the muffler, slammed, and I'm acting mad and crazy the whole time. And I think this guy's nuts. And I get back to the car, and my wife gives me a handful of cash. And I thought, what's this? She says, it's just 5 little ones, give it to me. So I drove off. But it was like, it was looking hairy. And you never,
What year was this?
oh my God, like in the 90s.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amount of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
So things have been I think they are.
Yeah, I think so for sure. Yeah, we were just talking about the wildfire situation and how crazy it is. They spent $24 billion last year on homeless.
Yeah.
And what did they spend on preventing these wildfires?
Zero.
So, zip.
And in 2019, you said to take care of the forest, maintain the forest, and do all that kind of stuff.
Didn't do anything. And then on top of that, they cut the water off.
You know, it's all funny. And then I think all our tax dollars are coming in for Gavin's hair gel. I don't know, but it's like, you know, it's sad. It's the place is just on fire.
You know, the whole state is just so poorly managed. It's so frustrating and confusing. And then he gets on TV and pretends like everything's great. And California's the best. We have the best state. We have the most amazing economy. Like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. You ruined the state.
They just
Personally ruined it.
well, it's the thing too. It was up in San Francisco.
Mhm.
And what they did in San Francisco.
Yeah.
San Francisco's kind of like apocalyptic thing.
Yeah.
I went there. Like homeless. You know,
It's just unbelievable that society can come that quickly. It really is unbelievable.
it doesn't take.
No.
I read a book by Jared Collapse. You ever read that?
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? It says all the things you need for civilization to cave in and collapse. And a lot of the things are present. Those earmarks, the precursors to the collapse, they're present in our time. So it's an interesting observation.
Yeah.
And we're no smarter than our grandparents.
Well, that brings me to one of my favorite movies, which is Apocalypto. You know, when the Mayans were running things, like, who could have ever thought we had such an incredibly sophisticated society, unbelievable construction, like the stuff that they had built, like, one day, you just walk through there and there's nothing in there.
In fact, there's something because it's interesting. Somebody was flying by what they thought was a volcano in the 30s, someplace there. And he thought, hey, that's a city. Where is it? There's 4 by 8 foot bricks. That's not made. And it is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than what is in Egypt. And it's in the Yeah, we talked about that the other day. Yeah, it's a recent discovery. Not that reason. I was maybe 20 years ago on a visit. I went down with the archaeologist at that Hanson, who's from Idaho or someplace. And he's down there. These families have been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. And there's not a bunch of tourists. All the pyramids in Chicago would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Really? Yeah. It's a monster. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was bigger and grander and more sophisticated than civilizations that came after. Yeah. It's pretty interesting. So it is unbelievable how, like, when the accounts of like people that visited Mexico and visited the Aztecs, like what the markets looked like, how insane it was, and how gorgeous it was. Yeah. That disease, I don't know if it was disease or what. I think the people were pretty dissatisfied. It would have been hard for Cortez, with his limited numbers, to actually take over civilization like that, unless they kind of happened upon a civilization that was pretty dissatisfied with the way things were going. Yeah. So I think they had people to help them sort of rebel. When you're making a movie like that's a crazy undertaking. You're making an entire movie where there's no English in it at all, and it's a blockbuster. Yeah. It's cool. It was fun. That's one of the best movies. It's a fucking great movie. Well, because I think it's scary because nobody's speaking your language. And you're looking at indigenous people, and because they're not speaking, totally kind of buy it. And you can buy the horror and the primal nature of the story you want to tell. And really, it's just a series of fears, one after the other. You know, being chased by scary guys, or eaten by wild animals, or, hit by blowguns. It's all like a series of these things. But I think basically what I was doing was trying to talk about our time now and the civilization that we live in. Of course, there will be collapse. And what are the things that lead to collapse? It's environmental stuff. It's human sacrifice. Yeah. We do that. Kinda. We do. Yeah. We do. We just dress it up. Yeah. When you find out medications are killing people, they prescribe it. They do it for money. That's kind of sacrifice. When you find out that wars are irresponsible, they're not just. They're for money. You send their young people over there to die. Mm-hmm. Sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for not. I mean, I love this. I love the warrior. I do. I love the warrior. Yeah. And we hate an unjust war. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, it's a mess. But human sacrifice aspect is alive in our society. It really is. It's just dressed up in a different way. Yeah, rhetoric, but they've always been. Like in Apocalypse, it was like, yeah, so the crops will be better. Hey, we'll just, kill people. Yeah, and then all the people. Hey, we're archaeologists and scientists, and that never happened. So there's this revisionism about it too, that it could happen. But there are accounts from the time where, yes, people did witness these things. And of course, I had a bunch of battery archaeologists and scientists and professors of my own. But yeah, but this stuff did happen. And here's the depictions of it in paintings and imagery. It did happen. So when you set out to make a movie like that, first of all, what brings you to that? Did you get the script first, or was it an idea that you had in your head? It was. It just came from in here, and I was working on something, and a buddy of mine said, "So what do you want to do next?" I said, "I want to direct something. I always want to direct a chase film." He said, "What kind of chase?" I said, "A
foot chase. He said, what? I said, yeah, people chasing. I mean, there's something kind of primal and scary about a foot chase. And I think in order to have a foot chase, you can't have a society where there's any kind of cars or anything like that. Otherwise, you have a car chase. But I want to film a foot chase like it's a car chase. And he said, what are you thinking? I said, well, I'm thinking if you go back before Columbus discovered America, and it's like people assume that Columbus discovered America and then life began. I said, I want to know what was happening right before he got there. And I said, so I had this idea that you see all this stuff going on and there's no time period on it, and then all of a sudden you date it by the arrival of Europeans. Like Rothschild in the Planet of the Apes. Said, it's kind of a cool ending. And he said, oh, wow. And he said, where do you think Columbus landed? I said, Mexico. So I looked up, and the first peoples he encountered were Mayan trading communities off the coast of Honduras. And I thought, cool, what was happening? What were you doing? You know, and we looked at these towns and pyramids and temples and stuff like that. And then the story is born from there. And of course, then we read the book, The Jar of Diamond Collapse. I read the Mayan Bible, the Purple Food. I had to tell them what they believed and what their civilization was like. And they had concepts, as we do, of heaven and hell, of punishment or reward. It was a little different. Quite a bit different. In fact, when I went around to the archaeological sites, they go very well. They dug something up. It was like, well, what is it? There was this carved image in the stone. It was my thinking. So they dug further and further, and it went like 26 meters down. And it was the entire story of the Purple Food, of the twins going into hell and getting their father's head and swimming back. And it's this crazy story. And it kind of dated that book, because I think it was almost 3,000 years old, this mural, this carving. So it tells the story pretty well. And they thought initially it was probably back in the 1300s. It was confirmed that it was at least 2,600 years old. Yeah, so pretty cool. But to be there digging that stuff up is mind-blowing.
Well, they're missing so much of the Mayan history. It's very interesting. That's water. They're missing so much of the Mayan history because everybody's gone. But you ever see the very bizarre carving where it looks like there's a guy who's sitting in a cockpit of a spaceship, looking through some sort of an eye thing?
Yeah, I think that's some weird stuff. It's like
Weird. Where there's fire underneath the chair. Like, what is that?
they got dudes that look like real dudes. They have these guys with red beards and helmets and stuff.
Yeah.
Like these Phoenician guys who probably traveled over there early on.
Yeah.
Probably maybe in the 6th century or something like that. So it wasn't that long ago, guys. So they probably went over there and made contact, and they got their gods or something, and then they went away again. They away from them. And of course, they did come back. They didn't know about the same.
Yeah. Well, there's so many accounts of people visiting, especially when you get into the Amazon.
Sure. Oh, I don't know about the Amazon.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, the Amazon used to be filled with people, and most Amazon is man-made. The jungle in the Amazon is agriculture. Yeah. Okay. The jungle in the Amazon, they didn't even know this until fairly recently. And they now know from flying over, they use LiDAR, which is this light radar. So when they use this laser radar ship and they fly over it, they're finding all these grids and pathways and cities in the jungle. So the jungle consumes all these cities. And there's millions and millions of people living in the Amazon. And that Europeans came over, diseases, everybody died, jungle consumes the city. People come back 200 years later looking for it, like the lost city of disease, like that story.
Right.
They go back to look and there's these
Guns turning to steel.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's fascinating. I'll have to look into that.
And we're going through all those things right now.
Oh, yeah. germs.
Yeah.
I'm just on the tail end of some hideous flu that was going on.
Did you get the H5N1? I don't know, whatever the fuck it is.
I don't know what the hell. Yeah, I've had that. That was the swine thing. I had swine flu one time.
You had that in 2009?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, it was an epidemic, a pandemic, whatever you want to call it. But it didn't have the same sort of press releases that COVID did.
Sure. You got the swine flu. I act more like a pig. Wallowing in my own mud.
So I like Flight Risk. It's a fun movie.
Oh, it's a whole, it's a movie. I mean, I think the first thing you got to do with any film, and I think it's incumbent upon all directors, artists to entertain first. In some fashion, even if it's a heavy story, you have to find some aspect of it that entertains. And I think this, for entertainment's sake, is just fun and it's quick. I'm not subjecting you to 4 hours of watching Autism Drive.
Right.
It's like, it's 85, 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, and Mark is insane.
Yeah, he's great in it. He plays a good psycho.
Psychopath. Mark's got a good there's some dark stuff there that he was able to draw from. And every now and then he let it out. I can't read through some of the stuff he said. In fact, we had to cut most of it out. He was like really sick. But we hint at it.
When you make a movie now, and you've had such a career, when you make a movie now, like what motivates you at this point in your life? Like how do you decide, let's hit the green light on this one?
Yeah, there are things that speak to you, and they speak for a long time. I remember when I was a kid in high school, I was studying English, and they were over the English on this country, and they talked about how it came from this old guttural German, Old Norse, that the Vikings brought across, and I was like, that's cool, the Vikings, you know? And then immediately I started thinking that somebody should make a film about Vikings, and they only speak in Old Norse, because if they say, if they speak English all of a sudden,
Right.
you're not buying. Right. They're speaking some guttural language.
Yeah.
You're sort of scared. It's like, that's scary to me. And then I said to myself, I'm 17 years old. I'm thinking about making films about Vikings. I don't know anything about making films and not much about Vikings. So why the hell am I thinking about that? But that was something that was early on. It was like a drive, I guess, to sort of depict things like that. So I did films in other languages, in Mayan, in Aramaic, and in Latin.
Yeah.
And there's the power to that. I noticed when I was young, I used to go and watch a lot of foreign films. And I watch French movies, or German, or whatever, or Spanish. I watch them and I think, wow, the acting's great in this. And it seems better because of the subtitles.
Right. Yeah.
More believable.
Right, because you're not hearing insincerity in their voice because you don't even understand what they're saying. Yeah, you just feel the emotions in the words.
And it also has to take your attention because you have to do another function.
Yeah.
Which is another thing that sort of maybe blinds you to the flaws in the filmmaking. So, it's a great trip.
Yeah.
It's obfuscation.
There's a thing about reading it while you're watching where it's like an added element of concentration. Like the subtitled movies, you feel like you're a smarter person watching it when you're reading it as well.
And there's something about the written word. Pretty interesting thing to throw into the mix. I know when I first started, it was kind of confusing, but then I got really good at it. And I think, especially with something like the passion that I did, the written word was very important. You got all those books, the Bible, but the different gospels and stuff that people are quite familiar with. Half the time, they didn't even need to read the subtitles, but they look at it and know what was going on.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the number one place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers
can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Big Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see kng.co/audio.
That was a crazy movie because it was a great movie, but it seemed like there was resistance to that movie.
Oh yeah, no, there was,
Which I thought was very strange. There was like Hollywood resistance to that movie. Like people didn't like that you were making it.
no, yeah, there was a lot of opposition to it. And I think if you ever get on this subject, you're going to get people going. Because, of course, it's a big subject. It's like, and my contention is, it was like, you're making this film, the idea was that they're all responsible for this, that his sacrifice was for all men. And that for all our ills and all the things in our fallen nature, it was a redemption. So, and I believe that. I actually am, I was born into a Catholic family and very Christian. So I do actually believe this stuff to the full. So depicting that was an honor, but it was also, you got the daylight beat out of your feelings.
Yeah, because there's resistance, first of all, from secular Hollywood, where for whatever reason, Christianity is the one religion that you're allowed to disparage.
Yeah.
Christianity is the one religion where people, all these progressive, open-minded, leftist people, they'll embrace all these different religions until it comes to Christianity. And for whatever reason, that represents like white male, whatever it represents, colonialism, whatever it represents, it's negative.
Yeah, sure, it's gotten a bad rap. And people do feel free to beat up.
Mm-hmm.
Even I do when I see it. It's like, it's not fair.
Right.
I think it's off.
Right.
Like, when they appoint some cardinal in some diocese and he's been covering up for people who are child molested.
Yeah.
Like Theodore McCarrick or Cardinal or those kind of guys. I mean, or the Pope. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Benedict.
Well, not Benedict. Well, he was covering up. But so is the guy.
Is he really?
It's not great.
I thought he was like the more progressive one.
Oh, progressive, yeah.
So he's covering up for stuff as well. Well, they all are. I mean, it's a dark institution in a lot of ways because it's history.
The institution, it was instituted by Christ, but that doesn't mean that it can't be flawed. And there's a school of thought that says it isn't what it purports to be anymore. It's moved away from what it was intended to be and what it is. Almost there's a guy called Bishop Vegan who says it's a counterfeit parallel. And it's becoming an entirely different religion. I don't adhere to a post-conciliar church. I adhere.
Can you define what that means?
Okay. There was an event that happened in the 60s. First, there was an event in the Vatican where they elected John the 23rd. In 1958. I was 2 years old. He was elected. It was a very funny thing. Usually there's white and black smoke that goes out of the chimneys to tell you we have a vote. How the lights pop up, and the whites came up. And everybody cheered and went crazy. And then a half an hour later, black smoke came up. That never in history from that the white smoke came up. And then the black smoke.
So white smoke means we found a new pope. Black smoke means no pope.
That's right. They had votes, and Hollywood would have around in the conclave, and black smoke many times. maybe it would take 2 weeks. But never was it known that whites came. And
So what was the scenario?
that somebody was elected, and that maybe something else happened. He was pushed aside and something else was put in. So it was some kind of power struggle. And of course, the man who came out was a man called Angelo Rothschild. He was John the 23rd. Now it's interesting to note that never had a pope taken the name of another pope ever before in history. But this man took the name of a known anti-pope from the 15th century that Cosimo de' Medici put it as his own man. I'll get you on the chair and everything will be rosy. You know, everything will go good for business. You know, whatever he was putting in there for some corrupt reason. But and there have been corrupt men in that place before. I mean, there's Alexander VI and Julius II, the Sixtus IV, and some of these guys, they're not saints. So he took the name of a known anti-pope from the 5th century, who actually said, yes, I'm an anti-pope, sorry, I'm not the right guy, because there was more than one. He confessed to being, and he wanted to, square things with the Almighty, I guess, so he confessed to being an anti-pope. And so he took the same name as that guy, John the 23rd. So it's interesting, don't you think? Why would he do that?
Well, whenever you have that kind of power, so I'm sure you've been to that, right?
Yeah.
It's huge. It's so great. When you're walking around, you see just a massive amount, just the dollar value in the art that they possess.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
It's crazy. And it's a very small country. It's a country.
Yeah, it's a country inside of a small city. Because Rome's not the biggest city. And then it's got a country inside the city with walls around it, and you can't extradite people. How convenient.
Even that, so he didn't drive from the Vatican to the other place. He was only a little while. Who knows?
Well, he didn't want it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he had done, one of the things that he had done was he had moved a priest that had molested 100 kids, and he moved them to some new place where he molested deaf kids. Yeah.
I know.
That's the dirtiest, most evil practice that the Catholic Church has been accused of.
I think so, and many institutions as well, but that is a very bad. And I think it's all partially the same corruption crept in. And when you ask what's the difference between pre-Vatican II, so Vatican II, and of course they took the church and they reformed it, and they changed things, and it didn't necessarily agree with everything that came before it. And up to that point, you could find it agreeing with itself. But all of a sudden, you got something else. To the point where now, I mean, we got a pope that brought a South American idol into the church to worship.
Really?
Yeah. The Pachamama. He brought the South American, and he got it.
I don't know what that is.
It's like a South American god, Pachamama.
Why would he do that?
Good question. But he did.
Did he have an explanation for why he did it?
Yeah, it's kind of a weasel worded thing. All religions are just as good as one another. But, if that's his contention,
It shouldn't be revoked.
no.
I mean, how can we revoke say all religions are just as good? We're all worship.
So, yeah, that's Pachamama. There you go.
So he brought that in.
Yeah, into the Vatican. Then the hierarchy worshipped at a ceremony.
What?
Well, that constitutes apostasy.
Yeah.
That's an apostasy.
Yeah. Worshipping false gods.
Yeah, that's number one on the Mosaic hit list.
Yeah.
Moses goes up in the mountain, he comes back down, people worship with a golden calf.
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. And for me, that's a partial thing. But, that's called apostasy.
Right.
It's a falling away from. And the very nature of apostasy means that you have to be part of it and fall away from it. So it's an inside job.
Yeah. So what do you think there's a motive behind these things?
I don't think What do you think it is? But it is good. I think we're looking at a world where, and this is in the next film we're going to try and tackle this question, that there are big runs, spiritual runs. There's good, there's evil, and they are slugging it out for the souls of man. And my question is, why are we even important? Little old flawed humanity, why are we important in that process where the big guns are slugging it out of us? And I think there's bigger things at play here. And institutions that purport to touch on the divine are necessarily going to be affected by that slugfest that's going on between good and evil.
Right.
And
sometimes good gives up ground.
yeah, and maybe not on purpose. You know, maybe there's some deception involved or self-deception. Collect. Every morning when I wake up, I actually pray that I don't deceive myself. Because it's like, your mind is a very funny place. I mean, there's, I've always said, it's your second thought and your first action that you're responsible for. Your first thought, throw it away.
Right. Upon consideration.
Yeah.
Second thought is what you're responsible for.
Yeah.
That's the difference between first degree and second degree murder. There you go. Right? Right?
There's
First degree, like, I'm plotting this out. And we take that into consideration when we sentence people.
Sure.
Like, if you're a person who all of a sudden you're in a fight with a guy, you didn't expect it, and you stab him and kill him, second degree murder.
Yeah.
But if you're like, I'm going to kill this motherfucker, I want to find out where he is, and then I'm going to go get him, first degree.
Sure. I planned a lot of murders in my in your head, you plan the murder and you think, that's not very good. But I think I could get away with it.
Right. There's the second thought. Yeah. That is interesting that we take that into consideration.
Yeah.
That we do. Like, if you've had time to think about it, you're a different kind of person, the person who acts in the act.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're in your act of passion.
Yes.
And I found this out. I actually spent a long time in my animal brain, which is a very horrible place to be. And
when you say that, what do you mean by you spend a long time in your animal brain?
You're in flight or fight.
Right.
All the time. You don't even sleep. It's like really not a good place to be. And if anybody looks at you, you want to fight them. Yeah. And sometimes you say and do things that are socially unacceptable. And I went to have a brain scan. This guy called Daniel on, man. This brain guy. He's against all psych meds and stuff, but he thinks like, let me have a look at your brain. He put a radioactive tracer in me. And to photograph my brain.
Right.
He works with a lot of, yeah, he works with a lot of football players and guys who have brain. But so he looks at my brain and he goes like, and he opens the file. The guy, he looks up. Are you okay? And he goes, first he went like this. And I said, what? And he goes, are you okay? Like that. And I said, yeah, I think so. And he came over and he sat next to me, but very slowly and cautiously. He said, and I said, what do you mean? He says, you got the worst case of PTSD I've ever seen. And I said, you mean like even worse than guys in war and shit like that? Yeah. And he says, you're not okay.
Jesus Christ.
And I was like, I started to well up. Oh, no. It's like, oh, boy. And it was, he had a very miraculous and great remedy for it, which was to eat a bunch of fish oil, vitamin B complex, and get into a hyperbaric chamber for 40 sessions. But make sure you do at least 2 or 3. It fixed my head. Really? Yeah, it got me out of that wacky.
So it was something to do with nutrition and oxygen.
Yeah. And your brain is neuroplasticity. He explained neuroplasticity to me, how, okay, if you get brain damage, holes in your head, concussion. I used to play rugby. I've been knocked out on the field a couple of times.
That explains. Yeah.
And so it actually, you can actually heal the holes in it. They don't have Swiss cheese. It's like horrible. A lot of these football players, poor guys, they get depressed.
Oh, yeah.
Hormonal
imbalance, pituitary glands fucked up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, not producing testosterone, human growth hormone correctly.
That's correct.
Yeah, depression, low energy.
Yep.
Irritability.
Irritability can kill somebody.
Yeah.
And it's just not socially. So plus I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the rugby, that's a giant factor.
Yeah, I played from like 13 to probably my late teens, and you get knocked around.
100%. Yeah, they fans their butts about that. Well, people don't realize that even shot chest got brain damage. Yeah, that's what people are realizing now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and like I'm addicted to the UFC, right? I love it. But I know that these guys, I feel kind of sorry for them.
I do as well.
And one of the guys, I knew one of the guys very well. And usually I'm pretty immune to it. But like, he was in there, he was fighting against Volkanovski, it was Brian Ortega. And he was putting his ass in it, just, he almost got him a couple of times. Like,
Yeah, he almost submitted him twice.
yeah, I know. But because I knew Brian, it was like my child, it was like my son was I almost started crying. And it got to me, I was like, I should probably feel like this about all these guys, but I don't know them as well.
It becomes a problem for me when I'm friends with a guy.
Yeah.
And then also I see when they're on the tail end of their career and they can't take shots anymore. And then when you talk to them, you recognize this huge patterns of slurring.
Yeah, I met Muhammad Ali in a chair. And I don't know if I can even tell you what he said was but he was still in there. He was still a little devil. And he was like, and he was still defiant with people. Of course, but it was like,
You can't?
no, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Footnote it. Tell me later.
I'll tell you later. But it was my assistant. What he said was so funny. And then he said it, whoa. And then I looked at him and he was laughing. So he was still going in there, but it was hard. I guess he had the damage.
Yeah. Trauma-related Parkinson's disease.
Yes.
Very common for fighters. Yeah.
It's not good. I got knocked out in a fight. Yeah, he had twins. And it was like ice. And it was, I woke up in the hospital.
No. Well, a few of those will explain a lot.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And we didn't know that back then. That's why it always drives me crazy to movie when someone gets hit over the head with a gun and knocked out, and then 5 minutes later they're fighting and they're
Or shot in the
Yeah.
arm. They're killing him. That always made me laugh too, but we used to do it.
Well, you kind of have to, right?
Yeah,
So that's part of the whole thing of telling a movie. You gotta,
sure. I mean, the show proper, even brains Mark Wahlberg with a fire extinguisher.
yeah.
He's back.
Brains him, shoots him.
Oh yeah, he's a cockroach. You can't kill him. It takes a lot more.
Yeah. But we're, people used to think that concussions were something that you recover from. Like, no big deal. Get a concussion, take a break for a little while, you'll be fine. Well, you'll be fine.
No, I got a concussion at my daughter's wedding. This is really weird, okay? So she's getting married. Married a great guy. They got a great family. And a buddy of mine from Australia comes to the wedding. He comes up. I go to hug him, and he ducks down, and he comes up, and he puts his shoulder into the point of my chin. The guy weighs 240, and he puts his shoulder into the point of my chin and knocks me down. Jesus Christ. And like, for the next 4 months, I'm messed up. I have to get like a guy to work cranial sacral and fix me up and stuff like that. It's really messed me up.
Fucking Australia.
Yeah, there you go.
Wild folks.
Where's the Germans?
Wild ex-prisoners.
Yeah. Wild prisoner of mother.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So this story that you want to tell about good and evil, like, do you have a script, or is it just a thing in your head? Like, what is it?
Yeah, it's the resurrection story, but it's not linear because you can't really. It's hard to understand, so it's got to be put in a framework. And you answer a few other questions as well. And you have to juxtapose the event itself against everything else. in a bigger picture, which is a hard thing to do. And it took my brother and I about, and the guy Randall Wallace, plus my brother and I, took us 6-7 years to write it.
So are you doing this with historians as well? Are you trying to make it?
Yeah. Well, I regard the Gospels as history, as verifiable history. Some people say, oh, it's very good. He never did study it. And there are other accounts, verifiable historical accounts outside the biblical ones that also bear the sense that yes, he did exist. And the other aspect of that is that all the evangelists, the apostles who went out there, every single one of those guys dies rather than deny their belief. And nobody dies very long. So that's part of what I'm doing. Showing nobody dies very long.
Yeah. Well, the resurrection is the one that is the most difficult for people to swallow.
Yes.
But that's the one that requires the most faith.
The most faith, the most belief.
Yeah.
Who gets back up 3 days later and gets murdered in public? Who gets back up under his own power? Buddha didn't do that shit.
Yeah.
So
You believe that was a real event?
yeah, I do.
What brought you to that belief? Is this something you've always had, or is it something you studied it and you come to this conclusion because of the historical accounts?
Yes, I think as a child, one accepts things on faith because you're raised by people who are nice to you and they believe it. And my dad was a pretty smart guy. He was like Mensa smart, real smart. Back in 1968, he won Jeopardy, right? And then they brought all the Jeopardy winners back. He played all the winners and so he had a mind in his future. And his memory is practically photographic. My memory is pornographic. So his was like, I don't have that kind of mind. But I'm more like he did math, I can't have it. But so as a child, you learn these things and you accept them on faith. And I still have that faith, but as I got older, I came to it through intellect and through reading and putting things together in accounts and then occurrences, like in my own life. I mean, just recently they verified the Shroud of Turin. Have you seen that?
I've been reading about it, and I know that there's some contention, there's some discussion and debate about it, but they used to think that it was only 100 years old,
Yeah.
and now they've changed that.
Yeah, they said no, it is back then.
They also don't understand how it was made, which to me is very fascinating, because it's not paint. It's not, they don't know what caused the image itself and how that technology would have even been available a couple thousand years ago.
An intense light, I mean, atomic. So they don't have like a photographic piece of cloth.
Yeah.
And
It's wild. Pull that up. Pull the Shroud of Turin up. It's wild to look at. Oh, it's so interesting.
and you can see it, that it depicts a first century Hebrew male because the hairstyle was from the first century, and a Hebrew hairstyle, that he was about 6 feet tall, that he was completely scourged all over his body, he was crucified.
The one on the left, the one on the right is just like an artistic rendition.
Yeah, that's the face.
Yeah, click on that one, the face. The face, yeah, that's good enough. Good that large. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, yeah.
Scourged, beaten, a crap. The horns, the hands, the feet, and the scourging. And the hairstyle was from the first century. And the pollens that they found in the cloth were from that region.
Yeah.
Also, the weave was a first century weave, what was typical. And another guy, an archaeologist who I knew, who actually translated the Passion of the Aramaic, told me that if you look close, you can see the image of the Tiberius coin marks on the eyes. Now, I don't know if that's real or not, but there's images of Tiberius on the eyes.
So they put the coins over the eyes.
So that would be it. But they have now verified that it does actually go back to that time period. For a while, they were testing pieces that had been repaired in the 13th century.
Right. What is the latest on that?
You see, like, if I have two different articles from within the last 6 months.
Yeah,
Opposite, of course. You can know which one's the most accurate.
Well, it's such a crazy thing for you to try to verify. What are you saying? You're saying that this is really the shroud that Jesus was covered in? So you're saying Jesus historically absolutely did exist. You think that this is the shroud that covered him? Just that alone. Incredulity, people just immediately, their hackles raised. Like, wait a minute. And they just, instead of like looking at it objectively, they almost always want to look at it from a point of view of disproving it immediately, dismissing it immediately.
But that's it. That's science, isn't it? So we play the devil's advocate. And that's okay. Go for it.
Are you aware of Grant Hancock? Grant Hancock is sort of a historian that has a very, he's got a series on Netflix. He's a fascinating guy. And his career started because he was investigating these accounts in Ethiopia of the Ark of the Covenant. And that they believe the Ark of the Covenant is in this one church that's protected by all these monks that wind up getting cataracts and radiation disease and sickness, and they think that it's because they're protecting this Ark of the Covenant, this actual thing, that it's an actual physical thing that's there.
And if you touch it, it's
yeah, and that even being in his presence fucks people up.
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah. There's got to be someplace, right? They buried it, they lost track of it.
Yeah.
But, it used to be. And all the stories are if you even touch it, you fall over. Because it wasn't structured electrically somehow.
Yeah, like what is that? What's in it? Yeah, what's giving people cancer if they're really protecting it?
I think it's the actual structure of the container it's in that is the problem. That's my thing. I could be wrong. But I think inside it, they have things from like when Moses was like manna and stuff like that they managed to keep from, like, for example, they say that that Golgotha is the place where the crucifixion happened. It's called Golgotha, the place of the skull, because that's where Adam's head is buried. Yes, and that they also perhaps the same place. And it tells you it's kind of in the same area where Abraham almost sacrifices Isaac. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
And the cross, in the artistic depiction, at the foot of the cross, underneath it is the skull, representing the skull of Adam.
So it's interesting. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
That's the skull of Adam, huh?
Yep. Place of the skull in the chapel of Adam.
What did you find on this right? Just ask like one person, like one researcher thought it was, another researcher based off of their research said it wasn't. Can you put it to the one that thought it was? So the one that thought it was does regular research. Jesus, one is like an AI artist in Brazil. So I don't know who has the most. So it says, study published in the Journal of Heritage. The authors conducted dating work on a sample from the shroud, coming to the conclusion that it may be a 2,000-year-old relic. The shroud, which long been the subject of intense scrutiny, features a faint image of a man. Some believe it's the body of Jesus miraculously imprinted onto the cloth. While the latest study does not discuss the question whether or not the artifact was indeed Jesus' burial shroud. Specifically, the authors did find its age was roughly consistent with his time.
Yeah. I think, isn't the Smithsonian going to have maybe that's it. But, there's for and against. There's always been.
Yeah, always. It's just,
but the image.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Whatever it is, it's pretty crazy. And the fact that they don't know how they made it is also pretty crazy. Yeah, it's not a thing. I'm not exactly sure how they came about?
It had to have been some kind of intense life.
So the thought was that even trying to replicate something like that today
Would be incredibly difficult to do. Sure. It's like an X-ray vision.
Yeah.
It's like an X-ray. That's what you only see, you really see it in negative.
Right. Right. It's like a negative. Yeah.
Hey, I buy it. but that's not the only reason. You know, there's other logical reasons why I believe.
Like what it was.
Stuff happens in your own life. The results you get from actually appealing to a power greater than yourself. And I mean, I don't think it's any secret. I am flawed in the fact that I am by nature born in alcoholism. I did drugs, I did alcohol, so and there was nothing that could stop me from doing that. Yeah. So I was really kind of on a downhill run. So I regard the fact that I was able to appeal to something greater than myself to help me and actually stop me doing it. I think that's a miracle. It is for me and for many. So,
well, that is the thing about AA, right? The part of the whole process is appealing to a higher power.
Sure, it's spiritual, yeah. Because you're suffering your spiritual master.
Yeah.
So it's a spiritual appeal. And that's the essence, I think, of it. Because you can't explain it. I mean, well, you kind of can. But I think what you're being asked to do is to think about other people and other things more than yourself, because it's kind of an ego disease.
Yeah.
So if you,
that is the problem with addiction, right? It's very narcissistic.
Very.
Because you're constantly thinking about yourself and what you need. I need a drink. I need a pop. I need something.
Sure, I need it. Or, and no matter what you need, it's never going to be enough.
Right.
So you actually have to appeal to something outside that you consider bigger, better than yourself, which instantly kind of pushes you more in the direction of humility, because you're not the center of the universe, and that you can't do it. And the first step in any of it, so to speak, is accepting that you are powerless. That's the most powerful step you can do, is that you're powerless. When you realize that, you're like, okay, there's fuck all I can do about this. I have to appeal to something better than me. And that to me is
well, it's a very uniquely human thing, the ability to course correct, and also just like the concept of addiction in the first place.
Sure.
You know, it's a very uniquely human thing that we all know there's dark roads our mind can go down, and then we wonder, like, what is the purpose of these dark thoughts? What is the purpose of this destructive behavior that we're all prone to in some way, shape, or form?
What is the purpose of everything?
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, why am I here? What's the meaning of this?
Yeah.
I'm looking for purpose, and what is the reason? I think we have to leave some stuff, but you have to leave some good stuff. You can leave plenty of bad stuff, and it's and we're all prone to it. I often think about the human race as a whole. When you think about guys like Stalin, Hitler, Chairman Mao, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be sharing a cell in the afterlife with those guys.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'll be on the ladder, but
it depends on how you end up, right?
That's it.
Yeah,
it really is. It's like, and we're allowed to make mistakes, and we do. We are so flawed, and I'm more flawed than he, but it's something that I think, and it's pretty safe to say I'm in the third act. You're in act 2, right? Because I'm like, but I'm in the third act. So you have to think about the other side. You have to think about what comes next. Is there? Yes, there is. I believe there is. And I think it depends on how you live now. And the beauty of belief is that even for your transgression, you forgive. and you can be redeemed, but it's all
Right. It's the true acceptance and understanding of what you've done and what you should do.
sure. You have to look at yourself honestly.
Yeah.
Absolutely honestly. You have to be able to accuse yourself and understand that it's a great deal of mercy involved. And I believe that God sent his son down to tell us, okay, I'm going to ransom you from your fallen nature. And I'll give you a roadmap on how to do it. And you can do it. There's even people that do it that I've never even heard of. Some guy in the jungle someplace, I'm sure.
Right.
Because the creator is above the And it's an interesting fact to note that the first canonized saint, you know who it was? The first ever canonization was a saint. Was Dismas. Dismas, he was the thief on the cross next to Jesus. And he says to him, you're going to be okay. This day, you'll be with me. Unbaptized, criminal, all that stuff. So, the lawmakers above the law. So, mercy.
What about people that never experienced Christianity? What about the uncontacted people?
That's right, that's what I'm saying. Some guy in the jungle.
Yeah.
It's been known that it's called invincible ignorance because they don't know what the truth is. It's possible that they could be saved as well. You know.
So, what are your thoughts on evolution?
The Darwin thing?
Yeah.
I don't really go for it.
No?
I say dinosaurs, what they turn into. These became extinct sometime. I don't think I was some kind of like, legless thing that crawled out of the ocean. I think I was created.
Do you think other things were legless things that came out of the ocean? Do you think like multi-celled organisms came out of single-celled organisms and there was some sort of a natural selection and random mutation that led to everything else but us?
Sure, look at gain of function. You can make stuff happen. Of course, stuff did happen. But I think it's all part of it. I think it's all ordered. I think anything left to itself without some kind of intelligence behind it would devolve into chaos. And so there has to be some big intelligence that orchestrates everything. Not that we don't have chaos in the world, but I think that's our own.
But what do you think separates us from all the other creatures?
I think we have a soul. We're created with a soul. And, I went to a restaurant last night. There was a steakhouse in Austin. And it was interesting because all the pictures on the wall are pictures of animals that look resentful, like cows and steers staring at you, looking angry as you rip into a steak. But I just believe we are higher than these creatures because we have a soul, we have an intellect above theirs. And we aspire to higher things. We have aspirations.
Right.
And this is part of why people drink and smoke and do dope and all this kind of stuff, because they're looking for a spiritual experience. They're looking for, like, they actually call alcohol spirits. I mean, they're looking for something. And I think we all have that yearning in that we want to be happy and we want to be at peace and we want everything to be hunky-dory. So there's this yearning inbuilt in all of us for that, to aspire to something greater. And that's why we're inspired by stories. Because it's like, hero stories. Joseph Campbell's stuff here and places and stuff. It's like these stories inspire us. I was at a party the other day in Tennessee, and you think, Tennessee, what's going to happen there? It's going to be squeal like a pig. No, man, there's some people in Tennessee. Sure, but like amazing people. And I found myself in a conversation with 4 tier 1 dudes, all of whom did something extraordinary. And it was that Tom Slattersly guy, the Black Hawk Down guy. There was Sean Ryan, he's got, you probably heard of this guy. Friend of ours. Yeah, right? Yeah. There was a guy called Christian Craig. You know who that guy is? No. And then there was Eddie, they wrote a book about Eddie Gallagher. Yeah. Eddie Gallagher. I was talking to 4 of these guys or something, and I didn't know who you even talk to. But their stories are amazing, especially, and the one guy I ended up talking to was an SAS guy, British SAS. He just looks like a bank teller, but he did something extraordinary and incredibly brave, and with no regard for himself, only regard for other people. And it was like, you hear these stories, and it's sort of just like, it pops up. You think, could I do that? Could I be that person? I don't know if I could. I don't, in a way, I don't even ever thought like that, because you have to be in a dream situation. Right. But hearing about other people and how they behave in situations that are different is very inspiring. So, there's so many of those stories about, and through history.
But that's another unique thing about our dreams, is that we learn from others in a very extraordinary way. And that's one of the reasons why we like stories. Yeah. Why we like myths and fables. There's lessons you can apply to your own life without having to actually go through those things.
Yeah. That's right. I made a film about that guy, Desmond Doss. I don't know if you saw it. It's like Hacksaw Ridge. It was about a medic. He figured so much killing going on, he was going to go into the battlefield and save them. And he didn't have a weapon. And he was in the worst place on earth. And he got a progression of it all because he kept going in to the worst place possible and dragging wounded guys with no regard for himself. I mean, who does that kind of stuff? Right. And over again. He didn't just do it once. He did it hundreds of times. He finally got, hit with shrapnel and other stuff, but he lived to be an old man. But wow. And it was just pure faith. So, those guys, those kinds of stories inspire the hell out of me.
So, back to this idea of evolution. So, do you believe that evolution exists in animals? Or do you think there's some sort of a natural selection process, or do you think that it is all intelligent design?
Well, I think everything is good. And maybe things do move on, adapt, and change through time. But I think that's a function of intelligence also. And when you look at the fires in LA, what's that going to do? Going to give me a new house. Maybe. And
or a new place to live.
Yeah, something. Yeah, I'm just totally, because I feel, and I can't really, I'm sorry, I can't intellectually tell you why I don't believe in evolution, but I don't. It's just a feeling. I don't think I was some ape, or I don't think my ancestors were. I think they had to be pretty smart to survive.
So what do you think all these pre-human hominids are that they keep discovering?
Like, tell me what a pre-human hominid.
Like Australopithecus,
right.
or some of the other human-like creatures that never made it, like Denisovans, Neanderthals.
Yeah, stuff like that. Okay, well, they've got something called Zinjanthropus, remember that?
No.
Zinjanthropus. But it was like they looked at it and they did some core samples and it was put out there by people advocating evolution, and they discovered that it's a human skull attached to the jaw of a people.
Oh, I do.
So it's a hoax.
Yeah, this hoax is, yeah. But there's also been real stuff.
Really?
Yeah. You don't think so?
Maybe.
Well, what do
Well, you know, like, I don't know, tell me.
well, the one that we looked at the other day, that was one of the first pre-humans that buried their young, or buried their dead brother, was Homo neanderthals. What was it? Remember that? I can't remember how to say it, but the lady, yeah, the pre-human hominid, very small creature that buried their young, or buried their dead, rather, so buried their young, they buried their dead. Australopithecus. There's a bunch of different, the Lucy skeleton. There's a bunch of different pre-human hominids.
Yeah, maybe they're hunting.
Yeah. Well, they're similar to us, just not where we are.
Yeah.
They're on the road to becoming what it means to be a human being. What do you think goes on?
Well, they could be animals. Or they could be like, look at today, you can get some mosquito could bite you and your kid could be born with a malformed skull or something. They have those.
Yeah, but this is like a genetic thing. Like they've mapped the genome of these creatures.
Oh, they have?
They're different. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to explain this, Joe. I don't know.
But you do think that human beings were created.
Sure, I do.
When do you think that happened?
When? Probably, and not that long ago.
Really? But what do you mean by not that long ago?
Probably only about 8,000 years ago.
Really? So what do you think things like Göbekli Tepe are when they find these constructions that are carbon dated to 11,000 plus years old?
I question.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes things a lot simpler.
Well, yeah, they're especially in claims.
Really? Water's there. Well, carbon dating seems to be pretty rock solid studies. Yeah, and the science behind radiocarbon dating, detecting carbon isotopes, it's pretty legit.
Yeah. I don't know. You can't see it.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to.
And I don't have to.
Yeah.
What difference is it going to make?
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't make a difference in terms of your experience in this life on Earth. Like you can have your faith and your ideas and live a great life from beginning to end, and it might not suit you to really ponder evolution and all the puzzling problems.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
And I just I look at all sorts of stuff like that. The iceberg melting, water overflowing.
It's not.
Never have a glass full of ice and watch it melt. Did you ever see a glass full of it?
No. Yeah.
A hot greenhouse.
Well, there's a lot of horseshit that's involved in climate change for sure. I've studied that. I've had many discussions over the last 4 years. The problem with anything is that once a narrative gets established, and there's a profit attached to the solution to that narrative.
Yes.
And that's green energy and green energy bills, and there's businesses that are wrapped around there. And then there's also this fear that they love to pump into people about climate change. That they terrify the shit out of young people that we're going to destroy the world, the climate change, you must act now. And you become beholden to the political party that's espousing these ideas. And then your enemy is the deniers of this science, even though you don't even understand the science.
Yeah.
And did you see the Washington Post article that they published recently about temperature change on Earth?
No.
Well, there's what they realized is over the last, X amount of thousands of years that the temperature on Earth is plummeting.
Yeah.
And it's dropping. And then when they look at the dips, this is the most important thing for anybody that's really freaked out about climate change. There's no static temperature on Earth ever. There's never been a time where it maintains a temperature until human beings came along and fucked it all up. That is just not real. Before human beings ever existed, trust these core samples, there's been a giant rise and fall and this constant dip. There it is. Scientists have captured the Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. Look at the dip. at the end. That's reality. Okay. And then if you look at the course of history, you look at the rise and fall, like it's never a straight line. Way before human beings ever existed, way before human beings had ever existed, there's always this rise and fall. And this idea that the whole thing is based on carbon emissions from human beings is total bullshit. It's not true. We might be having an effect, but we're having a small effect, a very small effect. And the other things are completely outside of our control, including solar activity, the distance between the Earth and the Sun. There's a lot of factors. There's all sorts of factors involving natural activities like volcanic emissions, which devastate. The entire human race was knocked down to a few thousand people at one point in time because of the Toba volcano. No life. No life for years. Good luck. And the people that survive are fucking barbarians. The most savage. And then it takes a long time before they can figure out civilization again after that. Like dinosaurs. They just stop. So they fall into chickens, I guess. Birds, raptors. Well, they think a lot of dinosaurs have feathers. Yeah, that's the newest thing. You don't think so? I don't know. I need to take a pee. I'm so okay. It's a nice picture. That's got to be a moment in your head. Yeah. It is fun. Yeah. But it was a good picture. The only thing is, okay. I just can't look back. And I didn't even no dreaming. I tried my best to make it too bad. Yeah, you talk about humility. Like, what gives you more humility than being publicly? Sure. Yeah, public humiliation. And you know what? For most people, it is their number. Sure. Yeah. Public speaking, and because of that, public humiliation. Yeah. It's all the time. Because we're so concerned about other people's opinions. Yeah. Because we're not sure of our own opinions. I've been through a lot. Well, so have you. Yeah. I mean, I remember they were giving you really thick and forceful. Yeah. Funny. Yeah. Funny how that works. Funny how that does work. Yeah. What's really funny is how that was a part of the demise of mainstream media. Because people were like, this is crazy. This doesn't make sense. Are you guys really the news? Like, what is this? They seem to be complicit with this for 100%. And they go I think this is what we were talking about before, that there is good and evil. And sometimes it manifests itself in a very clear and obvious way. And I think that's what that was. That was evil. That was putting people's lives second and putting money first. How is that guy still alive? If just people understand the history of the AIDS crisis and what that guy did back then. Did you read that book? Yeah. I listened to it. Yeah. I drove up to San Francisco and I listened to it. I had road rage. Oh, yeah. And it was like, first of all, people that don't believe it, how come RFK Jr. didn't get sued? Yeah. How come there's no lawsuit? If there was a lawsuit, he would be publicly humiliated. Instead, they kept that book off bestseller lists. That book sold millions of copies. They hid it. That's when you find out the bestseller lists are actually curated. It's not really bestseller. It's censored. It's all censored. Yeah, everything's censored. But that book is an accurate depiction of what Anthony Fauci did during the AIDS crisis, which probably was an AZT crisis. Yeah, I don't know if there's an AIDS crisis. I mean, it's fairly incontrovertible now. The guy's fooling with the function. 100%. Right, or at least free. Right. And no repercussions. Yeah, whatever happened to that story where, the wombat and the weasel got together and they were horsing around and the bat pissed on him with a golden shower, and all of a sudden it was in a wet market, very wet market. You got complete total horseshit. And totally the scientists that we're supposed to trust.
Yeah, I could have more shit. It was like the age that some green monkey could have fought the steward on the ass when he went around the world and got everybody sick. And ridiculous.
If you want to go through the age rabbit hole, look up a guy named Peter Duesberg.
Oh, yes, I know. I read that book.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Okay.
He's telling the truth. This is the fucking COVID crisis times 1,000. Yeah. I had him on the podcast way back in the day. It was one of the earlier guests that I had. It was way back in like 2010. It was one of the first times I got openly attacked for someone being on the podcast. So it's like, blood is on your hands. I'm like, first of all, no, it's not. It's 2010. Who's dying of AIDS? 0 people. So stop. It's not blood on your hands. Like, if this guy's correct, he's a tenured professor at the University of California, Berkeley, who is like, his work on cancer is, everybody thinks it's groundbreaking work. Brilliant doctor, but he was a heretic. He was a guy who stood outside of Fauci's doctrine and the narrative, and he said, I don't believe that HIV is what's causing this, when all these people that are having these immune systems are all heavy drug users. He's like, I think this is a disease of a decimation of the immune system due to heavy drug use. And then on top of that, you're prescribing this chemical, this AZT, that kills people. They stopped using it for chemotherapy because it was killing them quicker than cancer was.
I was sitting in a theater company in the 90s. And I was going to a funeral of friends. They were all nuts. Crazy in the 80s and 90s.
And they were all getting AZT.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, the ones that were getting AZT, even the ones that were asymptomatic, like Magic Johnson, they were giving Magic Johnson, you got to stop taking it. Yeah. Because he was making you sick. He was killing.
Yeah, I read it. It's even more on Facebook. And he's an amazing guy. People say, he's crazy. He's not crazy.
He's not.
He's one of the most erudite. They say he's not. So he's not.
He's not.
He's a very shrewd. He's never lost a case of him. When he brings something to suit. I don't think he's ever been defeated. But that book is not just him. It's him about 1,000 highly qualified scientists and physicians commenting on the whole situation. So I read it. It's a pretty convincing document. And you're right. Nobody's seen it.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary.
Well, not only do they not sue him, their response is to try to ignore it. They don't want to debate him on it. They don't want to do anything. They want to just ignore it and hope it goes away. But it doesn't go away. And the more people talk about it, the more people read it. And when you do read it, you go, if this is true, what the fuck is going on? And how is that monster still loose? Yeah. Well, and he seems the way he talks about that, it just seems. Well, first of all, there's so many instances of him lying. There's so many, like, where he said one thing, 2 years later, turned out to be a lie. He said one, like, whether it is the natural thing, the mask thing, whether it's the natural spillover, the lies about gain of function to Congress. When he was lying to Rand Paul about whether or not they did gain of function research. Like, how is that not perjury? How is he not drunk? Well, hey, other mystery. Well, then the Biden administration is now talking about taking that guy and giving him the full pardon. So, yeah, fucking crazy.
They might.
Yeah.
But Hunter didn't need a pardon. Was he indicted?
Well, I mean, he was in trouble for tax evasion. There's a lot of tax problems. He definitely did some uncool things. And then there's the Burisma thing. But the crazy thing about his pardon is it starts at the time of him being involved in Burisma. So it's from 2011 all the way to today. That's what he pardoned. It's the biggest sweeping pardon anyone's ever received ever. And Biden's pardoned more people than anybody ever too. There's already over 8,000 people pardoned. A lot of criminals. Yeah. Well, there's that, but then there's also people that like the kids for cash judges. Where they were locking up kids and putting them in child detention centers because they wanted money. They were doing it for kickbacks. I saw that. He was a documentary. Yeah. Again, what we're talking about, good and evil. Like, these are real things, and rational people that profess themselves to be intelligent and secular, they don't want to believe in good and evil. They don't think that they just think people do bad things. People have motivations to do bad things, but they don't want to believe in the concept of good and evil. because these are biblical concepts.
They are.
Right? Yeah.
And they've been around since the beginning.
And people want to pretend they're smarter than the people that sort of embrace these biblical concepts.
Right. That goes into evolution. Are we smarter than our brain?
And we are about some things, but we can't survive the way they did. But they're obviously intelligent. It's just they didn't have access to information the way we do. But there's a difference between information and intelligence.
I don't have many devices for information. I read books. I read most of them.
Yeah?
I gotta recommend a book to you.
Okay.
It's fascinating. And it's called Frontiers. And it's about a guy called Simon.
No.
It was written by a guy who's now deceased, Alan Eckert. And it is really about opening up Ohio and Kentucky, places. Simon Eckert, who was just an Irish immigrant. He wasn't much for farming and stuff, but he killed a guy. And so he ran away because he thought he'd be indicted for some crime or something. And he ended up being this frontiersman. And it's a very interesting document because you get the history of what was going on at the time when the country was opening up between the settlers and the Indians, Shawnee. One of the most beautiful books I've ever read. It's very well done, and it has a narrative, but it's reconstructed. It's all kinds of historical documents and letters and diaries and all this kind of stuff. So I think that took about 15 years to sort of get all this stuff and write it. The first half of the book is about this guy Simon Kenton. The second half is about Tecumseh, the chief. Really great book. One of the most fascinating books I've read. You can't put it down. Really? Just like little chapters.
I'm going to get that right now.
Yeah.
You ever read The Empire of the Sun and Moon?
Nope.
The Empire of the Sun and Moon is about the Comanche.
Oh, yeah.
And it's all about the settling of this area. It's fucking incredible. And again, one of the most brutal books ever. So this is the Frontiersman?
Frontiersman, Alan Eckert. Yeah. And it's all in little bite-sized chunks. And it actually, for a history book, it has this incredible narrative with heroes and villains and all the players. Very interesting. Oh, yeah. Don't read it before bed. It gets pretty dark.
Why are you so drawn to this?
I think because maybe I'm trying to learn something. It's been about 80 years since the last big war.
Alan Eckert's got it.
I think I just want to learn. I mean, my dad went to World War II. He went to Watertown, got bit by mosquitoes, malaria. Which is interesting to note that he used to take hydroxychloroquine to get malaria.
Isn't that crazy?
And then when my doctor recommended I get it when I had COVID, they gouged me. 800. It used to cost him $30. They wanted $800 for it. They were gouging.
Well, not only that, when Trump talked about it, then all of a sudden they demonized it.
Yeah, they laughed.
Which is crazy because it's an antibiotic. It works on malaria. Yeah, and people have been taking it forever.
Sure, pregnant women can take it. Yeah. And it doesn't hurt the baby.
Yeah. But that's what's so bizarre about the time that we just went through, because there's more information now available to people instantaneously than ever before. Yeah. You look it up on your phone and instantly know, oh, ivermectin, the guy who created it, won the Nobel Prize.
Yeah. 2014.
50. Yeah, producing human beings. So what the fuck is going on? Yeah. Like, who's running this thing?
And it's harmless. And it wasn't made for horses. It was made for people. And then they used it for horses.
Right.
So it's like saying penicillin is for horses because they use that on horses too. Like, that's stupid. They told me it was for moldy bread. That's what it was from, yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of medications used on animals too. You can't say it's a veterinary medication just because it's also used on animals. No, it's been used on literally prescribed billions of times on human beings. Yeah, it's like the stem cell stuff they started using on horses with emphysematic lung conditions, racehorses, because they would bleed. And they got the stem cells from the umbilical cords of their offspring injected in and they healed their lungs, which is not nasty. Because I smoked for 45 years. And I read this silly book by Alan Carr, not the little guy who managed the village people in the captain and all that like that. No, this other guy, Alan Carr. He wrote this book, and it's the only thing that made me stop. Work like crazy. But the book made me stop. What else made me stop? What is the book? It was a book called The Easy Way to Stop Smoking. And it's a silly title, right? And it's sad if my son gave it to me. He said, stop smoking, Dad. Here's this book. I left it on. I used to walk past the bookshop and think, God, and then I finally, my doctor said, you have first stage of disease. I'm kidding. Yeah, you want to get this. Yeah, I better read this book. So I read the book and I stopped. Right? So it was, I think it was like neuro-linguistic program, something like that. Read it and kind of self-hypnotize yourself, but it worked. What did it tell you? It said, it didn't tell you you're bad, you're going to die. It didn't tell you all that sort of stuff. It was like, I mean, they had things like, maybe I'm blowing it, but they had a chapter where it says, okay, we focused on the negative aspects of smoking. Now we're going to do the good aspects of smoking in the next chapter. And then you turn the page and the page is empty. You know? And it's just a trick. The whole thing was about a trick, but it worked. And I don't know the kind of work, but it was like sort of like self-hypnosis while you're reading the book. And it wasn't a negative thing, like I gotta stop this, it's bad, I'm scared. It wasn't even that. In fact, if I hadn't had the stem cells afterwards, my lungs completely healed. Do intravenous? Yeah, intravenous. And it gets stuck in your lungs. And it was just Dr. Reed. Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah. The stem cells are incredible. And the fact that you can't get them the way they can get them overseas, the way you get it in Panama, where Reardon has his clinic, Tijuana, they're getting better here. They're getting better, but there's so much resistance because of the FDA. And the resistance is purely because of money. Again, it's an evil thing. It's not because they're not effective. It's not because they're dangerous. It's just because of money. I think so. Yeah. There's an agenda. I think farming wants to keep you on stuff. Yeah. Something. So if there's a surefire cure for something, it's not necessarily hailed. No. Well, and then there's also the problem with the media. The media is lockstep in with these businesses that are promoting these things. Yeah, and they're not giving you information, they're giving you propaganda before they're giving you information. Propaganda is more important to them than information. And that's what's crazy. We're counting on you guys, and you fucked us. You fucked us for 4 years with this COVID thing, and now you expect us to listen to you about the fucking swine flu, the bird flu, or whatever other thing you're trying to freak us out about, which always coincides with some sort of a political event. Like, here it is, the inauguration of the new president, and oh, look at this. There's a new disease. You think there would? Oh, there is. There's this fucking H5, H5N1, whatever it is. One person died. One person in America, first person died. 65 years old with a bunch of comorbidities. Yeah, okay. And which is usually what it is. But by the way, 65 people with a bunch of comorbidities die all the time with nothing. They die of anything. I mean, this is like a car that's falling apart and you run over a nail. Oh, the nail killed the car. No, that car was falling the fuck apart. Like, the nail you ran over was the last nail in the coffin. The thing was falling apart. I got COVID from my garden. And he had it first. I was like, I'm going to grab the hose and put it all over this. I don't know. But it was, I knew the guy before me. And we both went to the same hospital. And he died in the I think we both got remdesivir. Yeah, it's not good. Not good. Because his kidney failed. I know. I couldn't walk for 3 weeks after stuff. real because it kills you. I found that out. It kills you. That's what it is.
Oh, you should wonder about that. Meanwhile, they were trying to stop people from getting monoclonal antibodies. Yeah. They restricted monoclonal antibodies, which is fucking insane because they wanted to promote that vaccine because they wanted to profit on it, which brings us back into evil. The evil's real. It's real. Putting money over human lives is evil. It's a real thing, and there's a temptation to do it too, which is even more crazy.
I don't believe that there is anything on afflict mankind that hasn't got a natural cure. I think that has to be. It just makes sense to me. Now, I couldn't prove that, but I just believe that there's got to be something that cures things. And I'll tell you a good story.
Okay.
I have 3 friends. All 3 of them have stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer. And they had some serious stuff going on. What did they take? They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin,
Benzazole.
Yeah, I'm hearing that a lot.
There's hydrochloride, something or other.
There's studies on this now where people have proven that
People are drinking methylene blue.
Yeah, methylene blue, which was a fabric dye. Yeah, it was a textile dye. They find it has profound effects on your mitochondria. Yeah.
Stuff works.
But there's a lot of stuff that does work, which is very strange because, again, it's profit. When you hear about things that are demonized and they turn out to be effective, you always wonder, well, what is going on? How is our medical institutions, how have they failed us so that things that do cure you are not promoted because they're not profitable? That they can't control it, they don't have a patent on it, whether it's vitamin D, K2, magnesium,
Well, yeah, I'm
zinc,
seeing
of course, I do all that stuff.
Did you do the breakfast?
Yeah.
Me too.
I do all that
I
stuff.
was on 30 pounds.
It's fantastic.
I was talking to Zane, and he said, "Oh, you know," and I said, "Yeah, I got to do something. Something like 5'10", 235. You know, that's too fat."
Yeah.
So I had to sort of go back. So now I'm under 2.
That's great.
Should be. You know. But and it was that breakfast.
No, Gary's a national treasure. And you get to get on all over the place too.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Going to sauna. I feel better.
Oh yeah. Oh, I do all that stuff. Yeah. Cold run, sauna. I'm ritualistic with it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
it's part of my everyday life.
I hear you. The cold plunge is like 30, 40. I don't understand that though. I mean, dude, I'm 34 degrees.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's hard.
Yeah, you get accustomed to it. To me, it's not. I mean, it sucks. Every time I do it, I'm like, don't do it, don't. There's like the part of me that's like, my inner bitch. It's like, oh, we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. But luckily, the general is stronger than the inner bitch. The general is always like, shut the fuck up and get in there, and I just get in there every day. But
I do like 48.
that inner bitch is always confident. It never shuts up. Never shuts up. Don't ever think that it, or like, even though I do it every day, anybody who's like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how I do it either, but I fucking do it. I make sure I do it. I'm the boss.
Do you do the saunas too?
Oh yeah,
The red light bed.
I have a red light bed. Yeah, I have a sauna, red light bed. I have a hyperbaric chamber. I have everything.
Hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, it's incredible. Incredible.
I gotta get back in there.
Oh,
Oh,
it's phenomenal for just overall recovery for everything. It's also been shown to lengthen telomeres. They did a study out of Israel. Yeah, they gave people a protocol over 90 days, 60 sessions of 90 minutes over 90 days, and it's shown to lengthen telomeres and decrease your biological age. But you just feel fucking great.
It makes sense.
Yeah, you're flooding your body with oxygen. Most diseases, or a lot of them, come from a lack of oxygen. Your body not having enough oxygen is very bad for you.
I used to have a Chicken master. This is what blows my mind about medicine and about ancient stuff. This guy is from Shanghai. He didn't speak much English. A little bit. His wife would translate for him. And he'd come in and he could point at from this far away. But like feeling like to the breast pounding, it's like pushing.
Really?
I'm not kidding.
Well, you're
Oh, I was like 40. You know, he only just passed away. Damn, yeah. Oh no, people like it. There are others like it. He learned it from somebody. And I think he imparted some knowledge. Plus, you know, he would get you. And stuff like that. It makes you wonder how they build the pyramids. You know, I mean, if he can use his mind and kind of get into quantum physics and move shit around with thought and with energy, there's actual energy coming out of this thing. They could have built the pyramids like that. I don't know. Maybe somebody had that down somewhere. But
Well, I'd like to hear a better explanation.
me too. It was really weird. He one time he was working on me. He was working on my liver. He said, "Your liver," because he looks at you, and if you look at him, he looks away. And his wife engages you while he checks you out, and then he gives you a little body map, puts X's all over. He knows what everything is. He knows exactly what's going on.
That's what he's seeing your aura, but what is he seeing?
Everything. He sees everything. He was an allopathic doctor first. He went to medical school. He could write your prescription. He could do all that stuff. He was a doctor. And then he saw a taboo master, this old guy, and people were lining up getting cured and stuff. That's what and he learned that on top of being an allopathic doctor. So one day he's at me on my back and pushing me. I can feel my back at the wall. And there's a poster of the film on the wall, you know, my office. And I can see him in the background. He's like that, like this, like that. Like kung fu when he rays of energy at me. And he hit me. He started yelling at my organ, at my liver. Like, good God, you know, whatever. And I went up the wall, and there was like 8 inches of air under my feet. And I was up the wall. And I was like, whoa, and I came back. And I looked at him and he just went, he said, don't die. It's just science. Like that. It's just science. Just science? Yeah, just science. And I was so freaked. And the priest was like, he was an old Jesuit, a traditional old guy. And he was a cross between Jimmy Stewart and Henry Flood. That's the way he sounded. And I said, is this he says, whoa, did he heal you? Like that. And I said, yes, he did. And he said, that's all right then. And he says, I had no trouble with something like this because it was within the realm of possibility that somebody had that, and then it's inexplicable. But it works. And it works. He just passed away. He was pretty old.
There was a place that, you know, I bought a comic book out here, and before the building that we bought was the Ritz Theater on 6th Street, but before that I was under contract to another building, and this other building was owned by a cult. And this is a crazy story. The cult was awful, horrible. There's a documentary on it. It's called Holy Hell. And this guy who was a gay porn star and a hypnotist, he was a yoga instructor, got a bunch of people in West Hollywood, and then eventually moved them all out here to Austin. But what this guy was doing, one of the things that he would do to his disciples is he would do a thing called the knowing. They had to be chosen for it. They had to earn it. And when he would get them and bestow the knowing upon them, he would touch their head, and they would have this incredible experience where they said they contacted God. Now, all of these people denounced him eventually. They left the cult. They all said he was a con man and this and that. They all talked about that experience, and they said it was the most profound experience of their life, that they really do feel like they came in contact with God. And it's like, what can a person, if a person truly believes, and this other person truly believes that they can do this to them, and they have this moment, and something does happen, like, what is that all inside of us? Do people have ways of pulling that out of you that we've lost track of, that we don't know? And even an evil person is running a cult, manipulating people and exploiting people, still has this thing that he was able to do to them, that even after they've admitted that this guy exploited them, they say that was the most profound moment of their life.
That's interesting. Because I think, there are party tricks that you can get
Right, but is that party trick? If it really is a pathway to connect you, at least temporarily, with God, that there is a thing inside of us.
Well, that's what I'm crazy.
Right.
Because I'm off the floor.
Right.
So I thought, I gotta check this out because this is too weird. And he said, did he heal? And I said, he did. And he said, that's all right. Because the guy wasn't trying to get me.
Right.
In fact, he never charged me. The first time I went to see him, he charged me. And it was like, okay. And then he never charged me. And he used to call me when I was sick.
Real.
I wouldn't call him. He knew when I was sick. He called me. I need to come see you.
So you have like some sort of a direct line with your action.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And he could teach, this is better, he could teach you martial arts like quickly without you having to do it. It was a weird thing. He did it first with me. He got him for a couple of weeks and he said, I'll have to show you something. I went out there and blindfolded him. He had these two swords and he was doing all this it's crazy stuff. I said, how did you learn that so fast? He said, it was in you. And he started to do a thing where he taught me how to harness this energy and to actually begin what seemed to be almost like involuntary movement, depending on the hand that we create a style of kata or self-defense. I used to do a crude martial arts, not crude, but like a hard martial arts. What was it? Kyokushinkai.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait,
Kyokushinkai.
yeah. I think it's cool.
It's Japanese.
It is?
Yeah.
I can't remember. But it's like, I didn't stick with it. But it was, but he got this whole other approach of breathing and visualization that would actually draw energy into your lower chakras and you release the energy and it would create this kind of movement. I showed it to a friend of mine who was a martial artist. I said, tell me about the footwork I'm doing here. And he looked at me and said, it's kind of like, what's that really soft? Tai Chi. It was like that. I was doing stuff like that. It was crazy. And it was really a big release, but it was about visualization and breath.
Yeah.
And the release of that energy that pent up from all around them. That visual coming, manifesting itself in you.
There's got to be something to all that stuff. People have been practicing Tai Chi for a long time. Yeah. They wouldn't be practicing the same movements for all these years if it didn't do something like that.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It keeps people young. Enjoy it in China. You see some people out in Asia, some out there in groups doing all the exercise.
Yeah. What do you do now for exercise?
I'm terrible. I've come off. I'm falling apart. I got dead guys' parts in my shoulder. I've got cadaver parts. This shoulder fell apart. This shoulder fell apart. My hip, my foot, terrible. Couldn't walk for about a year.
Really?
And so you fall down. That's partially why I had to go see breakfast or get the couch potato stuff on. But I lift weights and I do some walking. Stuff like that, like really get your heart rate up and stuff like that. So, I'm trying. Hey, I'm 61 years old, so it's like it's getting to be like 7 decades.
Yeah.
But I want to stay fit as I can. I'm banging myself up a little too much in my early life, so I'm paying for it. And like in your 60s, man, you're not there yet. It starts.
Yeah. So I feel it in my 50s.
Yeah.
Oh, 57.
58. Oh, yeah, that's when I first noticed it. Yeah. I went down to weird shot of that stem cell for like 2 years.
You just gotta keep going back.
Yeah. I didn't go back on it.
That's the thing. It's just your body's just not going to feel the way it did when you were younger unless you consistently get therapy for that.
Yeah.
You're in good shape. Yeah.
I mean, I was in reasonable shape at 58. And I think I'm in reasonable shape. But I'm just, I was just trying to push the old man.
Yeah, that's what it is. Keep the body as young as you possibly can. Yeah, and demand a lot from it. That's what I do. Yeah. Just demand a lot and make sure I recover.
I think a lot of it's about meditation too. You can actually get into a good headspace and kind of cruise you out and stop some stress, even no matter what's going on. I'm going to have to do it tonight when I find out whether I saw it at home.
Yeah. Well, if there's anything that's demonic, it's the fires in Los Angeles. Yeah. I remember one time we were filming Fear Factor and we had to drive home. We had to cancel a shoot or end it early and drive home because the fires had hit. And this was like, we were off the 5 and driving home for 50 minutes on the highway. The right side of the highway was in flames. Yeah. Like Lord of the Rings, like Sauron is coming over the top. It looked fucking insane. It's vivid. It looks insane.
You got to be careful too, because you could die.
Oh, 100%. If you can't breathe, or if the cars in front of you catch fire and the wind blows this way and all the cars catch fire and you can't get off the road because to the right of you's on fire, to the left of you's on fire, and the fire's coming up the highway. Yeah, people die by it.
And they can have more reason.
Yep.
I got hung once by mistake. I was on a film set. And I had my neck in the noose, and I was directing the film, so I'm on a ladder. And so I'll just be hanging here like this, and then the next thing I knew, actually, I was on the floor, and they're all standing over looking at me. What do people do? Get to work, you know? It was like, and they said, "Well, you hung yourself." I said, "Kidding? It happens in an instant. You don't know. It wasn't painful. Nothing. I was just gone."
Well, you probably got choked out.
Yeah, choked out by the noose. And then they grabbed me by the legs. You got the real ball. Jesus. During Braveheart.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
It was funny. So I found out what it was like to going to the next realm. But of course, we did. I was fortunate enough to work with Horion Gracie. 39 years old.
Yeah.
You know, we just come from Brazil.
Well, I remember when you were doing Lethal Weapon. It was the first time I'd ever seen jiu-jitsu.
A leg choke on.
Yeah.
He taught, Horion taught me the leg choke. He grabbed me foot.
Yeah.
And it was cool. But it was, now my girlfriend does it. And she's like a purple belt. So
Really?
yeah, I've learned how to talk.
She's legit.
She's legit.
Purple belt is basically a black belt. You just need a little bit more time.
Yes.
I always tell all jiu-jitsu students, if you get the purple belt, you are a black belt. You're going to be a black belt.
Oh, she will.
You just got to stay on that path.
No, she is. She's a princess.
Yeah.
And she's, as I say, I don't talk to her.
I think the purple belt is the hardest belt to get to.
It is.
Because it's just like, in the beginning, you're just going to be crushed. That's jiu-jitsu, especially for women. It's so difficult for women because they don't have the physical strength to do that. Because you can kind of get away with a lot if you're a big, strong guy. You can get away with a lot of shit. But then by the time you get to purple belt, like, man, you have to have real technique. And you have to have a real understanding of what's going on.
She got a good one. I think she's like a chess player.
It is like that.
Because I have some fight with her. She wins arguments when she's wrong. So
sometimes you let them in there, right?
Yeah.
It's like you gotta walk away.
Sometimes it's
You gotta go, okay.
It's my second.
Yes.
But she got it.
That's amazing. Yeah. Good for her. Yeah. A woman black belt, that's an unbelievably exceptional woman. They can get to that because they have to roll with that. It's just so she does.
She's done some exceptional things, I've heard. So it's like, it's pretty good.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I didn't follow that.
You can still do it.
No, I'm a more baseball bat dumb kind of guy. Trouble.
So be careful with that in California. You could wind up being using it to protect yourself. It'll knock you up.
Yes, it's
which is also evil.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
There's a perverse nature in our society.
And when you look at your life now, and you're on your third act of saying, what do you look forward to these days? Is it creating things?
It's creation.
Yeah,
I think it is. It's about creation. I figure I'm pretty average at most things, but I'm good at. I know how to tell a story. I know how to do that. I don't know. That's a weird place to be, but I think a lot can be achieved by art and image, and you can convey it without actually having to say it. You can do things to affect people emotionally or spiritually, even without being overt. I always like to reference just a shot that, and it's in a Ricky Scott, and you don't know why it works, or why it's effective, but it's kind of a profound, effective shot. And it's that first shot, the gladiator movie where he's running his hand over the knee, right? With that music and stuff. Why does that work? I don't know. You can't explain it, but it works.
Oh, Ridley Scott.
Yeah,
That's a visionary human being. He sees things.
he knows how to shoot.
Yeah.
And that's really good. It's a valid pursuit of storytelling. You can do everything. Every time he goes out there, it's eye candy. It's a feast for the eyes.
Do you have different goals with like different projects? Like obviously, Flight Risk is entertainment.
Yeah.
Fun, it's entertaining.
Yeah. And yes, different goals. And it was the other thing too is it's like we're living in a different time now in film world. I mean, everything's upside down, and you have to compete in a media where you have less money. Do it fast, do it now. And it's like, how can I do that? I always had the luxury of like 3,000 people on horses and this kind of stuff, or, and was able to take my time with stuff. But I had 22 days, and here you got to tell the story in 22 days. So I felt the challenge of being able to do that and being able to make something that really got people, like they could watch it and enjoy it. And I'm glad you saw it. I'm glad you liked it. And that's all I want. I just want people to have a nice little ride, a fun ride, entertainment. But yes, you have different goals with things. I mean, the next thing we're going to tackle is more profound. It's going to take more out of it.
This is the resurrection story.
Yeah. And I even had to change my entire life to do it.
How so?
You can't go into a project as profound in nature as that without somehow preparing yourself for it. It's like preparing for a fight. Right? Like you have to be fit for the fight. And yes, you have to spiritually prepare yourself for it. And that's going to take some sacrifice. And because I profess this and I profess that. I'm not a great example of Christianity. I'm flawed and I make a lot of mistakes, but I have to try and be better in order to go in and make that film. So, what does that mean? I think I know what it means.
Well, one of the things that I thought was fascinating was reading and listening to Jim Caviezel talk about his experience playing Christ in the film. It just truly changed the course of his whole life.
Well, it was fascinating to watch him work, actually. And most of the time, I just like that because he was doing something that, and I've seen a lot of people portray Jesus in films, and I never buy it. You can't quite buy it. Something creeps in the color that's not, something's not right or discordant. And some of them are pretty good, but you never quite believe it all the way.
What was the Willem Dafoe movie?
That was a Scorsese.
Right. What was that called?
The Last Temptation.
That's right.
Which, interestingly enough, I was in a hotel in the Savoy and I had food poisoning. I was near dead. I ate a bad oyster in London. And I was dying in a hotel room. And I couldn't even believe it was the worst. I think it was like salmonella or something. And I saw this cord on the side of the bed and I pulled it. And all of a sudden, a door opened up and a butler, like Jeeves, came in. He says, yes, sir. Oh, I said, I'm really sick. I said, what do you think I should eat? I suggest warm consomme and a cup of tea. Okay, so this butler took care of me in this hotel. But while I was there, Scorsese closed the room. He says, get down, I'm talking. So I go in and talk to Martin. And he's in his room. All the windows and screens are going. He's got 18 different TVs going on at the same time in this dark room. And he's talking to me about the last temptation of Christ being to play Jesus. And I said, whoa, I'm not doing And I sort of got out of it. And then I went back to my room and they changed my room. Now, this is really weird. They had changed my room and moved my stuff. And they told me they were going to do it, but I forgot. So I'm using a key to get into my room and it won't work. And the door opens up all of a sudden and it's Keith Richards in his underpants standing there staring through me. Like, and there's a girl in mink coat walking around it. Mink coat and nothing else walking in the background. And Keith Richards standing there in his underpants with a split. And I'm like, I tried to explain that I thought it was my room, but it wasn't. And, you know, it was ridiculous. I'm 26 years old. And he just looks at me like, shuts the door in my face. I said, well, that was my meeting with Keith Richards. He slammed the door in my face. So it was fantastic. Anyway, but what were he saying? He did something I think that nobody else did. And I think he pulled it off. Because I totally believed it. I believed it too. And it was like, what did he do? He emptied himself. Yeah. And he invited something else in. And he left it. He didn't try anything. He emptied himself out and he meditated. And he let Christ in. And that role seemed to have a profound effect on him. It did, as a human being. And kind of fucked him up in his career a little bit. Because people associated him entirely with that film, and then they associated him with Christianity, and they associated him with right-wing politics, and yeah, and then, you know, he got sidetracked by a few guys. I mean, there's some people getting your ear, some Cassius, right, and they get you to make a speech somewhere, and right, and it's like, throwing eggs at them. Yeah. Then you wonder, should I even be saying this? And so we stepped out that. Yeah, it did have a profound effect on me. But I think he was already mostly there, and I noticed that because when I was trying to cast it, I thought, who could play this? And I saw the opening shot from Terry Malice, which was the Thin Red Line. And it was just a big close-up of the visa. And there was something otherworldly and childlike going on in the close-up. And I thought, who's that guy? He's amazing. Of course, you couldn't keep the blue eyes. You had to trade them out. So I changed the color of his eyes to brown. And all that stuff, so it came from the region. Right. But amazing what he already had for quality, an ethereal kind of otherworldly space cadet quality. Yeah. And he's still cutting like that. Yeah, he's I wish I'd met him, or I haven't met him still, but I wish I'd seen him before and then after. You know, to see like what did that role change him? Because it seemed to have strengthened his faith. Sure. Yeah. He got a real title, and I think he had some experiences while he was doing it. He suffered. And didn't he get struck by lightning? Well, there's 2 times he was struck. And there was this guy with him. He was a young fellow, one of the assistants in the film. His name was Jan. Well, Jan was like, he's a 6'2" Italian, northern Italian guy. You know, if he tripped in the street, women would slide under him. You know, it was that kind of stuff. The guy was like a fade, and I think he was taking full advantage of the gifts he had. But he got hit by lightning the first time. 20 people. I was around the film with lightning, like the stuff. And this guy called Giuseppe, he was a grip, and he never spoke the whole time. He was just a quiet man. And I figured, oh, he was like this. red light. I thought, oh, that's a good idea. Let's go. So we're moving on to this. Everybody's getting in the car. And this kid gets hit through the umbrella. This young, he gets his app on life. But he's 22, and he goes to the disco. He's doing the whole, 22 experience, and he comes back the next day. Yeah, it was great. And then he was with Jim the second time. But this time, I found him in a Fiat Pad being with his knees around his ears, like waiting for the third strike. He was like, this just doesn't happen twice in the third strike. And he says, I have to change my life. So,
filming that movie must have had a profound effect on a lot of people.
it did, yeah.
Because you were doing something that wasn't just a film. It was
Verite.
yeah. And it was strengthening people's faith. That film was profound success. And a lot of people dismiss the idea of it even. Yeah. Especially in Hollywood. You had to self-fund all that, right?
Yes, it was self-funded, and it was a very strange experience that because I put the money in. I thought, well, maybe I'll break even. And it was, then I got these messages that all the majors wouldn't distribute it. So I was like, nobody will distribute it. Okay, I guess I lost the money, but the experience. And so one guy was left in the room when the dust settled, and some guy, well, I'll distribute. And he had a little company called New Market. They distributed like 1 or 2 films before. And I think it was a Charlize Theron movie called Monster, about that horrible serial killer. Yeah. And he said, I'll do it. And, it was just really basic. I met the exhibitors. And, and this guy was like the distributor. This little company was just him and a toothless dog and a fax and an assistant. I was smoking mirrors about this between the distribution and exhibition. I made handshake deals with all the exhibitors. And it went out. Nobody expected it to do much, but it did phenomenally well. And there was this kind of thing in the town that said, did anyone just see that? Anyone just see what that guy did? And you don't have to do it, because it sort of walked around the entire system. Yeah. And school.
Right, so there was 2 things. There was resistance to the Christianity aspect of it, the emotion of Christianity, and then there was resistance to the fact that you were outside the system.
That's a big hole head and alternative.
Right.
Because no major was active.
Because of Christianity aspect.
I guess, yeah. Well, Brutus said, he wanted to, and then he said, nah. And then somebody advised him and said he'd be out of business in 5 years. Wow. In 5 years, if he distributed it, and I was like, wow, if he's scared, what should I'm like, crash and burn here. But it actually was. It did. Yeah. And then, again, I tried to, but I went to the studio, Apocalyptic, and it didn't work out so well.
It didn't? In what way?
Well, it was interesting. The film was a film that had no stuff. It was in another language. And it came out on a weekend with another film that had Leo, and another film that had Cameron. And so those 3 films came out in the same weekend, and the one with no stars and without the language won the weekend monetarily. It won the box office by a narrow margin on the other 2. And the second week out, Disney pulled the screens.
Really?
Yeah. So, screens are gone. I guess there's another agenda, because that was another self-funded.
Did they pull the screens because they had movies that they had already made deals with?
I think so. But, it's just politics. And I think perhaps the distribution deal on that wasn't as good as something else. So it's business stuff.
Phenomenal movie.
It's a great film, and it did better afterwards.
In DVD and streaming and all that.
Yeah.
I watched it again like 2 years ago. I hadn't seen it in a while. I watched it again and I forgot a bunch of aspects of it. God damn, it's a good movie.
You just
Yeah.
And I think I love primitive stuff. And primal emotions. I mean, basically, it's a guy just trying to get back home to save his wife and kid. And he's got a lot of obstacles in the way. Like jaguars and bad guys chasing him and trying to skin him, trying to rip his heart out. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And I sat in the room and I was listening. He said, "We want to do next Chase movie." He said, "Oh, so we found out every night the news of Columbus and all that, and then we just started making stuff in the room, and we wrote it." Wow. And some assistant, he actually wrote it. He actually tapped it. Crazy.
So when you're making this resurrection movie now, you also have this obligation. There's this. You're doing a very similar thing that you were doing with the Passion of Christ, where this is a profound story.
Yes.
When you put something like that together, how do you choose who's going to be the next Jesus?
You use
Kavita.
Yeah, it's 20 years later. It's 20 years later, but
Yeah, but it's the right guy.
it's supposed to be 3 days later, but he got 20 years later. And I think I have to use a few techniques that they can get really good
With the CGI and they can do amazing things now.
You can see,
Yeah,
get some of the things.
and by the time you film it, it'll be even better.
Yeah.
When are you going to start filming?
I'm hoping next year. There's a lot required because it is, I'll just tell you this, it's an acid trip. When we wrote it, it is like, I've never read anything like it. And my brother and I, Randall, all sort of congregated on this. So there's some good heads put together, but there's some crazy stuff. And I think in order to really tell the story properly, you have to start with the fall of the angel.
Yeah.
Which is you're in another place. You're in another realm. You know, you need to go to hell. You need to go to Sheol.
So you're going to have hell, you're going to have Satan and all that?
Well, you got to have his origin. How do you depict that? This is a good question. And I think I have ideas about how to do that. And ideas about how to evoke the emotions in people from the way you depict it to the way you shoot it. So I've been thinking about it for a long time. So it's not going to be easy. It's going to require a lot of planning. And I'm not wholly sure I can say the truth. It's really super ambitious. But I'll take a crack at it. Because that's what you got to do, right? Walk up to the plate. I think I can get it. But it's not about me. It's about something else.
Well, if anybody can do it, you can do it.
I hope so. It's trying to find the way in that's not like cheesy or obvious, but that actually, it's almost like magic. It's diversion. It's obfuscate this, show that. Look over here. You know.
Yeah.
It's
Do you have a title?
yeah, it's just like the resurrection of the Christ. So that's a title. And yeah, it's very ambitious. That's all I'm saying. It took a long time to write. Really ambitious. And it goes through the fall of the angels, the death of the last apostle.
Do you have a start to it?
I don't have to start. I just have to begin pre-production and see what happens. And it's just been rolled in its own time. It's taken its own time. I thought it was late. It's taking too long. It's taking too long. It's just right. It's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, if you believe that, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
I think my instincts are the right. Yeah. And if I was going to trust anybody with that story, it would be you.
Yeah. It's a massive thing. And theologically, it's something that you have to really look at. and make correlations that that make true, because it's not all good.
Do you consult with someone like a biblical scholar?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And of course, there's your own something that comes into it from having read the book a few times. You read the book a few times, and it's amazing how your memory has these recessive files in the background, how you can correlate this piece to that piece over there. It's important because juxtaposition is everything in the story. And what it means in a bigger picture.
Yeah.
So it's hard to explain, but it's quite involved.
Yeah, well, I can only imagine.
And I don't know that you can do it in a foreign language because the concepts are too difficult. So you have to resort to the vernacular so that that at least is clear.
Is that up for debate right now with you?
Yeah, it is. I'm thinking, but have you seen these apps now where they have this AI stuff where the guy's talking German and he switches to French and then Spanish and Chinese?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's insane.
Right.
Crazy what they do. So
you're going to use that kind of a tool, you think?
You could.
Will you begin it in Aramaic or in Hebrew?
Maybe. Aramaic is really the kicker. But I think I've written it in English, but I wrote the last one in translation. And then people have to learn to speak it because I think there's only about 400 people that actually speak it. Wow. And apparently they understood it, so I was happy about that. Wow. So that was good. Yeah. 400,000 people. So, that makes sense. Yeah.
I would like to preserve those 400 people.
Not many people speaking that. But that's quite cool.
Well, I can't wait to see it, man. And I just want to say I appreciate you very much. All the stuff you've done. You've made some really awesome pieces in your life. You really have.
Thank you.
That's some great stuff.
Yeah. I'm blown away by where you got to, which is like, didn't you start off just smoking a spliff on a couch with a guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's pretty bizarre. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how it happened.
That's good.
I just kind of kept doing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you. There was no plan to it. I'll tell you that. It still kind of isn't. I still kind of do it the same way.
Every day you wake up.
Yeah, I just look at my phone, I go online, I see who I want to talk to. This guy might be interesting. That's really it.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was amazed at that. Can't remember his name. Terrence.
Turns out?
Yeah.
Yeah, the actor? Yeah.
They had a bunch of stuff going.
Yeah. But he's out there. Yeah, he's out there. But you have to be one of those guys.
You do.
But listen, brother, thank you very much for everything. Appreciate you coming in here. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your new movie's great, and all your stuff's great. I'm a big fan. So.
Yeah, check it out there, Living.
Yeah. When does it come out?
Oh, 25th, 24th, 25th. Yeah, 24th.
Okay. That's so soon?
Yeah. It's fun.
It is fun. Yes. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Thank you very much. Enjoy it. Bye, buddy.
Social media. We're on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and X and all the things. You all the same handles, all with everyone. And of course, this very program that you're listening to right now is also the House Whisperer podcast that you can listen to anytime.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Who sings that?
How dare you? How dare you say who sings that?
No, who's
Angus Young.
Yeah, Angus Young is the guitarist.
Right?
It's
God damn it. My brother used to beat the shit out of me.
that's right. And then before him, Bon Scott. Bon Scott died of a drug overdose. Right? Is that how he died? Just went too hard.
That's the thing. It's like it's that moment where you're like, do we want to go any harder?
I saw a video of Angus on stage the other night, like recently. He's like 7 years old.
From ACDC.
Going ham. Old fucking dude, white hair, just dancing. See if you found that video. Just dancing around on stage. Probably still up. He's like, Dad, you didn't put me down yet. It takes 3 minutes to calm him. You got a whole system. 3 or 4 minutes and then for sure celebrate.
They get him a weighted. Do they have a weighted blanket or not?
I don't think they do that for dogs. Does that really work with people? I feel like there's other ways.
There's that one video that like really like kind of weak kid who gets trapped under one or whatever. He was at that birthday party.
How big is the blanket?
I mean, it's like, I guess it's like 80-pound test or whatever. I don't know. How do you read it?
Like a marlin blanket? A marlin blanket?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the threat was, but it's like, he's like trying to text for help or whatever.
Jesus Christ. Oh, it's just a joke.
No,
I think it has to be a joke.
It looked like
he's really trapped.
Yeah, it looked like a kid. He was very much trapped under there. He was very, I don't want to say malnourished or unnourished. You know, he didn't like to eat or whatever. One of those kids that only eats nuggets or whatever.
Well, nuggets are better than just chips. These nuggets are some kind of protein.
Yeah.
Some kind. What do you think Bobby Kennedy's going to do when he gets into
Did we start?
Yeah, well,
okay.
You think they're going to get rid of nuggets? See, here's my take on that. Like, I was just reading this whole thing about Chick-fil-A, and they were saying, this is the most dangerous food in America. The number one burger, Chick-fil-A is like the number one fast food sandwich, chicken sandwich, and there's a fucking 1,000 ingredients. And it's like, yeah, just don't eat it every day, stupid.
Yeah.
I eat them. I'm healthy. I'm real healthy. You just don't eat them every fucking day.
You enjoy it.
Yeah, you don't. It's not your primary diet.
See, if you're going over there every day or whatever, or leaving your kids at home to go get one or something,
If you're fiending,
yeah,
you're just fiending for Chick-fil-A all day.
Well, they're so good, and they come in that little bag. It almost has that. They come in an unmarked bag, you know.
This is a paid advertisement for better health. Life is kind of like a book, and every new year is the start of a new chapter. Except in this case, the pages are blank, and you can write whatever the fuck you want. Maybe you're working towards buying a new home. Maybe you want to learn how to garden or pick up hunting, or maybe you want to work on your relationships. However you want your story to play out, it's going to take work, dedication, and a little bit of help. Even the greatest authors have an editorial partner to bounce ideas off, and that's nothing to be ashamed about. If you need some help living the life you want, therapy is always a great place to start. Therapy is for everyone, not just people who've gone through a major trauma. It can teach you valuable skills like how to cope with stress, how to communicate better, how to set boundaries, and more. One of the best ways to get into therapy is BetterHelp. It's entirely online, so it's easy to get started and more affordable too. And as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Write your story with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. I went to a football game the other day, 3 of them.
Yeah.
Feel good, still work out, still feel healthy. The key is just don't make that most of what you eat.
Yeah.
Every now and again, a little Chick-fil-A is not going to hurt nothing.
Yeah, treat your lady, treat your friend, treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
Get off of work. I'm going to have one today.
I'm going to get me a double-double. And then, fuck it.
That's a lot. Just get a regular one.
If you got to go hard, go all the way.
See, I'm the guy who I would get 2 singles instead of getting a double.
You know what I get it in now? I get the Flying Dutchman. You know what that is? It's just patties with cheese on it.
And there's
so
no
good. So good because it's fresh. Because In-N-Out doesn't feed the heat.
The meat is always fresh. So when you get those, I mean, it's just perfect, man. Just 2 burger patties with 2 slices of cheese. I put those greasy bitches up. Nom, 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 and I feel great. I don't feel bad at all. It's like the closest thing you get to healthy food at a fast food spot.
And so there's no bread on it.
No bread. No bread, no nothing, no sauce.
And what do you pick them up with? You pick them up with 2 forks?
Like a fucking pig, like a sloppy glutton. I just resigned
That's
myself.
not Missouri sushi, dude. You're fucking just meat and cheese.
Just meat and cheese and greasy fingers.
That's a Montana sashimi, brother.
It's so hot you can barely hold on to it. Oh, people do it with onions on it too. Yeah, I've had that.
Oh, I haven't seen all this.
The onions is good, but my way is no onions.
I have a block on my computer. I don't think I can look at some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if I put the Flying Dutchman, dude, it's gonna burn up.
My buddy Cody gets them with onions inside of them. They slice up the onions, put it inside of them, grilled onions inside. That's nice.
I love onions. I think onions are a underrated food.
Do you think onions have any nutrition in them at all? I love onions too.
Yeah.
But whenever I eat onions, I'm like, what are they? There's nothing here.
Right, but there's something about them that's like, oh yeah, you want some.
There's a tinge to, you know what I love?
Yeah.
I love a good tomato and onion salad. You know?
Yeah.
When they get those like beefsteak tomatoes, like heirloom tomatoes with slices of onion and some balsamic on that bitch. A little bit of salt.
Oh, I love that. And
it's like an old school New York steakhouse thing, you know,
like a burrata style thing.
Oh, that's good too.
If you get burrata, you're great.
Burrata and the tomatoes, you can't go wrong. But the onions and tomatoes, tomato and onion salad was like a steakhouse thing. Never really saw it anywhere else. But like tomato and onion salad was like a big thing in like New York steakhouses.
Yeah, baby, that sounds good. I like I like when you get. There's a Vidalia onion. You ever seen that one? That's a beautiful onion. Bring one up. If you don't mind, Jamie.
Well, let's guess, though, because I genuinely have no idea.
Okay.
Do you think there's any nutritional content in onions?
Let me think about it. Let me think about what I need. I don't know.
There might be some sneaky shit that like only like Andrew Huberman can tell you about. You know, some weird ingredient.
Like some back end magnesium or something.
Yeah, some weird, like some weird shit.
Like,
I mean, there's some. So that's a Vidalia onion. Okay, so I think I've seen them before. I just didn't know they had a different name. There's a lot of nutrition in Vidalia. Is there? Okay, that's what I want to know. Impressive health benefits of onions. Oh, okay. Now I feel better for liking onions. Tell me what can they do for you?
Easy shit, man.
Let's see. Look at all that. There's a little sugar. Interesting. 4.7 grams of sugar in an onion. Imagine how nasty we take without that sugar. How nasty would onions taste if they taste that good with that much sugar?
Just God put a touch in there. He knew it.
Has anybody ever had sliced onions with sugar all over it?
I don't know. Because you would think it would bring the sugar out even more.
Right? You know what I had the other day that was really good? Watermelon with salt on it. You ever have that?
No, I haven't had that.
Dude, it's like it's you either love it or you what the fuck have you done to watermelon?
Oh, I can see that.
I love it.
Mexican people like to put crazy shit
Chili
on
mango.
fruit. Yeah.
Chili mango, man. That's
like,
a big one in Mexico.
You like this fruit, and they're like, now you like it or what? It's
spicy fruit.
Yeah, they get crazy, dude.
But chili mango works uniquely. Like, out of all spicy fruits, that's the one that caught on so much and made it potato chips.
Chili mango?
Yeah, like chili mangoes and everything.
I haven't had that.
Oh, dude, I drink chili mango element. You know what element is? It's a hydration mix. It's nice.
I like hydration now.
It's Rob Wolf's company, right? I believe so.
Dude, why is there so much hydration now? And also, dude, thank you. I just want to say thank you to Mexican people just for doing everything that they do, dude. I feel like every week we should have a round of applause for Mexican people. I feel like in America.
Well, it's weird to want to keep them out. You know, they have some of the best food. They're the nicest people. They're some of the hardest working people. Like,
One of the organ donors too, a lot of them.
One of the dumbest stereotypes ever was like the lazy Mexican. Like, what are you talking about? Everyone I've ever met has like fucking 3 jobs. They're all working 12 hours a day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, I knew a Mexican guy, he had to leave work to go to his job. It never ends, dude.
You know, Mexicans used to have a feud with Puerto Ricans back in the day with boxing. In boxing, there was always like this feud between Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. And the Mexicans, they always said the Puerto Ricans didn't work hard enough. Like the discipline, like some of the Puerto Rican guys are maybe more talented, but the Mexican guys were known for discipline. Like some of the great Mexican boxers, like Julio Cesar Chavez, one of the things about him was his volume was insane. Yeah. His knowledge of boxing was insane, but his volume was insane. And the only way you could have volume like that is if you have supreme conditioning.
What does volume mean? Volume punching?
Volume of punching. You ever watch Julio Cesar Chavez? One of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest of all time. No, he's still alive. And his son is boxing now. His son is a really good boxer. Not at the level that his dad was, but Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. is one of the all-time greats. But he would just overwhelm people with volume and just break them down. Pull up a Julio Cesar Chavez highlight. Because when he was in his prime, one of the greatest fights of all time was him versus Meldrick Taylor. And he knocked Meldrick Taylor, who's an Olympic gold medalist, phenomenal boxer. And he knocked out Meldrick Taylor with like 10 seconds to go in the final round. He made this dude cry. I look his hair should make him cry. Who's that again? Is that the dude from Red Face Face? That's his brother? It's like these guys that wants money from him. Oh, it's my cousin the boxer. Shit.
That looks like fucking machine gun punching. Yeah.
So I don't know why he made this dude cry, but just get me a highlight because we don't have the time to like to watch him break this dude down. Give me just like a Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Chavez Senior highlight.
She's going straight through.
Those guys are talking about jackets on, man. You're wearing the red cape.
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
They're great, man.
Thank God this is warm.
So in the 1990s, he was the fucking man. He was the man. I forget what his record was before he had his first defeat, but it was something crazy, like 80 or 90 fights before he had his first defeat. Bro, is there a highlight of his knockouts? Just give me a highlight of like him beating the fuck out of people. It was so good, dude.
Look at this.
That was Meldrick Taylor. Oh. So Meldrick Taylor and him had an epic fight where Meldrick was winning at the beginning of the fight. Meldrick was very good.
That's Meldrick?
No, that's Pernell Whitaker. That was a fight where he probably shouldn't have won. But they gave it to him, and a lot of people, including myself, watched that think Pernell Whitaker got robbed. Pernell Whitaker was like the slickest of all of the American boxers of his era. Wow. But Julio Cesar Chavez just broke Meldrick down later in the fight.
What made him so good then? What made him?
Well, you know what makes a fighter? There's a lot of things, but he didn't stand out in terms of he wasn't faster than everybody or hit harder than everybody. He wasn't a one-punch guy. He was a volume puncher, so he would put guys away by breaking them down. He would break their will and crush them. That was what he would do, and he would do it with this fucking mean look on his face when he's just at the end of fights when he had guys broken. He would just overwhelm them and swarm them. He was one of the most terrifying guys because he could kick his pace up 12 rounds, no fucking problem, iron chin, but different. You know, it's like that's the final punch that dropped Meldrick Taylor. And that was one where it was a fucked up call because Richard Steele knew that Meldrick Taylor was out, but there was really only 2 seconds left in the fight. But he still has to wave it off because the dude can't fight. So it's kind of crazy. So all these people are mad at Richard Steele because if he didn't do that, Meldrick Taylor would have won the decision. So he stops the fight with like 2 seconds to go. How many seconds was it when he called the fight off? I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say 2 seconds. It might have been 5 seconds.
And what would you do in that situation then?
Well, he's doing the right thing. The referee is there to save the fighter. If he takes one more punch in those 2 seconds, and that one punch kills him, right? That's him.
It's on him. So 17 he goes down. So let's see what happens. So he gives him the count, which is a standing 8 count, and then he looks at him and he asks him a couple of questions. Give me some volume. So look, he's not looking at the clock. He's looking to save this guy. But look at the look at him. Look at him. He looked him in the eye. He wasn't there.
30 seconds left.
But he's doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing. It's crazy if there's 3 seconds left, but he is doing the right thing.
Because the referee's job is to make sure that they stay alive.
Yes. Protect the fighter.
Because a fighter wouldn't make the right choice, you're saying?
Right. That's why a referee has to protect the fighter from a cut. Like if the cut's too bad, the referee has to call it or bring in a doctor to call it. There's sometimes when the referee it's a judgment call, and sometimes they get it wrong because they're human. But it's a crazy job. They have the hardest job in the world. So the guys like Herb Dean, the guys like Mark Goddard, those guys need more praise because it's one of the most difficult jobs in all of combat sports, other than being a fighter. The second most difficult, for sure, is being a referee. Wow. Because you got to make these calls. You're like in the middle of chaos in a world title fight where millions of people are watching. And you got to keep this thing together in this very chaotic sport.
That would be so tough. Yeah, I wonder, what are the requirements to be a referee? Like, how much, like to be one of those, like Mark Goddard or
there's courses you take. I know Big John McCarthy was very instrumental in educating people. Herb Dean's very instrumental in doing this with a lot of these guys. Mark Goddard, they'll put together seminars and help guys that are coming up. And there's probably a formal. Let's see, find out what is the website that's best for someone who wants to go and learn how to be a referee. But,
you could probably just pull up in Memphis and start blowing the whistle.
Most of them are massive fans, of course. Most of them are like Mark Goddard. I believe Mark Goddard's a black belt. I'll have to check that. I heard Dean, I know, had a few MMA fights.
Oh, so they also have, a lot of them also have experience.
You have to you have to know what's going on, because sometimes, especially like submissions and things like that, like if things get complicated real quick.
Yeah.
Like someone not letting go of an inside heel hook. They're like, that's a scary one. There's like, do you remember Usamar Palhares?
No way.
His name was Taquinho, which means tree trunk. That's like his nickname.
Usamar, he's Brazilian.
Usamar Palhares. He was the scariest guy of all time because he was all leg locks, and he was built like a tank. He was like 5'8", 185 pounds, just fucking ball of muscle. And he would dive on dudes' legs and just rip them apart. Oh, he wouldn't let go of the legs. So the guys would happen. He's the only guy to ever get kicked out of the UFC winning.
Because he was
holding submissions. They kicked him out. You can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do it? You can't do what?
You gotta let go when the referee says stop.
Oh,
because he's crippling people. You want to see a highlight that makes you cringe? Pull up Usamar Palhares submission highlights.
Oh, I want to see it.
Jake Shields punched him in the face after their fight because he got a hold of a Kimura. Jake tapped, and he still kept cranking on him. He would do that with guys. He just was a pit bull. He wouldn't let go. But there's an unsportsmanlike aspect to it.
And that's unsportsmanlike at a certain point. It seems like it is.
Yeah. You know you're going to cripple a guy. You know if you keep twisting on a knee, he's going to have surgery. If a person taps, you're supposed to be that's it. And there's the heat of the moment stuff. But then there's the people that just do it over and over and over again. And there's, folks that are known for that. So look at who he did, man. He would just get a hold of the guy. Look, and he's tapping, and that was with John Fitch. Show that one again. So he's tapping. So he gets this knee bar. This knee bar is awful. Look how bad he's tapping, and he's still cranking. Wow. Yeah, still cranking. So it's like, he would hold on for an extra second or two, which is more than enough to just they kick him out. A second doesn't seem like a long time unless you're caught in a knee bar. That's an eternity where your knee is getting exploded and you're tapping and you won't let go. You got to let go immediately when the person taps. Yeah. When the referee stops the fight, you got to let go immediately.
Now, do you let go when the guy taps you? Look
at this here. The referee was on him. The guy's screaming in agony, still cranking.
He might have had a vengeance.
Oh, he was a mean dude. But he grew up very poor on a
farm, horrible upbringing. You know, it's like there's a crazy story.
A lot of pain.
A lot of pain. Grew up in extreme poverty. And like this scar on his chest, like they had a wound that he had as a child, like on the farm. They glued it together. That's why he has this big scar on his chest. Just a hard man.
Yeah.
And that scary dude, you got to hold your legs because he wasn't going to let go.
I'm glad I don't know him. I mean, in some ways, you know.
I'm glad you're not grappling.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to know him like adversely. Damn, dude. Yeah, people get so ashamed too.
Yeah, what did you say? Look at the pickle egg.
That was just saying.
I knew right away. You had to feed him an hour. As soon as you saw Shane's in the sauna, and you're like, you look like a pickle egg.
Well, you look like those kind of eggs, like in that little cage or whatever at the gas station, you know?
The six bucket eggs. The ones that are on the bars. The pickle. Did you know that pickled egg? You know how fucking hungry you have to be? Those fucking eggs. Who knows how long they've been sitting there? You're like, yeah, give me one of them.
And there's always some trucker over there that's bobbing for apples in the tank of it, like, hey.
It's so unsanitary.
Bro, in the fart that rips out of your body off
How are you gonna ban Chick-fil-A? But you're not gonna ban that.
Dude, that has to be RFK's arch nemesis right there.
Imagine if you were living off those eggs, the farts you would have. If that's your only food source. Like, let's imagine you're like stuck on a boat in the middle of the ocean with only bottled eggs. After a while, your own farts are gonna make you jump in the ocean. You're like, I can't even be around myself.
But there's a lot of there's that trucker's high that they get puffing their own gas. There's like a syndrome or something that starts from it. For people, just imagine that can't be good for you, right? Caging yourself up at 80 miles an hour with your own car. And just cruising state to state, just fucking,
just let it go, baby. And the combination of things, ring dings and pork rinds and fucking Pepsi,
saying bag over and just all of that just compiled at once into you.
And then listen to conspiracy theorists talk about podcasts all day.
Just fucking the murky waters of Alex Jones just hopped up.
I've been on social media a little too much lately.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been reading too many people fighting and arguing about stupid shit to the point where I'm starting to develop theories. And I don't want to.
Like when you watch Alex Jones and he looks really good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's losing all weight.
He looks like he's going to go to court or something.
No, Sean, our friend Sean is helping him. He's
really?
working out with him every day. Yeah.
Well, I noticed it like in a month. I just saw and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, he's really committed. He's going to do a documentary on him. He's going to do a documentary. Take it back to health.
It's so noticeable.
Yes.
Wow, he looks handsome.
But there's fucking theories that it's not even him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's theories that they replaced him with a different guy. Yeah.
Who did that? That's always the thing.
That's the thing. But here's the thing. I know that's not true.
Right.
Like, I know the guy who's training him. I know him. Like, I'm still in touch with him. Like, I text Alex all the time. I know him. He just losing weight. But if you go online, there's a lot of people that believe that this is like a different person. There's a lot of people who believe he's been co-opted by the government. There's a lot, he has to chime in on every single thing that everybody wants him to, otherwise he's been co-opted. And I'm starting to develop these theories where I don't know how much of that conversation is real. I certainly think there's a percentage of that conversation is real.
What conversation?
When people think that people have been co-opted,
okay,
by the government, like that they've become, what's that one that they like to use? Controlled opposition. That's what you want to pretend to be a smart conspiracy theorist. You have to say controlled opposition.
I could easily see. Bro, in 2 weeks, Tom Segura will be playing this guy.
He looks great. That's all it is. He looks great. But he doesn't look like the same person.
Not at all, dude.
Because he's laid off the booze. He's not eating any bullshit.
Really?
Yeah, he's investigating satanic pedophiles all day long. Yeah, sometimes you want to take the edge off.
Yeah, bro. I mean, he looks totally different, man. Yeah. He looks like Randy Orton.
Now, but imagine if this was no internet. Imagine there's no internet. So we
You
don't
believe in
know.
a heartbeat it wasn't a real guy.
Sure. There's no way that's the same guy. This guy on the left looks 15 years younger.
Oh yeah, dude, a chubby guy used to do the pool when I worked at this farm one time. He used to do the pool, and one year he got on Dexatrim or some illegal fat burner or whatever, and he came and did the pool one time when I was there, and I didn't even believe it was him. I never believed it. Totally different.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you didn't have stuff like this, you'd be like, that's not the same guy.
So this was just the television days, no social media.
Yeah, I think that they recasted the guy because something happened to him over the offseason.
100%. You think, oh, someone replaced Alex Jones with a fake Alex Jones.
Well, he would tell you if that happened, right? He would be like, Joe, somebody.
Yeah, they replaced him. We'd say they replaced him.
They're sending
But
somebody
who
in.
the fuck is going to do his voice? They want more people alive. They could do a good Alex Jones impression. Are you aware of the Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman controversy?
That I saw something. They said he was a fake person. He made a fake.
I think they call them sock puppet accounts.
Okay.
And it's generally frowned upon to have a fake account. Like, it seems like it would be a fun way to fuck around online. I don't have one, but it seems like it'd be a fun way to fuck around online.
It takes a lot of time to see.
Yeah, but you could have like a fake account where if you're a public person, you know, like Elon Musk, you want to say some wild shit, you don't want to take responsibility for it. You just want to shit post like everybody else, like an anonymous person.
Oh, that's true. He can't do that, really.
Yeah, I would say that would be a smart thing to do.
Was it really him? Did they find out?
Is that unethical? When one person can call themselves, you know, Cat Turd, you know, that's a legit name for a dude. I don't know anything about that cat, but that guy can just talk about anything he wants to talk about. But if Elon Musk doesn't, he has the responsibility of his public image. But maybe he doesn't want that.
Right.
Like, I don't have a problem with either one of them.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to shed your skin. You just want to take a layer off. You want to relax at the house. You want to kick your feet up and yell something down the hallway you shouldn't yell.
Right.
And that's what he wants to do.
I think you should be allowed to do that.
Yes.
This is one of the problems with making the internet, you know, like taking away the anonymity. But here's my question. Because of that, right? So if people can just have fake accounts and people should be able to, which I think they definitely should be able to do. Because of that, though, then you have to wonder when you see arguments, how many of these arguments are real people and their real opinions, and how many of these arguments are this giant block of accounts that's been purchased by a large organization that is hiring people or using AI to have arguments with people and incite things online. It's not 0% people. Now, I'm saying, like, if you have a personal belief in something, like, no, they're not bots because I think that way. I'm not saying that you don't believe what you believe. And I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that if there's any hot button cultural topic, you can fucking guarantee that some of the people talking about it aren't real. Either they're not real in that these are not their real opinions, they're being told to say these things, or they might not even be a real human. They might be an algorithm, or they're a bunch of people that have been hired whenever there's hot button cultural issues or voting issues or political issues. A lot of those people arguing are not real.
Yeah.
And there's a real question as to what the number are. Like, how much of this is like real interaction between people, and how much of this is all of this meddling that's being done, like they're changing the way people think about things and forcing and arguing with these things all day, very persuasively on behalf of some sort of special interest group.
Yeah, I think that sounds very plausible, especially these days. There's not as much, it used to be that a lot of media was controlled by a few channels and networks, right? I mean, that's safe to say. Would you agree with that?
It was all controlled by a few channels.
Right.
It was all you had when we were kids. I remember when cable came out. It was crazy.
Really? Yeah. What was before that?
You had ABC, NBC, CBS. That's it.
No.
Yes, that's it. And then
you had
nowhere,
chances
for Fox. Fox was crazy. Married with Children. The Simpsons. Fox was nuts. Fox was this wild network. So that was the fourth network.
Married with Children was so good, dude.
So good. So you have this fourth network,
And then cable comes along, and then satellite, and now streaming, and the internet's like, what? I don't even think we're aware of how much more content we absorb than people that were, that lived like when I was 21. Oh, yeah. Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the number one place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, even if you're just by the airport or whatever, sometimes I wish they'd be like, can someone turn all this shit off? Yeah. You don't even know what's going on anymore. In the middle of the night, I'll have like songs playing in my head that I heard on my TikToks and shit. It's just bad. Like, it's got to be too much. But I think that what I'm saying is if somebody had all that control at one point, or if a few networks did, there's no way that now that they have less control, they're not still trying to find that control. And that they're hiring different groups to be Twitter bots or Twitter personalities or whatever.
Yeah, make TikTok accounts and TikToks about issues. People have said flat out that they were offered money and then they got paid money to make things for political people. Like make people think that they were really excited about voting for someone and they would pay them for pro content. Right. So pro whatever that person is. So there's a whole business in this where they reach out to popular influencers and they say, hey, I want you to endorse this person. Would you do that for X amount of money?
Well, didn't that happen with like Megan Thee Stallion or somebody? Weren't they hired recently or some of the, and I'm sure the Republican Party did it too. I think that was a Democratic one that they had, where they hired performers to come and perform.
Yeah, this was the big controversy. We tried to get to the bottom of it. It's hard to know. So the accusation was that there was a few artists. Lizzo was one of them.
Yeah, that's
Eminem was another one. Beyonce was the one.
Right.
And that they were paid an exorbitant amount of money to go and endorse Kamala Harris at these rallies. I don't know if it's true. It seems like there might be something to it, but they spend so much money doing it. It's so great that the economy is like one of the biggest problems that we think of today. Like we think of,
like, what do you mean the economy?
The economy. Like if
okay, the U.S. economy.
The people that want to vote on things, what do they want? They want the economy to be healthier. They want us to have less national debt,
safety.
They want less inflation. They want safety and low crime. If that is the amount of fucking money they went through, like you spent $1.5 billion and you paid celebrities to, if that's true, you paid celebrities to, how am I supposed to trust you with spending money? Could you imagine if you were going to marry a gal and you just gave her access to your credit card, you're like, look, baby, you and me, we're in it now, so
here you go.
I want you to be happy. She just goes fucking ham.
Yeah, she just
she says, hey, I'm only doing this up until we get married. Because once then I'm all about a sensible budget. I'm all about fiscally
being responsible.
You couldn't believe that.
You wouldn't believe it.
Not at all.
You'd be like, wait a minute, you've been going crazy with these fucking handbags and jewels and shit.
He'd be like, I'm not marrying you then because, we have too much shit. I can't even see you in the apartment now.
Also, I can't trust you with the credit cards. You're a fucking maniac.
Dude, I had this roommate for a while, this dude, and he would get all high on the living room, and he would get these empty boxes, cardboard boxes, and he had these couple cats, and he'd get out there, and he would have them do tricks and stuff up the box. He'd stack them really high in the living room. It's like a 20-foot ceiling. And he'd get stoned, and he'd get upset if I didn't come out.
Meanwhile, that guy could vote. That's the kind of guy who go, whoa, Megan Thee Stallion. Is that who she's voting for? Well, fucking sign me up.
He would get pissed if I didn't come out and watch, dude.
That's what's crazy. They spend money to make sure that people think that famous people will vote for them.
I don't think anybody, dude, I don't even believe that there's famous, this, it doesn't even seem like a real thing anymore. It's like the others, like I was just texting with Nikki Glazer did whatever it's called, Golden Globes, right? Yeah, she hosted the Golden Globes. She killed it. She did a great job, right? She did a great job, and she was like just something fun and just it was awesome. She did a great job. So I was just texting and saying, "Hey, congrats! It was awesome." And I said, "Were you nervous at all? You know, there's a lot of famous people." And then she's like, "No." And I was like, and then I was thinking, it doesn't even seem like people are that famous. Fame has kind of gotten different over the years. Does it seem like that at all? I think because some of the most popular people aren't. It used to just be like they were movie stars, you know? But now it seems like it's just changed. Like you could have just as much infatuation for somebody that you saw that made an entertaining video on Instagram as you could for Tom Cruise, you know? Well, do you know what I'm saying? Am I making any sense?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the worst things that's happened to actors is they talk outside of acting. It's almost the worst thing you can do. Because then everybody it changes your opinion of who they are.
Yeah.
We don't like them as much anymore. You know?
Well, in Hollywood, all was always one way. Remember, 4 years ago, you couldn't even say the word Trump or Republican, and you would be fucking ostracized. I mean, it was like, or 8 years ago.
I'm sure it's probably still like that now. In Hollywood, we're just not experiencing because you're living in Nashville and I'm living here in Texas. But if you're in certain circles in Los Angeles, they still feel the same way.
Yeah.
You know, it's just I wonder how much of the division in this country is caused by what we're talking about, by this thing that's legal. And again, I think it should be legal. I don't think you should have to tell your fucking name if you want to talk shit about something that's going on and that affects your life, or that affects your job, or that affects your kid's school. You shouldn't be subject to fucking prosecution because you said something about the school board, because you just felt like being an anonymous person saying they're a bunch of fat slobs and retards, and you wanted to say that, but you couldn't say that because then you would get in trouble, your kids get in trouble, this and that.
Well, that's what's happening in England right now, isn't it?
It 100% is. It 100% is.
That is happening. Really happening.
Yes, it's really happening. You can't give people that much fucking control. You can't give people that much control over what offends them or what offends people, what you can say, what you can't say.
Can you imagine if they would come at the end of every episode, they'd be waiting outside of your
Yeah, here's the thing, man. This is a thing. This wasn't England 10 years ago, right? This is a new thing. And it's a scary thing. It's a really scary thing. They arrested thousands of people for social media posts. Thousands.
That's crazy. Were they threatening people?
Well, this is what they're doing. First of all,
were the people were the posts threatening?
They don't have to be. They don't have to be threatening. Yeah, they could be misgender. There's a lot of things that you could get.
Why be alive if you can't even think or say what you want?
People could deem it's racist, if it's anti-migrant. You know, they have a migrant crisis over there in Europe. People can deem it, you know, anti-migrant and Islamophobic. There's a bunch of, you know, them that are threats. People threaten people online, which totally makes sense.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be allowed to threaten people online. But when you get past that, if you have an opinion about something that's affecting the country that you live in, I think you should be able to express yourself. But I don't necessarily think that people should know that it's you.
I don't think you should have to carry that around. Like you should be able to express yourself and not have to be famous. I don't think there's a problem.
You mean to not have to be known? So you're saying that
Right.
Elon should be able to also have a separate voice if he wants to, or
If you
anyone
want
should.
to. But the problem is, if you do that, then you're going to have corporations that are doing what we're suspecting that they're doing. And what this one former FBI analyst, we pulled up this article 5 times, we pulled it up time just because it's just so crazy, you can't believe it's real. This guy was analyzing the amount of Twitter people that are bots. And this was a contentious issue, contentious aspect of the purchase when Elon bought Twitter. So when Elon bought Twitter, they were saying there's only 5% bots.
I remember that.
We sampled 100 people, 5% of them were bots. And he's like, that's not enough. You have hundreds of millions of people that are signed up for this. How many of these people are fake? And they really didn't want to tell. They just like, not a lot, don't worry. It's like,
Yeah, how many bots were programmed to lie if they're asked if they're a bot?
It's like a guy asking you, how many guys have you slept with?
Yeah.
4. Don't worry about it. I'm a former CIA cyber operations officer who studies bot traffic. Here's why it's plausible that more than 80% of Twitter's accounts are actually fake, and Twitter is not alone. More than 80%. Yeah. See, I don't think we realize that because we're on there for real. We're real people on there. But if you're real people or fake people are constantly arguing right in front of your face like the world is ending. It's not necessarily all real people. There definitely are real people arguing on Twitter. Don't get me wrong. And I think even the fake people arguing is very addictive. And I think you want to get involved too. So like, see this guy dunk on that guy, I'll fucking dunk on somebody. And then people are spending all their time in this job that they hate. And no one's looking. Your boss isn't around. Picking up some real weedy, nasty shit on Twitter. And I think you want to be able to do that anonymously, but if you do have that and you don't know who's doing what, you do get to this point where someone can fucking manipulate it. But if you do know, then the problem is the government has already showed how fucking shady they are when someone comes out and says something that goes against what they agree with, or what they're trying to push, or what agenda they have, or what's best for them financially. So they'll fucking throw the kitchen sink at you. We've seen them do that. You can't have those kind of people in power where they can know exactly who's saying what. You still have to have the ability to have whistleblowers. So you have this content. On one side, you're going to have this completely manipulated environment that's done by corporations, fake people, and people that are paid by parties just to push the party line and to go out there and debate it vigorously and argue it. They're paid to do it. Yeah. And all you have is your wits. All you have is your ability to try to form your own opinions of things, regardless of like where you feel like you're pulled because of whatever ideology you publicly proclaim to be. I'm a liberal person. This is how I feel. I'm pro this. I'm pro that. And then they'll start fighting about what that means.
Which is scary when that happens, because then you also have locked yourself into a space where you might not change because you're afraid of what your public persona is.
Exactly.
And that's got to be...
That's how you get to... Dick Cheney endorses Kamala Harris. And the liberals are like, yeah, boom. I saw this dude, he posted a atomic bomb gif. And it was like, after that happened, like, it's over. Boom. Like, you guys are just dorks who don't play sports. Do you realize what kind of mental gymnastics you have to go through where Dick Cheney, rest in peace, where Dick Cheney,
he passed away.
He just passed away. Where Dick Cheney endorsing your liberal, progressive candidate that somehow knows that's a good thing. The guy was the architect of the Iraq invasion, weapons of mass destruction host, all that shit.
He was a slumber guy, right?
Scary guy.
He was the oil guy, right? He couldn't put Halliburton. Yeah, Halliburton. Oh.
Bro.
Yeah, that was bizarre. I mean, that's the thing. Everything's gotten so bizarre, dude.
He's not dead. Oh, it's a fake report. Fake Dick Cheney death report came RT parody account.
Here we go, bro. But hey,
this is the thing. It's like, you can't tell what the fuck is true. Well, first of all, how's he still alive? You know? Let's go. How many soccer players do we lose this year? Midfield, from heart attacks, just running down the streets
People are dying,
And list
and somehow or another, Dick Cheney's still alive.
and Dick Cheney's
With
out
a
there
different
twerking.
heart.
Yeah, that's what they're
He's
doing.
got a fake heart.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's on a 6 or 7 heart. A lot of these, you don't think politicians are getting fucking separate hearts and organs, dude? You don't think they're first in line when they
Oh
fucking...
yeah, for sure. That's probably part of like if you go to open up a hospital. This is what I want. The moment my shit goes south, I want a doctor ready, his hands scrubbed.
Yeah. Oh, I bet there's a sick Rothschild out there somewhere, and every month they're putting a new ticker into them.
Dude, I was reading a story last night about this dude who was one of the, I think he was a Rockefeller, who got eaten. See if that's, I believe he's one of the Rothschilds or Rockefellers. God damn it. One of them fancy people, when you hear the name, like, oh, that fancy family. So this dude went to Guinea and got eaten by cannibals. Apparently he went there, Michael Rockefeller. So apparently he went there, and they were fine with him the first time he went there, but he was trying to get something from them, and the something that he was trying to get from them was sacred, and apparently they were very pissed off at him. So he didn't know if they were pissed off at him, so when he went back, he thought they'd be friendly with him, and they killed him and ate him.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then they hid it. They hid the story forever. So they went looking for this guy. Like, hey, my rich cousin is missing. Where is he? And I don't know.
They just
fucking forever. They just ate that dude.
Somebody just coughs up one of those things that keeps your what is that thing you go on there? Into your shirt.
Your cuff?
A cufflink?
Oh, cufflink.
I just fucking,
Yeah.
Somebody just coughs up a cufflink.
Let me do a shout out to the person who was on their YouTube channel because I can't remember most of the details of the story. But if you go to this dude's YouTube channel, he lays it out.
We're trying to find a hat that matches y'all's curtain in here.
That's perfect. You nailed it.
Thanks.
I get it in there somewhere. I have a real problem with these goddamn YouTube videos. I'm watching too much. I'm absorbing a lot. I'm learning things.
But do you think like you talked about Islamophobia in Britain?
Did I talk about it? You mean?
Or did you mention it?
Well,
what does Islamophobia mean?
We were talking about the migrant crisis. We didn't necessarily say Islamophobia. I think there's it's like the migrant crisis in the United States. It's not a crisis of one type of individual coming in. The idea is that you want to be able to vet everybody who comes in, and no matter what, whether they're from Guatemala or if they're from Syria. You want to find out who the fuck they are. You don't want to let in criminals and psychopaths. Yeah, it's all that simple. And if you start, blocking off people's ability to do that, I always have to wonder, like, what are you trying to do? Yeah. If you're just trying to let everybody in and not check, are you trying to create chaos? Is that what you want? Because that's what I would do if I was an evil person and I wanted to fuck up an entire civilization. I would just let criminals in. I would encourage criminals to go there. I would release them out of my jails and give them money to go north.
Yeah.
You guys walk across America. We're going to pay you for it.
Well, I think you have a lot of people that have that believe in some sort of a moral and ethical code, and they feel like they don't have a place to be sometimes,
There's also some people that grow up and they just got blocked by the world. They just got brought to a real bad spot, and they started off way worse than you and I.
For sure.
And that's the reality of if you want to keep a healthy society, just to keep those fucking people out. Like, the world is not fair. It's not fair. And if you want to protect the best aspects of the world, you got to keep it safe. And then spread out that safety from there. It's not let in all the bad. It's spread out the safety. It's like the way to do it isn't to just let all the criminals in and then, now we all live in crime. Like, that's stupid. The way to do it is to solve the crime problem in an area and then expand that area ever greater across the world. That's totally doable. Totally doable. You're never going to stop all crime, but you can minimize it significantly with a concerted effort, which is not being done. They're not doing it.
And there's a bunch of different things that they have to do. Instead of just hiring cops to fuck people up, they should train cops better. They should pay them more. They should make them more respected. Yeah, I saw make people appreciate cops instead of like think of them as the enemy.
I agree. We always thought that cops were reliable, but then I guess some cultures have different experiences with cops. But these days, cops are so diverse that it's like you couldn't have you'd almost have to be a alien or something to have a racial issue. It feels like sometimes, you know.
Well, I think cops are just like all kinds of people, and the problem with all people is they're going to vary. There's going to be some people that can handle pressure, and some people that can handle having power and being a boss.
Oh,
I've got good bosses. I've got great bosses who are great guys. They made you happy to work with them. You knew they were the boss, but it was a cool situation. And then you got people that are cunts just because they're bosses. You got this guy that just won't stop talking down to you because he knows he can get away with you because you need the job. He can get away with shitting on you. You've all had that too. That's the problem with being a cop. Like some people are just not good at having power over people, and some people are great with it. And then there's the reality of the stress that they face. Every fucking day you might get shot. Every day you're pulling people over. What is the worst thing that's going to happen to you in your day? Oh, did someone open their door on your car? Oh,
yeah, someone whistle at you because you
I saw a 10-year-old get their face shot in. You know, I saw a little girl get run over by a car. I saw horrible murder scenes. You know, they're going about car accidents every day. You're seeing so much awful shit. You're dealing with, and then every time you pull somebody over, every cop has seen those videos of people pulling people over and just getting lit with bullets, just fall to the ground. There's so many of those videos. Getting your gun taken away from you, getting shot.
Yeah.
We've all seen those videos.
Oh yeah, it's like Walmart everywhere. A lot of that shit. It's like there's just so much violence now.
There's just one where this guy was beating up this female cop, and his daughter was telling him to stop. His daughter was trying to get him to stop beating this cop to death.
Oh.
Like, oh my God. So, like, that job is not a normal fucking job, and when people don't have respect for it and don't appreciate it, it's a sign of the sickness of society. It's the illness of society that we don't appreciate law and order, and we think of it as something that somehow or another that it's uniquely oppressive, and that without it being there, you'd have less problems. So that was all that defund the police thing.
Yeah,
which is just, we should have learned from that, and I hope a lot of people did. Like, that's a terrible idea. The problem is not cops. The problem is cops are human, and they have to stay human, otherwise you're going to get fucking RoboCop.
Oh yeah.
So what are we going to do?
RoboCop could easily get hijacked too. That's another issue. It's like a lot of if there were cyber attacks, like where they wanted every electric vehicle or something to just go drive off a cliff, they could just control. Like
100%.
If they wanted every oven to just heat to 250 degrees and just burn down every house.
Sure.
Like if something got hacked, it'd be very spooky. So yeah, if cops got hacked, bro, that would be crazy. And then also they could just say they hacked them. Like you could have a dirty entity hack the cops and use them for whatever they want. And then who do you even sue with them? What are you going to even, if they don't even people, you're going to put a robot on the stand?
Also, you would have to know what kind of hacking is even possible and whether or not it can be detected. Because if they're doing it wirelessly, can they do it wirelessly? Jamie, you probably know this. Can you hack something wirelessly from an anonymous account and get into a system and no one knows who did it? Or is everything ultimately traceable if they can find the source of the invasion?
I think when you get to high level stuff, they're going to hacker, like the marks are doing the attackers through so many levels to try to hide where they're going from.
Yeah, so they can hide someone. And also, how many of those guys that are operating at that level even exist?
Yeah.
How many of those super high level hackers are out there? And everybody else is just kind of at the mercy. If you try understanding that, if you don't do that, So how's a judge going to understand it? Who's going to understand it?
Yeah.
How are the cops going to understand it?
Right. It's got to be weird if you know that much stuff. You're kind of in a world of your own.
Oh yeah, if you're a super Bitcoin creator type dude, you're in a world of your own. You're existing in the most sophisticated layers of the technological power of the likes the world's never seen before, never seen anything like it. And you're the people that are at the head of the code. You're the people that are making AI.
Yeah, you're like Christopher Columbus or whatever. You're on the head.
Bro, that's great.
Dude, if people, that's why I've said this for years, people with autism are they're the link between regular people and machines. That's where we're headed. It's all, no, in 2 generations, everyone with autism, you won't be able to find anybody that doesn't have it or that doesn't kind of freak out if like somebody's like whistling or whatever.
It's almost like whatever the reason why more people have autism today. I'm sure there's a bunch of people that think it's vaccines. There's a bunch of people that think it's environmental issues. There's a bunch of people that think
It's Chick-fil-A. People probably
could be
I'll take it though, dude. It's so fucking good. There's no way you wouldn't take some Chick-fil-autism, dude, if they had it. You know what I'm saying? If you like every now and then, just a weird guy runs out of the back room with a couple pickles on his back, dude, I'd fucking be like, I love this guy no matter what he has, you know?
I totally forgot what I was going to say.
Sorry, dude.
It had something to do with autism. What we were talking about. Like,
I think that this is the end of that rant.
So just imagine.
All right.
So there's, whatever the reason, there's more cases of autism. Most people, I think, will agree there are more cases of autism now than ever before.
Okay.
But what meaningful changes have we done, if any, to try to limit that, or to try to mitigate that, or pull that back? I'm not sure. But what meaningful, like what progress has been made where you're saying, like, oh, now we have 20% less autistic kids. So if that's not the case, and yet we're in the greatest technological time that we've ever been aware of, and people have more access to information now than ever before, why is it moving in that direction? And maybe that is a natural thing. Maybe all this transgender shit where everybody's like, oh my God, like I am so sick of hearing there's boys and there's girls and that's it. Maybe when you find out about plastics and the things that's happening to the human body because it's fucking with our endocrine system and it's shrinking people's genitals and shrinking people's taints and lowering testosterone levels and causing more miscarriages. If you were watching this play out, if you were not connected to us, and if you were like from another planet and you're like, what is this thing doing? Oh, so this is a very complicated animal, and this animal gets involved in various plastics and metals, and it has a symbiotic relationship with plastics and metals. With the plastics and metals, it gives them cars and handbags and television sets, but it also robs them of their primal essence and slowly turns them into these genderless, weird creatures that can only survive by replicating through their DNA.
Dude, well said, bro.
Because if you were looking at it from somewhere else, and you're looking at, well, what are we addicted to? We're addicted to electronics, and we're addicted to plastic.
Yeah.
We use plastic for everything.
And we're willing to sacrifice something for it.
Dude, I was reading this whole thing about petroleum in the healthcare industry. And like health and wellness and like oils and shit, like how much petroleum is used and all this. It's everywhere. It's just everywhere. It's bizarrely everywhere.
Petroleum and
petroleum. So you've got oil and you've got plastics and you've got all of these weird, funky phthalates and chemicals and pesticides and herbicides. We're all aware of it. We're like, this is really a problem. This is really a problem. Like, plastic, it's all over your food. Like, this could be a problem. Everyone's on fucking Monsanto. Like,
nobody can sleep anymore.
It's everywhere. And everyone's like, well, we'll certainly get to the bottom of that once we make it safer for queer kids. And then slowly, we're going to get to a point of no return where our genetics are fucked by our environmental pollutants, which have only existed over the last couple hundred years. So our genetics get fucked by these environmental pollutants, and they're like giant changes in human testosterone levels just from the 1970s. Giant changes.
Oh, yeah, dude.
So I think if you're on that path, and you're clearly on that path, we are as a human race, we're clearly on that path.
Fast.
And we're also at the same time on the path of artificial intelligence. It's like, how much time do we really have? How much time do we really have?
What if this though? What if a trans kid? How many trans people are there?
They're all trans now. Everybody.
Right. What if
The whole
this?
country's trans.
What if the?
I think they backed off a lot. A lot of people decided that they really didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
There's quite a few, and people get mad at them, which is really wild.
When they
People get mad at them for changing their mind.
Have you interviewed anybody that has gone down the surgery path and didn't want to have the surgery? Have you ever talked to someone like that?
No.
Just curious what that world is
Look,
like.
Everybody's got their own weird thing with that because it's a weird thing, right? You don't like your sexual organs you're born with. You identify with another, or at least you think you do.
Right.
At least like you identify with what they like more than what the boys like. You're probably just gay. And that's one of the things they study is when they leave transgender or supposedly transgender youths and they don't do anything, they eventually become gay men.
Oh, I see.
Big percentage of them.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're all like that? And some people don't genuinely have a true gender dysphoria? No, it doesn't. That's always been a thing too.
And being gay used to seem like if you were just gay, that was everything. It was like, but I guess it was like gay didn't. It was like, oh, if you were trans or any. Now it's LGBTQI, right?
It was also there's intersex
plus
two.
Right.
What is plus? Plus?
I don't know.
I know two is two-spirit, which is my favorite.
Really? I know I'm going to need
Two-spirit. They took the kooky two-spirit people in.
the Native American.
No, two-spirit is like a very specific, like, let's Google it. Two-spirit is like, you think of like Foxcan or some shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is where I found out that, I might be talking about what two-spirit is, but this is where I found out about this stuff because a buddy of mine who was in Utah, his wife worked at a public school, and he told me that she told him that they were having a meeting because one of the parents had proposed putting a litter box in the bathroom because the kid thinks it's a cat.
Oh, that's crazy.
And he told me that. I talked about it on podcast, and people started saying that was transphobic. And this is a transphobic lie. And I was like, whoa.
So it wasn't a real story, you mean?
Like, well, first, what does that have to do with transgender? What does that have to do with that? You're talking about someone who thinks they're a cat. Well, how is that transphobic?
Yeah.
And then I realized, there's a lot of things connected in this one group that are not the same thing. Like, they're just trying to lump in every idea. Like, say if you only have, the electoral college, you get a couple points in this state, but if you win 10 points in Spain, so you had a big coalition, you can get in the White House, So it's like, you can't just transgender people on their own. Too many people are like, no, you can't go into the women's room. Get out of here. But then you add them to the gays, you add them to the queers, which is like, what does that mean? And then if you're
more of a buffet of both.
Are you okay? Two-spirit people, maybe straight, gay, bisexual, asexual, or queer. Yeah. Exactly. They're the people that want to pretend the most. I'm everything. I'm a boy.
Right.
I'm
They
a
want to
girl,
play the shell
I'm
game.
straight, you're a fucking narcissist, probably. Probably a loon. Or maybe you really have this two-spirit thing. I don't know. But there's a variety of things that are true at the same time. You're going to have people that are kooky, and you're also going to have people that unfortunately really do wish they were born a girl.
Yeah.
Both those things are real. But the thing about us as a species, if you're looking at these drops that are all clearly established markers in terms of testosterone levels, miscarriages, men who are incapable of having children, low sperm counts, smaller testicles and penises, we're moving in the direction of looking like those fucking aliens.
Well, that's what I've said this for years. If you look at an alien, their head is big, because that's the only thing that's going still, and their body is this useless sort of fucking Christmas ornament.
Spindly, genderless thing. And genderless, like no tits.
That's stuff under a weighted blanket, too. Sorry, you want to stop an alien, throw one weighted blanket on that bad boy.
I bet they don't interact with things.
Well, of course they don't, because everything happens in their head. It's all built in. At that point, why do you even need if you can just blink and come or whatever? And you just, you fucking blink again and you have a mortgage.
and then you fucking cough and your fucking parents are deceased. It's just like
there's no non-aware language. You use every language. You know every fact about everything on Earth at any given moment. It's all in your head. There's no questions.
There's no
You have no dick. You have no mouth.
it.
You can't even enjoy food. You have no mouth.
Yeah, dude. Well, if I got a dick and you got a mouth, food second. Okay. I'm catching a VJ. I was getting
from a fucking alien. Imagine getting head from an alien. Imagine you wake up in the middle of the night and like you have a crazy sex dream, and you're like, oh my god, like you're getting like you ever have a dream where you're having sex? You think in the dream you're actually having sex. Oh, it feels real. Guys come in their pants.
Oh, I had a dream. I was on an airplane one time. I was flying to Philadelphia, right? And I had a dream that I was doing oral sex, right?
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like that in the air, and this old dude fucking shook me. He's like, "Get it together."
Wow.
I was on the plane. It was just
to get it together.
Well, yeah, I was eating air pussy. I think at that point, it's okay if somebody
Imagine you
shakes
open
you.
your eyes and an alien is
I bet
you
it's
just
like
feel trapped. You're paralyzed. The alien's just sucking your dick, looking you in the eyes. Just big insect eyes. Just, could you imagine?
no,
Bro,
dude.
the fuck's Stephen King? That's a real horror movie. Could you imagine you're paralyzed and an alien is sucking your dick?
What sound does it make? I bet it makes it sound like a
Slurpee. They over exaggerate. They give you like a caricature.
Oh, yeah.
We know they like it when you make a lot of noise because it's gagging.
But they're not even moving. It's just a feeling of making noise. Or it also has that light. You know, like whenever you make a Xerox copy of something and that fucking light goes back. It's like that. I don't even like that. Dude, what was I seeing the other day? They're having gay animals now. Is that?
They were having gay animals. What are you saying?
If you pull that up, didn't you see anything of it? Or that animals? Well, I'm just saying, if you see,
bro, animals fuck couches. They fuck your leg.
Okay.
You ever have a dog?
Well, some
dogs will grab a hold of your leg. They know your leg isn't a female dog. They don't care. They grab a hold of your leg. Does that mean he's gay? No, it means he's crazy horny.
But no, I was seeing something where they were trying to have it's like a upscale meat or beef that comes from a gay.
Why are scientists ignoring all the gay animals? Go down the lag.
It's a great lesson.
Study. This is like that James Lindsay, Helen Buckrows, Peter Boghossian thing. What does it say? Can I read the headline? Why are scientists ignoring all the gay animals?
Yeah.
Imagine like you're a scientist and you're trying to figure out how old the universe is, and that's the complaint you read first thing in the mornings, and you're like, hey, there's other shit to worry about.
Hey, you telling me this otter ain't a homosexual?
I'm trying to figure out how old the fucking universe is. That's why there's not a lot of federal funding for gay animals.
Oh, there is now.
Bro, you have to get funding for this stuff.
I'm sure we spent a bill on it, dude.
Yeah, that was another thing that was crazy about the Harris campaign was when you found out that they can pay activist groups. They give donations to activist groups, like large sums of money.
To activist groups?
Like what? So that these people will endorse them.
Oh, I see.
There's an accusation that she gave, what's that dude's name? It was on MSNBC, the old dude.
Don Leonard?
No. Tom Leonard, you combined two names. Don Lemon and Sugar Ray Leonard.
Don Lemon. Yeah. Hey, bro. Hey,
no, Al Sharpton.
Don got a little more sugar than Ray Leonard, I think. To be honest. No judgment, dude. But I'll tell you this. Gay animal meat is going to be the new thing. You telling me you're at a restaurant, right?
Right.
And it's like, okay, you can have this lamb, $70 this shank. Or you could have this sweet little lamb shank. This is for $90. Yeah.
The best of both worlds. So it's got the firmness of male.
Yeah.
It also has that sweet tenderness of female.
Yeah, it's also been basted from the inside, you know? I think you tell me you're not going to get a gay steak, dude, for an extra $20. You're not
Well,
going to try
especially
it.
if you're LBGT friendly, you want to support the gay steak market.
You have to.
Yeah.
That's
What
the
if they
next
like they
thing,
start
though.
cheating though and encouraging straight cows to fuck each other? Just because because they realize there's more money in gay steaks.
You're like, I'll take a steak. You're like, yeah, you're like,
In the attention market that is social media, there has to be a few people out there that are pretending to be gay that aren't. Like, here's a good
oh,
example.
for sure.
Here's a good example. There were a bunch of girls, and people got mad at them because they're hot female OnlyFans girls, and they started putting fake dicks in their pants
Okay.
and pretending that they're trans because it was getting them a lot more views. So apparently, the way to get a lot of views is to be a really hot trans person. Like really hot trans people are in right now. Like really hot, like a girl, like a super hot girl, really hot on you.
With this
Big old hog on you. So people got mad and started saying that my identity is not your costume. Like the actual
like
trans
cultural appropriation kind of.
yeah, but like, hey,
Right.
are you doing that? Are you doing that? You have a dick and you're saying you're a girl, and then these girls who don't have a dick are putting a dick on, and you're saying you can't do that.
Oh, so they're all.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it's like we're caught in a blender, dude.
First of all, it's very short-sighted because you should be pro-trans even if it's fake trans.
Right.
If that would make more people into trans people, it'd be better for everybody.
Right, no matter what. Now, are some people,
It's famine thing.
are there really some people, are people born with wiener and breast? Is that a real thing?
I have not heard of that, but I know that some guys do have problems with their breasts. Like there's a thing where guys take steroids to develop something called gynecomastia, and gynecomastia is an enlargement of the breast tissue. I know guys who have had to get their nipples cut open, and they have to get that removed and then sewn back together. It's like a serious operation.
But so are some
But
people,
that's breast tissue because they take so much testosterone that their body starts producing extra estrogen,
okay,
and then they get titties as a side effect.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not fucking that up. That's what I've been told. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. But the point is, that's the only time I've ever heard of like with a dick and
but some people are born with both genitals, right?
Yeah, that's a little different, right? That's pretty rare. That's called a hermaphrodite. I think they call them intersex now. People always try to come in.
Oh, yeah.
So that's it.
These growing up.
Hot tits. Normal breast tissue hormone imbalance causes swelling.
First of all,
Causes some sweet titties.
yeah, first batch I ever saw on my buddy. Shout out to him.
I'll tell you what, if I could just crop out that right tit, I could rub off that right tit.
I used to look at my buddy
go
like
back
that.
to that tit, please. You go back to his, it's his left. So his left. It's like, no, I don't want to see like the technical, the actual one. So if you just cropped in his left, that one.
Yeah,
Just crop in that, remove all side of hair.
Look at that. Look at that little milk port he's got on the
That's
color.
like a hot athletic girl too.
Oh, damn, that's a fucking little nerve for
You
you.
don't really need to.
That's a lot, dude. But I'm telling you this, you telling me this, that if you make a steak out of that man, you're not going to pay an extra $30.
And then the problem would be they would start. Oh, see? That's it. So they're doing it.
A lot of people, but do you think, though, this is what I wonder sometimes, do you think that science has us headed so we were all, that everyone is going to be trans at what? Like it's all
Yes.
merging?
Yeah, I think we're going to be genderless, really. Go to that article again. I want to see what they were saying. What would they say? It feels like two of them. I don't know how. Oh, that's not on mine. It's just September. Just a gang of them started a trend. They're all over the place. OnlyFans models. Can I just read it? OnlyFans models are targeted by online LGBTQ mobs after posing in underwear with fake bulges. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's so hypocritical.
I wonder, dude, I heard Jelly Roll's got that thing on him. I heard he's got a reel.
I bet he does. Look at that. Just two boys being silly alongside a trans flag. How can you get mad? How can you get mad?
That's that donkey on him.
You can't get mad because that violates, like, you're saying
that your standards are more important than them doing this thing to get attention.
Yeah.
That your standards of what's real is not real. Like, no.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. Like, because the only way, because then it's only your standards. Because if you want that kind of a strict control of the way people view things, you're going to allow people to turn that on you. And there's going to be way more people that have a hard time with you saying that you're a woman when you have a dick than there's going to be for a bunch of girls who just want to take pictures where they have fake bulges.
Yeah.
That doesn't make, you're just being a control freak. Like, you can't have no fake trans people, but only real trans people, but don't let anybody
Right. It's like
be
saying
in control who decides what's real and what's not real.
Right. It's almost the same with like a lot of cultural appropriation stuff, but at a certain point it just gets ridiculous. It's like, you know.
Did you see that one dude who faked it for like 6 months?
Fake being black?
He faked, you can't do that anymore.
I'm not doing it.
No, he faked being a woman. You know that dude? He was on like one of those reality shows, and he had all the tattoos. He was like good-looking guy, which is why I was crazy. He said he was transitioning, and it was just a troll. He did it for like 6 months.
Chicks?
No, just like making videos online where people get mad at us. But he kept it up forever. That dude. Explaining Josh Sheeter's trans hoax, alleged fake death, and why Monica Beverly Hills is. I don't know who Monica Beverly Hills is. So this guy, it was very smart. He said he's been undergoing a crash out of the most epic proportions, and somehow RuPaul's Drag Race doll Monica Beverly Hills falls. Is this like a far left wing blog? The way they're writing this, okay, well that makes sense.
Damn.
I was like, what is it?
First of all, it's called Them.us.
Yeah, I was like, what is the? I don't understand what the tone of this article is. So go back to it now.
So he's pretending to be trans now?
Yes.
Okay.
For a long time. Okay, here it goes. Scroll up a little bit. Oh, here it goes. The former reality TV star has gone viral on social media for the worst reasons. That's definitely not the worst reason.
Yeah.
Allegedly faking his own death and claiming it was a hack, as well as pretending to be trans and posting photos of himself in feminine clothes as an experimental mockery of trans people that he claims is exposing the woke mind virus. But that's not the worst reason. The worst reasons is like killed a bunch of folks. The worst reasons is lit a school on fire. That's the worst reason. Like, that's not the worst reasons to go viral. Because why did he pretend to be trans? He came out as trans woman. He gave interviews in public, like page 6.
But are there people that aren't? So this guy just pretended to be trans for a long time. So he was making a mockery of it.
He said 5 months. So he did it for 5 months. So in October, 5 months later, he said that it was all a social experiment on an episode of conservative podcast Prime Time with Alex Stein. Sider said the purpose was to expose how gullible and delusional the left is. What I did is I faked being a faker, he said. I pretended to be a pretender. But yeah, well, that's right. The thing is, like, people don't want to admit that he's correct because it makes you insensitive. But what he's saying is, like, logical.
Right.
Logical.
And so what if people are actually trans? Are some people actually trans?
You'd have to ask them.
Okay.
Therein lies the problem. I think there are people that are not, though. There's people that are perverts, for sure, and pretend trans so they can go to women's rooms. For sure.
Oh, yeah. That's
sure.
at LAX.
For sure. I'm not accusing all of them. I'm just saying
I've seen it.
You're going to have that if you have this thing.
This loophole.
This new thing. When I was a kid, if a guy with a beard and a dress tried to go into the women's room, men would go in there and beat the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let that happen. Except they would say, well, that guy's perfect.
And if a woman went to the men's room, we tell her to bring a couple of her friends. That's what I'm saying, but still, in a respectable way. Or you would guard the door while they were urinating. That was another thing if a woman said, I really need to urinate in here.
Yeah, well, no one would care.
I had a parent maybe had a relationship with this Monica Beverly Hills person.
Oh, is Monica Beverly Hills a gay guy?
Drag Race.
Oh.
Like tried to out them, I guess, and they denied it. And then so that's they're saying that he might have done this all in retaliation for this.
See, that's what happens a lot of times is people will.
Well, listen, for whatever, maybe the guy's gay and he pretended to be a woman. He's not a woman. All right? So maybe he had a gay relationship with a drag queen. Or maybe it's not even a gay relationship if it's a drag queen. I don't remember anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know what the new regulations are.
All I'm telling you is,
all I'm saying is, if you want to be a person who is open-minded and who's compassionate and who wants to let people live and let live, you can't get mad at these girls putting rubber dicks in their pants.
Well, it's basically dressing up like for someone for Halloween, I feel like, right?
A little bit. But you could say that's what they're doing.
I see what you're saying.
You know?
So you're saying you're making your own Halloween.
Yeah,
So you can't be upset if you make a Halloween.
You can say you're a girl. You can say you're a girl. You can be a guy with a beard and long nails and say you're a girl. But you can make me go along with it.
I see what you're saying.
I'm not saying that you can't say you're a girl. I'm not saying that you can't call yourself a new name. But if we're in this weird, aggressive situation and you want me to say you're a girl so you can go do girl things in the girls' room, I'm like, you can't make me agree to that. That's where it gets crazy. Like, you're not infringing on anybody else's space. There's no reason girls don't want to be in a fucking bathroom with dudes.
Yeah.
And if it's like trans men in the men's room, men don't give a fuck because women aren't going in there to rape men. Right? So that's the difference. There are women that think they're men, no one cares. If a woman who thinks she's a man wants to enter into men's sports, no one's going to stop her.
Right, because it's all one direction, isn't it? Isn't it always men going to women's stuff?
Well, for sports, for sure. Look, there have been women that have turned trans and competed against boys. That it definitely has happened. But the striking dominance that you see with trans men or trans women, biological men who identify as women, compete against regular biological women in sports.
Yeah,
it's crazy. You get people with like,
I would listen to them.
It's a delusion. It's just a delusion that you should let in. If you want to have an all trans league, do that.
That's what we should do. I feel like it seems like there should be that, so that then
it's just a cheat code. You can't just say you're a girl. You're not a girl. Let's do a DNA test. Let's do a chromosome test. Oh look, XY. You're a guy.
Will DNA tell you the truth every single time? Will that answer always be the
fucking chromosomes will?
Okay, so there's no.
Look, there's going to be a variable thing. There's going to be a thing even with that, right? So if you have like male and female, all male and all female are not created equal. There's a giant curve between like the most manly man and the most womanly man, and then the most manly woman and the most womanly woman. Like there's this giant fucking curve that all it means to be a human being. I can't tell you where you are in that curve.
Yeah.
I don't know, but you are you, man. You be you. I'll be me. I want you to be happy. But you can't pretend you're in that other group. You can't, especially if you're the male pretending you're a female and you want to enter into like women's rooms. You can't do that because there's too much of a potential for that to be abused by creeps. Mm-hmm. So what's the solution? I don't know what the solution is. I don't know. You know, individual bathrooms.
What about that family restroom that always has? Dude, I'll tell you this. The worst thing is
that one with the diaper table.
Yeah.
That one special bathroom.
That's
big
the
bathroom.
diaper table. It's got the Australian diaper table or whatever. You're like, what is this?
And you don't even have a diaper, but you do have a hog and a dress.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm just going to use this one. Just not freak anybody out.
Like a jelly roll, dude. You got that hog on it, well.
Yeah, but he's clearly identifying as a male.
Oh, yeah, no one's denying.
But if he wasn't, and then he had that big old hog, keep him out of the women's room.
I'm just saying, he's got that mistletoe on. I heard, you know. That's what I heard, dude. I heard he's got that. You know that thing that cops throw out to get the car to stop if it's going real fast?
Those nails on the strip.
I'm just saying, I heard he's got that rope on him, boy. So, whatever, dude. Stay black, homie. That's what Joey Diaz always says.
Stay black.
That's the best thing ever.
Oh my God! Have you ever seen the video where, speaking of Alex Jones, where Joey Diaz and Alex Jones is trying to calm Joey Diaz. I'm next to him. I'm just crying, laughing, and Joey's telling some story about how he smuggled weed through the airport under his nutsack, and then they didn't catch him. And then, like, what kind of fucking security do we have here? Like, see if you can find it. Because I'm, like, literally crying and laughing. Like, I can't breathe. I'm fucking crying.
I haven't seen that. I'm trying to think of what I've
Joey's
seen.
going off, and this is, Alex Jones of, like, the early 2000s.
You know, I saw they got that new tariff in New York City. Do you see that? $9 to drive into the city now. during congestion time. So during,
So crazy.
I think it's 5 a.m. to 2.
He's just trying to ruin that city.
Well, I just wonder what will that like? Who does it? Obviously, it hits. Everything hits people that don't have money the hardest, right?
You know, we were talking about how once people have power over you, once they have control over you, they never want to let that go.
Oh, for sure.
The East Coast is a great example of that, and one of the best examples is the tolls. The tolls were supposed to be created to pay for the city, to build the roads, build the bridges. But they paid for it 100 times over. Once it's already been paid, now you're just stealing money from people because you can.
Yeah.
So then they just fill their coffers up and fill their bureaucracy and fill their red tape to justify all this money coming in.
It's all a scheme.
2010.
They're just better at covering up what they do. Michael Jackson? No, I don't know. Look at the movie. He was dancing and singing, and next you know he's dying of oxygen. No. Not right. The junkie every day. He doesn't wake up, sing and dance, and then he has oxygen tanks at night. Something's not right there. And in my case, like the whole school, you're more dead than what you are alive. And now they got their record coming up. He ain't dead no more. He's doing a tour next year with the people from Vegas that jump up and down the Blue Band group, whatever the hell that is. I mean, he's one year longer than he's ever been. I can kill Michael Jackson. If it was up to me, you know what I know. I'll break it down because he brought the music from Paul McCartney and Roy back to him, and all of a sudden they put Paul McCartney in the Super Bowl. They tried to build up the Beatles to get their thing going, and all of a sudden Michael Jackson. That's right.
I believe it.
Goes a lot longer. The best is the end, though. He says, "Stay black." He just gets in the very back.
Tell me, listen to your bullshit congressman or your bullshit governor or even a bullshit president, somebody's running for president, and he's getting you with that same poor shit that they give you every 4 fucking years, and you still vote for the fucking Momo and then you get mad. Think about me saying the word fuck. With that, I'm out of here. I gotta smoke a cigar.
We gotta making some very solid points.
Don't do the, no, I know. Joey, you get it. But this is to let the American public know that every 4 years they buy the same shit they've been buying 4 years, and the same people with their Harvard articulation, and how they don't curse, and they're Christians, and they have a family, and these are the same people that shove up your fucking ass every year. The one thing that you're gonna hear is, I'll say fuck, but I will not fuck around. You think I need something? I'll ask you like a man. Hey, well, fuck yourself, you cunt. Hold on 1 second. Take a shot. Joey Diaz, Facebook, Twitter, check yourself before you rape yourself. Big dicks in your ass. Oh, yeah. I'm drunk. All right. Stay black, because that's the most important. Okay.
Stay black, dude. No, we gotta start getting more. When are you gonna start to see people just identify as black?
You can't do that. They won't let you do that.
Yeah, but that's what they said about everything.
Yeah, but that one's been a hard line for a while. You used to be able to do blackface. Think about it. So many people did blackface in movies. Robert Downey Jr. did blackface in the early 2000s, right?
Like,
Used to be able to do it. Look at that movie Soul Man. Remember? The guy pretended to be black to get like a college education. Yeah, he did it. A lot of people did it.
Lex Holt, I don't even think he looks.
I think that's a real thing.
You do?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That's a rumor.
The point is, it's going the other direction. It's not going the direction of like the Rachel Dolezal.
No. I think you're going to have a real surge coming up.
Well, there are people that have tried it. The problem is now with 23andMe, it's real hard.
Mike Perry, he's got like 2%. We're going to tell. Hey, I ain't going to tell him he ain't. Mike Perry is a zebra if he wants to be.
Yeah.
But hey, can you bring up people that are trying to be black and see, like by texturizing your skin? There's new things, Joe.
Well, I definitely think that people are taking pills. I've heard of that.
Yeah, darkening pills or whatever.
Yeah, there's some kind of medication you can take. Maybe it's a peptide that darkens your skin. It may be a peptide. But I've heard of it. It might even have some weird like melanin name, like melanin or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember that, but I do remember seeing it on an internet article where it was like how far are people going to like look different.
Oh,
Different shit that people are doing.
Dark Buddy or whatever they're calling it. Dark Buddy. And you just like take a couple of pills of it.
I was thinking of Justin Trudeau doing blackface.
Dude, you know he just retired.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, he's stepping down so they're gonna have to find a replacement, and then he leaves.
I liked him better when he was black.
That was very brief.
But still, dude, he was a fucking guy. Bro, people have hammered on that guy so much. But did you see?
So bad.
Well, he doesn't seem like he has any strength inside of him, of his own.
No.
And he almost seems like a character from a Charles Dickens novel. If you bring up his retirement speech from the other day?
Yeah. Well, he's fake. That's why.
Like,
it's fake. It's all fake. He's like a fake progressive. The whole thing's fake. That's why he was an authoritarian, and he kept cracking down on people's rights, and they all really saw it during that trucker protest, because that's when it was really in front of everybody's face, where you couldn't ignore it. But here's this guy who is he's freezing bank accounts from the people that donated money to the truckers. Yeah, I don't want to listen to this.
But he very much has a character from a Charles Dickens novel, doesn't he?
It's because it's performative.
Look, he gets AI though. Look,
if you go to see a movie about Charles Dickens, here's one thing: when you go see like an old timey movie, everyone talks in a more elegant and sophisticated manner.
Hello.
Yeah, there's a difference to the way people talk in those like Dickens.
I've got rubella, Dad.
Yeah,
Tommy has rubella.
You know why? Because it's fake, right? Like, that's how people used to make movies.
Did people really talk like that back then?
No, people talk the way they talk. It's just people were just not really talking. They had different vernacular than they do now. But people, when you're performing something was new. You have to think about this. If you go back and watch movies, like one of the things that's great about the fact that we produce so much content is that what it's done, the entire bank of all the content that people created since the beginning of television being started, to the rock and roll boom of the 1960s, to the internet, to all these things, you can see the way people communicate evolves and changes. And if you go back to the earliest representations of broadcast media in the country, everyone talks in a way that's not natural.
James J. Braddock, like
Here
that.
we are.
Yep.
ABC News World Report. Hitler has moved into, it's like there's a way that they talk back then. And then if you go watch those movies, they talk fake in the movies. Like Marlon Brando was the first guy to not talk fake, and everyone's like, what is this guy doing? It's revolutionary. He seems like he's a real guy. Like no one even knew how to do that until Brando came along and did it. And so then movies became, and then you get a guy like a Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
Where does he come from? Well, he comes from this entire evolutionary tree of people figuring out what's the best way to pretend publicly. And the way that they would do it in the Charles Dickens movies was a primitive way. It's like when you're watching
Albert is sick, Dad.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was on the other day. It was like Christmas Run.
Oh, yeah.
The old one, the animation one. The snow is moving around. The snowman. It's goofy as fuck. Santa looks goofy as fuck. It's terrible the way people talk.
Santa.
It seems so fake. But that was the standard. It's like $6 Million Man was a good show. Okay? It was a good show.
Right.
That was the standard. The standard was terrible. Like, we had a terrible standard for communication. That standard's changed over time. It's changed. So the people that are still doing it that way, it's glaringly obvious.
Right.
So what Justin Trudeau is doing, he's doing like a fucking strip club DJ voice.
Yeah.
He's like Lexus to the main stage. Good evening, Manitoba. You don't know who that guy is. You're not getting any of him. That is a mask.
Yeah.
You're not getting any of him.
Well, he went to that Tragically Hip concert. Is that the band, Tragically Hip? Huh? Tragically Hip, yeah. He went to that concert and he wore a jean jacket and everybody thought he was like a vibe, and I think that's how he won that election or whatever.
Wow.
And, that's
hilarious.
And then
he's good looking, he's tall, and he's charismatic. He's figured out a way to bullshit. In the beginning, before he had any power, it worked.
Yeah.
Because he sounded like a sensible guy. But people get revealed when they face pressure. And when he during that trucker thing. Then he showed his true card.
Do you think that they'll take Canada in to be the 50s first or second state, whichever one it is?
I think, this is what I think. I think we take Canada and then we go right into Mexico.
Let's fucking go. Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I said. I tweeted that today.
You did? I didn't see that.
We should let Mexico in too.
I want to be
Look,
fucking
everybody
Mexican.
keeps sneaking over. How about we just let him stagnate?
Yeah.
It's like, how about we go into that? How about what I said? How about what he said? Like, instead of trying to like let all the bad stuff in, how about we make this like totally lockdown safe and then expand safety, expand it. But you got to do it without stripping people of their rights.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
But also, there's
Big problem.
Like, Poland doesn't let anybody in or out of their country. Is that right? Poland doesn't. And that's why, like, why don't some countries, like, well, I guess America is kind of this, it's kind of a halfway house of, like, ideals over the years. It feels like, I always thought there was this, like, idea of this is an American, this is what we do, It's kind of like how you're brought up, like, with the Pledge of Allegiance, civics class, all that type of stuff. Like, this is what it means, like, cool, tough type vibes, But then everything kind of changes over time, and now I feel like we don't know what America is, and I think that's the part that seems super scary to people sometimes.
Well, that's the part that's easy to manipulate, right? So in this moment of chaos that we're talking about, I don't know what America is anymore. That's when you get all these fucking activist groups that are not real. That's when you get this discourse online. That's when you get people attacking. And you get real people that get caught up in it too. And they're getting you caught up in it as well. Because all these people, like, people are super addicted to arguing this stuff online. And I see, like, otherwise very reasonable people that are on Twitter 12 hours a day. And I just don't understand what the fuck is wrong with you.
Yeah.
Otherwise very reasonable, successful people. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, some people tweet all day. Elon tweets all day.
All day.
It must be an addiction, right, at this point. I mean, there's no way. If it's real, do you think it's really him doing it?
Well, that was a 100 different thing. That was the thing. That people were saying that this was a fake. So was that proven that it wasn't him?
I've been trying to track that down, just no idea.
I'd heard that it was proven that it wasn't him because this guy who sounds like Elon was doing something while Elon was playing Diablo Live.
They haven't talked to each other in the space.
Right.
They were never talked. They were definitely both making noise at the same time. But again, like, without seeing both, also I've never seen a picture of the other guy.
That could be AI. Yeah. Right? You told me a guy like Elon couldn't, like, just for funsies, rig something like that. He's catching rockets with robot arms. You don't think he can figure that out? He can figure that out. He could have the algorithms talk to each other. I think there's, they can already translate your language. They can take whatever you're saying right now in your podcast and they can translate it to German, they can translate it to Spanish, they can translate it to anything. If they can do that, they can for sure have a version of you that's quick enough with AI that it can respond like a person.
Yeah. Which is, it's all going to be interesting because now there used to be places if you didn't like what was going on, you could sail off to another place. But there's not that many of those places anymore.
No,
so
that's one of the
now,
reasons why we got to protect America. We got to protect freedom. Because if they can lock down on us, we are the last beacon of hope for the world. And I know that sounds ridiculous. Oh, you guys are so ridiculous. So egocentric. Look what's happening to Europe. Look at the chaos. Look at the chaos. Look at what's happening in terms of like how people are upset at the political parties. Look at what's happening with Palestine and Israel. Look what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. Did you see that fucking bomb that went off today? You want to see something nuts? You don't know if it's real? For real? Yeah. I was taking a shit.
Oh, yeah.
Jamie needs to know about this one.
Oh, yeah, dude. I don't like shitting at night because I'll go back to sleep. So while I'm sitting there, my legs are falling asleep. Ever that happen to you, bud? Yes. And then you try to get up, you're like, I'm stuck here on shit island.
Yeah. Your legs go numb. And then you fall down and hurt yourself. Can you just imagine that's how you hurt yourself? Like slipping with your pants down by your ankles and your numb ass stupid legs. You bang your fucking head into the nightstand like, ow!
And your wife's like, is this what
Ow! Yeah. You have to protect her. You yourself in the toilet room, Just slamming your head on the fucking doorknob. Boom, a big circle in the middle of your forehead for a month. Every time she looks at you with your stupid fucking bruise, your pants down by your ankles, half wiped ass.
Dude, my mom used to always come. We doze off on the shitter as children, you know. My mom would always come in there and rescue us or whatever. You know?
That's hilarious. Well, now it must be more common because of phones.
Oh yeah, people have
way more time.
A lot of crazy stuff, right? You know, the Asians can't eat hot dogs anymore. I just saw that the other day.
They can't, as a general rule.
They're not allowed in North Korea.
What were you just looking up, Jamie? Yeah. You need to see this.
I don't think that video is real. I'll just start there.
You son of a bitch.
But there's already saying, like, don't believe the hype from 2023 Ukraine and the Kinzel missile. Don't believe the hypersonic hype.
Well, I remember the beginning of the war, there was a bunch of footage that turned out to just be video games. It was going everywhere because people can make money from clicks, right? So, can I see that again?
Why is this a stranger thing?
How do you know this about that?
When it comes up here, that video of that bomb and the tree line, that's someone edited it. Those two things.
In what way?
My history of looking at this stuff a lot.
So,
separation right there.
Oh. Mm-hmm. But if it's far enough away for the curvature of the Earth, wouldn't that,
in theory, it could be real, but this is the video of this that exists.
Right.
No one else is
this is
claiming that this is real.
right. What I'm seeing though is that thing that you're looking at in the background is elevated, right? So that would indicate to me hills and valleys. So that means the bomb could be going off in the valley below that, and I don't know how far down that is. So if you're talking about an area like this could be Utah, right? So if you're taking a photograph in certain, do they play a lot of soccer?
Utah? Oh, Ukraine?
They probably do, right? So see what I'm saying? Like that could be far enough over that hill where you get that effect of separation and still be natural.
It's the way that it even looks, though. It looks like you've got TV behind another thing, and they're showing an explosion of a TV. The way that looks is not even
right. It doesn't look like a little
exposed correctly.
Right. It looks
pulled away.
Yeah. It looks grainier.
And I don't know how you would be filming that to catch a hypersonic missile. It says it was U.S. people reporter accidentally filmed it. Like, okay, really?
And it's going pretty slow at that point, too.
Let me see it again. Well, it's a perspective thing. Like it might look slower than it is because you know it's covering a lot of distance.
It looks like Terminator 2. That's kind of
it's hard too because like we're probably looking at cell phone footage, and cell phone footage is still not that good.
So bizarre.
They keep making it better and better, but
it gets worse and worse. The photos do.
Well, first of all, like drones, I have not seen one good cell phone drone video. So all that argument about like if UFOs are real, where are the fucking videos? Everyone's got a phone. Those arguments are now out the window because we know the drones are real, right? So if we don't, but
there is like it just starts talking about it.
The type of missile that they're saying that was
a real video. In theory, would be everywhere.
Yeah. It would be everywhere? You mean
there would be a bunch more results saying, like, look at this crazy video of this missile going off.
Oh, I see. So that's why there's only one video. There's no other reports of that bomb going off like that.
Look at the account that posted it. Start looking at some of the other shit they posted.
What is? Oh, it's a ship open. What was that one though that did blow up? Was it in Iran or in Syria recently? Where they hit some ammo depot, the Israelis did, and it looked crazy. And that was a real one. But yeah, you remember that one? I think you're right.
That's heartbreaking.
Oh, it's so scary. You watch the amount of explosion when it hits, like, check this out. Oh, this is a different one, but this is another one that's crazy. This is an ammunition depot building that blows up. Watch this.
You're lying.
Oh, how fucking scary is that? So play that back here.
That's real?
Yeah, that's what it looks like when one of them things goes up. Yeah, that's crazy.
Could a Kevlar thing help you from that? A Kevlar?
Especially close. If the building is being eliminated.
And what can you hide behind it? What type of thing would you do there?
There's nothing. You're not going to do anything. You're going to get vaporized. But it's only about how much distance you are from that blast. Here's one too. Yeah, this is the one that you're Syrian. That's right, the Syrian army. Check this out. See if you can do it from the beginning. Watch this. Look at this. Oh,
this just happened.
3 weeks ago, it says. Oh, look at that.
And that was in Syria? What did they do wrong?
Yeah, just sprayed that was so funny.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
If you really want to pay attention, you have to go down multiple rabbit holes.
Okay.
But, Assad was just removed as the dictator of Syria.
Okay.
What's that, Jenny? Oh, I thought you did. He did get removed, right? And is he dead? Or is he... Because there was reports that he was in a plane, the plane was shot out of the sky, but then there was reports that he landed in Russia. So I don't even know what's true. Did he get a shot out of the sky? Or was that was like a story that was in the news? Are the stories still up that says his plane got shot out of the sky? Because I remember there were stories that said his plane got shot out of the sky, and then there was some Twitter story saying that he landed in Russia. I was like, what is going on with this? They wanted a regime change, and they got it.
How hard was it for him to get?
That's the problem. If you want to go down this rabbit hole and have a conversation with Dave Smith about it,
he knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll take you down the rabbit hole.
He's an interesting guy, huh? He's very smart, huh?
Very, very smart. He knows a lot. And he legitimately knows a lot. He's not bullshit about what he knows.
Yeah.
And that's why he gets these guys that get cocky and they want to have probably Chris Cuomo want to have a debate with him, and he just trounces him. It's like, he knows what he's talking about. He's not lying, right? The difference between a guy like any of these CNN type media darling types who push the fucking COVID narrative and push every mainstream narrative, those guys, that's a very specific kind of mindset. It's a bullshitter's mindset. And those guys all melt in front of actual conversations with people like Dave Smith who know what they're talking about and not ideologically captured.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things you just can't argue. You can't argue that it's a good idea to do certain things. And if you have not made that conclusion in your mind, you're still thinking like you're employed at CNN, you're never going to beat a guy like Dave Smith in a conversation. Because he's not going to argue with you if you're right. If you're right, he's going to agree with you.
Yeah, he seems so locked in.
These people they're doing a totally different thing. Reuters reports Assad may have died in plane crash. Later removes report. Oh, they got the phone.
Escaped, I guess, but yeah, so they got the name is gone and down, and he actually no more updates other than this. That's, I don't know where he is.
Do you believe that we still can get real news information, Joe?
Not from me. Speaking of which, I have to correct something because there was a conversation that I had with Giannis Pappas and Christy Stefano. We were talking about John Jones. I heard a rumor that John Jones wanted $30 million to fight Tom Aspinall. And I did hear that with him. And I did hear that the UFC said yes, but it is not true. So Dana contacted me and said that rumor was bullshit. So I felt obligated to tell everybody that was a fake rumor. I don't even remember because we did that podcast. Unfortunately, we did that podcast 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember the number.
What do you think the amount is that John Jones would fight him for, or do you think it's an amount?
Well, apparently John is thinking about retiring.
Yeah.
And he should. I mean, he's going to have to someday. He should. I'm not saying he should retire. I'm saying he should think about it. Give the man all the time he wants. He can fight whenever he wants to fight. That's John Jones. He's the GOAT. So leave him alone. If he decides one day to come back, and he comes back and he wants to fight Tom Aspinall for the heavyweight title, the question is, like, how long are you allowed to hold on to the title before they start having that conversation? Now, he just knocked out Stipe Miocic, so give the man months. Give the man 5 or 6 months. Just leave him the fuck alone. But at a certain point in time, you have to decide who the heavyweight champion is. And if Tom is the interim heavyweight champion and John decides he doesn't want to fight anymore, he could do that. And he could do that also and then come back in a year and fight for the title. He could do that. Like, he can do whatever he wants. But he might just decide, you know what? Had an unbelievable career, never lost, except the disqualification loss, to a rule that has since been reversed. He's the GOAT. He retires. He's got plenty of money. He's got an opportunity to do some acting. Yeah.
He's an interesting character to me because he seems like them. He seems unique, kind of.
Oh, he's very unique.
Like he seems hard to pinpoint, kind of. Does it make any sense or no?
But that doesn't stop some conversations with you.
Thanks, dude.
I don't require you to make sense.
Yeah, he
that
just
would be
seems
so boring. Imagine if I were to listen. Yeah, I really love you. I like talking about it. Makes sense. Imagine that would ruin our whole relationship. That would be the most ridiculous requirement. Well, you know what Jeff said to me? People go, what? That is so fucked up. Why would you say that?
God, give me one of those gay steaks, huh? Those things are $30 more. God damn.
It comes out.
You telling me queer shoulders $9 more per pound?
They serve it in that high shoe. The waiter takes it out of the shoe and plates it.
The waiter just kind of scoops it onto your tongue.
Yeah, I call it a juicy Santana.
But they're gonna start. It's gonna start happening. They're gonna start getting these LGBTQ needs. They're gonna start getting.
What's the D? You put a D in there.
Did you say LGBT? They keep putting other stuff in there.
Yeah, they always add one. It's the one that pisses me off the most. They add the A. That's asexual. Hey, stay out of it. This is not you. Why are you in there? Yeah. It's like it's the electoral college thing that I was talking about.
Right.
It was like, yeah, they got this.
We get enough.
I was like, fucking Spring, Ohio. Come on in. Come on in. We can use you now. And they just pile it all up. Do you think it's a good idea to get rid of the electoral college? Do you think it should be one person, one vote?
Yeah, I kind of do. Because I think there's no way that it's like askew it all in, you know? Right. I feel like it's one person, one vote. That's it.
Right.
You know, I just worry about still like how many extra votes they had the one time, you know, if that was ever figured out or not.
Nobody figured it out.
Which seems crazy, but
there's theories.
I just wonder, once our voting gets compromised, it's a wrap.
There's theories, but the theories suck. The number's too big. To me, 15 million is too many people. You look at the graph of how many people voted, you know, for 2012, 2016, and then there's 2020.
Yeah,
it's bananas.
People showed up.
And then there's 24, it goes back to normal. And 22 is probably the most consequential election of our lifetime, where people felt more nervous. Like, if these motherfuckers get in charge one more time, like, we could get, like, literally invaded by terrorists. We could lose all of our rights to say things on the internet. Like, I mean, they were talking about cracking down on hate speech online. Like, the free speech is not hate speech. That's Tim Walsh guy was actually saying that. Hate speech. Free speech does not include hate speech. Well, what are you, by whose fucking definition? Yours? A guy who thinks tampons should be in the boys' room?
Yeah.
Like, when Trump started calling him Tampon Tim, I was like, one of the best. Out of all his names, that's my all-time favorite. It didn't get used that much because he only had it for a couple of months because the guy went away as soon as the election was over. But Tampon Tim is the best.
Yeah, I think I'm amazed how quickly after the election everything just felt like.
Dude, people in New York are talking about it. So people in New York, even though they didn't win, like their guy didn't win, they're happy they did win. There's like a marked feeling of relaxation. Because people in New York are realizing your fucking city is under attack.
And now it's $18 to drive in and out of it. It's $9.
It's under attack. You know what I mean? Like invaders.
But
there's
now,
that too. But there's also your rights are under attack. You're being propagandized. You're getting your finances drained. They're sucking money out of you and not providing good service. You have terrible leadership. You have corrupt leadership. When they saw Bill de Blasio, and I think they thought it was going to be better with Eric Adams and this Kathy Hochul lady's out of her fucking mind. Like you're watching these lunatics.
Countries and states eventually, like, or do you think new things like that will start to happen? Or do you think we'll figure everything out?
Well, we are different countries. We're the United States of America, but we're like Europe, really. Like New York is so much different than Idaho.
Yeah.
You know, Iowa is so much different than Florida. You know, I mean, we all speak the same language, but how much different is Miami to Portland? I mean, they might as well be in another fucking country.
Yeah.
Like, you might have a passport to go to Miami.
Yeah.
Usually check your papers. You don't go to Miami. You just went to Cancun, son.
You should have passport to go to Eastern Washington, too, dude.
Yes. But it's like, we're a bunch of different spots, and that's one of the things that makes it cool, is that you can move to a new spot. But like you were saying earlier, like, you could move to a new spot for now. Like, we moved. You moved to Nashville. I moved to Texas. We moved because we didn't like the spot we're at. We found a spot that was like, this is better. Like, this is more relaxing. I feel better. But if you are under one universal control, and that federal control controls all of the social issues, all of the contentious issues about whatever it is, whether it's Second Amendment, First Amendment, abortion, immigration, whatever. If you have like central control, then you stifle the debate about what's best for the population. Because when the people get into control, they enforce that, and then they penalize the people that don't agree with them. And they make it like real obvious that you step out of line, they're going to come get you, and they're going to arrest you, just like they're doing in the UK. While they're arresting people that are making Facebook posts, you bet your fucking ass there's a lot of people that want to post things on Facebook and they don't.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to go to jail. And that's not good. That's not good. That's the problem with centralized control.
Yeah, I just saw a thing where that seems like the scariest thing, because it's like, well, how do you think that people here are like people there, or that the beliefs here are like the beliefs there? That's why I wish we almost had like places where it's like, okay, if this is how you believe, then this is a place for you, right? And if this is how you believe, then this is a place for you. Because I think if we have, I don't think you have that many places. You need probably 10 or 11 places.
But then you get the problem of people coming into a place and deciding that they want to put their own beliefs on this place and change the place.
Yeah.
That's what things get. When you're seeing that with a lot of countries that are getting a lot of Islamic immigrants, they want to enforce Sharia law. They want to do it in the neighborhoods, do it in the communities. What is that thing? Is this bullshit? There was some patrol group of Muslims in New York that were driving around in cars and they were dressed like cops. And I saw that, I was like, is this rage bait? Is this clickbait? Like, what is this? What is this I'm saying? This can't be real. So it was these guys dressed up like cops that had cars that looked like cop cars. So it's something about
Ooh, music video or something.
It could be. It could be. That's it. Muslim community patrols protecting U.S. mosques. So are they just security guards that are around mosques? Is that what it is? And people are blowing this up? That's what it is.
I just spoke to election count. The numbers are pretty similar from 2020 to 2024.
Oh, really? Now that they have everything?
Like 155 million votes for this.
Can we see it? The graph?
Well, I didn't see it on the graph.
See, but the thing was, the graph was that there was 15 million extra
but
votes.
the graphs were made before the election. The counts were all done.
Right, but wouldn't that mean? Oh, so now the numbers are high again?
So, I mean, yeah,
For
California didn't finish counting until like a week ago. They were talking for a long time.
Are you serious?
I don't know the actual date. But it was true. Trump was just talking about it. That California hasn't finished counting yet. Bro,
how could you take so long to count?
Here's the best part. In every close race, after prolonged counting for long periods of time, Democrats won. The ones that are, what are the odds? The ones where you see like how many counties shifted red, that's the same thing. It's like people are getting fed up with it. They're getting tired. They're sick. Sick of bullshit. So, hey, dudes, we're going to do my podcast and we're going to do your podcast. So this is what we're going to do.
Okay.
So we will, right now, we'll stop, we'll take a piss, and then people that want to follow this conversation, go to Theo Vaughn's podcast. And It'll be this from now on.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Yeah.
This is my
Thanks for having me, man.
We're gonna have fun tonight too.
Yep.
I'm excited.
Oh, yeah, we'll
Shane's
be at the
coming
club.
down. We're coming to the club. Joe DeRose is here.
Oh, we got to let Shane out of that sauna.
No, he's out.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's a girl. He's a big boy. Big boy.
No, I'm excited to see it. It'll be fun. Thank
Yeah,
you, bro.
we're
Thank
good.
you.
All right, we'll be right back, folks, on Theo Show. Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Wes, very nice to meet you.
Joe, pleasure.
So I, like many people, was introduced to you because of the debate
Yeah,
you had with Bill Carson.
quote unquote.
You know, it's one of those things where it's very unfortunate to be called a defense guy. And I'm not an expert in anything, but the things that I am an expert on, you could wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and ask me about those things. And I go, oh, yeah, no,
Yeah,
this is what it is.
yeah,
I know, you know, like martial arts or comedy, I could tell you, I could give you an expert version of reality. It seems like he does not have that, and he is a wonderful talker, and it's a lot of fun. I like watching his videos. I love all that ancient history stuff, and even the most ridiculous tinfoil hat aspects of ancient. It's fun.
it's entertaining.
But I know that there's a different, like Andrew Schultz and I had a discussion about this. Like he said when he had Billy on the podcast, he said, we're not going to fucking research anything. We're not going to search anything. We're not going to do anything. Just let him talk and it's fun.
Yeah,
Andrew's awesome. But when he was on with you, it was quite apparent that you are an actual expert in the Bible and in many religious texts, and that he didn't necessarily have the facts straight. So
yeah.
what was the fallout of all of that?
Well, it's interesting you say the expert thing because I literally was asked to do it 24 hours beforehand. So I had like the least amount of preparation going into it, and I was okay with that because I listened to Billy Carson. Well, and I listened to the stuff he'd said, so I knew enough about the ways that he'd articulated things about the ancient Near East and the Bible and Christianity to know enough that his level is pretty surface. But the fallout was that not only did he not want us to release the conversation, but then he started throwing out cease and desist letters, and then he started, trying to sue people. So, I mean, I was never worried because I'm a Canadian, and anybody who's tried to sue internationally knows that good luck. Yeah, right. Yeah. As far as I understand it, he would have had to file a claim in a Canadian court that would have been reviewed to have legal precedence. But he'd have to prove that he could win.
What was his argument?
Apart from the fact that he was embarrassed that he lost.
Well, yeah, that's not really an argument, right? We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night, wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan.
That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more.
Well, the cease and desist letter, the cease and desist letter said, I don't want you to use my name or my face in anything going forward, and anything you've used up until this point, you need to remove. And I was given 24 hours notice to do this.
But if you're a public figure, he's clearly a public figure. Is that even, can you access it? No. So what was does he have a lawyer that wrote this?
No. So he actually, it's interesting because Mark Menard, who was the guy who hosted this interaction, he sent Mark a handwritten one. And then he eventually gave Mark an official one from his lawyer. So I actually was sent one by his lawyer, which I, screenshotted, posted publicly online, and said I'm going to ignore this. And then, but he sent Mark, who's the podcast host, as far as I'm aware, numerous cease and desists, and Anton, who was the media manager, he sent another cease and desist.
It's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
When you get caught with your pants down, you're supposed to say, I got caught with my pants down. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah. It's the only thing, especially if you're public, it's very clear that you're incorrect.
Well, the irony of this situation is if he just kind of left it probably wouldn't have made anywhere close to the splash that it's made. And we told him that. We said, hey, Barbra Streisand effect is going to happen. Yeah. You're a big enough personality that if I make a video and say, hey, I had this conversation, didn't go well for Billy, and Billy doesn't want to release, that's going to start to gain traction sooner or later.
Yeah. It's, the problem is to really delve into these subjects. It takes a tremendous years. You really have to know what you're talking about. Most of us don't.
Well, especially with languages.
Yeah.
We didn't get into it. I hoped to have, in our initial conversation, kind of pressed him a little bit more on the more overt things he said about, Greek and Hebrew and Sumerian, because I've studied a number of ancient languages, and when you study the languages, you realize the complexity of these things. And so when someone has it and they're making statements that are obviously indicative of someone who hasn't studied them, it's super important. And so I think it's one thing to be making claims about, say, Christian history or the Bible, but when you start to get into linguistics and philology, it gets messy. If you don't know what you're talking about, it gets really apparent like that.
So the gentleman who brought the two of you together, what was his goal? What was he trying to do? How did he approach you?
Yeah, so he's friends, or I should say he was friends with Billy. They live in the same neighborhood. So it's actually become really, it's become pretty rough for him. So he released a video yesterday, which I think people should go and check out, where he kind of gets his perspective. He's been friends with Billy for years. He was at Billy's wedding. Billy had 15 people at his wedding. Well, Mark was one of them. And they live in this community in Florida. Their sons are friends. Their wives would hang out. And Mark told me, he's I've been hearing Billy say, he wants to debate, nobody will debate him for years. And so as far as I think Mark was concerned, he was giving Billy the opportunity that Billy had told a lot of people he wanted. And so he, this was set up in that Mark and Billy have been talking. They've been on each other's podcasts in the past, and they've been friends, more like business colleagues. Mark has come out and said, I hadn't really gone into the stuff he'd said about Christianity or religions or whatever that one. Mark is he's a Christian. He has a public profession of faith, and him and Billy had talked about the fact that they wanted to talk about faith stuff and some of their differences, and that Mark was kind of prepping for this, and his media manager Anton had sent in some of my stuff and said Wes has done some stuff on some things that Billy has talked about, and maybe you should look up some of this stuff, read into it. And Mark, very last minute, was well, I feel inadequate. Do you think I could just ask Wes? And so he DM'd me on Instagram and just kind of laid this out, hey, I'm going to have Billy in my studio in 24 hours. I can tell him you're coming, I can tell him who you are, I can get in your background.
but would you be willing to come? And so that's what I did. And so that's how it got set up.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but was Billy aware that this was going to be a debate, or did he think it was going to be just a discussion? Like, what did he think it was going to be?
No, he'd been given all of the prerequisites. Like, he knew we're going to go over some of his stuff that he said about Christianity, that I was going to come in, who I was, what my name was, some of my background, and that part of the conversation was going to be me kind of asking him some clarifying questions and rebutting some of the things that he said. So you didn't watch the 3-hour live stream that he did you?
I watched chunks of it.
Okay.
I watched a little bit and like, oof, and then I shut it off, and I watched a little bit more, oof.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Billy there says he had no idea going in. And I mean, as Mark said in his video that he released yesterday, I mean, that's powerful. He knew what it was going to be, who was going to be involved, and even some of the things that we would be talking about.
Okay. And he also was claiming that it wasn't a debate, that he had been involved in debates before, and he was prepared for debates, but this is the subject of debates. But again, it's like, if you ask me about things that I know about,
Yeah.
you can wake me up out of a full sleep, and give me a couple seconds, I'll go, oh, okay. This is what it is.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
And it wasn't a debate in that sense. Like, it wasn't. Like, we didn't do, opening statements and cross-examination and rebuttal.
Right.
It really was a conversation.
Right.
And it only kind of turned into a debate in the sense that Billy, I think, got caught out. And so the things that were talked about kind of showed that, that he needed to go on the offense.
Yeah. Well, again, it's all very unfortunate, but the good part of it is I was introduced to you and your work, and it becomes very, very extensive and very fascinating. And the videos that you sent me on Instagram, I watched both of those today. Awesome. So really, really interesting stuff, and your knowledge of the history of the biblical texts and the Codex Sinaiticus and all these different things. Very, very fascinating stuff. So let's just get into your background. Like, how did you get started in your research, and how did you get into this?
Yeah, so I grew up in a Christian home. My parents were missionaries. So I was born in Pakistan and spent a portion of my childhood in the Middle East, with my parents working in Amman, Jordan. And then we came back from the Middle East when I was pretty young. And so I grew up in this very diverse home in the sense that my mom was a missionary kid who grew up in India. And so we had a lot of worldview kind of perspectives represented in our home. Like I often say, we had the Bhagavad Gita and the Book of Mormon on the shelf. Yeah, and I think, that always, although my parents were never overt with this kind of stuff, they always had the perspective that, we're Christians. We believe that this worldly perspective is true, but hey, this stuff isn't scary. This stuff isn't, off limits. We can investigate these things. And they never said that outright, but that I always felt this kind of attitude of that kind of perspective. And, having been exposed in majority Muslim contexts and seeing that kind of stuff, and my mom having a pretty good knowledge growing up in India, things like Hinduism, Sikhism, and that. And I don't know how much of the kind of testimony stuff you watch of mine, but just before my 12th birthday, I actually was diagnosed with a neurological condition that left me paralyzed from the waist down.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, so that's a condition that's called acute transverse myelitis, which I often say is a word you can forget as soon as you hear it. It's a complicated one. But what happened was that I had the flu, and my body's immune system attacked the nerve endings at the base of my spinal cord and caused swelling and cut off the communication between my brain and my legs. And
instantaneously, right?
Yeah, basically. I'd gone down for a nap. I was camping out on the bathroom floor for flu reasons. And when I woke up, about 30 minutes later, I couldn't feel my legs. And so, yeah, that's the acute part of the acute transverse myelitis, was that it was basically instantaneous. And that's what made the diagnosis as severe as it was. Like they said, there's a 30% chance. It was like a small percentage of probability that I would recover,
but a much higher percentage that there would be a lot of either complete paralysis for the rest of my life or some kind of issues with walking. It's related to like diseases like multiple sclerosis, in that it's neurological and it affects that kind of thing. And 1 month from the day that I woke up and couldn't feel my legs, I woke up on Saturday morning, got out of bed, walked over to the wheelchair.
1 month.
1 month, yeah. January 8th to February 8th, exactly.
Very quick.
You're telling me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What treatment did they give you?
So there, initially they gave me steroids to reduce the swelling, but so I spent 11 days in the hospital being overseen by pediatric neurologists and specialists in this, because it's a very rare condition. And so they were me, and they gave me steroids, and they did some other tests, but really there was no true kind of treatment in that. And so I was doing physiotherapy. I would be pulled out of gym class in school, but it was a little bit of a joke. Like, can you move your legs? You know, it was.
Could you move anything?
No, nothing.
Could you feel anything?
No. No, in fact, when I was in the hospital, I'd wake up and there'd be pinpricks in my legs, because they'd be testing where the reactions were, and they'd have used a syringe. So I'd wake up and have these tiny little pinpricks in my legs, because they'd been testing while I was asleep to see what the kind of whether it would register neurologically. But I couldn't feel anything. I was fully a paraplegic. Yeah, but going back to that, like, so I experienced this, what I consider to be a true supernatural experience, in that I walked into the hospital to the doctors that had overseen me, and they were the first ones that used the word miracle. They said, we really don't have any type of medical explanation, and mainly because there was no atrophy. Because of the cutoff of the communication, my muscles in those 30 days were fine. In a short amount of time, but they said there should be something, and we're picking up on it.
Well, that's crazy, because I've broken limbs before and had a cast, and just in the 6 weeks that you have a cast on, you have massive atrophy.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was the kind of predication for them using the word miracle. And so that's kind of, it marks this, what I do consider to be like this supernatural, something happened. But
did you feel like that was like a calling that led you to a very specific mindset after that?
It's an interesting way of putting it. I mean, as much as you could at 12 years old.
Right. But it must have had a significant impact on your psyche and your perceptions.
Yeah, well, it definitely led to things like later in life I got very involved in athletics and in track and field. And part of that was feeling a conviction that I knew what it was like to not be able to wake up and walk out.
Right.
And so taking that pretty seriously and competing competitively while I was at university. Because even though I wasn't the most naturally talented individual in the team, I felt like a motivation to be able to, okay, I don't want to waste this.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And then later on, in terms of your original question, the difference in that was that I realized, okay, there's something out there, something happened that I can't totally explain on naturalistic terms. But how do we go from that to saying, okay, well then this worldview is correct? And so, despite being raised in a Christian home, I felt like my parents telling me what was true is not the worst reason to believe it, but it's also not the best. And so, as a teenager, I did a lot of kind of soul searching, and like I said, I was able to do that to a certain level of degree because of the openness within my household, where I pulled the Quran off the shelf and I read it, front to back, just kind of figure out, okay, what's going on here? What's all this about?
Right.
And it was through that period of like searching, and it wasn't a crisis of faith. I would be able to exaggerate it, but it was kind of
inspirational.
Maybe, yeah, digging through. Okay, well, what do these guys believe?
Right.
What is this perspective?
Right.
And that was about a period of about a year and a half. And at the end of that, I did truly feel that, okay, well, I think in the ways that my limited ability as a teenager to investigate these things, I think that Christianity is true. But it wasn't until I went to university where I was engaging with people of other faith perspectives in Toronto at York University, where I was talking to Muslims, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and atheists, from the gamut. And I was having these conversations, and I was expressing kind of my perspective on what I believe. And they would say things like, well, that sounds great, West, but, that's the Bible. You can't trust that. And so that's where I started to take the Mormons. Well, yes, yeah. Well, in the sense that the Mormon was the craziest. Yeah, I don't know who wrote it. Yeah, and he's a shady dude. He is a shady dude. Well, they did in the sense that the Book of Mormon trumps the Bible. So they would believe. I think it's the 10th article of the Mormon Church is that they believe the Bible insofar as it is translated, and so they have this perspective that there's been things that have been affected. I mean, Joseph Smith made his own translation of the Bible. And when he was 14. Well, I think it was later on that he made the Joseph Smith translation. But I don't even know if the official LDS Church ascribes to the Joseph Smith translation, because I think they even see this is, we know what the Greek and the Hebrew looks like, and this is not even. Yeah. Well, he was legitimate con man. Which is fascinating. That people have such a deep search for meaning and truth that if you are confident, and which is what a con man is, confidence. If you are really good at expressing yourself and really you show confidence in your convictions, you can persuade a lot of people. Yeah, confidence is not competency. Yeah, and unfortunately, those things get confused a lot. It covers up for competency sometimes. Yeah. In religion and politics, and all sorts of things. Right? Everything. I think because people want to, it's very difficult to be an expert in the subject, and I think people want to believe that they are, and they don't want to do the work. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's why experts themselves feel a lot of inadequacy, because they study a subject and realize, I'm never going to get to the bottom of this. Right. So, unfortunately, subjects are very, very nuanced and very especially when you're talking about ancient religion. Yeah. You're talking about things that were a oral tradition for a long time before they were even written down. So it's a long trudge to get to the bottom of it. Yeah. And part of the whole, what I was trying to get Billy in that conversation that I had with him to get to the bottom of, partly was a question of methodology. I think he got frustrated at me at one point because I kept asking, what are the criteria that you're using when you're looking at one source versus another source and coming up with a conclusion? Because in historiography, it's the inference to the best explanation. And so there are different ways that you go about that, different methodologies. And historians very rarely disagree on the data and the evidence. It's the conclusions that you draw from this. But then there are some things that are just out of thought. And I don't think Billy totally knew what I was talking about, but it's those criteria that we look at when we look at something that does come from an oral tradition and eventually gets written down and becomes a literary text. And then you analyze that on the basis of it being a literary text. This is sort of the problem between being self-taught rather than conventionally academically trained. Yeah. Where you're trained in very specific disciplines and you're taught to understand the foundation before you understand how to put a window. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you have to know from the base, from the beginning. You have a water line, you have power, but there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things going on when you're trying to construct
an expertise in something, especially something that is so complicated. And one of the things that I've gotten out of, I've probably watched probably 20 hours of your stuff over the last couple of weeks. And you've spent a lot of time on this. This is not a casual cursory examination of these texts and of religion. This is a long journey. And that's what's particularly exceptional and really interesting to me. Because I'm always fascinated by people that have really gone down the road, like really gone down the road, because you don't meet a whole lot of them. You know, I know a lot of Christians that can quote you some versions of the New Testament, some Psalms, but the real, they go all the way to the back, way. And that's what you've done. That's very interesting. So this is like, how old are you?
33.
Which is very young for someone who has the depth of knowledge that you have. So you've been doing this essentially from that miraculous moment. That ignited this spark, even though you came from a missionary background, and then from then on. So for the past 11 years, 12 years, or 20 years, 30 years, like it's your whole life essentially. It's all been this.
Yeah, to a certain degree. I mean, I went to university with full intention of going into the police force. I did my undergraduate studies, and then I kind of mapped out this plan that I was going to become a police detective, and that was my goal. And I think I realized,
why not? Did you like get to the bottom of things?
It could be,
because you do.
Yeah.
Right? Well, if someone spent 21 years like getting to the bottom of religion, you probably be pretty good at cracking cases.
I hope so. I think that might have been part of it. I also, there was an aspect of when I was in high school where they were like, you got to figure out what you're doing. You're going to be police, you're going to die.
Yeah,
like I felt that pressure. Man, I always tell people when they're in high school, like it's gonna be okay.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I wonder if it's different now, because
I think you should have a certain amount of desperation. Because I think that it ignites the fire within you to do something.
There's probably something to that.
Yeah. The people that I know that have been too pampered and taken care of and didn't have a fear of everything going completely sideways, they never really get the momentum that's necessary to push things forward.
Yeah, there's probably something to that. I mean, desperation.
A little desperation fear, I think, is good for you.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be comfortable. I don't think that's necessarily a good path. I mean, I think you should have perspective into what your life as a young person and have those, but you should also realize you got what's good.
Well, stress is good, right? Stress creates perseverance and creates patterns that allow you to see.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like Afghanistan. Right?
I think that's very important.
You got to push yourself. And I think actually part of that also led in, I'm a big believer in athletic discipline needs to go hand in hand. I mean, I know you are too. Needs to go hand in hand with any other type of whether it's an intellectual endeavor or because it trains you to be able to go into places that are uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that uncomfortability allows you to then become stronger. Realize where your inadequacies are. And especially when you're with people who are better than you. I mean, when I was running at York University, there were two guys on our team who, because I was okay individually, but I ran for the relay team. Yes, I was a sprinter. And one of the guys was part of the, they medaled, when Canada medaled at Worlds, he was part of that relay team. And then my other training partner, Busy, who he ended up competing in Tokyo for Canada. And when you're beside someone who's just a genetic freak, you're like, oh, okay. That's different.
Yeah.
Right? And it both pushes you, but it also reveals your limitations. Where that doesn't inhibit you, that shouldn't discourage you to go up to that line of being able to push yourself. Mm-hmm. But at the exact same time, it creates a realism. Mm-hmm. That I can train as much as I want to, I'm not gonna run like that. Right?
Yeah.
And but going back to what you were asking, I think there was part of that in wanting to go into the police force, but then realizing, around my third year of university, that my passions and motivations were very, very different. and that I didn't know how to go about that, or where the proper place to do that was, but I knew that I needed to live up to that to some degree, particularly with the Bible. I was claiming that this Bible talks about this guy Jesus, and I'm a Christian. So I have a friend, Abby Bannister, who's out in the UK, and he says if you take Christ out of Christian, all the lessons is Ian. And Ian's a great guy. He's not going to save you from your sins. And so, like, if I'm wrong about the Bible, there's people who push back on it, right? There's skeptics of various worldviews. If the things they were saying about the Bible were true, then it did actually legitimately undermine what I believe. And so I needed to take that seriously. I had an obligation to actually investigate this.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What is the oldest version of the Bible, or the stories of the Bible? Is it the Dead Sea Scrolls, or are there older versions?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest of the Old Testament. So when they were discovered, so they were discovered in 1946 to 1957. And at that point, during their discovery, they pushed back a lot of our previous oldest manuscripts 1,000 years, which is a big deal. How old are they? They're anywhere between the 3rd century BC and the 1st century BC. So it's kind of tricky because the Dead Sea Scrolls they're like a library that we refer to. So it's approximately 970 documents, but it's distributed out between 10,000 and 11,000 fragments. So there's a lot going on there, right? So, and some of these, are so fragmentary that you look at them and it's like confetti. Because they're, 3,000 years old, but not quite that. They're like 2,000 plus years old. Animal skins. Well, all sorts of things. Animal skins, papyri, and then some of them are actually done on copper. They're like inscribed in copper. Oh, yeah, one of the coolest ones. Actually, this relates because I know you're a Marco Allegro guy. The first time I was introduced to Marco Allegro was not his Sacred Mushroom and the Cross stuff, but he published a book on what's called the Copper Scroll, because part of the Dead Sea Scroll fragments is this inscribed document on copper, which is an ancient treasure. Yeah, Jamie, pull up yeah. So it's in Hebrew, and it is wild. So it has these sites where it says buried treasure is found. And there have been a number of guys who have tried to look for it, and so let's say the treasure. You know what? Off the top of my head, I don't know. But I know, right? And so, but the Dead Sea Scrolls, so it's like stuff like this. It's papyri, it's animal skins, and it's a number of different languages. So the vast majority of it is in Hebrew, but there's also a lot in Aramaic, and then Greek, and in Nabatean. So it's like an umbrella term to just describe a whole bunch of literature. So a lot of it is biblical because it was written by this group out in the desert called the Essenes who lived at Qumran. So, but then other stuff of it is just, it's just Jewish literature of various stripes that were hidden in caves all around the Dead Sea.
So the scrolls, as it were, aren't all biblical. Some of them is just accounting of the times.
Yeah. Oh, Jamie, look at that. 65 tons of gold and 26 tons of silver.
65 tons. That's a lot. How many Cuban links do you make out of that?
You can see why someone would try to track that down.
Boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know, when you're talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, like you have ones like the Great Isaiah Scroll, which is fully complete. Like it's a copy of the book of Isaiah, and it's a full complete scroll. But then other ones are so fragmentary that we think they're written in Hebrew, but we can't actually tell. Oh, wow. Because no one's willing to like piece these. And this is true for a lot of stuff. So the largest grouping of papyri literature in the world is the Oxyrhynchus collection, which we get a good portion of our oldest manuscripts of the New Testament from. But if you go to Oxford and you look at the Oxyrhynchus collection, and you pull out that drawer, it's like a jigsaw. You're like most of it is untranslated, untranscribed, because the amount of man hours that it would just take to even put it together, never mind then go to the effort of transcribing and translating it. Most people are not willing to do that.
If you're missing chunks, how do you make that puzzle connect?
Well, that's part of my area of speciality in research is in regards to that. So I study paratextual features. We're really going to get nerdy today.
Let's get nerdy.
Where so you look at the features of the manuscripts, not necessarily the words, but things like the spaces between the words, the development of punctuation, indentation or outdentation, and I look at the margins, and I try to, based on the average size of manuscripts in and around that time, and also the average spacing of words and the margins on top, bottom, and the side, recreate what the manuscript could have possibly looked like. Yeah.
So when you say the book of Isaiah is intact, how similar is it to the book of Isaiah that's in the Bible?
So that one is fascinating. So this isn't true for all of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but when we discovered the Great Isaiah Scroll, previous to that, the earliest copy of Isaiah that we had was in the Masoretic text, which is in the Middle Ages. Yeah, so it was literally 1,000 years. We literally pushed back our understanding of Isaiah 1,000 years. And the thing that really shocked scholars, like I said, this isn't true for all the Dead Sea Scrolls, but one of the things that shocked them about Isaiah was that it was word for word identical to the Masoretic text. Word for word. Yeah. So this is the Great Isaiah Scroll. So if you go to Israel and you go...
Is that papyrus?
Yes. No, I think that one is vellum.
What is vellum?
So I should be more specific. So parchment is animal skin. Vellum can be used synonymously with the term parchment. Technically, parchment is like baby animal skin, like calves or lambs. But this is the Great Isaiah Scroll. You can see like they stitch together the parchment because it's so long.
God, it's so beautiful. The way they wrote back then was so beautiful. I mean, maybe it's because I can't read it, but it's so fast. Maybe if I saw English, I would think that's beautiful too.
Yeah,
especially script, like cursive is very beautiful. But that is so fascinating because obviously coming from a point of ignorance, the letters look so similar. Like so many. This is what I always doubt about cuneiform. It's just one particular sort of character that's this way and that way and up and down. And
cuneiform is wild.
Weird.
It's really, really tricky. And that's the thing when, like, if you're studying ancient languages and you start to study Greek, like the Greek alphabet is similar enough that you're like, okay, alpha looks like an A, right? Delta looks like a D. So you can figure it out. And so it tricks you because you start off and you're like, oh, this is phobia. Fear. I don't know, phobia. Right? And you get this false sense of like encouragement, and then the further you go down the rabbit hole, you're like, oh, screwed. So, but Hebrew is completely the opposite because the writing system is so different. The learning curve is hard at the beginning, and then you're like, everything is just 3 letters with a suffix added to it, and so it feels like. Whereas the opposite is true with Greek. Greek, you're like, I get this. And then when you really go down the rabbit hole, you're like, crap, none of the things that I learned about that are supposed to be standard, all of them have exceptions. But yeah, cuneiform's a wild one.
Do you know Rick Strassman?
No.
He's a scholar, and he did a lot of early work, FDA-approved work on psychedelics. And he spent 16 years teaching himself to read ancient Hebrew.
Nice.
Yeah, so because he wanted to really understand the Bible from the original source of ancient Hebrew and to understand it in context. Ancient Hebrew, the way the words are structured, is so different than English, and that something must be lost in translation. So he spent 16 years teaching himself how to read ancient Hebrew. That is such dedication. 16 years.
That's a long time. That seems too long.
Well, you're self-taught. I mean, he's doing it himself.
Yeah. Self-teaching. Yeah. I self-taught myself Greek at first, and then when I started learning it formally, I realized how much you miss when you self-teach yourself.
Oh, sure. Well, how many people can teach you ancient Hebrew? How many persons are available?
Oh, you can take it at any graduate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is it, it's not something that we know what it sounds like, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big debate with ancient languages. Like, same thing with, arguably, we don't know how any of this was pronounced. I mean, modern Greek speakers get really mad at me when I say that. Because they're like, of course we know it's pronounced. And that's like, we pronounce it, right? And on all my videos where I'm like, translating Greek manuscripts, there's so many comments of modern Greek speakers getting mad at me. But realistically, we don't really know how most people are pronounced with anything.
But isn't that very bizarre when you translate? Like if you go back to, let's say, the Epic of Gilgamesh, we don't even know what the words sounded like.
Yeah.
We kind of know what they represent, and then we do a literal translation of what they represent. But if you've never heard, no one can speak ancient Sumerian.
Yeah. Well, Sumerians are wild. Because it's a language isolate. So Hebrew is an Afro-Semitic language. So Hebrew is related to all of these other languages like Aramaic and Akkadian, but language isolates have no adjacent comparison. So, because I tried to teach myself Sumerian and I failed and I just gave up because I couldn't do it because I had nothing to really compare it to. So Sumeriologists are very they're a field of their own because I learned a little bit of Akkadian because I had studied Semitic languages and there's enough crossover between things like Hebrew and Aramaic and Akkadian, but Sumerian you have nothing to compare it to. And so
what did it eventually become?
It just died.
It just died. How? Do you know?
I mean, the Sumerians lost to the Assyrians, and the Assyrians got taken over by the Babylonians. I mean, it's just the course of history where things happen. But there are a number of ancient languages that are language isolates, like linear Elamite. We had no idea what linear Elamite even said until 2020.
Well, I never inserted it until 5 seconds ago.
I know. There you go, Jamie. If you pull up. If you look up, what's it called? There's a cup, a silver cup. It'll come up if you Google image linear Elamite, because you think cuneiform looks wild. Linear Elamite is completely different than that too. And there's a silver cup, which we had no idea what it said, and then a bunch of researchers, ancient Near Eastern researchers, developed one. So let's in the corner there, that one on far left. Oh, no, here, now it's moved. Click this. That one, click that. So that's linear Elamite. And so that's in and around the same time that languages like Sumerian. So there's this very interesting kind of, if we're talking about a story in the Bible like the Tower of Babel, where it says that God confused their languages, and everybody started speaking different languages, you have these languages that just pop up, and out of nowhere, and have no relation to one another. So Akkadian starts to adopt certain words in Sumerian, but they're still Sumerian words. It's like pizza is Italian, right? Or like kayak is Inuit. But when you're looking at the words that carry over, it's not because they're there's a relationship between Akkadian and Sumerian. It's because you have these cultures that live side by side, and eventually Akkadian starts to adopt these things. But Sumerian is, so that's why when I see people like Billy Carson talk about being able to read Sumerian, I'm like, dude, I read ancient languages and I can't. I tried and I can't make heads or tails of Sumerian. So that's a tell. Unfortunately, it kind of gives away.
Listen, I like Bill. He was a nice guy. I really enjoyed talking to him. I really do. I think his videos are fun. But I also think truth is important.
I have no problem with him as an individual.
He just needs to course correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, course correct and recognize what you know and what you don't know. You're not doing people a service, especially people like myself that aren't educated in this. Like we turn to others who claim to have vast knowledge of this to help me out. Tell me what's going on. When I sit down and talk to you, tell me what's going on. And if you don't really know, you're fucking over a lot of people, unfortunately, for yourself.
Yeah.
This how do you say it again? Linear Elamite. Can you put that back up again, Jamie? So this was in 20. Can you show me that image that you showed me before?
Actually, see if you can find the cup. If you scroll, there should be a cup. I think it's called the dash.
Is that it?
No. If you look up cup. Yeah, that guy. So see that inscription at the top beside the face?
Yeah.
So that's the one. So it goes around the top of the cup, and they crack that. Look at that dude's nose. Yeah, big nose.
Oh, the nose.
Yeah, he can smell that now. And so actually, interestingly enough, if you pull back, Jamie, that's my. So there's an infographic that I made that just pops up. So if you put that right there, that's the one I made. Why is it coming up like that? Okay.
So is it just that resolution?
Oh, there you go. Oh, no, it's mine. So actually, here, I'll be self-serving. If you go to wesleyhuff.com,
look at that. That is so.
And how old? 20th century East. Yeah. So if you go to wesleyhuff.com and then click my infographics tab at the top. So I started making these things for graduate students I was teaching. And so if you go down, there should be an archaeology section. And in the archaeology section, I have that one on. I make one for manuscripts. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. So deep. Yeah, so there's a link here. Red Log Dash, that's what's called. So yeah, you see this Sumerian, Linear, Elamite, Akkadian, and Paleo Hebrew there at the bottom, the comparison. And these are languages that operated like alongside one another, but are almost completely foreign to one another. So there is crossover between Akkadian and Paleo Hebrew.
So that's interesting. Sumerian, when I'm thinking of cuneiform, I'm not thinking of that, right? That looks different than some of like the clay scrolls, the imprintations that they make with a clay wheel.
Yeah, well, it's all done with the stylus. So it's like a little wedge stylus. So there are different variations of it. But ultimately, it's done with the stylus. The thing that's interesting, like you're probably thinking more of what that later Akkadian is, right?
Yeah.
Like the wedges. Yeah. So Akkadian basically borrowed the writing system, and it had development over time, but it's very.
So did they have their own writing system initially, and just incorporated Sumerian writing to theirs?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. But I know, right?
I mean, it's so long ago, but not,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so long ago in terms of the human life.
Yeah.
But it's not that long. You think that we went from 4,000 years with that to large language models.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, quantum computing.
Yeah. Well, even if you look at language systems developed, Paleo Hebrew turns into what we saw in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So Paleo Hebrew is a little bit different than what we eventually see in the Dead Sea Scrolls, because there's like a development within the language. And then modern Hebrew adopts the Hebrew in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but modern Hebrew has vowels that were developed in the Middle Ages to to figure out how to pronounce it. Because basically, ancient Hebrew doesn't have a vowel system in its writing that's overly comprehensive. And so in the Middle Ages, when you have these groups of Jews who are copying these Hebrew scriptures, who aren't speaking it as much as they're reading it, you got to figure out how to pronounce it, as because vowels make a difference. But if you took all the vowels out of English, if you're a natural English reader, you could probably figure out what was what if you're looking at the page. And so in the Middle Ages, the Masoretic scribes come up with these vowel finding systems, and that's what you see when you look at a Hebrew Bible today, is you see these vowels. And sometimes the introduction or removal of the vowel is significant in the changes of the words.
It's also interesting, and we're kind of seeing language change, written language, while right now in this current era because we've kind of abandoned cursive.
Yeah.
So if people in the future go to read ancient scripts of human beings that lived in the 20th century, they'll be like, "What is this shit?"
Yeah.
And then there wasn't a lot of it. There's no cursive on the internet. I mean, there's cursive on the internet, but no websites are written in cursive.
Yeah, it's all printed.
It's all printed.
Yeah.
And so they've essentially in school stopped teaching. Most classes don't teach cursive. We all learned cursive as children. It was the way you could write things quicker.
Yeah.
And then once printing, typewriters and computers became ubiquitous, it's gone.
Yeah.
And everybody's just texting.
Yeah. But let's hope people in the future are still able to read the Declaration of Independence.
Right.
Because that's where it's written.
Right.
Stuff like
Yeah.
that.
That's really interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because if you were not taught that, and then you went to read that and said, "This is English," what are you talking about? I recognize a few of these letters, but it's so vastly different than the printed text.
Yeah. Language models are wild.
Wild.
Yeah.
The whole thing is wild, but people figured out how to associate sounds with little symbols, and then they did completely different shit in Korea, completely different shit in Russia.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating. And then you have to have these experts who can translate these things, and you depend upon them forever, which that was what Lutheranism was all about, right? Martin Luther wanted to have phonetic translations of the Bible, and there was resistance to that. The people that knew how to read Latin were like, hey, slow down.
Yeah, partly. I mean, there were proto-reformers before Luther. Guys like Wycliffe. So John Wycliffe and William Tyndale both translated the Bible, parts of the Bible into English, and they predated. I mean, and they weren't very popular for it either. When Wycliffe was declared a heretic, and then his body was exhumed and burned because of the work that he did. But yeah,
after he was already dead.
Yeah, well, Tyndale's line was that he wanted, I believe it was Tyndale. It was either Wycliffe or Tyndale. My friends who are specialists in this are going to get mad at me for this. But one of those two guys said that they wanted the plowboy to be able to read the Bible and know it was right and true. And so that was their motivation, is that they're like, public education for literacy in these areas was largely because they just wanted people to read the Bible. But that was a big motivation behind Luther, because he's like, I'm going to translate this thing to German. Because part of his kind of kicking off of what we call the Protestant Reformation was that he read the Bible in Greek. There was a guy named Desiderius Erasmus who was they call them humanists, but it means something different than that. Humanists were like scholars who were trying to figure out the entirety of human knowledge up until that point, like Renaissance men, kind of, right? So Desiderius Erasmus is like one of the last Renaissance men, but he was compiling, and he produced the first printed edition of the New Testament. And so he's done with this printed edition of the New Testament, and Luther gets his hands on it. And so he's reading that, and he notices that in Matthew's Gospel, the word that's in the Latin is penitentiam agate, do penance. In Greek is metanoietes, which is repentance. And the church was using this as like, you need to do penance. And you need to do all of this stuff to show that you're sorry, and part of that is in the church. And Luther reads this and goes, hey, guys, this means something different. This means repentance. It means changing your mind. It doesn't mean like to actually do things. And so part of his motivation is like, the Latin isn't reflecting, at least at the point that Latin had developed in that day, like maybe when Jerome translates the Latin Vulgate back in the 4th century, and it's called the Vulgate because Vulgata means like regular, like you know, vulgar, right? It's just a regular people language. Part of the reason was that in the 4th century, very few people were reading Greek. They were reading Latin. And so they're like, hey, Jerome, you need to produce a Bible in Latin because nobody can read the Bible. And so he produces the Latin Vulgate, and ironically, by the time you get to Luther, 1,000 years later, no one can read Latin, and they're all using the Vulgate. Wow. And even Erasmus was, so he dedicates his first few editions to the Pope because he knows that the Pope is going to get wind that he's producing Greek New Testaments, and the church is using the Latin, and he's risking his life. So if he dedicates it to the Pope, maybe the Pope will take it easy. Yeah, that is nice. Little flattery. Yeah, see, it goes a long way.
Well, that's part of the problem, right? Is that you're dealing with these priests, you're dealing with human beings. And when human beings are the sole purveyors of truth, that becomes a problem with the power. It's too much power. Most people suck at power. It just makes them drunk with it, and they abuse it. And you see that in many, many religions. You see that in cults, for instance, the best example. Like when you know the person who created this thing, and you know this person is fucking insane, and you have a bunch of people that follow them,
they're just looking out for your best interest.
Yeah,
right. They just want to make sure you're doing the right thing.
Did you see Wild Wild Country?
Oh, yes.
It's fucking awesome.
Unfortunately,
it's so good. It's
man.
So crazy. I mean, I'm so glad I wasn't there and a part of it, but it they all look fitting together. That's what's really wild. All these cult documentaries, all these exposes in the beginning, like these people have a thing. They're all eating together, and they're community, and they're praying together, and they're just seeking enlightenment. Happy,
yeah. Well, one of the ways my wife and I saw, we have very different tastes in movies, but there's enough crossover that our guilty pleasure is. I love them. They're so.
I love them. I love them because there's something about people like absolutely believing things that's so appealing. I don't know why that is. Like I like watching Islamic scholars speak, with like full confidence that their version of truth is truth. I'm just interested in that mindset. I think it's a very deeply cut groove in the human psyche that people can fall into. And when there's a cult, it's like, God, it's so obvious. Like, there's the guy. That's the guy. Here's a good example. There's a documentary called Holy Hell.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And,
yeah.
I bought the building that Holy Hell was, like, the actual theater that this guy had built. It's a beautiful theater that he had his followers build so he could dance in front. That was going to be the Comedy Mothership. First version of that contract that building. It fell apart. Thank you, baby Jesus. I'll take somebody. And then we found this new place on 6th Street. But that documentary is so fascinating because you can see this guy is a gay porn star and a hypnotist. So take a bunch of really lost people and send them down this crazy road, and then eventually it all falls apart.
You know what's interesting about that is I have less of a problem with the objective truth claims and more of a problem with them saying, but don't look into it. Like, don't test it. Like, what I say goes, and you're not allowed to explore it. Like, talking about the Mormon Church, they recently did this thing. Where they're like, you don't obviously go on the internet. And it's like, God, the Book of Mormon. Yeah, guys, I don't think you realize what you're sounding like when you come across.
Mormons are the nicest people. They're the nicest people. They really are so nice. I love them. I mean, Mormons that I've met have been so friendly. They're so family oriented. There's some. I mean, it's like really easy to like think these are great people. I'll join them.
You know why they're family oriented, right? Why? Is because in what Joseph Smith wrote, there's an idea that everybody's soul pre-exists. And you were born as a spirit child in a previous life. And the reason you have children is you need to bring those people's souls into existence. And so there's like because you have a heavenly Father and heavenly Mother, and you're all children of God in the actual like physical sense, and that the pursuit is exaltation, where you will be a God on your own planet. If you've done everything right.
Get your own planet.
Get your own planet. And this is so Joseph Smith in the King's Fall Funeral Discourse. This is what he wrote. This is where he like formulated this idea where God, the Father, has a body as tangible as ours, of flesh and blood, and that he lived on another planet. And it was circled around the star called Polar. And that if you do everything right, you will also be the God on your own planet. And so you got to encourage people to have kids because they're formless spirit babies out of the spiritual realm. But you're right, they are. They're incredibly nice.
The nicest.
The nicest.
Yeah, it's a really great cult. You know, I mean, or religion, whatever. I mean, I used to have a joke in my act that a cult is fake and it's made by one guy. That guy invented it. And religion, that guy's dead.
There might be something to that.
Yeah, and some for sure. But the question to me is always, what were they originally trying to do?
Right.
What was it based on? What in the beginning there was like? What is all of that?
Yeah.
What are those stories?
Yeah.
And when you take these stories and you are telling them so on, that's why the book of Isaiah that you're saying is so fascinating. But 1,000 years later, you have the exact translation of this at a time where most people are illiterate.
Right? Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's only really been recently that we have the levels of literacy that we have today. I mean, this is part of the reason why you have these long spans of time between, like, when people live and then the ancient biographies that start to pop up in is because most people are just illiterate.
But imagine how crazy that is. Yeah, something in a time where there's no printed press and something that has been passed on for so long as a oral tradition is exact word for word what you find in a cave in Qumran.
Yeah.
And then the same thing you get in the translation of the Bible today. That's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, up until the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the New Testament manuscripts predated the Old Testament manuscripts by a lot.
Really?
Yeah. Because the Christians were less discerning in their proliferation of written documents. So the Jews had this little system where you had to be a trained scribe, and they were very, very careful for the procedures that you went through. Whereas the Christians were like, we want to get this thing out as fast as we can, as often as we can, which had a lot of benefits in that, like, their goal was of proselytization and evangelism, and that worked. But the downside of it was that you get really messy copies, where you have copies all over the place, but human error gets involved, like spelling differences, additions, deletions, mostly for completely understandable reasons. But we actually have manuscripts where we know the person copied it and they didn't know how to read it because they make mistakes that you wouldn't make if you knew how to copy. There's this really great example of a guy who copies, I believe it's the genealogy of man, and he's looking at a manuscript that has 2 columns, and he's copying it from left to right, and he's copying it like this, whereas it's like the column you go down and then the next column. So in the genealogy of Jesus, he's got all the wrong people begetting all the wrong people, and you're like, you wouldn't do this, read, because God is in the middle of the genealogy. So like that kind of thing.
That is a real problem.
That is a real problem. But ironically, with the Christian manuscripts, because we have so many, it's actually because of the mistakes that we're able to trace the text back to the hiding copies. Because if you have copies that are floating around, North Africa and places like Egypt, and copies in Syria, and copies out into Asia and into Europe and the British Isles, when mistakes pop up, they're geographically located. And because you have so many, you can compare and contrast them to figure out, okay, well, this obviously happened here at this time, and you can pinpoint those things. So this is a field called textual criticism, where we do this with all ancient documents. Like the Bible is a more kind of fleshed out field of sexual criticism because we have so many manuscripts. But we do it with, Marcus Aurelius. We even do it with Shakespeare with the different copies. Because if you only have one copy, you have to trust that the person who copied that copy. Yeah. Which is the issue that we have for Beowulf. We only have one copy of Beowulf. And so we don't know what it looked like prior to that. So we just kind of accept that, okay, this is Beowulf. Like, there's no way to compare and contrast the tradition of the manuscripts of Beowulf.
God, when you're saying this about taking copied versions of it and comparing errors and going back, you're talking about so much.
Yeah.
So much research.
It's like
so much legwork.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like in the modern era, we get computers involved, and that cuts out a lot of like just manpower. Well, there's an interesting. So in Germany, at the Center for the Study of New Testament Research in Worcester, they're actually, it's called CEGM, the Coherence-Based Genealogical Method. And it's tracing not manuscripts, but readings within manuscripts and finding the relationships between the different ones by like computer models. And so they are actually getting, so this is actually the way that like modern era textual criticism is being done, is with these language models that operate tracing readings and how certain readings are related to one another, which has allowed us to do things like look at 4th century manuscripts and actually see that their readings come hundreds of years earlier in other manuscripts that we have in collections. So one of the clearest examples of this is there's a manuscript in the 4th century called Codex Vaticanus, because it happens to be in the Vatican. And there is a manuscript from the 2nd century which has the exact same scribal conventions that Codex Vaticanus does in particular readings. And so we know for a fact that the scribes who created Vaticanus did not have, I think it's P75, which is a comparative 75, but they had some sort of collection of manuscripts that are similar, and so we can have confidence that the readings for their 4th century in particular areas of Codex Vaticanus are actually 2nd century in their origination. And a large part of this is because of these like models that the computers
Now, when they're going over things like ancient Sumerian and they're reading things like the Epic of Gilgamesh, like if we can't say, we don't know how to make those words, we don't know what they sound like, how are they translating it into an English version? Like, when you, like, one of the things that's been compared quite a bit is the Epic of Gilgamesh and the story of Noah, the Great Flood.
Yeah.
There seems to be some parallels.
Yeah.
Like, how close is it?
In some ways it's very close, and in other ways it's not. So that's the story of Pushtim, which is kind of a side story in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Gilgamesh he realizes his mortality and he's trying to find eternal life. And there's this guy named Pushtim, who he runs into, who tells him the story of the gods gifted him with eternal life because he saved all the animals on a boat. And so there are actually parallels between that and, say, the Genesis 6 arc story. In like making a big boat, putting all the animals on it, and then they get off and make a sacrifice to, in his case, the gods, and in the Bible, God. And I think what you're looking at there is probably a cultural remembrance of something that did take place. And so you have these adjacent cultures who they're existing within this framework of the ancient Near East, and you're seeing these kind of parallel echoes of things that actually did happen. So there are definite parallels, but I think sometimes people look at those and they overplay that. So one of the examples I often give is Advil and arsenic both become an elephant and have an A on the bottom. But it's not the similarities that matter in that case, it's the differences. And so if you look at the differences, there are significant differences in the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Pushtim story and the Genesis 6 story. If for no other reason than the Noah arc story is a very small part of the book of Genesis. And the story of Pushtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh is a little bit more stretched out. It has more to do with the theme of what Gilgamesh is doing in his epic. So, but there are obviously parallels between that because these are both ancient Near Eastern stories, and they're products of their day. In the same way that I think you see parallels between some of the New Testament Gospels and other ancient Greco-Roman biography, in that these are products of ancient history, and so they're going to look like other ancient historical writings that kind of parallel around them. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. It's just when you're talking about the oldest of old stories, it's always so interesting to wonder, like when they're taking these oral traditions, like Socrates is famous for saying that he didn't believe we should write things.
Yeah,
right.
Make people lazy.
Right, make people lazy. You need to learn how to remember things. You need to exercise your memory, which is so fascinating when you think that there must have been people that were in charge of memorizing these oral traditions.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about, particularly talking about the Old Testament, the series of writings, like these are long stories that someone had to remember and pass on to generations. So the thing with me was always like, well, what was the origin of all this? Like, what was the first version of it, and where the hell did it come from? And what was it? What was going on? Where these people felt like in this time of incredibly difficult survival, right? You're hunter-gatherers, right? We're talking about thousands of years ago. And these people took great time and made great effort to preserve these stories. And then there's always human error, right? There's human error, as you were saying, with transcription and trying to decipher things and writing things down when you don't really speak the language. You got to wonder, like, how much did we lose in this oral tradition? What was the original story, and what were they trying to convey?
Yeah, and I think that there's an aspect of like a message that's trying to be communicated. I mean, we are modern people of enlightenment. So we almost have a perspective where we want something to be very like exhaustive, that ancient writers didn't have those same sort of conventions. Or so they're going to capitalize on certain ideas and concepts for the purpose of, when someone tells you a story, you don't memorize everything. You go to university, you write notes, right? The people who are writing everything the professor's saying word for word, probably not the people who are going to remember what the professor says as well as the people who write down the main things. And when you write down the main things, the main points, without all of the other stuff that kind of is just it's icing, then you get the main idea more. Ancient writers talk about this. So there's a guy named Quintilian who exists in the 4th century BC, and there's this series of writings that we call progymnasmata, which are basically like, how do you do good writing? So he's training people, maybe even individuals like Plutarch, who is one of the best-known ancient biographers, and saying, like, it's just as important what you don't say as to what you do say. Because you don't want to, A, writing in the ancient world is expensive, really expensive, and B, you want to make sure that your audience is actually getting the message that you want to convey. And so this is something that when you read, like, German scholars, biblical scholars of the 19th and 20th century, or even prior to that, like 18th, 19th century, they look at the Gospels and they're like, this isn't biography, because it's not capitalizing on Jesus' childhood. We all know that good biographies tell about your childhood and psychologize and these sorts of things. Whereas if you look at some of these ancient writers who are talking about how you should write biography, they say, if there's nothing in their childhood that's that significant, don't write it. It's going to distract from, like, if there is something, say like Jesus' birth, or Luke tells a story when he's 12, Jesus, when he goes with Mary Joseph, and Mary Joseph lose the Son of God, and they start going home without him, and they're like, where's Jesus? They gotta go back to Jerusalem. That's a significant story, and so it appears that Luke includes it because there's a significant reason to it. But they wouldn't have had any problem with leaving out large portions of someone's life if it didn't contribute to what the ultimate goal of health is.
I think what's also what's important is we have to try, as difficult as it might be, to put our minds in the context of people who live in a time where most people were illiterate, and you're telling these parables, you're telling these stories as an oral tradition, and that they have a different mindset in terms of the distribution of information and what the significance of these things are.
Yeah. Yeah, these are documents, well, in terms of the Bible, like as someone who identifies as a Christian, I would say that the Bible is written for you, but it wasn't written to you. It had a completely different original audience. But you should do your best at figuring who it was written to and how that made a difference to them, because then the application is going to come out even clearer for you. And that should be ultimately, the goal of everyone who's looking at ancient documents. Who was the original audience? How would they have understood it?
Yeah.
Because you can read all sorts of things because of your modern conventions into what someone is talking about in ancient worlds and completely bypass what they're actually trying to convey in their intention.
Yeah, and again, it's almost impossible to put your mind completely into the context of these people that we're living with. It's almost impossible to imagine the way they viewed the world, the way they communicated. And when you're dealing with like really old stuff like the Sumerian text, and then people have translations of it, which can be fantastical, like the Zechariah Sitchin stuff. It's like you have to be a scholar in ancient Sumerian and understand the origins of language. You have to, and then still there's massive debate. There's a whole website called SitchinIsWrong.com.
Yeah,
but he's the most fun.
He's fun. I'm not convinced he could read Sumerian either.
Really? I think he's bullshit.
I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt. He takes so many liberties with the stuff he's commenting on that I have a hard time getting my head around.
So if he couldn't read it, where would he be getting his translations?
From actual translation.
Okay, so he would take these translations and then make his own assumptions and his own interpretation. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think to a certain degree. I mean, even something like Nibiru is not a Sumerian word; it's an Akkadian. But he makes a big deal about it being related to Sumerians, and it is a word that appears within Akkadian.
And Akkadian is what time period?
Akkadian is just after, so it exists kind of in a crossover where Sumerian predates Akkadian, but Akkadian develops alongside, and then as cultures like the Assyrians come into power and kind of support the Sumerians.
So the oldest Sumerian writing is what? What's the oldest time?
Like
5,000?
Yeah, around that. It was like 4 to 5,000 years ago.
And then Akkadian is what?
There's some overlap, but it develops into a language like just after, like the rise. And Akkadian develops into like it has stages, and then you have like Babylonian, Pro-Babylonian, Persian, Old Persian, Elamite.
We don't have it. There's no writing at all of the Göbekli Tepe, correct? It's all just iconography.
Yeah, or at least that we figured out that looks like. I'm really hoping to go back.
What's your take on this whole reluctance to further excavate? We have such a small amount of the site. It's only 5% that's been uncovered, but through LiDAR, there's a bunch more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an archaeologist. I have friends who are archaeologists, and I think archaeology is tricky because so much of archaeology is dependent on governments and institutions and funding. Like getting mad at archaeologists for not excavating is kind of like getting mad at construction workers for not fixing potholes. Where it's like, yeah, like they're kind of doing the last stage. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly incentive by the Turkish government to want to capitalize on that being a tourist destination. And you really need to safeguard archaeological excavations because otherwise it's it's being compromised,
Right.
and like pillaging and stuff like that. It happens. I mean, when I was in Egypt 2 summers ago, and you go to the kings, they've got security cameras up everywhere because there are tombs there that we still haven't discovered. And so they're like, we don't want people digging under here looking for.
But they've lost so much over history.
Oh, we've only discovered 1% of ancient Egypt.
It's so much.
Isn't that crazy?
That is the nuttiest part of all of history of Egypt to me. I still have not been.
You gotta go.
I know. I almost went in December. I just couldn't find the time. I was just too damn busy. I will though. I definitely will. But it is to me the nuttiest time of history because good luck explaining the great pyramids. Good luck.
And it's such a big time frame. Like there's 1,000 years between the pyramids being built and Tutankhamun in the Valley of the Kings. 1,000 years.
Nuts.
It's so crazy. Egypt is one of the wildest places you'll ever go.
Well, it just doesn't make sense. It's like, how? What were you guys using? What were you doing? How'd you do it? How'd you measure it? How'd you figure it out?
Yeah. You've been to Greece, right?
Yes.
Have you been to Jordan?
No.
Oh, you gotta go see Petra.
Yeah.
Epic.
Jordan is, Greece rather was fantastic.
They're all great.
God, it's just like when you're just there in the presence of these things, it's just trying to put your brain back those years and imagine what society was like back then.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Egypt was crazy because Egypt is like Greece in that you have like you can go to the Pantheon and you see that kind of stuff, right? But you go to Egypt and there's 4,000-year-old people. I can't get paint to stay on my wall for 10 years. And it's almost exclusively because of the climate. And it got buried in sand. But it's so wild. So
when you say that 1% of ancient Egypt has been discovered, what do you really mean by that?
Of the percentage of what we know that happened in Egyptian history, 1% has been excavated in terms of what we can actually pull out of the ground and look at artifacts. So there's whole eras of pharaohs that we don't know where they're buried. Even when Tutankhamun was discovered, he was kind of a footnote in the pharaohs that we knew about at that time. And we didn't know he was, as extravagant, as rich, as, until we discovered his actual tomb. A lot of people at that time didn't even think he was worth looking into, because we have these lists of pharaohs, and the thing with the pharaohs is that the next pharaoh is always trying to prove that he's the better. And this is why you go to Egypt and you find statues of Ramses everywhere. And part of it was because Ramses, I think it was Ramses II, he commissioned so many statues of himself. Because he's like, I'm the best, I'm the greatest. And what they couldn't keep up with the commissioning, and they started actually rubbing off the names of previous pharaohs on statues and just putting Ramses on. Really? Because he was just, so you go like, from the top of Egypt to the bottom of Egypt, we're going to find statues of Ramses. He wanted to leave, and he did, right? Like it worked.
We're talking about it now,
I know.
2024.
I know.
Yeah, that is nuts. So when you go there and you're in the presence of these things, and you try to put yourself back into that time period, like, have you ever tried to think, like, what was the motivation to make something as great as the Pyramid of Giza, the Great Pyramid?
People definitely want to make their mark, right?
But without that mark, that just doesn't make sense.
There's something to that. I mean, if you think you're a god,
right,
and you have this whole kind of worldly perspective and theology that you need to make something that and bury yourself with all this crap, because that's going to make a difference in your afterlife. Mm-hmm. Then you're going to go big rather than go home, right? So the perceptions of people in the ancient world are just so different. We got it so good right now. Like longevity, health, food is just on a completely different scale. And so the conventions of needing to make sure that, especially if you're like the richest guy around, that you tick off all the boxes, because you're going to die, and you're probably going to die sooner than you want to, sooner rather than later. And you have this whole perception of, if I bury myself with all this stuff, and maybe even some of the people, which can kill them and include them too, because they're going to help me out. That's going to help me out in the apple.
Being slaves.
Yeah, of course.
Why not? Sorry.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, Khufu's pyramid, what's the timeline that he was even in power?
I don't know. I'm not an Egyptologist or an archaeologist necessarily, but he was. I think that was like 4,000 years ago. We only really have a tiny statue. So they say, right?
So they
Everybody thinks different, but
a lot of people think different. Yeah, that's what's interesting about it is the archaeological argument that like Dr. Rothschild makes about the water erosion and the temple of the Sphinx.
Yeah,
that's a fascinating argument because it does appear like that's water erosion, and that would put the timeline way back.
Yeah, I think even just looking at the Sphinx, you can tell that no matter what your perspective is, you should entertain the idea, at minimum, that the head was built later.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it doesn't fit the body.
It has much less erosion. But you can also attribute that to the different densities of the stone. Like that's one of the things about these layers of limestone. Like some of them are much more porous and some they erode easier.
Yeah.
So you do see that. You know, and I think they're doing a terrible disservice by covering the Sphinx with like new stones and you know they redid the paws and they're doing all that. My God, they leave it alone. They leave it the way it is.
Yeah, it's this tricky balance between
restoration and recreation.
Yeah.
Because they're in the recreation stage.
Yeah.
And it was obviously they're doing it with smaller stones. And it like looks different. It's not the same thing. It's not what it initially was. It was carved from one piece of stone.
Have you seen some of the restoration stuff that Saddam Hussein did in Iraq? No. Jamie, you got to pull up the ziggurated earth. So Saddam Hussein was a bit of a nut job, but he believed, this is as far as I understand it, that he was the recreation of Nebuchadnezzar. So he did all of this restorative work in Iraq on things like the walls of Babylon, and in he rebuilt the ziggurat. So if you look at that picture over there that says 1932 and 2022, that's what he did. Is he basically tried to rebuild this entire thing. And it's amazing. I'm trying hard to get there because I wanna see this thing. Interestingly enough, yeah. So that's actually
So I'm sorry, but so this is the modern version with the small bricks. The original version, was it all carved from one piece?
No, it would have been clay bricks.
So these were clay bricks. So what do we? Jamie, can you go back to the 1930s and see what it looked like? God, I would rather just have that. You know, I mean, I want to see what it looked like and what it looks like all these years later. I don't want to see the recreation, which is very similar to what they've done with the Sphinx.
Yeah, the Sphinx. Even when I was in Egypt, they were doing some work in like.
Do you want, Jamie? Can you go to the rehabilitation of the Sphinx or whatever they were talking? Yeah. Well, the restoration part, like you can see the restoration. If you go to this, just Google restoration of the Sphinx paws.
Well, they're talking about putting in casings.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
God, don't do that. I don't think I should do that.
No, you shouldn't do anything. I mean, obviously they took the original casing stones out, but that's also history. So now you can see like the new paws. So that seems like the difference between buried and unburied. So like even when Napoleon came, like right there, like is not restored. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's much more erosion. Napoleon came upon it was buried, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think that's the
like over time, because you're dealing with these crazy sandstorms. Over time, everything gets kind of buried.
Well, so much of it is under sand for so long. Like the temple of the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut was mostly under sand for a long time. Wow. Before they like uncovered it. Unfortunately, like the aridness of Egypt preserves things like crazy.
Yeah, see, that's what the falls are. Right. That's a disaster. That's so gross. When if you do take that timeline, the Robert Schoch timeline, and you say, okay, so you're talking about thousands of years of rainfall, you have to go back to when there was rainfall in the Nile Valley. So now you're back like 9,000 years. Like one of the more interesting things about hieroglyphs and the interpretations of it is that the ancient hieroglyphs, the ancient versions of pharaohs, rather, like when they go back, past the established dates of 2500 BC and before that, you get to like 30,000 years ago, and they say these are myth. These are not. This is not representative of an actual history. This is some sort of mythical history.
Yeah, numbers are tricky in ancient languages because it's not entirely clear whether numbers are meant to be representational.
Is that like why they said that Noah lived 600 years old?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, you have that, and you have the Sumerian king lists, which have people living thousands of years, hundreds and thousands of years too. And I mean, there are some interesting academic articles on like the probability of the numbers that come up in those, because we have a base 10 counting system because we count our fingers. Ancient Near Eastern cultures like the Babylonians, the Akkadians, the Assyrians, they had a base 12 counting system because they would count each hinge already. Like spaces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
There's different joints of the thing.
Yeah, the joints. That's what I was looking for. And so that's why we have 360 degrees in a circle, 365 days in a year. Like this comes from the Mesopotamian counting conventions. And you look at some of these lists, and they're operational and all divisible by like 12 and 60. You're like, what's going on here? So not all of them, but enough of them where it's statistically impossible. And I don't totally know what to make of those things, because you do have the genealogies, I believe it's Genesis chapter 4 and Genesis chapter 11, where they're all divisible by these types of numbers that were very common in ancient days. They're not random. Whereas we look at the genealogies later in like Chronicles and Kings of the ages of the Israelite kings, they're random. And so it's just like, what do we do with that?
Right.
Because numbers are also far more representational, which is why we see numbers like 12, 40, and 7 come up in the Bible, but also other ancient Near Eastern literature. Like there are certain numbers in Egyptian society that also were seen as like perfect numbers, or like numbers that you wanted to incorporate. So
what's the earliest interpretation of calendars? Like what is the earliest where they did decide what a year was?
I have no idea.
Because you got to imagine, if you're, the average lifespan wasn't so good back then. A lot of people got infected, died of war, famine, all these things. It would take quite a long time for people to figure out what a year was. No, we're going thousands and thousands of years ago. We have to establish, like, okay, a day is, let's put the stick in the ground. When the shadow's here, this is where we start.
Yeah.
And the shadow goes all the way around like that. Okay. Well, maybe we can like mark these off. Okay. Now we've got a sundial.
And there are different timekeeping conventions depending on society. Like ancient Jews had a different timekeeping convention than ancient Romans. And so that's why you see, like in Genesis chapter 1, it talks about there being evening and there being morning. Is because, well, Jews today, right? You start the Sabbath on sundown the day before, right? So that's why. It's because there's different cycles, and so we go on a 24-hour time system. But ancient Jews had a different convention of that. Ancient Romans had a different convention of that. Ancient Mesopotamian cultures had their own kind of conventions about these things, and calendars were all over the place. When you get to the Julian calendar, you're like, you got to standardize these things because everybody's operating on a different, the Julian calendar and then the Gregorian calendar. Ancient timekeeping is very inexact and it's very messy, and so you kind of got to take certain things with a grain of salt,
right? In
terms of that, but yeah, ancient calendars. I don't even know. I know that talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, the group in Qumran, who were they were a sectarian group of Jews who believed that the Jews in Jerusalem had basically capitulated and were not holy enough. And part of their reasoning is that they believe they have a perfect calendar. And so they use a different calendar that doesn't have to do things like incorporate an extra month every certain number of years because, their thing is not perfect. And part of their reasoning as to why they're like the chosen is that they have a timekeeping system that they say is perfect.
Just used a 13-month challenge, right? Like, what was the logic behind that? Does that work?
I don't know.
So the idea was 13 months, 28 days each month, and you wouldn't have to have 8 years. And all that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, here it is. World's oldest county.
Yeah, that's wild.
Oh, so it is on Göbekli Tepe. Oh, ancient carvings of the sun, moon, and various constellations sits on a pillar. Göbekli Tepe, 12,000 years old. Researchers believe ancient people used a so-called lunisolar calendar to mark the change of the seasons.
Right.
Interesting. So it was at least representative of the fact that we know when the days start getting shorter, it starts getting colder, and then it warms up again. The days start getting longer.
This is why solstices are so key. Like most of human history, is because you got to figure out like what's a marker point.
Right. Which is one of the things that's so fascinating about some of the constructions of the pyramid, where on the summer solstice, these pillars line up so perfectly where the light shines straight down these hallways and illuminates everything.
Right.
How did you nail that?
Yeah, I mean, just because they're ancient doesn't mean they're stupid, right?
Yeah, they weren't just stupid. They were fucking brilliant. That's what's, we weren't just ancient. It's just so weird that people were so vastly more intelligent, at least in terms of their ability to build things, than anyone else, anywhere around them. That's what's so weird about Egypt. It's like there's amazing piece of, even ancient Greece is incredible, but I can kind of believe you did it. You know,
Right.
when you deal with 2,300,000 stones in the Great Pyramid, and some of them 50 tons, 60 tons, it's pretty 500 miles away. Like, what did you do? Like, how the hell did you do it?
I mean, there have been a lot of things that have been lost. We still, as far as I'm aware, don't know how the Romans made their concrete.
Sure.
That Roman concrete is like this thing that survives. They were able to make domes out of it.
You know about terra preta in the Amazon? You know about that?
No.
Oh, terra preta is their particular rich soil that is man-made soil.
Oh, yes, I do know about that.
Combination of charcoal and bacteria, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievably fertile in terms of your ability to grow food on it. And they made it, and we don't know how they did it.
Yeah.
And it's man-made stuff, which is so bananas. It's like a giant chunk of this stuff that is all over the Amazon is made by people specifically to encourage the growth of plants.
I mean, this is why history gets me so excited.
Oh, it's so amazing. And it's so interesting too. I was watching something on YouTube yesterday about the Mayan culture and the Aztecs. I went on a deep dive when I started getting ready for this. But when you think about how many people existed back then, and then Europeans come and everybody dies. Everybody dies of disease. And it's like, how many people died? Like millions of people died here, millions of people died there. Like, holy shit. And you go through like the story of the collapse of the Mayan civilization, the collapse of the Aztec civilization, like the accounts that these priests had of visiting these Aztec markets and how incredible they were. These people from Rome would come to visit the Mayans. Like, this is unbelievable. Or the Aztecs, rather. Like, this is unbelievable how sophisticated they are. And then gone. Everybody's dead.
Dunzo.
You just gotta go, wow. How many times has this happened in history? Where people have visited places and brought their cooties and killed off a giant swath of the population. And one of the things that they're discovering now in the Amazon, which is so fascinating, is the use of LiDAR. They're discovering, oh my God, this is like all populated.
Yeah.
This whole thing is populated.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Grand penetrating radar stuff.
And the trees and all the rainforest is mostly from man-made agriculture.
Yeah.
Nuts. And this is all recent that they're figuring this out. Yeah. Which is also so fascinating about history, is that it is a constant and never-ending search. And that even today, with as much information as we have, you can pick up your phone and ask them, when was Nero born? It'll tell you, like, instantaneously. We still don't have answers to a lot of really fascinating questions, like the Olmecs, like all these other civilizations. Who, where did they come from? Why do they look like this? Why do they make these big stone heads? Stoneheads, or Stonehenge. It's another one. Jesus, what is this?
Yeah.
There's so many versions of that all over the world, and the search for our origins is one of the most human endeavors. One of the most, because to know that we are particularly unique. We're so different. We stand out from every other animal on this planet. There's this crazy, wild war of biology where life is just eating life all around us. And we just got to some crazy place that's far beyond any other creature that's on this planet. And we did it in a bunch of different ways. We did it in a bunch of different ways all over the place, with different scribbles, with different icons and different gods and different things. And we're all wondering, like, which one, where did it start? What was the origin of all this? Like, what was the need to write these things down? What purpose did it serve to have these myths and legends and stories? Like, was it just to keep society together, or was it to retell a very important story that was a very unique thing that happened at the dawn of time?
And that's why you see, the literary comparison of ancient Near Eastern origin stories is like a really interesting thing to do, because when you look at something like the Enoma Elish, which is the Babylonian creation story, and then you look at something like Genesis chapter 1, there are obvious crossovers with, like I said before, these ancient Near Eastern conventions. But then you can see that the author of Genesis is making these points that are actually rebutting something like the origin stories of the surrounding cultures that largely believe that matter is like eternal and the gods come out of the created world, and that there's this narrative of the battle that takes place where some gods fight against other gods, and the world around us that we see and like human beings are the end result of this battle. And so they would read this on every Babylonian New Year. And one of the main themes was basically that, like, it's all chance. It's all a random mistake. You were created without purpose and intention because Tiamat gets destroyed. And she's the god that, you come from. And then you read Genesis chapter 1, and it says, in the beginning, God created the earth. And he makes it good. And there's this idea that, like, that's countercultural in the idea that the Babylonians used to make things good. And that, like, at the end of every refrain, it's good, it's good. It's good, it's good, it's good. And then it's very good at the end. And that humanity in particular is created in the image of God. Like, that's a very, not just like kings, which a lot of ancient Near Eastern cultures believe that kings were created in the image of God, but that humanity in general was created in the image of God. And this idea of the Imago Dei, that that's why you're different. Like, why are you different from all the animals? Because you're given something that exemplifies a unique quality. And then the ancient Near Eastern cultures that believe that, the planets are gods, and that the sea is a god. And Genesis chapter 1 looks at that, and it kind of subverts the expectations of today in getting to this ultimate question of, why are we here? What are we supposed to do while we're here, and how do we get out of here? And it says that, there's purpose, there's meaning, there's intention. And actually, a lot of the things that you worship are pretty stupid because God created them.
What is the original origin story, or the earliest, I should say, origin story of humanity?
I don't know.
Would it be the Mesopotamians? Would it be the Sumerians? Like, who had the one that's the oldest?
The Enuma Elish is pretty old. There are a number of different, like, variations. The problem is that we're largely relying on, like, our complete copies are coming in languages like Akkadian, where the ones in Sumerian are very fragmented. So, like, even the Epic of Gilgamesh, the copy that we have that kind of is the final, if you go and you read a translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's going to be the one in Akkadian from the Library of Ashurbanipal. But the earlier versions in Sumerian don't even have flood stories. And and they're more pieced together. And we actually do have another flood story in the Atrasis, which appears to have been influenced, the Epic of Gilgamesh stories influenced by the Atrasis. But in terms of, like, written language, I guess it's the inner leaf. I wouldn't actually know what like the oldest one is. But you get a lot of these origin stories, and they have these themes. You see them in the Bible too. The ancient Near Eastern cultures were very preoccupied with chaos and order. And so it's all about kind of creating order out of the chaos of the world. And that's where I think you do see the parallels.
Well, that's the establishment of society, right?
Yeah, and establishing chaos and certain things being representational of chaos within the created order, the Bible included, but a lot of other ancient cultures saw things like the ocean as the embodiment of unpredictability and chaos. And so that's why you have sea monsters are this very common depiction. The Leviathan in Job, which is this, sea monster. And it's representational in a way of, because it appears actually in Babylonian literature too, the Leviathan.
Really?
Yeah, and it's encompassing chaos in the world. And the point of God bringing it up to Job in the book of Job is like, God has the ability to tame this thing. And even in the book of Revelation, at the end of the Bible, it says that in the new heavens and new earth, there will be no sea. And it's not because, I had a friend who was Australian, and we were kind of working through translating sections of Revelation. He's like, hold on, there will be no sea. Like, I'm Australian, I love the sea. And, but the point of that, though, is not necessarily like the body of water is not going to exist. It's that the ocean, the sea, is so unpredictable. You go out there and storms, can come out of nowhere, and you die. And so there are these like motifs that are representational in the ancient world, and you see a lot of those in these creation stories.
So would it be that the dangers of the sea would no longer exist?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So the sea kind of working as an analogy of that which is unpredictable. And actually, there's a lot of concepts of the realm of the dead being in the sea that we see throughout this literature. If you read the book of Jonah, there's this kind of nihilistic, which you miss when you read it in the English, but it's very apparent in the Hebrew, where Noah keeps going down. He goes down from his town to the dock, and then he goes down into the boat, and then he goes down into the inside of the boat, and then the storm happens, and then they throw him overboard, down into the sea, down into the fish, and eventually the fish takes him down into the depths of the sea. And when Jonah prays, he says, I cry out from the depths of Sheol, which is the realm of the dead. So there is actually a form of Jewish interpretation where it argues that Jonah actually died and was resurrected when he spit out the fish. And it could be because in the Gospels, Jesus says, all the people are following him and they keep asking him for miracles. Because they're like, we saw you do miracles, do more miracles for us. Come on, do a trick. And Jesus says, the only miracle you're going to get is the sign of Jonah. That just as Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights, I will be in the belly of the earth 3 days and 3 nights. Prediction of his own death and resurrection. But there is an argument within rabbinical literature that when Jonah says that he's crying out from the depths of Sheol, is actually dead. And that's one interpretation. But another interpretation could just be that he saw and understood that the person was dead. The depths of the ocean is where the dead people ended up anyway. Like your soul goes down into the chaos and the disorder of Sheol, which is the realm of the dead.
So how will they dispose of bodies?
In the ocean?
Yeah.
No.
Vikings did, right? Didn't they light boats on fire and push them out there?
Yeah.
But they wasn't a common practice in other civilizations.
Not that I know of. I mean, Jews would definitely, really ancient Jewish conventions of burial, you just bury someone in the earth, and then by the time you get to Jesus' day, you have like family tombs.
Well, there was an ancient hominid that's not human, and one of the things that they were so fascinated about was that they buried their dead, and that they did so in a cave. Remember that, Jamie? Do you remember who was discussing that with us? It was, they did not think that this version of ancient primate was capable of these things. And then they seemed to have confirmation through these very extensive cave systems that there was at least one area where they would put their dead.
Yeah.
And it was a difficult path to get to this too. This is a very small hominid, and I think people have tried to make their way through it, and it's really hard. Like some of these caves, really basically crawling on your stomach. People have died that way.
Are you claustrophobic?
No, I'm not claustrophobic. That's normal.
You just don't want to crawl in a cave?
Crawl in the middle of the earth into something that's like 11 inches high.
Yeah.
And it's growing slowly. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Their body barely fits it. The guy died recently. Oh, it was Brian. Yes, that's right. Yeah, so they found this ancient hominid, which, didn't really look like us.
Yeah.
It was burying their dead.
Yeah. I mean, burial conventions change over time. The ways that they're burying, like, in the ancient Israelite days are very different from the convention from when you get to Jesus.
There's archaeologists looking at evidence of intentional burial, cave engravings by early human ancestors. What is that separate from? So the Denaldi chamber, what is the type of homomalid, right? Homomalid. So as a Christian, what do you think about all this stuff? Like, what do you think about ancient hominids,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I gotta stay in my lane. I ultimately would be an advocate for intelligent design, where I would say that that God purposefully created humanity in a way. You had Stephen Meyer, right? Yeah. So I mean, he's one of those guys who talks about kind of the issues that he sees with evolution, and I think I have some of those issues too. My friend Jonathan McClatchy is a biologist, and he does some really great presentations on the ways that he sees kind of the intricacies of Neo-Darwinian evolution is not quite explaining some of what's going on with things like the fossil record, some of the gaps that we have in there. When you talk about early hominids, I mean, ultimately, I think that there are aspects of the fact that there are ancient cultures which, I mean, humanity obviously looks very different today than it did, from going tens of thousands of years ago. And so I think that there's a different kind of convention and understanding. But ultimately, I would ascribe to there being an original Adam and Eve, and that those are like something like a first parents. But there are other Christians who I would disagree with, but I think have interesting articulations of that in terms of theistic evolution. I disagree with them, but it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility to find explanations. I don't think the Bible is trying to explain how people came into existence in the same way that maybe these wanted to. And a lot of people read the origin stories in Genesis as a scientific textbook. And I think ultimately that misses the point of what Genesis is trying to say. This goes back to what we were talking about with, like, how did the original audience understood this? When they read Genesis chapter 1, are they looking at that as an exact prescription of what God did? I mean, in some ways, maybe, but in other ways, they could see that as just like counter-apologetic to the other ancient Near Eastern stories, like I explained. So I just think we need to be careful when we're looking at, or even like counting up the genealogies and counting up how old the earth is. I think that might be missing the forest for the trees in what we're actually looking at when we look at ancient documents and how we're trying to interpret them. But it is a big question, right?
Well, the question of evolution is a fascinating one, right? Because there's obviously something happening, particularly with us, if we really are related to Homo naledi, or Neanderthal. There's something clearly happening. It's like a process of change. And if we don't completely understand all the factors in that process of change, we might miss out. The equation might be incomplete. It's like I mean, we know a lot now about evolution that we did not know before. But like all sciences, new data comes in and you have to recalibrate. Like, if you've been paying attention to this, there's a new discussion about dark matter and dark energy. The new discussion is that it might not be a correct theory, and that what it might be is that time moves differently in the voids between galaxies. And this is a new theory. And, you know, like new enough and discussed enough among people that really understand it. Right, so see if you can find it. Yeah, it's a very complex and nuanced conversation, but most of the universe is dark energy. Right? It's a giant percentage of the universe is dark energy and dark matter, and we don't really know what that is. And so this is proposing that there's an additional possible theory that might explain that.
I mean, that area of science.
Yeah. And then you have the James Webb Telescope, which gives us even more data than ever before, and you have to look at all of them. But wait, why are those things here? How are they there so long ago? Like, what are these red things at the beginning of time? What the fuck is that?
The universe is bonkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we get that in history too, whereas we have these kind of what we think are established conventions, and all of a sudden we discover something that really overthrows the ideas that we have.
Like Clovis first.
Yeah, or go back to Pepe.
Yeah.
Or actually, good segue.
That's the best one.
So, yeah, I made something for you. I make papyri facsimiles. Descriptions. What's that? So you were talking about like what is our oldest manuscript evidence? So this guy is P52, John Ryland's 457. So that's a genuine Egyptian papyri that I made. I cut it out for you, and then I transcribed the text on that manuscript. So when we're talking about what is potentially our oldest evidence for the New Testament, this manuscript that most likely comes from Oxyrhynchus, Egypt, is the one that usually is universally accepted as our oldest one. And that contains John 18, where Jesus is on trial before Pilate. And yeah, so that's the one. It's in the John Rylands Library in Manchester, England.
So this is a copy of that exactly? This is exactly what it says?
Yeah, so I cut that out on the papyri with a scalpel, and then I transcribed the text on it. And this, I know, I'm the real nerd. This is a real nerd. So that's actually, so that's someone else's facsimile. And where Jesus is on trial before Pilate, and Jesus says, everyone who follows truth, who's following the truth, follows me. And on the back has the words of Pilate saying, what is truth? But so part of my research, so the reason I bring this up is because before this was discovered by C.H. Roberts in the 1940s, the convention was, because of a guy named C.H. Bauer, that the Gospel of John was 2nd century. So he was a student of Hegel. Have you ever heard of the Hegelian dialectic? So you have like a thesis, synthesis, and antithesis. Yeah. So Hegel had this philosophical theory, and his student Bauer takes that and incorporates this into history. And he says, the earliest gospel was this very Jewish Jesus, and then the later gospels have a very the last of what I call the synoptic gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Luke has a very kind of more divine Jesus, and so he says, based on this, John is the last written one. And it combines these two where you get a very human and a very divine Jesus together. And so based on this, he says that John has to be 2nd century. So we discover this guy. C.H. Roberts is literally going through these piles of manuscripts in these drawers that are being stashed away. And he finds this guy and he sees that it's written on both sides, which is almost exclusively a Christian convention. Because in the ancient world they used scrolls, and the Christians, for reasons we're not entirely clear on, they start to make codices. Books. And so they write on both sides. So he says, okay, this is written on both sides, probably Christian manuscript. So he sends it off to the leading paleographers, the guys who date manuscripts, and they all say this is the beginning of the 2nd century. And so there's still debate about the dating of this, but the unanimous consensus is that it's comfortably second century, potentially the beginning of the second century, which means that this is found in Egypt. John is probably writing his gospel in Exodus, so it has to be written by John, spread around, find its way to Egypt, be copied, and then end up in this manuscript. Which means that at minimum, you've already pushed the Gospel of John back into the first century comfortably, or potentially even like most likely into the lifetime of the eyewitnesses at these events. And so, all of the literature up until that point, from the scholarly consensus about the dating of the Gospel of John, gets totally rewritten. And it's because of that, and because of my academic work, where I was telling you, like in paratextual features, when you look at these tiny manuscripts. And you figure out, okay, well, what does that look like on the page? I also need you. So this is, I use two different variations of the papyri. So you have there where P52 would have been on the page, and based on it's called codicological conventions, the spacings of the words, and the way that the size of the margin that we can see, where it would have been on the page and how big the page would have actually been. So this is like a reconstruction, and then I filled in the rest of the text in the same sort of stylistic hand of the scribes at that time, what that page would have looked like. So this would have come from what would have been essentially a pocket copy of the Gospel of John. So this is the kind of work that I do in terms of trying to figure out, okay, how big would this codex actually been? How big would the document been? And then you compare and you contrast them to, say, like non-Christian literature, like Thucydides or Tacitus or Pliny or Cicero or Cassiodorus or those kind of stuff. And look at the differences between how these documents would have been put together and written in their day. So beautiful.
It's just so bizarre to imagine these people writing this shit down so long ago.
You know what's wild is when you actually get the chance to have a number of times to actually handle the original documents. And no, you know why? Is that we used to do that, but actually the oils in your hands are more abrasive than latex or even cloth. So, no, sorry, I said that wrong. They're less abrasive. So it used to be that you always had to hand with gloves, and nowadays we don't do that. So, and yeah, I was at the 2 summers ago. I was at the University of Pennsylvania, and I was at a manuscript called P1. Essentially, copy. The last person to request it was Pope John Paul States, and they pulled it out for him. So, if there was a card, yeah, that guy. So I made a facsimile, and that one is that's the. If you SNTN, those letters. Manuscript collection. Digitize all these distinct New Testament manuscripts. And so you can actually see there, you can like, well, I want to look at a papyri, and you can go different conventions of, the or the times.
And so you can read the translation and then go and look at the original source.
Yeah, so ideally you always want to go look at the original, but because of organizations like CSNTM, which is actually valid, you people like me don't have to go to Europe where a lot of these manuscripts are housed. We can look at them, and because these are such high grade, that you can figure these things out. So actually, the guy I know, Elijah Hickson, he used that and he actually figured out that there was a prominent manuscript, P50, which is a forgery. And so he used that based on like looking at the digital. Yeah, he filled in the gaps within the regs and saw that the words didn't match up when he filled in the gaps. And so when he's transcribing the text, he's like, wait a minute, I don't think that word fits in. And based on that, he's like, yeah, that's a forgery. Because someone has written the text in after that piece of papyri, which is, these forgeries are almost always a genuine piece of ancient papyri. Someone gets it from like the Black yeah, right there. So P50. So if you fill in these holes, they're called lacunas. The words, a lot of the words don't fit. So someone's come along and they've like done a really good job because it fooled scholars. And they've written in the text, but not quite good enough to figure out that not all of the words fit in the gaps that you presented.
What's your take on the coinage manuscript?
I have no idea what to think of the coinage manuscript. But it's Middle Ages.
Yeah.
It's just a weird.
It's a really weird one. Yeah, these people are trying to crack that code forever. So what is this? Is it just gibberish? Is it just fake words?
Yeah, I mean that's.
Why so much time and effort put into making this fake book?
Yeah.
Is there a crazy schizophrenic person who made their own language?
I don't know. There must have been a rich schizophrenic.
But didn't J.R.R. Tolkien create an entire language for Lord of the Rings?
So a lot of the languages, because he was a linguist, a lot of the languages are based on existing languages.
Okay,
so
you
like
just combine them together on his own version of it?
Yeah, like Elvish and Dwarvish, and like they're all based on like ancient Norse or Old English, or so he would like take like those languages and he'd actually I mean, if there's anyone who's the best at world building, like you can learn Elvish. It's a real language. Because he developed the language.
That's so crazy.
That is crazy.
That is so the dedication. That's so good.
I mean, he was a genius. Guys like him and even Lewis, they were friends. C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien.
Really?
Yeah. Tolkien played a big part in Lewis's conversion. Because Tolkien is Catholic, and I think Lewis was Christian, so he couldn't quite become a Catholic. He became Protestant Anglican. But yeah, they were the Influence Society. They would meet in Oxford at the there's something in Child. Yeah, right. And they would meet and talk. They're called the Influence Society. Yeah. What is it? Eagle and Child? Yeah. Yeah, it's funny when you read how Tolkien really didn't like Lewis's stuff because he said it was way too like straightforward. He's like, you got a Jesus line? Good one. Like you're not beating around the bush on anything when you got a literal Jesus like sacrifice. Come on. Rises from the dead. What are you doing here?
That's
yeah.
But they were an interesting conversation to fly on the wall.
Yeah.
Tolkien breaking down Lewis's.
Yeah.
That would be fascinating.
Apparently the guy who wrote Dune sent a copy to Tolkien before he published it.
Really?
And Tolkien didn't like it.
Wow.
He sent it back and said, like, I got nothing good to say from him.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. So you're wrong. Even geniuses. Well, I mean,
different strokes.
Yeah. And that's part of the problem. But it's also what makes it so great in the first place. So they have this single vision and dedication. So much so that they're writing an Elvish language and combining words for it.
Yeah.
Jamie, did you find that thing about the dark matter? Did you find what I was asking about? On a video. I started saying it started off with a theory. This is such a giant problem today in that if you just post some fantastical thing in a headline, like the theory of dark matter can be done, and then you get clicks.
Yeah.
And so you can kind of get away with doing that now. I felt like the system was on top on Reddit had a pretty so dark energy is a problem, not a cosmology or some problems. It sounds to start with a model, you go out and make measurements are taken all. This is a problem. When this happens, scientists go off and try to come up with new theories. I think that meant no models. I think they meant new models. New models which do fit the new data. In the case of things like dark energy, we get hundreds, if not thousands, of new theories. ACDM is the current best model of cosmology. The CDM stands for cold dark matter. It's a model that includes certain theories to explain dark matter, and the lambda A is a cosmological constant
of the Greek word lambda, or the Greek letter.
Yeah. Which is used to model dark energy. Note this mathematical model doesn't explain what dark matter or dark energy are. It just incorporates them to make the math work. So this is a long, I don't know if this is exactly what they were saying about, it was like a much more of a synopsis. But what they were saying was that it might be that time moves differently in between galaxies. See if you can Google that.
Physics and cosmology are just wild.
Well, it's so insane because we're so separate from it because of light pollution that the most majestic we ever see, we gave up so that we could drive at night. It's really weird. It's really weird because when you go to a place, I've talked about it a bunch of times. I went to the Keck Observatory many years ago, and we got there on a perfect time where the moon was not out at all, and the sky was insane. It was like you were in the cockpit of a spaceship, and it was just like you were in a giant glass cockpit, which is essentially we are kind of in an organic spaceship going into the universe, so it should look like that. But it just doesn't because of the fact that we're constantly inundated by light pollution. And I think the ancient societies and ancient cultures didn't have that. And because they didn't have that, I think they had a much more humble view of our place in the universe. Because you're just presented with something that's absolutely impossible to imagine.
We definitely lose ourselves off.
Yeah.
When we can't see kind of ourselves
right.
in the grand scheme of the universe.
Yeah.
And you're right, when you go somewhere where there's no light pollution, you look at the sky, it's like, even not at somewhere like the Keck Observatory, where you can like get a crazy view of it.
Yeah.
When you just go out in the country and
yeah. That's the Milky Way. You can see the Milky Way. Dark energy debunked by lumpy universe expansion. This is the one. Learn how the existence of dark energy is being challenged due to new evidence that the expanding universe is actually lumpy. So what they mean by time is different. Yeah. What is a timescape model? This is it. So timescape model rejects the idea that dark energy is the driving force of universe expansion. Improved analysis of type LA supernovae has suggested the acceleration based on light curves seen in 1998 was a case of misidentification. The timescape model amends this by considering differences of time in void and matter-dense areas. The model suggests that time moves much slower in matter-dense areas, like the Milky Way galaxies, than in voids. With more time passing in voids, increased expansion takes place, making it seem like expansion is accelerating as the voids increasingly spread through the universe. Dark energy, therefore, is not needed to explain the expansion of the universe, according to the researchers. It's too much. It's too much. Like, what are you even saying? How crazy is this? Like one more controversial aspect of the James Webb Telescope was this theory that perhaps the universe was quite a bit older than 13 billion years.
Right.
And they were trying to push it back to 22 based on the existence of galaxies. And people pushing back against that, and there's a lot of debate about that, but the bottom line is all of it is too many numbers for your brain to even register.
Yeah.
That, however many billions of years ago, there was nothing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there was something. And Terence McKenna had a great line that said that science requires one miracle.
Yeah,
it requires
well, I always say that when people ask me about, the miracles in the Bible. And I say, well, if the first miracle happened, if everything, nothing became everything, then, Jesus turning water into wine.
That's an easy one.
Well, yeah.
That's a arbitrary.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is nothing compared to the birth of the universe, but we're convinced at the creation of the universe, and we're very skeptical at other miracles.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
very odd.
I think there's an inconsistency there, and you do see when the Big Bang is first hypothesized that there are individuals who are uncomfortable with that sounding like in the beginning. Because before that, the idea was that the universe was eternal. And if you propose a point in time where everything starts to exist, well, I mean, you see some of these people are pushing back on it. They say things like, well, that sounds too religious. That sounds like a beginning point in time. And at that point, if there's a Big Bang, you have to figure out, okay, well, what's the Big Bang? And I mean, that's ultimately, it's a metaphysical religious question. How did that thing get kicked off?
Brian Cox has explained to us that there's an actual environment that existed pre the Big Bang. Don't they call it the environment? Is that what the term of it is?
Is this like Lawrence Krauss having a definition for nothing?
I don't
It's
know.
not nothing.
I don't know. It was just like, what are you even saying? You know, and then there's Sir Roger Penrose who thinks there's a series of these things that happen. And then it's just this constant birth of universes and death of universes and birth of universes. And it's like Big Bang, expansion, heat death, contraction, Big Bang. Like, but we're almost like, that's too much. I don't want to. I can't wrap my head around 14 billion years. I can't wrap my head around eternity.
In theology, it's often described as the difference between understanding and comprehension, which my wife tells me are synonyms, and that's nonsense. But the idea is like, you can understand eternity as a long point in time, but you can comprehend.
It's like numbers.
Yeah.
You can understand how many zeros are in 14 billion years.
How much water is in the ocean? I can comprehend, like, it's like, that's a lot of water.
Yeah.
But when you start talking about like tens of thousands of gallons, I'm like,
Yeah, I don't really know how to say. I kind of do. My brain's not set up for it. Yeah. Which is part of the weird thing about people, is that our brain is clearly set up differently than every other creature that exists. You know, if you have, if evolution is the only thing that created us, it's just evolution. How the fuck did we get so far ahead of everybody else? I mean, not even just, and we're the doughiest, like weakest, softest, but also the smartest. Like, we gave up that. That was the trade-off. And somehow or another, by evolving into this particular form, we figured out a way to uniquely change the environment in ways that no other creature is even close to.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me that there are certain things that we think of in terms of like unexplained phenomena that we'll accept because we have some sort of a scientific definition of what this unexplained phenomenon is, like the Big Bang. I mean, and you can say that there's theories, it's not completely unexplained, you kind of get it, but you kind of don't. Something that's smaller than the head of a pin that becomes the entire universe of the series is pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You know, and just to say that just happened, and you don't really, I know you don't want to say you don't know, but you really don't know. There's no way you can know. It's not really possible to know. There's no, like, working theory where you can convince me that the whole universe gets compressed into something smaller than the head of a pin and then instantaneously becomes everything you see.
Well, I think that's why you see natural materialism being locally invented, to really explain the ultimate what we question.
Just the universe itself, right? Just what we don't know enough. Maybe we one day will. Maybe these, sentient AI systems that we're going to create with quantum computers are going to be able to figure things out in a way that we can't. But at the end of the day, you have one miracle. You have the Big Bang. All of science agrees this happened. That is so much crazier than anything that any religion is proposing. But it's so interesting to me that because we say we have echoes of the Big Bang. There's radio echoes. Yeah, but also, if a miracle did take place, like, let's assume that there is actually a higher power that occasionally interacts with human beings. If a miracle did take place and you were there, you don't have a camera, you don't have a cell phone, you don't have a pen, you can't write things down, maybe you can't even read. And you have this thing that happens to you. And this thing changes the course of human history. This thing changes the direction that the ideology that these people subscribe to and the moral and ethical structure that they live their life on. It changes untold billions of human beings from that point on. It's pretty fascinating. That in itself, even if this is just a revelation without a divine interaction, it's a fucking miracle. It's a miracle that it was created at all. Like, the whole idea that Christianity when you're saying that the book of Isaiah,
Yeah.
that the same book is exactly the same as that's a miracle.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's great.
If you just imagine the sheer number of illiterate people, the sheer number of days that have to go by where people are telling the story exactly the same, and then trusted in the hands of these very few people that are so dedicated to it that they get the exact words right 1,000 years later. Pretty bananas.
Well, I mean, that is kind of the crazy thing about Christianity, where you have this Jewish itinerant guy who's walking around for century Roman-occupied Judea. He's making some pretty audacious claims to be God himself, and then he predicts his own death and resurrection. And then his disciples they think it's over. Like, they're like, he's dead, we're done.
Yeah.
And then they go from 11, scared men, because Judas scared men in an upper room, to completely overhauling the Roman world in only a couple hundred years, because of this claim that they say they saw Jesus resurrected. Like, there's something different that goes on there, that they're like, this is a miracle, right? Dead people don't usually rise from the dead.
So what is your personal belief when it comes to the resurrection? What do you think happened? Do you have a belief, or do you just try to interpret the text and try to see what is the message?
Well, I think, so as a historian, I do think it is a historical question. You have a guy who objectively lived, he objectively died, and then individuals close to his inner circle claim that they see him not dead.
Right.
Again,
this is a highly unusual activity.
Highly unusual.
Right. So, but it's hard when you're dealing with illiterate populations, you're dealing with thousands of years of time, you're dealing with an oral tradition, and then you have us sitting here talking about it in 2024, trying to figure it at the end of 2024, trying to figure this out. Literally.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for anybody who thinks of themselves as an intelligent person who's central to even entertain the possibility that someone died and come back to life.
And I get that, but we've already talked about the fact that we don't think that the only thing that exists is matter emotion. We, as in you and I, right? Like, we believe that there's something else going on in this world that's a little bit crazy.
There's something,
and that to, I think, exclude that, I think excludes something that you're kind of putting blinders in for. And you do have, I mean, you're right in terms of all of these ancient conventions and the ways that things were spread around. And Gospels are written in the lifetime of the eyewitnesses. And they're written in this period of time where you have groups of individuals who could have fact-checked those things. So,
someone coming back from the dead.
Well,
how many people saw his body, right?
Well, Paul says that 400 people saw him all at once.
400 people saw the crucifixion?
No, saw the resurrected Jesus. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15. Paul says that Jesus appeared to the disciples, and then he appeared to 400 people all at once. I mean, if we read the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of Luke and Acts, so same author wrote these Gospels, he says that Jesus was walking around teaching them for 40 days after he was resurrected from the dead. And so these are written within a time period when you have people who would have seen Jesus' ministry, who were there, say, at something like the feeding of the 5,000, who could have been able to verify or debunk some of these things that are being said. And you go from a bunch of scared guys who, because Jesus wasn't the only messianic figure who arose and claimed to be the Messiah.
Right.
There were a number of individuals both prior to and after Jesus, but they die and the movement dies with them.
Do you think it's possible that he didn't die? And do you think it's possible that they thought he was dead? Because that does happen. There was actually a case very recently where a guy was about to be harvested for organs. They thought he was dead, and this guy started moving again and came back to life. Very, very bizarre case, because his family had been told that he was going to be harvested for organs. They were preparing for that. Yeah. This guy comes back.
Yeah, I mean, we know a lot about Roman crucifixion, and we know that, and we know that they did their job well.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, if you look at, say, very skeptical biblical scholars, like non-believing, atheist, agnostic Christian scholars, they would say if we can know anything about Jesus, like they'll cast it down on a lot of the things that we read about in the Gospels in terms of the actual historical Jesus of Nazareth. They'll say one thing we can be sure of is that he died by crucifixion on the cross. Because we have not just multiple New Testament documents that we refer to in the New Testament, but Roman and Greek and Jewish writers refer to that claim afterwards and talk about the fact that you have this guy, and it's mocked within earliest Christianity. So one of our earliest, in fact, not one of, the earliest depiction of Jesus on the cross was called the Alexamenos Graffito. And it's probably from the end of the first century, and it's it depicts an individual with their arms raised in an act of worship, worshiping a man with a donkey's head who's being crucified. And right beside it, it says, Alexamenos worships his God. And it's mocking, right? Because crucifixion was for the lowest of the low. It was for, like, slaves. In fact, if you were a Roman citizen, you were banned from being crucified.
Who actually got crucified upside down?
Peter.
Why? Was it because of regular crucifixion wasn't good enough for him? Or what was it? What didn't deserve it because Christ had gone through it?
Well, so the story is that they say we're going to crucify you, and he says it's like too big of an honor to die like my Lord. And they say, well, we can fix that.
Shut you up, buddy.
Listen, the Romans were pretty brutal. But this is why we know, like, we have, it's interesting, we know a lot about crucifixion, but crucifixion was seen as so disgusting. I believe it was Cicero who said that, like, the word crucifixion shouldn't even be on the Roman man's lips. I mean, the word excruciating, X is off of in Latin, and crus, off the cross. That's where we get that word, is because this was designed to humiliate, and it was designed to be as painful as possible. It was actually a really good article done by JAMA, the Journal of the Medical Association, which was done by a number of, I think it was in the 70s, or early 80s. It was done by a group of biblical scholars and then medical professionals. And so they looked at the conventions of what we do know about Roman crucifixion, and then they looked at the descriptions in the gospel to try to figure out, okay, if we could diagnose how Jesus died, how would he have died? And so they basically came up with this idea that he probably succeeded in death. You kind of drown in your blood. But the chances of Jesus surviving the crucifixion, I think, are narrow to none. And the chance of him appearing 3 days later completely fine, I mean, you don't, if the first thing you do, if you survive a crucifixion and then you go and you find your disciples, the first thing you say is not, may peace be with you. It's, get me to a hospital, right?
Are we entirely certain of their measurement of days?
So this is an interesting question because of the differences between when the Gospel of John says Jesus died compared to the Synoptics, because John appears to be using the Roman convention of counting time, and the other Gospels, when they describe the timing, appear to be using the Jewish one. And actually, if you correlate between the two, they match up pretty well. So the thing is, with Jews, any part of a day was considered a day. So 3 days and 3 nights becomes almost an idiom for any part of that day is the day. So if and because they count evening and morning, evening and morning is the day, it's very possible that it wasn't like how we would think of 3 24-hour days, especially if he dies on Friday and wakes up on Sunday.
So that would actually make it less than more.
Yeah.
So it's not like he had recovery time.
Oh, no, you never recovered.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like it was 3 days, it's actually 3 months.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So then 400 people saw him afterwards.
That's the claim that Paul makes. Yes.
And how many different people have some sort of recollection or writing or something that's attributed to them of being witness to his resurrection?
We have Peter, Paul, Jude, James, and Matthew, Mark, and Luke. The thing with Matthew, Mark, and Luke is that Matthew and John are attributed to direct disciples of Jesus. Luke and Mark are not. So they are not eyewitnesses within the Jesus community. In fact, Luke prefaces his gospel by saying he's right up front about this. He's like, hey, I'm not an eyewitness, don't confuse me with an eyewitness. But he actually uses conventional writing. What's the term? He uses writing conventions of the day that would fit within regular biography that was written within the Roman world. So you have a guy named Quintilian who is basically, I mentioned him before, he's teaching people how to write, and he says that if you're going to write biography, you need to be interviewing eyewitnesses, and you can't be too far away from the event to be able to write these things. And Quintilian, Lucian, and Josephus were all these very prominent ancient biographers and writers of history. Have a lot of crossover in the way they describe how you should write history with the words that Luke uses at the beginning of his gospel, where he says, I'm interviewing eyewitnesses and I'm writing up a quarterly account. And so he's saying, I'm going to use these methods that are expected as good history of my day. I'm not an eyewitness, so I'm going to try to find the people who are eyewitnesses, and I'm going to try to encapsulate this within a document that communicates what is being written.
So we have an account of the resurrection. Do we have an account of the denial of the resurrection? Is there an historical record of him just dying and just like a refutal or a rebuttal rather to what they're saying?
No, the only ones from the ancient world that deny his resurrection are Greeks that come on afterwards that sometimes are described as Gnostics, and they're not necessarily just denying it for the reasons we might think they will. They're denying it because they have incorporated ideas of pagan philosophy, where they believe that the spiritual is good and the physical is bad. So if Jesus was crucified, so let me back up. If Jesus is God, he cannot have a physical body. So they deny that he actually had a physicality to him. This is sometimes called Docetism, because Dokein in Greek means seen. So these groups that we describe as the Docetics, they are denying that Jesus had a physical body and he seemed to have a physical body. And they wrote documents later on. So the Gospel of Peter, which comes around in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries, is being written, and it has Jesus kind of chilling on the cross. Because he's not really physical, because he's divine, and physical entities don't have physical bodies. So we don't actually get like a concrete denial of his resurrection in that way until you get things like the Gospel of Barnabas in the Middle Ages, which is actually the document that Billy brought up to me in the conversation we had. It's evidence that Jesus was never crucified. The Gospel of Barnabas. But the Gospel of Barnabas is 15th century. Paraphrases from Jesus. So, but in the ancient world, nobody really had that big of a problem with these kind of supernatural things. The more of the kind of skepticism was why you would worship a crucified individual at the beginning.
Wow. So they were less surprised that he was resurrected.
Or that you would worship a crucified like teacher was just seen as silly.
Because it's so humiliating to be crucified.
Yeah. And that like a god would let himself go through this. Like what are you talking about? In fact, the ancient world didn't really have a problem with supernatural events. There is an ancient writer who mocks Christianity, and he particularly mocks Christianity in saying that, of course, Jesus did miracles, because Jesus had a childhood in Egypt. And he goes, well, those Egyptians are magicians anyway, so he just learned the magic when he was a child. So he actually confirms, incidentally, two things: that the narrative in the Gospels where it says that the Holy Family fled to Egypt during the reign of Herod, he corroborates that he actually thinks that happened, and that Jesus did miracles. He just attributes the miracles to Jesus being a traveling magician anyways. And, anybody who lived in Egypt knows some magic.
That is what's really fascinating, that the mindset of the people that lived back then was that whatever was going on in Egypt was so crazy that they had to be magicians.
Yeah, but everybody believed in supernatural events. Like, there's no such thing as like a secular work in the ancient world. Even Plutarch, who's one of the most famous biographers named the world. He wrote 90 biographies, of which 60 still survive today. He was a priest of Apollo. So, like, he's already assuming that the gods exist, that crazy things are going to happen in the world. And so they didn't have a problem with people doing miracles or crazy things happening.
But that's also why it's so interesting trying to put your mind into the context of people who lived back then when you try to interpret what these stories were all about. Because they did believe in things that weren't real. So when they talk about this thing that we're supposed to believe is real, when you have all this evidence that they believe things that aren't true,
yeah,
it's interesting, right? Because like you're now saying, yeah, but this one really was true,
right?
But there's so many different things that they thought of and believed that weren't true.
Yeah. So this historiographically is so when we do history, it's an inference to the best explanation. And so there are probabilities of things that have happened in history where we can say, okay, there's a higher probability of event A happening and a lower probability of event B happening. So the example I often give is like Jonah being swallowed by the fish. Like that's low probabilistically. Not that it didn't happen, but that like as a historian, you gotta like say, well, there's no independent cross-reference sources. You don't have multiple attestation for this particular event. The interesting thing about Jesus is that we have more evidence from different writings in the ancient world than we probably should have for someone of his stature. Because we have Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, who's 4 biographies. There's really only one other person in and around that time that can claim to have that much kind of independent testimony of their life, and it's the Roman Emperor Tiberius. So he also has 4 biographers. He has Cassio Dio, Suetonius, Tacitus, and Velius Paterculus. And so the Roman Emperor, who's the most famous, most powerful person at the time, has a similar amount of historiographical evidence biographically for his, the events of his lifetime that Jesus does.
What is the interpretation of Jesus from non-Jesus followers at the time? What did they think he was, or who he was?
He was a crucified traveling rabbi. Yeah, I mean, you have individuals like Josephus mentions him, end of first century, beginning of second century. He was a Jewish Roman writer. Tacitus mentions him, who also wrote about the emperor. And you have a number of these individuals, Cassio or Suetonius. But what they're doing mostly is describing what the followers of Christianity are saying about. So you do have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt in that they're not saying things that they believe happen. They're talking about things that Christians believe happen. And Christians are this very unusual group because they're monotheistic in a world that does not believe in monotheism. And Jews are monotheistic in that time as well. But there was this idea that your religion could be tied to your ethnicity, and that was okay. Like the Jews believe in one God, and that's weird, but they're Jews. Whereas the Christians start to convert people who are of all different backgrounds. And so they're like, well, what the heck is going on? Because why are you saying... So the earliest criticisms of Christianity were actually that it was atheistic. Being the negative participle, and theos meaning God. Right? Because the ancient world was polytheistic. But more than that, it was what's sometimes referred to as henotheism, in that it's not that they believe in many gods, it's that they believe in many gods, and your gods could be my gods, right? Jupiter could be Zeus, just the same god by a different name. And your cities could have gods, right? Osiris and Ra can live in Egypt, and Zeus and Athena can live here, and that doesn't compromise anything. But then the Christians are coming around and they're saying, actually, no, none of those gods exist. If they exist, then they're demons. But they don't actually exist. And this was a big point of persecution within Christianity, is that a lot of physical events were tied to supernatural events. So there's an ancient historian who has this line where he says, if the Nile River is too high in Egypt, or the Tiber River is too low in Rome, the cry will ring out, the Christians have arrived. Because if you have say a famine in Athens, and they're going, okay, what's the reason for the famine? Well, Athena's mad because there's a bunch of people running around saying she doesn't exist. Okay, well, let's deal with them. Let's get rid of them, and that'll solve our issue. So Christians were this very oddball group.
Kind of crazy. It's one of taking over the area.
Well, that's part of, I think, the argument of, well, how do you explain it going from 11 scared disciples in an upper room to being willing to go out and die for the proclamation that you believe that Jesus rose from the dead, and saw him, and touched him, and ate with him, and he was a ghost. You actually ate fish for the resurrected Jesus.
How does Constantine fit into this? Like, what is Constantine's education in Christianity?
Yeah, so Constantine is a pagan up until a point in time when he converts. So, good question. I don't know in terms of his education. I know he does have some like crossover with some prominent Christians later on. He's a sun worshiper, but right before Constantine, you had a guy named Diocletian, who was the emperor, who basically had the goal of wiping out Christianity entirely. And so the worst form of persecution was under the Diocletian rule. He actually made it so that if you had to go into like the equivalent of your town hall, and you had to take a pinch of incense and offer it onto the altar of Caesar, king, right, the king, and say, Caesar Excurius, Caesar is Lord. And part of this was that they knew that Christians say, Jesus Excurius, Jesus is Lord. And Christians wouldn't do that. So here's how you outed them. And if you do this, so if you did do it, you were given this piece of paper called a legalus. And a legalus allowed you to buy and sell. If you didn't do it, you didn't get a legalus, which meant that you were not allowed to buy and sell. And so you have this incredible era of persecution where Christians are being like killed, and Christian literature in particular is being destroyed because they're hunting it out. So Constantine comes after this, and he knows that this is bad for Roman society. And so him and Licinius get together. They're both ruling the Roman Empire at the time. And in 313, they put out this edict of tolerance, which includes Christianity. So it's called the Edict of Milan, and it decriminalizes Christianity. So it's no longer illegal to be a Christian. What was the motivation? I think they just felt like, in order to establish peace within the empire, you need to make sure that people aren't fearing you constantly to that degree. And so it wasn't just Christianity that benefited from the Edict of Milan. A number of religious minority groups were benefited from this particular event. This happens between 313 and 325. Constantine converts, and so he becomes friendly to Christians. He also he commissions books of the Bible to be written, and so this is where we first get our understanding. Like when we think of the Bible, we think of it as like in a single Bible, because we have the 66 books of the Bible, or on that front. But in the ancient world, those existed independently. So like P52, like that would be a separate copy of the Gospel of John, and that's what it would have been understood as scripture. Well, Constantine, as like a peace offering, commissions all of these documents to be brought together and published in one book. And so we actually have what we think are some of these documents. So when I was talking with Billy Carson, he brought up the Codex Sinaiticus. Codex Sinaiticus is probably one of these documents that Constantine commissioned, because it's one of our earliest examples of a cover-to-cover, Genesis to Revelation copy of the Bible. And it comes from the 4th century. And based on both its dating and based on the fact that this would have been incredibly expensive. Like it took 360 sheets just to put together, which would have been the equivalent of like, I don't know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the reason why we're pretty sure that documents like Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, potentially even Codex Alexandrinus or Codex Washingtonianus are documents that could have been part of this commission is just because they're such giant projects. Very few people would have had the ability to produce something like this other than an emperor. And so we actually have some of these documents that survive today.
Are there any books that were decided, and how do they pick the order that these stories are in the Bible? And are there any books that were excluded?
Yes.
Where there's debate on?
Yeah, great question. So this is the issue of what's sometimes called the canon of Scripture. So very early on, when you have Christians having these conversations, the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there's unanimous agreement about those. Particularly, and that's not to say that there aren't other Gospels that pop up. It's that you have this chain of custody that goes back to the earliest Jesus community. Jesus has disciples, and there's a group of individuals we call the Apostolic Fathers, who are the disciples of Jesus' disciples. And so they comment on the books of the disciples of Jesus, or the people with the community of the disciples of Jesus wrote. And so we actually have a very close connection to the time. And we see early on that you have guys like Ignatius of Antioch arguing that there are only four Gospels in the 2nd century, and there couldn't be any more than four. Or Theophilus of Antioch makes a similar argument from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, Ignatius of Antioch also talks about other Gospels, but he specifically highlights the fact that the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Truth, Gospel of the Hebrews, Gospel of, these ones that we consider about Mary, Judas, that the reason we know that they're not associated with the names that are attached to them is because they're being written in times when those people were dead, and they have these rings of pagan philosophy that are incorporated into them, which is completely foreign to 1st century Judaism. So Jesus would not have, so in the Gospel of James, Jesus is worshiping a goddess named Sophia. It's like, okay, well, no 1st century Jew is going to do that. That's obviously paganism. And so we have these early conversations. But when Christians are thinking about, well, what is and isn't Scripture, the earliest Christians are Jews who believe in Jesus as the Messiah. And the Jews had this idea that the promises of God are followed up by the writings, the documents that establish those. So the word is often used as covenants, right? God makes a covenant with people, and it's always followed up by written. So this is why sometimes, well, in the case of Moses, literally inscribing it. Right? And in the prophets, sometimes you get this command: write this on a scroll and inscribe this on a tablet. And that the Jewish scriptures in Jesus' day were seen as a story in search of a conclusion, because they were looking for this figure, this Mashiach, the Messiah, who would come and fulfill things like the reign of David. They're talking about these things. They're actually expecting them to happen. And so the story in search of a conclusion in the Christian understanding is that Jesus is that individual. He comes and he does things like he says at the Last Supper, right before his crucifixion, that he's establishing a new covenant in his blood. And so the earliest Christians, mostly who are Jews who believe in Jesus as the Messiah, they see, okay, there's a new covenant, which is actually promised in Jeremiah 31:31, and God says that he's going to make a new covenant and inscribe the law in people's hearts. That covenant has come. Okay, the promises have come. So the earliest Christians very organically say, okay, where's the right? We expect this. Promises are followed up by writing. And so they start to have these conversations of what are the writings and where can we find them? And so very early on, because the New Testament has 27 books in it, very early on, 24 of the 27 are unanimously accepted. So by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, you have lists in documents like, there's a document called a Muratorian Fragment, which there's debate on its dating, but it's probably like mid to late 2nd century, and it includes 24 of the 27. And it gives reasoning why Now, the other books that are in our New Testament that aren't in that 24 are ones that were discussed because the earliest Christians were trying to figure out, okay, can we tie this to either an apostle or someone who knew an apostle? Because we have a lot of books flying around with the names of John and Peter. So you have the Acts of Peter, and you have the Revelation of Peter, and you have the Gospels of Peter, and you have, so how do we do our due diligence to try to tie this back? So there's 2 letters of Peter, 1st and 2nd Peter in the New Testament. And the early Christians are like, we got to make sure we can tie these to Peter. Or the book of Jude and the book of James, which are ascribed to the brothers of Jesus. They were like, can we really say that those were written by those people? And so there are some books that the dust kind of takes time to settle on within the whole 27 canon, because these groups are debating and discussing, well, why do we have these ones and not others? And so there are various canon lists that come up throughout the ancient world where some people are hypothesizing that maybe, this book is part of it, or maybe this book is part of it. But it's this ongoing conversation of people, and by basically the end of the 2nd century, we have more or less unanimous agreement of the 27 books being those that encapsulate scripture that can be tied to either someone who knew Jesus or someone who knew someone who knew Jesus.
And so these books that were not included, are any of them interesting? I mean, does any of it seem like it belongs in the New Testament?
Well, so part of the problem with some of these other books is they appear to be almost completely reliant on the other books. So you do have, and some of them have an agenda to them. So like the Docetic Gospel of Peter seems to be uncomfortable with the fact that the biblical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, have women being the first witnesses to the empty tomb. Because in the ancient world, women were not seen as good eyewitnesses. So you almost have this apologetic trying to solve that problem by having all the right people be witnesses to resurrection. So you have all the Roman and Jewish officials camping out in front of the tomb, which also gives away the fact that, like, no Jewish priest on the eve of Passover is going to be camping out in front of the dead body. Like, they shouldn't do that. So it betrays that the author of the Gospel of Peter has no understanding of purity, ritual, rites within the 1st century Second Judaism, but is also clearly trying to remedy this embarrassing fact.
That's what's so interesting. You have to think about it in terms of the culture of the time.
Yeah. Yeah. And one of the most interesting ways that we figure out, okay, how can we tie, say, the Gospel of Matthew to the 1st century in Judea is studies that have been done on name frequency. So this is called onomastic congruence, where we look at the most popular names within a particular geographical area, and we compare it to how names are differentiated. So the name Joe is pretty common. So when you have a room and there's more than one Joe, you differentiate. Okay, that's Joe Rogan, or that's MMA Joe. We figure out a way to do it, and that's called a disambiguous. And we see this in the New Testament when you have lots of Peters, right? You have Simon Peter, you have Peter the Canaan, you have or James the son of Zebedee. We have lots of Marys. So you have these disambiguous. You have lots of Jesuses, which is why Jesus is often described as the Lord Jesus or Jesus of Nazareth, because Yehoshua is a common Jewish name. And so we can look at the popularity of names written in documents and actually pinpoint some of these documents to particular times and particular places. In fact, Jamie, are you able to, if you go on Apologetics Canada, our YouTube page, so the first episode of the Can I Trust the Bible series we made an animation about it, where we looked at the data and then we actually compared it to one of the other gospels, the Gospel of Judas. And so in the first episode of Can I Trust the Bible, in the right books, partway through, it's near the end, the last animation, if you can find it, we had a guy put this together for us, where we looked at the studies, and there have been some really recent ones by a guy named Luke Vanderway who published this. I believe it was at Cambridge. No. Birmingham University. He did his PhD on it, and he narrowed the gap within all of these literary bodies that talk about names, and were able to pinpoint and actually show. Yeah, so if you go to right here, particular decade that they're writing, there is a scholarly study that shows that the Jews were located in many places across the Roman Empire. People's names actually tended to be geographically located. By observing literary and archaeological artifacts, a list of common names can be fairly identified. By narrowing down the most popular names in places that Jesus lived, traveled, and ministered, and by comparing these to the list from the studies, an interesting correlation can be seen. Just as we see today with popular names, a qualifier or nickname is often used. For example, notice that when Matthew lists the disciples in his gospel, certain names have a qualifier or nickname, others do not. Simon, or Peter, and Andrew his brother, and James the son of Zebedee, John, Philip, and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the tax collector, James the son of Alphaeus, and Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed. As we would expect, the most popular names are those that patronize Christian. When we compare the most popular names in Judea and Galilee during the first century with names we see listed in key places in the biblical Gospels, we find that all the names with qualifiers match with what we would assume if they were actually written in the text. They claim to be narrated. The Gospel of Judas only has two names that was kept: Jesus and Judas. But we believe a host of other characters whose names match not with first century Judea or Galilee, like the biblical ones, but with names that were popular in Egypt during the second century. Consider how difficult it would be for someone with sensitive locations and times for these events to place to get the right names for their qualifiers. We have 4 biblical Gospels with 4 different authors, and yet each gets this test of name and frequency of attribution right. A testing standard that the non-biblical Gospels simply so we can use isn't it? So this is totally makes sense too. Yeah, so it's the levels of methodology that we can use to find internal accuracy. We really want to figure out, okay, where was this written? And is it coming from early eyewitness testimony? We look at something like the biblical Gospels, and they fit the bill for something that's written in first century Judea. But if we look at something like the other Gospels, they're doing things like the Gospel of Judas does, where other characters are coming up with names that are almost either non-existent or like very unpopular in places like Judea and Galilee, but are popular in 3rd and 4th century Egypt. So what can we then conclude from that? What is it being written in 3rd and 4th century Egypt? Yeah.
That's really amazing. It's such a complex and fascinating subject. It really is. And I think it's because of the barrier to entry is so high. There's so much to learn. There's so much to dig in that most people barely scratch the surface of this stuff.
Right.
And it takes someone like you to really kind of, because it's like real easy to lean into the fun stuff. It's really easy to lean into the Anunnaki stuff. But the actual real shit that we know is one of the accounts of people that lived back then. Yeah. That to me is as fascinating, if not more, than even we are made by aliens. Yeah. All of it is bizarre. And the fact that we're still going over these texts thousands of years later is also fascinating.
Yeah. And lots of this stuff, like the onomastic congruence, is something that has really only been studied to the level that it has within the last 15 years. So we're constantly discovering ways that we can use different types of methodological analysis to figure out the historical validity of something. So this is, we call it verisimilitude, which is historians are looking for what can show us the appearance, likelihood, and probability of something being true. And so sometimes documents out themselves, as being unreliable and not true because they inadvertently include these clues. Like, so the Gospel of Barnabas, which I mentioned before, which Philip Carson has brought up as an evidence that he sees as denying the crucifixion, it talks about Jesus getting in a boat and traveling to Nazareth. But Nazareth is known. So that person clearly did not know anything about the geography of like first century Israel, because you're not getting in a boat to go to Nazareth, right? So, but if you're writing, you know, I mean, in the case of the Gospel of Barnabas, you're writing 1,000+ years later. But if you've never been there and you don't understand, it's like, have you ever seen middle-aged paintings of lions?
Yes.
Yeah. They had no idea what they were.
Well, we brought that up the other day because I was in Ravello.
Okay.
And there's a church, an ancient church in Ravello, and it has a depiction of the whale. And the whale doesn't look anything like a whale. Like, it has wings.
Yeah.
It's like a lion's head. It's just so weird.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the Middle Ages, right? The Middle Ages. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, it looks like a dragon.
Yeah. Well, and lions look a lot like dogs because they're like, what's your frame of reference? Right.
So, and also you're getting someone describing it to an artist.
Yeah.
You probably can't do it.
Yeah.
To describe it.
Yeah. It's
Like, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. Tertiary, secondary. So, and a lot of these writings kind of out themselves as that literarily within the things that they choose to include. Names are a small example, but geography or distances between places. In the biblical gospel is described going up to